Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until, well, we're actually with you till 8 a.m. this morning. This is our last 2-hour training camp show today, even though we're in studio. The Texans are traveling up to Canton, Ohio to play in the Hall of Fame game tomorrow. We had our last training camp practice yesterday here in Houston until the evening practice on August the 11th, Sunday. They're going to be in Ohio for the time being.
I had somebody ask me the other day why you haven't been there in the mornings. This is somebody who listens at like 8:30 a.m. And I just let it go. I didn't want to address it, but I think
why I haven't been there? Or
yeah, by you,
me.
He said, "Hey Seth, how come Sean hasn't been there in the mornings?" And
at practice?
No. During the show.
Oh, okay.
When we're not on.
Okay.
This is why I'm explaining to you. It doesn't make sense because I haven't been there either from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And I guess the only thing I could figure was that they think John Harris is me or something.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah,
They didn't ask why I wasn't there, or maybe they just don't care about me. They were like, finally, they got rid of you, but why is Sean not there?
Okay. Well, good news. The confusion and the conundrum ends starting today because today's the last 8 a.m. show. Last 8 a.m. ending for training camp here, and then just on Mondays till like February.
These two new pitchers for the Astros haven't done squat for us, Sean. I'm waiting.
Kikuchi and Caleb Ferguson.
Yeah. Obviously, they haven't had an opportunity.
They get here today, I think. I think they arrived today. So how you doing this morning, my friend?
I'm good.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling good going into the first preseason game. This is the first time in a long time I've actually been excited about a first preseason game, and it's an add-on to boot, where even fewer starters, etc., will probably be playing in this game. Caleb Williams won't be playing, everybody, so we won't get to indoctrinate Caleb Williams into the NFL. So the Bears likely not playing a lot of starters either. But because this is a deeper team than we've had in several years, I think that I'm genuinely excited about watching Jawar Jordan. I don't know if Dameon Pierce will play or not, but I'd be excited to see him. I'm excited as hell for for John Mechie. And especially because when John Mechie has made some of his nice catches in this camp, it's been delivered by Davis Mills. So the glow up for Davis Mills, where we end up trading him for a second-round pick after Matthew Stafford gets injured, it starts tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night is the road to trading Davis Mills
for a late first-round pick.
Yep,
maybe 2.
A late first round.
Yes,
boy. His value just went up a lot in the last 8
I've been
seconds.
negotiating. I'm Dana Brown negotiating. I'm saying I'm not leaving this room until I guess the opposite.
Yeah. Till I give him 3 prospects.
Him saying I'm not going to get off the phone until we get a deal done, that doesn't feel like a strong bargaining stance.
He needs to read a negotiation book.
That really feels like I'll do anything.
Yeah.
I'll do anything. I'll do anything.
You've got me over a barrel.
Yeah.
Matt Eberflus, the coach of the Bears, has already said he's not playing any of his starters. D'Amico's not as transparent. Yesterday, and I think we've got the audio ready. Yesterday, at the end of the press conference, I felt like D'Amico Ryans never gets testy in press conferences ever. Mm-hmm. And by normal person standards, I don't think he was testy yesterday. But by D'Amico standards, it felt like, guys, stop asking me who's going to play in the Hall of Fame game. Here was D'Amico Ryans at the end of yesterday's press conference when he was pressed on who's going to play on Thursday night.
You guys all see who play on Thursday. I'm not going through a list of who's playing, who's not playing. I'm not going through that list. You guys will see on Thursday who steps out there.
Are we there yet? Jeez. Stop asking me if we're there yet.
Did he throw the podium onto the ground after that? He picked up the podium and threw it to the ground.
I was like, man, I was there. I was watching it. I'm like, wow, this is like, by normal person standards, he's just being very calm in answering this. But I think like after a year of him being the head coach, and being at press conferences, or at least watching most of them, I feel like I kind of speak fluent D'Amico. I'm like, I think he's a little agitated with us right now.
The D'Amico version of coach speak is always very subtle. We heard it the other day when he was talking about the offensive line.
Yeah.
And he came as close as he could to just saying, yeah, this ain't it. He wouldn't usually he wouldn't usually be negative about anybody or any position group necessarily, but he just talked about how they need cohesiveness. They need to, and they've had to shuffle guys in and out. But I don't think D'Amico's feeling any better about the offensive line than we are right this moment. And I'm not panicking because there are things they can do to remedy the current situation. They're out there. The Texans offense is trying to run all their different personnel groupings, all their different packages and everything. I would just say that if you had to step out for a regular season game with this offensive line, with Blake Fisher playing left tackle especially right now, people would be frustrated because they would feel like CJ's not letting them cook. Because they'd have to have two tight ends. They'd have to have a fullback. They need extra bodies in there to pass protect, like they did last year. So in trying not to get CJ's brain ejected out of his right ear, by a careening defensive tackle, they'll have to do some things. But it is still early, and a lot of the issues on the O-line, a lot of them have been mental, missed assignments, stuff like that. And when you've got three young guys from center to left guard to left tackle, you're going to get that early in camp. So I'm not panicking, but it's an area of concern. DEFCON 3.
Is that your biggest area of concern after 10 practices, the offensive line?
I would say offensive line.
Do you have any major concerns about this team?
I don't have major concerns. I guess one of my most – I guess I'm still waiting to see with bated breath about just what Dameon Pierce looks like when tackle football starts. I think the slot corner position where Jalen Petrie has been out there with the ones and also working some safety the entire time, I don't think him playing out there in these first couple weeks has been confirmation that, oh, yeah, he's the guy, the number one guy. I think they're just trying to throw him into the pond and see if he can swim and also get him up to speed. Get him as many reps as possible versus Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, Nico Collins, and those guys. But, I mean, right now, your nickel cornerback, that third corner that comes in on nickel, I mean, Des King was cut during training camp last year, came back and did some good things for you during the regular season. Jalen Petrie was benched late in the year last year as a safety. I don't want to just kind of whistle past the graveyard on this. That position is more unsettled than I think some people are feeling like it is.
Yeah.
I mean, Petrie just doesn't move like a cornerback.
Right.
You put somebody down there in the slot, it's a cornerback who just, the safety's going to go down there. You go do it at times, but it depends on personnel groupings and everything. Someone
said this yesterday to me. It might have been you as we were wrapping up the show, but Petrie's closer to being a linebacker than he is a cornerback.
Right.
Based on how he plays around the line of scrimmage.
Right, except for the tackling part. But yes.
Yeah.
He's willing to fling
blitzing
himself
and everything
into
else.
a tackle. Right.
Yeah.
They can use him creatively. And when they're playing zone, it doesn't matter as much. It's just I don't look at him like, oh, yeah, they figured it out. Yeah. This is their lockdown guy. It's going to be he's going to be moving around all over the place where they see fit.
I'm guessing all the rookies will play in this game, even the ones that have been running with the ones in camp. I'm guessing Kamari Lassiter and Blake Fisher get some reps in this Hall of Fame game.
I would like them to. I mean, even as a veteran, I always liked to at least get a few reps just to get you get up to speed faster.
Sure.
Game speed's faster than practice speed, no matter who you're going against.
Yep.
And I understand the paramount importance these days is you want to limit injuries as much as possible. But man, we've seen so many teams through these last few years, just good teams that end up sucking in the first month after they haven't played a single starter all preseason long.
Because they've been load managing the preseason.
Right, yeah. So, injuries matter, but, you do only have 17 football games.
Yeah.
Remember, they did, even with J.J. Watt and Vince Wilfork that one year, where those guys barely did anything at all. Wilfork especially came along really slowly.
Yeah,
and I felt like, all right, man, 5 to 10 snaps in a game and seeing game speed it's not that cataclysmic an injury risk.
Yeah, the borderline guys who I think, and when I say borderline, I mean borderline starters, because I think you could list 25 guys off the depth chart that aren't going to even dress for the game tomorrow. And there's some obvious ones: C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs. Obviously Laramie Tunsil hasn't even practiced yet. He's not going to dress, I'm sure. I would guess Titus Howard may not dress for the game. Guys like that. But there's certain guys that I want to see play that I think may not. Like Dameon Pierce, I think may not play. Yeah. I want to see Dameon Pierce play. You brought up Mechie. I think there's a chance Mechie doesn't play because he's missed a couple practices and they brought him along slowly, even 2 years after the cancer treatments. I'd like to see Petrie at nickel for a few series because we've seen it in camp, and I don't think he's going to play.
Yeah,
because he's a starter.
I don't want them to pull a Bill O'Brien on this and just kind of overestimate the guys they have on the roster. Remember, Brian would have these rock solid, that's our starter, all training camp long. And then the one year, especially after they opened up on Monday night versus the Saints, the next day, like 6 guys lost their starting position.
Yeah.
So you got to be able to diagnose and assess a little bit during camp, and the preseason games are one of the best ways to do it.
Yep, no doubt about it. And I would say 2 others that are listed as starters, like Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs, I think should get reps in this game.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
100%. They need real-time action.
Yes.
I do feel with Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green, and I think Juice Scruggs is maybe further along in some respects than Kenyon Green as far as how I feel about him just starting on day one. But I think that those guys, there is an element of when you've got young offensive linemen going versus veteran defensive linemen day after day after day, the defensive linemen are way better at practicing against their own guys. The veterans are. They know the tricks of the trade. They know what your weaknesses are. They know the offense really well. So when you practice against the same offense over and over again, you start to get a feel for their calls at the line.
Oh, yeah.
You figure out what the protection's going to be. You get a feel for the rhythm of the snap count sometimes, which is that's one thing that I'm guessing CJ talks to those guys about that. Some quarterbacks don't care. David Carr early in his career had a tell on when the snap was coming. We would tell him about that tell. We would tell the offensive coordinator about that tell. And they'd give you like a dumb look like, oh, okay.
Just keep doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, CJ doesn't strike me as that kind of guy.
Who knew about that tell in David Carr's second career ever?
Who?
One Junior Seau. So
that's a bad guy.
Yeah, after we beat the Cowboys in the opening game, Junior Seau had some film, and it got ugly. It got really, really ugly.
Bad guy to give the answers to the test, too. Yeah, bad guy.
Every time CJ talks about how much they talk to the other side of the ball and everything, I get so jealous because there were a couple years in the really bad years for the Texans where we would try to tell stuff to the offense, and they would just look at us like like tranquilized heifers.
Yeah,
they would have this glossed over look in their eyes, like they just weren't even listening, and it was really, really frustrating.
Yeah, probably could have won a few more games, man, if they were listening to that stuff. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, off and running on a Wednesday. We're back in studio today. Texans Hall of Fame game tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. Seth and I have you for pregame starting at 4 o'clock tomorrow. All right,
real quick.
Yeah.
I want to address a text. Somebody says, "Can you read that for me?"
Can we do it on the other side?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about Jarrett Patterson.
Yeah.
This guy's been annoying me because I've answered him 3 times on air, and now I'm going to block him after this. But I'll address it.
Let's do it on the other side about the center position. Andre Johnson was in attendance at the Astros game. It was Andre night at the Astros game last night. He revealed something I have not heard Andre say about getting drafted by the Texans. We'll have that, and we'll get you all up to speed on the culmination of the trade deadline yesterday. How does the Kikuchi trade stack up compared to the other guys that got moved on the trade deadline? That is next.
Kirk Homes is the place to go if you are looking to build a custom home, but you want to actually enjoy the process. Don't
Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
We'll get to Andre was at the game last night. They did the Andre bobblehead. They did the Andre ball cap. Andre signed autographs. He was on the broadcast. He was great. We'll hear from him in just a second. We'll get you up to speed on everything trade deadline related as well this segment. Appreciate you tuning in as you drive in this morning. Seth, I'll let you get this out of the way here. Seth, what is text message? Seth, at what point do you come out on the air and say, yeah, Jarrett Patterson's a better option at center than Juice Scruggs? I've been saying this from the beginning, but you all just ordained Scruggs the starter.
Yeah.
But he's not as good as Patterson.
This is where this guy is. I'm at my wit's end with this guy because he has the exact same text every time. I've addressed it 3 times already, and every time he comes back the next day with the same damn text. That's why I'm not. I rarely do this anymore. I don't go off on texters. It's not. So he's playing victim now.
This breaks like a string for you.
Is this the way you treat your listeners? No, this is the way I treat you specifically. Yeah. The vast majority of the people on the text line don't lie to me about what I have and have not talked about after I've already specifically addressed the text 3 times, okay? So here's the deal with Jarrett Patterson and Juice Scruggs. Juice Scruggs is a better center than Jarrett Patterson. I was talking to John Harris the other day, and I was like, how tall is Patterson anyway? Is he like 6'6"? Because honestly, that's the way he plays center. He plays like a guy who's too tall to play center. And John corrected me. He's like, no, he's 6'4". I was like, wow, my God. I thought he was 6'6" and played like a guy that just somehow isn't physically suited to play center. He's not there yet. He just flat out isn't. And the other thing about the tone of this dude is it's just you and I that have ordained him the center, and we haven't given any thought to Jarrett Patterson or anything. No, I like Jarrett Patterson. I think he's got some work to do. Some of the issues that plagued him in college still plague him now in terms of pad level and technique. So I'm sorry. I'm guessing your last name is Patterson. You might be a cousin or an uncle or something.
Right.
But get it out of your thick, stupid head, okay? And stop lying to me. I don't address my listeners this way. I address you this way because you're lying. You're lying. And it's that smarmy tone of like, when are you guys going to realize that, what did you say? You guys are, you know what? I'm going to admit it right now. There was a directive, only directive I've ever gotten from the Texans about what to say about the Texans. And it was about Juice Scruggs. It was like, I was like, hey, how should I handle this Danico Autry thing? Like, we don't give a damn. But listen, Juice Scruggs. Yeah. You must protect the Scruggs.
You
must protect the Scruggs at all costs.
Yes. We need to protect all those little Scruggomaniacs out there.
Feels good to be back a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like 2019 era.
I was going to say, this broke a long string for you.
Of not going
off on a texter. Yeah, and I don't even think you really flipped out right now. You know, like you were just one guy. You know,
my heart rate's up though now. I gotta keep the blood pressure.
Count it as cardio.
Keep the blood pressure down.
Yeah, you raise your heart rate. You got to raise that heart rate. 30
Don't
minutes
lie
a day.
to me early in the morning, everybody. Okay,
Yeah.
That's for my wife to do.
Yes, and late at night. All right,
boy, you're a killer, aren't you, Champ? Last night. Oh yeah.
Let's get to Andre.
Really put one on me.
Let's get to Andre Johnson. How about this? Andre Johnson was on the broadcast last night for the Astros game. He was with Jeff Blum and Todd Callis for a half an inning, which got cut short because Yainer Diaz had the temerity to do a strike him out, throw him out double play to cut the inning short. Otherwise, we would have gotten a heaping helping of Andre Johnson. But Andre Johnson revealed something here. He did not want the Houston Texans to draft him back in 2003.
And to be honest, I didn't really know much about Houston. To be honest, I didn't want to get drafted here. Because it was an expansion team, and then they used to. I watched some of the games, of course, and then I don't know if you guys remember, they used to always play the commercial with David Carradine just out there with no offensive line. Yeah. So I used to just be like, man, I don't go there. And but when I got here, I got drafted here, and when I got here, saw the organization. I don't know. I was just like embrace the challenge, you know, and that's just what I did. I remember us playing games, and I remember making my first Pro Bowl, and one of the guys from the NFL, they'd call you up in alphabetical order so you could take your pictures, and I was the only one there from the Texans, and the guy called Houston Texans up next, and I saw one of the guys, he leaned over and he was like, who in the hell is here from the Houston Texans? So that was something that always just kind of stuck with me, and I was just like, you know what, I'm going to make people start to respect us. So that was something that just, like, it really had, like, pissed me off. So it just always stuck with me.
It's one of the best things that Andre did, or one of the more impressive things, that it's not a highlight or anything, was just how he just went about his business steadfastly without creating any drama or anything after coming off of one of the most dominating college football teams in the history of college football, to come to a situation where, you know, in that first year, his rookie year, we were making some progress. You know, we built on that first year. So the first 2 or 3 years, it looked like, okay, it might just be a matter of time.
Yeah.
It was in year 4 where everything just fell to pieces.
Yep.
So he never, in the 4 years that I played with him, like, there was just never a feel at all. Like a lot of guys who come from a background where they've been awesome in high school and then been awesome in college, it starts to test them and wear on them, and they can actually become kind of a bad influence in the locker room, because they've just never had to handle or deal with anything like that. But it was just never an issue with Andre, at least not that I could see. Maybe he was in the wide receiver rooms thrown over podiums and stuff.
Yeah, maybe.
But all the wide receivers that talk about it would not say that.
He made 2 Pro Bowls with David Carr as his quarterback.
Yeah.
You know?
That's what Arian, that audio we played from Arian the other day, was him talking on his podcast, Macrodosing, just talked about how Arian made that point that look, all these other Hall of Fame wide receivers, many, the majority of them most likely played with Hall of Fame quarterbacks. And that was not the case with Andre Johnson.
No, well, the 2 that he's been going up against to get into the Hall of Fame the last 3 years,
yeah,
it's largely been kind of a 3-way dance with Andre Johnson, Reggie Wayne, and Torrey Holt. Reggie Wayne played with Peyton Manning his whole career.
Is he in the Hall of Fame, Sean?
Not yet. Peyton Manning is. Yeah, Reggie Wayne is not. And then Torrey Holt was part of the greatest show on turf. He wasn't even the number 1 wide receiver on that team. It was Isaac Bruce. So it is cool, man. Like, once he started, I thought Andre would either get in right away, or if he didn't get in right away, he'd have to wait a really long time.
Yeah.
So
I thought it was going to be like a Bagwell thing.
Yeah. Like, I either thought people would recognize how great he is immediately, or it was going to be one of these things where, because McClain explains this all the time, like, sometimes at certain positions you just got to wait your turn. I'm like, all right, well, I mean, Reggie Wayne's been a finalist more times than Andre. Torrey Holt's been a finalist more times than Andre. Pretty soon, Larry Fitzgerald's going to get dropped into the pool, and for whatever reason, Fitzgerald was a great player, but there's this notion, he gets bumped up like 2 notches because he's a great guy and his dad was in the media back in the day.
Yeah, and he's a good interview.
Yeah, Andre Johnson was a better player than Larry Fitzgerald. I feel confident in saying that. Just a greater player. Forget about the stats and whatever stats he might be. I have no idea. I'm just telling you my eyeball test. So I was a little surprised to see Andre get in year 3, just because I thought it'd be either year 1 or year 8. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So this is cool.
I think the big thing with Andre is that a lot of the Hall of Fame voters do go back and they want to talk to opponents of those players. And Andre, all the time, you know, back when, especially when the offense started to kick into gear, you look at those NFL top 100 montages and everything, and they would list Andre as the guy that they didn't like going against.
Right.
The problem with Andre was he was deceptively fast.
Yeah.
There was an element to him where he was so smooth, and I think an underrated route runner in that it was just easy to think like he's just this big, strong freak of nature.
Yeah.
But he kind of like, you know what it was? He's kind of like a pitcher who can tunnel all his pitches the same way. But then, you know, so the fastball and the changeup and the slider all look the same. That was Andre, but he's coming at you at 99 miles per hour,
Yes.
And you got to make a decision on how am I going to swing at this pitch.
Serious business decisions.
And it turned a lot of defensive backs into Jose Abreu, late stage Jose Abreu.
Right. Except your body is the bat in this case.
Yeah.
Like, oh God, look at this guy. He's a linebacker running a 4.3. So that was cool to see Andre in the booth. Really cool to see the Astros celebrate him last night. That's fun. I always like seeing the kind of the cross-pollination between the teams here in town. That's great. Let's get to the trade deadline yesterday. 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon was the trade deadline. Dana Brown met with the media before the game last night. By the way, the Astros lose last night 6-2. We'll get into that in headlines in just a little bit. Here was Dana Brown talking about the Astros and specifically the Yusei Kikuchi trade, saying we gave up a lot, but it didn't hurt us when it came to our talks with other teams on Tuesday.
We took a hit yesterday, but we felt like, you know, the hit was needed to get what we needed in the starting rotation. So and we felt like it was a fair deal, according to the market. But ultimately, our needs weren't as great today, so we didn't have to give up as much. So, but we felt like what we did was acquire another reliever, which is big, and we felt like, we gave up a player, but it wasn't like one of our top prospects.
Okay, so and he's talking about the second trade in that last part there. They traded with the Yankees to pick up lefty reliever Caleb Ferguson. Yeah. So they pick up a lefty starter in Kikuchi. They pick up a reliever from the Yankees yesterday. The Kikuchi trade is the headliner for the Astros this trade deadline, Seth. And I guess a couple of things here. One, I said yesterday at the deadline is when I'll really judge that trade to see what other pitchers went for. Like, okay, was the market really as maybe unreasonable as Dana Brown was painting the picture? Not unreasonable, but just inflated because of the scarcity of teams that are selling and the plethora of buyers. Jack Flaherty was the other big-name starting pitcher that got moved yesterday. He went to the Dodgers for a package that is largely considered a lesser package than the Astros gave up for Kikuchi. So that's significant because Flaherty is a better pitcher than Kikuchi. Now, I did see something about some injury concerns with Flaherty with the Yankees. Yeah. He ended up going to the Dodgers, but the Yankees, maybe that's why the price went down for Flaherty. So that was not good for Dana Brown. But I read a lot of report cards yesterday, and most of the report cards say the Blue Jays won the trade, which I think people are feeling that here. I think a lot of them are probably taking a more measured approach at the notion of prospects getting sent out than we are.
Right.
And I say we as Houston, not you and me necessarily.
I guess one of the things, I tried to look at it from this perspective. How would I have reacted if it was Jake Bloss and Joey Loperfido and Will Wagner, but those two first guys especially, if I had never seen them at the major league level? If I'd kind of watched on the internet a little bit here and there and I knew that Jake Bloss was tearing it up in Double-A and what have you, I'm trying to be honest with myself. I don't think I would have been as gobsmacked by it. I think it would have felt it was expensive.
Yeah.
But, and it's ironic because it's not like either of those guys were on pace for Rookie of the Year or anything. No. But you could see the potential. Anyway, we just saw Loperfido hoovering it up in left field over the weekend. So that's what hurt.
I don't know. Both those guys. This is one thing both those guys had in common. They tore up the minor leagues.
They were right. Yeah.
Loperfido was leading minor league baseball in home runs. Jake Bloss had an ERA under 2 through however many starts. I would submit that I'm just saying.
Might have been the opposite.
I might have been the opposite.
Yeah.
I'm like, look at these are two prospects that are the best at the minor league level.
You could have been, you know what? You would have been thinking like they could bring them up in September.
Yeah,
and we'd be ready to go.
Totally, Seth. Totally. Yeah. Like I would have been like we've seen their warts now, and granted, super small sample size. Yeah. Kyle Tucker sucked when he got to the big league level.
I bet Loperfido's warts are good looking.
I bet they are.
Yeah, I bet they're charismatic
so
and
handsome.
suave. Yes.
The little hair that might be coming out of him is actually groomed, like out of his warts there.
Loperfido in this deal is like the good guy that gets shafted in a romantic comedy.
Yes, like, you root for the guy.
Lady, how can you not see? He's standing right in front of you, the one you've been looking for.
Hey, let's skip to Loperfido here, Byron.
Take off his glasses.
How can you not like a guy like this? Listen to how emotional he got. Do we have it? Listen to how emotional he got when he met with the media. This is him on the day he got traded, talking to, I believe, Julia Morales.
This place feels like home. I wish everybody could, be treated the way I was treated and coached the way I was coached by these guys. So, loved it here. Felt like home. Excited to go to Toronto and be a Blue Jay, but just tried to thank everybody and thank the fans just for treating me so well. Made a lot of awesome memories here in a short period of time.
So he's, literally, if you watch the video, he's literally got tears coming out of his eyes here. Now, I will say this. I saw footage of him last night in the dugout with his new teammates in Toronto, and he appears to be having fun there. So I'm glad he's got new friends now.
He's like a golden retriever. I think he's going to love everybody. He's going to love whoever is. He's going to love wherever he is.
I like Loperfido.
I wish he would have said, and I hate Canada. Canada killed my brother. Something like that.
Did they really have to export me? Come on.
It would have been if he was like, did you guys seen the income tax up there?
Right.
It's absurd.
Exactly. Text message coming in. A lot of thoughts on Andre. And again, the schedule of events this weekend. Hall of Fame game tomorrow night, 7 o'clock. I would imagine we'll see some Andre and the rest of the Hall of Famers celebrated during that broadcast at some point on TV. Of course, you can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I are on pregame starting at 4. And then the induction starts at noon, but Andre's going last.
Yeah.
That's a pressure position, man. Got a lot of people out in the heat out there, sitting.
A lot of it depends, too, on how long they've gone over their allotted time.
They've gotten much stricter on that.
They've gotten stricter. You never know from one year to next necessarily how the format's going to be.
Does Dre strike you as a guy you got to worry about that with?
You know what I'll say is if you haven't had an opportunity to see Andre speak in a formal environment in the last few years, he's got way more personality than he did. He shows a lot more of his personality.
He's super thoughtful.
And and because he's got that voice, when he tells a story, it really hits home. Yeah. So he's transformed into I don't want to say a different version of himself or anything. He just shows a side of himself in those speeches. And then Kubiak, who's inducting him, when they inducted him into the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, Kubiak was awesome.
He's tremendous.
Kubiak was really good. Yep. So I think those two it's going to be a couple speeches worth watching.
It'll be a good combo. I'm with you on that. The text message I was going to read, if it took Andre 3 years, will it take more or less for J.J. Watt? J.J. Watt's getting in on the first ballot.
It'll be he's a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah.
There's just too much. There's two ways you can look at it. At one end of the spectrum, you have the compilers, the guys that just stack up such great numbers over time. And on the other end, you have guys who are so good over a period of time that it doesn't necessarily matter that he's not like top 10 in the all-time sack list or anything. He had a period of productivity when in those 4 years when he won 3 Defensive Players of the Year that I've never seen or witnessed. Like he had
that position
over that
crazy.
4-year average or over that 4-year span, he had averages that Aaron Donald never achieved in a single season.
A per
in terms
game
of like tackles for loss and some of those. It was crazy. It was
wild.
Nuts.
Yep. He's getting in first ballot. You can plan that one 5 years out. Unless he decides to come back this year and the clock resets on his Hall of Fame candidacy, you can start planning for that one in 2028 or 29, whenever that's going to be. Headlines coming up next. Training camp day 10. D'Amico Ryans talks about the rookies. Astros, we got an update on some of the injured guys from yesterday. We'll have that for you coming up in headlines next. But first, Shipley, you're in your car right now, and you're thinking, man, I'm hungry right now. I'm hungry. I need some breakfast. There's a Shipley on practically every corner.
Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to headlines. Texans training camp yesterday, day 10. The team is on their way up to Canton today. Hall of Fame game tomorrow. Kickoff at 7. Pregame starts at 4. Football is here, man. I'm excited. Even if it's preseason football with second and third stringers, it is football. Happy it's here. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday on how the rookies benefit from a trip like the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, all our guys, especially young guys, they get a chance to get used to our routine, right? How we travel, how we operate on the road. Be a good, first time for a lot of our guys. And they'll get used to it pretty quickly, all right? And they get to focus on football and being ready to go to work.
You know what's going to be different for guys like Janke out of North Dakota State?
Yeah.
The guys that, look, if you played at Ohio State, you've flown to games, you've stayed in nice hotels or what have you. I can remember as a rookie just being like, we fly in an airplane?
With engines?
How does it not fall out of the sky?
Where are the propellers?
Yeah. So, and then you say nice hotels, too.
Yeah.
That'll be different for some guys, depending on which college they came from.
Who are these people waiting at the hotel? Those are fans, Seth.
What kind of Formica is this on the? That's marble, Seth. That's marble.
It's shiny Formica.
Yeah. So, I think
that a big deal for these rookies? Like learning that whole
honestly,
routine?
just getting into the routine and everything of the meetings. The one thing about the NFL compared to college that's kind of a shock to a lot of guys is how many meetings you have. So when they start getting into the regular season schedule, the last couple preseason games, they might treat it like a game week. I would call it an eye-opener, but it's kind of an eye closer for the sleepy types. It's like, paying attention in meetings, in dark rooms for a long time is a part of the NFL that you didn't have to contend with in college because they're on a very strict schedule in college.
When your job is one that beats you up physically every day.
Yeah.
So the game is tomorrow. It'll be fun. You guys will get to lay eyes on a lot of the things that you've been hearing us talk about when it comes to some of these guys who are either making a push to get playing time on this team or some guys that are making a push to just make the team, period.
And the new kickoff return rules.
Yes.
The new kickoff return rules, which I don't even like I don't like to try to explain it because if you're just hearing it, it's really hard to visualize because it's so different. Trust me, after you watch it a few times, it's pretty intuitive. I mean, now there's there's 7 rules attached to it that are kind of complicated, but as far as the majority of plays, you'll pick it up pretty quickly.
I still think that there's going to be a huge swath of teams that are just going to do what teams have been doing the last few years and boot the ball out the back of the end zone and just take the 30-yard line hickey.
Yeah.
Now you used to be able to just boot the ball out the end zone and come out to the 25.
Yeah.
Now it comes out to the 30 when you do it. I'm really anxious to see if there's an advantage for one side or the other in this thing.
Yeah, I think that if you feel like you've got a better kickoff coverage team, there's a chance for mayhem.
Yeah.
Chance for turnovers. Chance for pinning them down there, and it's all. There's going to be a lot more strategization than before.
That's a good way to put it. A lot more strategy.
Well,
for sure.
including which personnel people you put out there.
Yeah.
Running backs all over the league. A lot of teams are talking about using running backs, and you are going to see right now on the unofficial depth chart, Dameon Pierce is your starting kickoff returner.
He is.
We've seen Jawar Jordan out there. We've seen Nico Collins. We've seen Tank Dell.
Yeah.
So there could be some interesting things on kickoff return.
Yeah, for sure. That'll be something to watch tomorrow night. The Astros lose last night to the Pirates 6-2, the final score. Hunter Brown probably left out there. Well, in retrospect, definitely left out there a couple hitters longer than he should have. Joe Espada trying to squeeze 6 innings out of him, and he left him in a little too long. Gives up a home run to make it, I believe, at the time, a 5-1 game maybe. It was Hunter Brown gave up 5 runs, had an error in the game. Not a great night for Hunter Brown, but he said he felt okay.
Yeah, I mean, I felt really good today. I thought I had command over really all my stuff. Like I said, I feel like I just made some crucial mistakes that kind of were some difference makers today. I don't think it was, my outing as a whole. I thought it was just kind of those things that swayed the game.
The broken bat dribbler that turned into a unofficial triple. That didn't have anything to do with his pitching. Well, good. It was a good, well-executed pitch, and should have been an
bad
easy
contact.
out.
Yeah,
it was a fielding error in a lot of ways. Yeah. He was almost like he went Framber for a moment.
He did.
Some of the old Framber fielding.
Yep. These games, man. When the Astros have been really good since the end of May. Like they've been one of the best teams in baseball. When they lose, they lose in some of the most boring games. Like when their bats go silent, they go super silent.
Yeah.
And they leave guys on base.
Which is a sign of better pitching than certainly you had in the first couple. Those were some exciting losses the Astros had early in the season.
They're
getting destroyed. Look at this.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
There's activity out there.
Yep. So they try to salvage this series tonight. It is a 7:10 first pitch tonight out at Minute Maid Park. Astros trying to avoid the sweep. They're one game back in the AL West. We should mention that Seattle wins last night. So the Astros out of first place for the first time in about a week or so.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried about it.
Are you happy for the Pirates fans that they actually get to enjoy competitive baseball?
Not at the expense of the Astros, but in general,
now that you can
I am.
Put some distance
well,
on
I'll tell you what. And they have a beautiful ballpark there.
Right, you've been there.
I've been there. It is one of the top 3 or 4 ballparks that I've been to. It is super nice. Yeah, it is kind of cool. Like the Pirates are not a team that annoys you nor threatens you or anything like that.
Pittsburgh's. I haven't been to a Pirates game. I've been to a Penguins game.
Yeah.
And obviously I've been to Steelers games, and I've played in Steelers games there. It's one of the best downtown settings in sports.
It's awesome.
I think they didn't just pluck it off in some industrial area of town or anything.
It's great.
It's right downtown. It's on the river. It's really cool. You get the Pittsburgh experience. If you go to a football game in like November or December, it feels like, I'm like in some movie about Pittsburgh in the 1970s. I'm going to pretend I'm a coal miner today.
That's where Amy and I are going for the bye week this year.
An iron worker.
We're going. The bye week is for the Texans. Amy and I go to a different NFL stadium every year for the Texans bye week, and the bye week is so late this year. It's December the 8th.
Yeah.
But the Steelers host the Browns on December the 8th.
Ooh, that'll be good.
So that's where we're going for the bye week.
You should go. If you want the real experience, you should just go and wear a Browns jacket or something.
No.
Why not, man?
The real experience.
I don't think Steelers fans. That was the other thing.
Steeler fans are cool.
Always things I always appreciated about the Steelers was that they were like aggressive like Northeast fans are, but like polite about it.
Yeah.
Like they were just hardcore all about the football.
They're a lot like Packer fans that way.
Yeah.
Packer fans are a lot like that. By the way, quick update.
Bills fans I was kind of scared of.
Bills fans, yeah. I
thought I might catch a Duracell in the ear.
And you would think if I had to guess, I would think Bills fans skewed more towards like Packer fans or Steeler fans, like small town, cold weather, blue blood kind of team.
I think they might have the drinking championship. I think they might drink more than
impacts
anybody else.
things. Yeah. Quick update here on injured Astros. Kyle Tucker goes to the 60-day injured list to open up a Pedro Leon roster spot on the 40-man roster. Not to get too nerdy on the roster stuff, this doesn't change Kyle Tucker's timeline for coming back. This is more of an administrative thing for them to allow Pedro Leon to get called up to the big league team. Justin Verlander and Luis Garcia threw live batting practice yesterday, which I guess with Verlander was a bit of a unexpected thing, in a good way. Yeah. So Verlander and Luis Garcia got on the mound and threw against real hitters yesterday.
I've turned into a complete and total wimp about Verlander, though, where I almost felt my first thought was like, well, if he's not supposed to be doing it, don't let him just go out there and do it.
Right.
Don't give Grandpa the keys to the Maserati. He's just slow down a little bit.
He said he felt good afterwards. So we'll see what happens. Our baseball talk is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. Other quick blurbs here. Women's gymnastics team wins gold, so congrats to Simone Biles for that.
Yeah.
Kareem Jackson, year 15, signs with the aforementioned Buffalo Bills yesterday.
No kidding.
1-year deal. Yep, 1-year deal. All right, the Texans, Hall of Fame game tomorrow. There's still a month or so a little over a month till the season starts. Nick Caserio for sure is keeping an eye on the marketplace out there for what the Texans could need and what other teams need. They have their deepest team in years. So who are the prime candidates to possibly get traded from the Texans here over the next few weeks? I've got a few names here, and we will get to that coming up next.
Texans owner Cal McNair. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. We're on the road to Canton, getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we got a lot of stuff to get to in this segment. We've got some unbelievable audio from Steven Nelson coming up, former Texans cornerback who's now either retired or has been retired by the NFL after they've watched his act this offseason.
Yeah,
one or the other.
Well, or just 2 years in a row where he's first insulted the GM and then insulted D'Amico Ryans, the head coach.
He explains himself in a few moments here. So we'll
he was surprised that people were upset that he insulted D'Amico Ryans in the middle of a hurricane, or in the middle of a tornado relief effort.
Yeah. Called him a milk dud head.
Yeah.
So we'll hear from Steven Nelson shortly. The Texans play tomorrow night in the Hall of Fame game. They're one of two teams, them and the Bears, who get an extra preseason game out of this. So we'll get 3 more preseason games after this. Nick Caserio is always active, always looking at stuff, always looking at free agents that are out there, always looking at opportunities to make the Texans better short-term and long-term. And we know that he loves to do 2 things when it comes to day 3 type picks. He loves to flip players at times to pick up a spare 6th or a 7th, and then he loves to turn around draft weekend and use those 5th, 6th, and 7th round picks to maneuver within the draft to go get guys that he likes. That's his currency to go target certain guys. If you look at some of the primary guys on this roster that have been drafted the last couple of years, he's had 2 really good drafts in a row. He's moved up or moved back to secure those guys. Like and especially when you move up, you got to give up some picks like this. So my question, Seth, for what is easily the deepest Texans team that we've had since Nick Caserio took over as GM, which means theoretically there's a lot of guys that he already knows probably wouldn't make the 53, but would make somebody else's 53. Mm-hmm. I think there's a handful of guys who are candidates to maybe get moved for a day 3 pick here over the next few weeks.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's a very good chance. And then also depending on what the Texans' needs end up being because of injury or because they're not happy with how a guy is playing.
Probably the biggest name/primary position people would ask about, and this is something you've brought up during camp. You brought it up earlier in this show. Is there any chance Davis Mills gets moved in this camp?
I honestly think there is.
Do you?
And I know everybody thinks I'm crazy because I can see it in their faces when I suggest it. I think that we're a little too close to the situation. I think that because we've seen Davis Mills' limitations, et cetera, I think that you got to remember how much. Think back to the Bill O'Brien days, okay? Bill O'Brien was a head coach in the NFL. He was a GM at one point. That was William O'Brien. But think about him thinking that Brian Hoyer was going to be better than Justin Fitzpatrick. Why? Ryan Fitzpatrick and Justin as well.
Yeah.
But Ryan Fitzpatrick. Why? Because he has time in the system.
Yeah.
Because he used to hang around with Tom Brady. So why did he think Ryan Mallett would be a better option than Ryan Fitzpatrick? Time in the New England system. All of that. And right now there are a dozen or so teams in the league that are running the Kyle Shanahan offense or a version thereof. That if they see Davis Mills airing it out to John Mechie in the preseason, if Davis Mills puts in a couple good games, there are going to be people who think, well, you know what? Matt Stafford just got hurt. I don't know. Jordan Love got hurt. Whoever. Take your pick from a Shanahan-type system that might be willing to look at Davis Mills as the guy that needs to come in.
So it's a lock that Mills starts this game tomorrow night, do you think, right?
Yes. Yeah. I think they're going to glow him up. Okay. I think for a couple of reasons. One, they want to be sure that if he is going to be the backup quarterback, they want to develop him. They want to get the best out of him. They want to see where he is. And then also, too, just the same way the Patriots did with Ryan Mallett back in the day when they had that one off season where everybody was gushing about how it looked like he was a ready to go starter and all of that. Like the Patriots knew what they were doing. You know who's on that staff, Sean?
Who's that?
Nick Caserio.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. The first name that comes to mind for me that I think could get moved, and it now in one sense it may run contrary to moving the guy because D'Amico Ryans has had nothing but great things to say about this player. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, if you were thinking of moving a guy, you would have nothing but great things to say about this player. Mm-hmm. But I think that Brevin Jordan is a candidate to be moved. Brevin Jordan, who flashed at the end of last year. Yeah. You got a tight end room where you've got 2 locks to make the team at tight end right now, in Dalton Schultz and Cade Stover. Mm-hmm. Cade Stover they drafted. Dalton Schultz they gave an extension to. Those guys are making the team. I guess the big variable would be that Tegan Catoriano is your third tight end. He's shown up a couple times here, and he's looked okay in camp so far, but he's had major injury issues. So I like Brevin Jordan. He's a very unique weapon, but some other teams out there may think he's a very unique weapon and might duke you a little something.
I think that the thing with Brevin Jordan is,
and he's in a contract
that
year
would be,
as well.
and it would be one the Texans would have to have a long, hard conversation about it, because I think D'Amico loves Brevin Jordan.
I think I think he's being genuine with all the.
I don't think he's doing.
I don't think
the
he's
old,
being cagey.
I think that if anything, like D'Amico's been overly honest sometimes, to the point where people don't believe him. Like what he said, we're going to draft a quarterback, and then he said we're going to draft a quarterback, one of these two guys, and then for 6 weeks, people in the national media talked about how the Texans weren't going to draft a quarterback.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So I think that Brevin Jordan is a guy that he's not an inline tight end, and yet there's playmaking ability there, and you can use him so much that I think as teams are so fixated on stopping the Texans wide receivers, they just look at so many opportunities, like his long touchdown run last year, reception last year, that it would be really hard for them, because they can envision what they can do with him in a versatile aspect. Yeah. But they might just they might get a nice offer.
Maybe they do. Now, there's three positions, I think, Seth. We'll go through these quick. There's three, because I want to get to the Steven Nelson, but there's three positions that I think are going to be some really hard decisions when it comes time to cut the roster down. Yeah. And I'm not saying they're loaded with Hall of Famers at these positions, but I think they're loaded with players that, when they make cuts, will immediately get picked up by other teams. Wide receiver's the big one. I think they've got like 8 NFL wide receivers on this roster right now. If you could see the Texans moving one or maybe more of them for like a day 3 pick, who would you see them moving?
I guess Cody has John Mechie, Cody Stutes of Houston Football. He's got, I haven't heard this from him directly, but he's got John Mechie as his 7th wide receiver right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which I don't know. I think way
Mechie's had a good camp.
I think he's had a really good camp. He's had some drops. We saw that last year, but he's physically a different person. He talked about it. He talked about it a little bit in the press conference yesterday, but then with Lopez, and we'll play this audio maybe later. With Lopez, he talked about just how brutal the treatment was and how long it took, in Brandon Scott, how long it took to come back.
Yep.
And he looks like a completely different guy. He says he's faster now than he's ever been in his life.
Yeah.
I don't worry about the drops, because I kind of put that on him still getting back into the groove in some ways.
Yeah.
So I would think it might be more likely Xavier Hutchinson.
It's Hutchinson. Maybe there's a team out there that feels like they need a vet in their receiver room, and they give you a 6th-rounder for Robert Woods. Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah, Woods is, Woods, especially like he was for CJ last year, before Nico and Tank really caught on, Woods was a security blanket for CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
So maybe for a team with a young quarterback, they will look at Robert Woods as that. Also a good voice in the locker. Honestly, what Robert Woods was really good for the Texans for last year.
Yep.
I mean, he was still a viable threat. He churned out for almost every one of his receptions early on was for a first down, because he was right at the sticks and he was sure-handed. I think that's a good one, Sean.
Robert Woods?
Yeah, that's one that I think we're probably sleeping on, because it's hard to. You see all this other stuff out of practice, but he still does have that value.
He does, yeah. He just happens to be in a camp where you've got 3 freaks running around at wide receiver. Yeah. So that's your benchmark is Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs, and Nico Collins. I think the other 2 positions that are interesting to me, where there may be guys on the roster, and again, I'm talking about just getting some draft capital, but could get moved. I think along the defensive line, I think there's going to be some tough cuts, which sounds weird to say because everybody's kind of up in their feelings about the defensive tackle position and how that played out in the offseason with Sheldon Rankins leaving and the Malik Collins trade, which felt weird. But they've got like 5 or 6 guys at that defensive tackle rotation that are all kind of very closely bunched together.
I was honestly kind of surprised at how many people are really upset about Sheldon Rankins leaving and then criticizing Nick for that, while not also recognizing that Nick brought Sheldon Rankins in on a very affordable 1-year deal. And then Sheldon Rankins ended up getting, after 1 year with the Texans, getting a much better deal elsewhere than he was offered the year before.
Yep.
And Malik Collins was the same way. The Texans kind of got him at a discount initially, and he proved himself in a Lovie Smith defense.
Yeah.
Not even a D'Amico Ryans defense. But it's not like Nick hasn't found these under-heralded defensive tackles and gotten good work out of them before. Swapping out Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins for, say, Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi, I'm not as alarmed or panicked by it because we've seen this before.
Yeah.
They've gotten a lot out of guys that were lesser names.
Yep. Running back's the other interesting position where I think the cuts will be tough. I just think that's a tough position to expect to get any teams duking you draft capital because it's such a disposable, fungible position. I think teams feel like they can find guys out there. Jawar Jordan is the one that has made that position group kind of intriguing to me out of camp.
Yeah.
The rookie out of Louisville.
Because he's got great vision. He's got build-up speed. He's not as immediately quick and explosive as you want out of a smaller guy, but he's one of those guys when you watch him in college, he's small, but he's breaking tackles all over the place. He's not going to be able to do it at the same level in the NFL, but I need to see him against people who are trying to genuinely tackle him. And as a receiver, he looks very smooth as a receiver. Just when he catches the ball and turns to run, it's silky smooth. Like that part of it is really appealing.
He's like top 3 for me for tomorrow night's game that I'm looking forward to watching.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to watching him play real football.
Well, and another thing too about if you go back to say Arian Foster, different body type than Jawar Jordan, but some guys just have a knack for getting in this offense and in this system, and whatever their measurables are that keep them from getting drafted high or drafted at all in the case of Arian, sometimes guys just have a knack for it. And so we can see if Jawar Jordan's one of those guys.
Yep, should be fun. So those are some things to watch. I can definitely see if I had to put the over-under at trades for the Texans where they're sending guys out for draft picks, put it at 1.5. Like I think there'll be at least one deal that gets made over the next few weeks to get some draft capital from some of this depth that they've built, I would say.
Before we get to Steven Nelson and his peculiar audio.
Yes.
What am I more bullish on John Mechie than most of the people out of camp? You do a good job of talking to everybody. I'm a grumpy jerk out. I'm not grumpy, but that heat does it too. Like even when I don't talk. I don't want to pay attention to the practice.
Right.
But I
talk to people.
I feel like I'm getting the sense that I'm more bullish on Mechie.
I think people are excited about Mechie. I think
the people out at camp.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Because I follow. Not only do I stand and talk to them, but I follow them on a lot of them on social media as well. I think Cody, whatever list Cody's put together that has Mechie at 7th that you're looking at over there, I think Cody's the outlier. I think a lot of people are very excited about how Mechie has looked.
I guess you know what it is. I very much respect Cody's opinion.
Yeah.
So like Cody's a smart dude and he really pays attention. So I got to have a conversation with him later about this.
Yeah. No, I think it goes back to mini camp and OTAs where we had heard CJ talk about how Mechie looked so much better in the workouts they were doing out in LA. Mm-hmm. And we're like, all right, well, that's, CJ's his teammate. He's going to say things like that. Let's wait and see. And then at OTAs and minicamp, to the eye test, they're not doing any hitting or anything. But like you could tell Mechie looked like a different guy getting in and out of his cuts. And man, these one-on-one drills yesterday, holy smokes.
You put one on Kalen Bullock, man.
Yeah, Kalen Bullock and then Mike Ford 2 reps later. So he looks good. I think people are more to your end than the Cody Stutes end on this thing. Yeah, right. No, you're good.
I just want to be in the mob. The mob is always right.
Always.
I'm carrying my torch, and I'm going to kill that Frankenstein.
That's right.
That's big old monster that he is.
What could go wrong?
Killed a little girl, I hear.
Here's Steven Nelson. Steven Nelson, we all remember back when the tornadoes hit in June. What a summer it's been in Houston so far. Thanks, Mother Nature. You whore. The storms back
she does work for God,
back
Sean.
in June. Well, that's true. Well, I'll go above her head and have a conversation with God about her act.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not afraid to call high in the organization. So Steven Nelson, we know, I don't have the exact quotes in front of me, but he took a personal shot at D'Amico Ryans, called him a milk dud head, and then tried to shame him into making sure he was out there doing good for the people impacted by the tornadoes.
Right, yeah, because the Texans are known as a team that never gets out in the
Right,
community.
they never do charitable
stuff.
They never do
any of that stuff.
Ever, yeah, right. So Steven Nelson was on Darius Slay's podcast, I guess yesterday. Yesterday is when I saw the video. Darius Slay, current Philadelphia Eagles cornerback, has his own podcast. He had Steven Nelson on there, and he said, hey, man, explain yourself. Why did you go after D'Amico Ryans and call him a milk dud head?
For real, now it was an opportunity for me to kind of, get them involved in what was going on. We had a lot of power out in the city and stuff. People, refrigerators going out.
Yeah.
So I'm like, shoot, you know what I'm saying? Because I did a couple of food drives, and I'm looking around on the news. I'm like, these folks ain't did no type of community give backs in there. Okay. So then I get on there, got my Twitter fingers. Hey, Milk Dud, man, come on.
Okay,
yeah,
so
there's so is he? Nobody, people shouldn't have an issue with it because he was trying to do something good.
Right.
It certainly wasn't him like using a natural disaster as an opportunity to take shots at D'Amico or anything like that. That couldn't possibly be interpreted that way.
Or use somebody not doing something publicly, at least.
Right.
Publicly, to highlight the stuff he was doing publicly.
Yes. There certainly couldn't be any self-glorification going on there.
No.
Hey, look at me. I'm giving away hamburgers.
If there's one thing that I know, Seth, when it comes to charitable endeavors, been involved in my fair share through my years on this earth. If there's one thing that I know, people love to be shamed into doing charitable work.
They love it. Yeah, it's the best.
And if they don't respond to the initial shaming, they love to be personally insulted into doing, especially about their appearance.
So especially from a guy that's claiming that he's, getting lowball offers from teams and everything and then retires 2 weeks later. And who had previously taken a shot at the GM of the organization. Like, come on, man. Stop trying to... That's the most annoying thing about this is people miss the message.
Yeah.
I was trying to do something good. That's some David Koresh-style rationale right there. Hey, I'm trying to bring people to the Lord. Why are you concerned about the welfare of these children and the catch of weapons? Whatever. That's some Jim Jones BS.
It is, man.
Hey. This is sweetened Kool-Aid.
Right.
This is like, we're just trying to do something good here.
Tastes good, man.
Yeah.
Tastes good. Here's one more from Steven Nelson. Again, this is on Darius Slay's podcast. He was legit surprised that his posts on social media upset some people.
Hey, it was some people mad about that jump, too.
I know they was.
Like, they were like they missing the message, though. I'm like, man, Milk Dud was just a small piece of without my message.
That's what you led
like
with.
my full message was let's give back to the community. I just put Milk Dud on it, and then they would. And they're like, man, you disrespecting, such and such. I'm like, man, all right, man, whatever.
That's what I hear.
That was just a small part of my message.
That was just a small part of my message that I led with.
That he called whatever he was doing a message?
Yeah.
Steven Nelson. I don't think he's a dumb person, but those are some dumb quotes
I think he's
right
detached.
there.
I think, honestly, he could probably get a insanity plea in court. Because, they want to know whether, are you aware of what you're doing is the wrong thing? Do you even have an understanding that what you did was bad?
Yeah.
And, he would be the guy, it's the same kind of logic as, why did you shoot this guy? Well, I mean, he was trying to wash my windows, and I didn't want him to.
Right.
I was at an intersection, and I had to get moving, and he kept trying to wash my windows. So I had to shoot him. Do you understand that shooting him is wrong? You're missing the message, man. You're missing the message. He was trying to wash my windows, and my windows didn't need to be washed.
That's it. Yeah, exactly.
You just don't get it, man.
Yeah. Steven Nelson, man.
I feel like Darius Slay when he said, what did he say? They was mad.
Yeah.
He was kind of saying yeah.
Yeah, duh.
He called the most popular person in the city Milk Dud. You took a personal shot. Your method of delivering the message that apparently Steven Nelson was the only person out there that was worried about all of the people that had all these issues.
Right.
He needed to be sure it got out there that there was a weather event and there were repercussions.
Well,
by any means necessary.
Especially the assumption that D'Amico himself or the Texans, because he did kind of use plural nouns there, like they weren't doing things or whatever. I'm pretty sure, if I had to guess, the Texans were probably doing some charitable works during the tornadoes or in the aftermath of the tornadoes. If I had to guess. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you.
Hope he gets picked up by the Cowboys to go to that empty training camp up there where nobody's attending.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. Let's do that. Let's peek in on some other training camps here. This is one that got sent to me by a few people yesterday saying, man, I need to hear you and Seth talk about this. And I heard, I might have been the afternoon show yesterday. I came in the middle of the segment of them talking about this, and then I went and found it. Wow. Jeffrey Simmons, Tennessee Titans defensive tackle, Pro Bowl, all-pro defensive tackle, playing for a team that's not very good right now up there in Tennessee. Apparently 104.5 The Zone, one of the big sports stations up in Nashville, is doing their shows from Titans training camp. And Buck Reesing is a host up in Nashville. I think he's also a national host as well. I think he's with Clay Travis.
I thought it was Buck Rising. That's
it might
cool
be Rising.
Name.
It might be
Rising. I would call myself Rising.
Well,
Buck Rising.
You might find yourself in another industry with the name Buck Rising. But however you pronounce it, Buck Reesing, Rising, whatever. Apparently he has posted some things on social media that have annoyed Jeffrey Simmons. So Reesing is getting ready to do an interview with, I believe, Roger McCreary is the name of the player. He's a cornerback for the Titans. McCreary's getting ready to sit down in the hot seat on 104.5 The Zone out at training camp, and up walks Jeffrey Simmons, who never gets on a hot mic himself, but you can hear him in the background basically going after this radio host. Take a listen.
Well, Jeff, you want to sit down? We can talk whenever you want to talk. Jeff, we'll deal with that later. Roger McCreary sitting down with us here on 104.5 The Zone. Jeff, I mean, we're on the air right now.
You do a lot of talking on social media.
I'm right here, Jeff. We can talk anytime you want to. Unbelievable.
We got to make that happen.
Well, we'll deal with that later on. Roger McCreary sitting down with us here on 104.5 The Zone.
Did that require a dump right there, do you think?
There was a P word.
There was?
Did you miss that?
I missed that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't hear, honestly, when I was listening on air yesterday, I was listening to the drive talk about it. I didn't hear it on there.
As long as you're not referring to genitalia, you're allowed to use that word on the radio.
Really?
Yes. Oh, yeah. And the D word as well, as long as you're not referring to genitalia. Oh,
well, no, yeah. Like if you're telling the person, even though it is a comparison to that.
If you're calling a person that name, yes, you're allowed to do that.
So anyway,
when Rich Lord found out you were allowed to use those words.
All right, that's creepy.
Like finding a new toy, man.
So I think that whatever Jeffrey Simmons' issue is with him, this is the interesting thing about it is the fact that I wonder why he wouldn't sit down and talk to him about it.
Should have sat down and talked to him.
Yeah, like he wanted to yell at him and everything, but didn't want to talk to him about it.
He goes back in for more. You take a listen.
Jeff, if you want to sit down and talk about this, we can talk about this.
I'm telling you, stop talking on social media. Talk to me.
I'm talking to you right here. Jeff, we tried to talk to you last week. I'm being rude to Roger. We'll deal with you later. Roger, what's going on?
It's good. Doing good out here. I'm doing good.
I think Jeffrey Simmons probably wants a private conversation.
Maybe.
Whereas, obviously sitting down on a microphone when he's heated. I'll give Jeffrey Simmons credit for being the adult.
He's not going to give Buck Reesing the satisfaction of getting him on the radio?
Yeah, it must be Reesing. It's spelled with an EI.
Yeah.
I thought it was just, in my mind, it was spelled Buck Rising.
Yeah.
So, Jeffrey Simmons, as angry as he wasn't going to get baited into sitting down and talking on the radio.
Providing content.
Having a Seth Payne at Radio Row type of moment. Yeah.
Hey, do you think, Jeffrey Simmons, I think, comes off looking a little petty in all this thing that he's letting posts on social media get under his skin, or maybe even things that Rising was saying on the radio?
Yeah.
Do you think there's any Houston athletes out there that would be justified in coming up to us at training camp or out in public and yelling at us at a public appearance?
I'm pretty tame on social media these days. I don't, I just can't. I don't have the stomach for just snarkiness in general on Twitter.
Yeah.
So probably not, I don't think.
Yeah.
For me?
For me, and I'm going to include the radio on this, but definitely on social media for a couple of these guys, like Jose Abreu for sure. Even though I think I'm right about all of it, like he was terrible.
I think Jose Abreu would come on and basically be like, yeah, guys, I know. I was awful. I was awful.
Beating a dead horse.
Please stop sending me out there, Joe Espada right. or Jim Crane or whomever. Yeah.
Deshaun Watson would walk up and quietly glare at me or us, I think, and then not really say anything, but then go post some rap lyrics about us on Instagram.
I think with Deshaun, because it was a murky legal situation, honestly, look, people are going to get upset about anything in a heightened situation like that. I tried to, for the most part, like when you're dealing with a legal matter that's unsettled, my biggest criticism with him that I knew for sure was that he was, at the very least, super sloppy handling his business.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of the other places you can go from there, I didn't feel it was responsible to assume that somebody was guilty or not guilty or anything like that. And I would have had that same conversation with him. I think it's just, and I don't think he did. I mean, that's the only thing he'll actually apologize for is that he put himself in some very bad situations.
Yeah, I have kind of a weird one for me too. Like Abreu and Deshaun are obvious ones. A kind of a weird one for me where I could envision this player being somewhat justified in coming up. Like, why do you keep harping on me? Why do you keep?
Yeah.
And it's Whitney Merciless during the last couple years where his contract was horrible.
Mm-hmm.
And I say that now because, looking back now, I feel bad about it because Whitney's, genuinely a really, really good guy. But that was a period of time, that 2020-2021 season, where Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby gave Whitney Merciless one of the most absurd contracts in the history of the team.
It was almost like the Kobe Bryant final contract, except obviously for
Whitney never made a
Bryant
Pro Bowl.
level.
Yeah,
Right.
Whitney was a good player.
Yeah.
At his peak, he was a really good player.
Yeah, I got uncomfortable when you would go off on that whole scenario because you did I felt like you were lumping Whitney in with the contract itself.
Well, he became
was he supposed to turn the money down?
Well, and that's my point. Is that if I were Whitney and I had a chance and I saw me out there, Whitney's too good of a person to do this. Whitney just lets Whitney. I don't think even listens to Sports Talk Radio.
No, I know.
Right.
I was with him at the draft last year.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, as far as what I have said, where I could see somebody coming up, because I kind of used him as sort of the face of all the bad contracts. So that would be, it's kind of a strange, obscure one, but that would be one where were I in his shoes and I saw me out there, I'd be like, hey, listen, you little bastard.
Mm-hmm.
There were a lot of bad contracts given out, not just me. And what did you want me to do? Say no to $30 million guaranteed from Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby?
You know who I saw the other day?
Yeah.
That I was very upfront with about how I used to previously speak about him?
Who?
Taylor Lewan.
Oh, yeah?
Taylor and I, it's a lot easier now.
You said something about this,
A lot easier now that he weighs 250.
Well,
so
that's a fair fight.
I'm like, holy crap.
Yeah.
No.
So their podcast was in town.
Their Bussin' with the Boys was in town.
Yeah.
So Will Compton and Taylor Lewan were there. And I chatted with them for about maybe 5 or 10 minutes because they asked, I was talking about who they were going to interview and everything, and I just thought, this was the first thing I told Taylor. Whenever I've been talking smack about somebody publicly, I usually, when I meet him in person, I tell him right up front.
Okay.
I was like, let's get this out of the way. And usually, I did it with Jack Easterby the first time I had a conversation with him. I was like, listen, man, I'm skeptical with you for these reasons. And then I took out a scroll.
Hear ye.
And he at least pretended that he appreciated me telling him those things.
Right.
But Taylor Lewan, I told, and then I also, I didn't tell him every single thing I'd ever said.
Right.
But Taylor was like, "Yeah, well, you gotta, right? You gotta hate the opponent." And because I was a defensive lineman, especially, he understood it.
Taylor Lewan strikes me as a guy, and this is my wrestling fan in me with the radar up. He strikes me as a guy who kind of enjoys being a bad guy.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like it's like telling him he's like you tell a heel in wrestling, like you're a great heel.
Yeah,
it's the ultimate compliment.
Oh, so I should have been nice to him.
No, you got to stick with it. You're being honest with him. You got to stick with being you. But I'm just saying, like, he probably didn't. He probably took zero offense to it.
If I really wanted to get him, then I would have
tell him you like him.
Super polite all the time.
Yeah.
I was talking to they had a crew of, I think Will Compton told me, I think they had like 7 guys traveling with him.
Like
a lot of work,
like behind the scenes people.
Yeah.
Well, they can afford it.
They had parked. So, with all this rain, I don't know if everybody out there is aware. There's been a lot of rain lately. So, at the parking lot there next to the bubble, there were like ponds.
Yeah.
Ponds that would have sucked Titus Howard's lifted truck down into them, like the hurricane did.
Yep.
And whoever was driving Will Compton and Taylor Lewan's truck had parked like dead center in the middle of one of those ponds. And they're getting out. It was funny. I don't know if they were all hungover or what. They just flown in from Detroit. So I'm sitting there talking to Will Compton and Taylor Lewan. They're standing under my umbrella. Well, meanwhile, the guys that work for him are like fighting the rain. There's a downpour at the time. They're up to their ankles in water. And at one point, one of the cases fell into the water. And I'm like, I just kind of pointed out. I was like, hey, guys, You could move 3 spots to the left.
Jeez.
They still had a truck full of equipment to unload in this pond. Like there's a dry spot 3 spots to the left.
How hard was it for you to not make a bunch of Tennessee jokes? Watching
that would have been good. I hadn't even been thinking about that.
Yeah, man.
I don't really think of them as Tennesseans anymore.
Yeah.
I think of them as just because they're a nationwide, very successful podcast.
Very successful. Yeah, very successful.
The other successful athlete podcast, the Kelsey brothers, there supposedly they're floating that for $100 million.
Yeah. You think they get it?
There's a good chance, some big company buys it and
pay $100 million bucks?
Spotify or something.
Whew, what a world, man! What a world!
I figured you know what? I predicted that because I had seen their numbers and I know how it's monetized and everything, and it was. I'm looking at it and I was like, these guys are making really good money.
Well, when Jason Kelsey was trying to decide what to do after retirement, you're like, dude, just do your podcast and sell it to somebody.
Yeah. Like, don't go to. You're gonna have to show up in a suit and everything. You're not a suit guy, Jason Kelsey. Keep just focus on your podcast.
That's it, man. That's it. You alluded to this earlier as we kind of peek in on some of the other training camps. Dallas Cowboys training camp, man. Someone tweeted out a picture yesterday, and I'd heard some rumors about this. I'd listened to some national shows that had said that, according to some people, Cowboys training camp attendance is way down. I said, all right, well, that's just somebody eyeballing it. But they said it was down, like their estimates were like 75%. And for those who don't know, the Cowboys, they do training camp out in Oxnard, California. Mm-hmm. It's not Dallas, it's not Texas, but it's in Oxnard. But they've been doing that for literally a couple of decades now, and they always pack the stands out there. They're the Dallas Cowboys. As big a lack of success as they've had in the postseason the last several years, they are still largely have been big box office wherever they go. That's not the case for this training camp. Someone tweeted out a picture of the stands yesterday, which is always dicey because people do that before Texan games.
Yeah.
Look how empty the stands are, and then eventually it fills up. But this is Sean Sharif of 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. They're the flagship for the Dallas Cowboys. They're covering Cowboys training camp out there. Again, this is the flagship. They're covering Cowboys training camp. Here was Sean Sharif yesterday talking about how dead it is at Cowboys camp.
Fossil. Sean Sharif here with a 105 through the Fan training camp confessional. And the confessional is we may have an interest problem, not just back home in the Metroplex, but out here in California. It's dead out here, y'all. And it's been like this. Mike Leslie tweeted out the picture. It kind of blew up. Hang on.
3rd and 11.
Thank you, Coach. Maybe years and years and years of the Cowboys coming up short have finally caught up with them, along with this really frustrating offseason. So my confessional from out here at practice today, it looks like the Cowboy fan depression has hit Cali as well.
I'll tell you what, honestly, after Jerry Jones gave yet another goofy press conference at the beginning of training camp where he said some things that were just absurdly and ridiculously wrong. Remember, he is the GM of that team, and he was saying things like he had no ability to do math whatsoever. It was bad. And so I kind of did a little video on my YouTube channel crushing him for it. The only comments I got from Cowboys fans, usually you do something like that, I'm like, all right, there's going to be a lot of really ugly stuff headed my way. 100% agreement and disgust with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
They're just so sick of Jerry Jones and his act. But I gotta hand it to him, man. He pulled that scam off for 30 years.
Long time, man.
He got a little boost. The post-Jimmy Johnson scam, which he got to start off with a Super Bowl victory with Barry Switzer, but everybody knows that was largely still the residue of Jimmy Johnson. And credit to Barry Switzer, but still. 30 years he's had those people believing that the comet that was going to carry them away to heaven was right around the corner, and 30 years until they finally realized, he actually doesn't really want to win. Okay. Yeah. He's just all about putting butts in seats, and that is it, and nothing more.
Well, and they've been just good enough to suck the fan base in.
Right.
They haven't been an abjectly terrible football franchise.
No.
They've been in the upper half.
But they haven't won a divisional playoff game since they won the Super Bowl last. 30 years ago.
Long time.
30 years ago.
Yep.
But I guess it's all come. He's having his Bernie Madoff moment. They're realizing it's a scam.
It is interesting that if we're to believe all the pictures and everything that we see out there, it is interesting that it's just been this precipitous drop-off in 1 year, that it hasn't been something gradual, like that there's been enough this offseason that super pissed people off.
I think partly it's got to be that they're doing the exact same thing they did with Dak Prescott the first time.
Yeah.
Where Jerry's getting up at his press conference and crying poverty because you can't, once you pay that quarterback, it's harder to pay everybody else. That's what you said last time. You waited a year and you ended up paying way more, and it made it harder to fill that. It was harder to fill a roster in around that guy because you paid him more than you had to.
Yep. There's several people on the text page saying they can't wait for you to meet Trevor Penning, Saints offensive lineman, so you can be super honest with him.
No, I will be.
I know 100%. You will.
Dude, his personal O-line coach, Duke Manyfeather or something like that, he told me to stop being mean to him.
Might be Merriweather.
Trevor Penning, I think it's Missy Feather. So Trevor Penning is trying to build up this big persona as a badass. I like football because it's legal violence.
Oh, yeah.
But meanwhile, I watched the Senior Bowl and he's getting his ass kicked.
Yeah.
So I'm like, all right, here's how tough this guy is. And his personal line coach was like, hey, man, these kids are just trying to make it in the world.
The Super Bowl is in New Orleans this year. Wouldn't shock me if he's roaming around Radio Row, right?
He's been awful.
Yeah.
He has been awful.
He's been really bad.
If you watched the Texans game last year, I would say 75% of the QB hits were specifically because of Trevor Penning.
I love that.
He is awful.
I love that.
But you remember his first training camp, got into like fights every day.
He's a tough guy.
Got kicked out of training
He's a big
camp.
tough guy.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Andre Johnson going into the Hall of Fame this weekend. D'Amico Ryans had some awesome things to say about Andre in his media availability yesterday, and yet as he's describing Andre, all I can think of is one other name in Texans lore. We will get to that coming up next.
Trajan Wealth, if you get yourself worked up into a tizzy, all worried about your future, which it's what a lot of us do, when you start thinking about, like, all right,
on the road to Canton, getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday on what it was like to work with Andre Johnson. Take a listen to this, and I'm curious if this view of Andre Johnson lines up with my friend and co-host here who played 4 years with Andre Johnson.
Me.
This is you, Seth C. Payne. This is D'Amico Ryans on his time with Andre Johnson.
With Andre, for me being a rookie coming in and watching Andre work, I've never seen anyone work like him on any team I've been on. It's just the guy showed up every single day. He was the hardest worker. He was our best player. When your best player is your hardest worker, right, what example is that setting for the younger guys, right? It was a great example for me, being a young player and watching the way he worked, watching the way he went about his business. I always tell a story like me practicing playing with Andre for 6 years, I can count on one hand how many times I've seen him drop a football. Right, he was a very, very special player, and I go back. I always remember the Washington games, like overtime game, fourth quarter. Everybody knows the ball is going to Andre. They know it. We know it. They got like 3 guys on him. He still goes up and make the play for us to win the game. Just outstanding player, the best I've seen.
Best I've seen. I real quick, Seth. Actually, 2 names come into mind when I hear that description of Andre Johnson, because especially with what D'Amico leads with there, which is the work. He's the hardest worker I've ever seen. He's out there practice every day. I think of DeAndre Hopkins, who probably not described that way, maybe.
Not when it came to the actual showing, like practicing.
Yeah, like doing it every day. And this
I worked. Is that synonymous with practice? Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But number 2, just in re-listening to that, and this just popped, Stephon Diggs. You can see, if you've watched Stephon Diggs now through these first 10 practices, and that's what D'Amico Ryans valued in Andre Johnson the most, you can see why D'Amico Ryans would love Stephon Diggs so much.
Remember, I broke the team down once, and I kind of said the same thing D'Amico had just said, but was like, hey, look around and look at who's out here working the hardest. This is in the off-season workouts. Who's winning every wind sprint? It's Andre Johnson. Have you achieved the level that Andre Johnson has yet? And if you haven't, maybe think about trying to work just like him. And afterwards, Glenn Earl, the defensive back that they had drafted along, he came up to me and he was just kind of joking. He's like, hey, Seth, it's a good speech, but just I don't know if I could beat him on one wind sprint. But that is, the thing you find with so many Hall of Famers is that they're the rare individuals that are so hyper gifted genetically and yet also work like they're the last guy on the roster. And it's hard because most guys, man, in the NFL, especially amongst rookies, you run into this a lot. The guys that are the most freakishly gifted are rarely like the guys who are the hardest workers on the team because they've kind of gotten by. They've never had to learn. Even if they're good dudes, they've never really had to learn how to turn it up that one extra notch. Mm-hmm. So it's a lot of times, some guys get it after a couple years, but like Andre was from day one. I used to be, grizzly old school dude that didn't like when rookies would come in and start right away. That was in 2003. I threw that out the window because I saw Andre for like 2 weeks in training camp. I was like, oh, yeah, well, of course. Is he a captain yet? Like, no, this is dumb. Why? Did he not start day one? What the hell's wrong with you guys?
Yeah, he's a freak, man.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle has a really good piece on Andre from this past weekend, like a big Sunday long form piece.
Yeah.
He interviewed a lot of people for this, like coaches, former teammates of Andre. It's really good, but it's got a lot of anecdotes in there about Andre's work ethic that I have not at least read before. Mm-hmm. Maybe they're out there. But the one that stuck with me was when he was back in high school. Like this whole thing about outworking everybody has been ingrained in him since he was a kid. Mm-hmm. A young kid playing Pop Warner football. That's who he's been. But it was an anecdote, I think, from when he was in high school in Miami. And during the summer months, where it's kind of hot in Miami, he would go run. It sounded like the description to me was like the highway where like if there's an elevated highway, there's a hill.
Yeah.
And you go running up and down the hill. And he would do it on the other side of the highway from where his neighborhood or school was because he didn't want to see his he didn't want his teammates to see him doing that. I don't know whether
just to not make him feel bad about it.
Yeah, kind of like maybe like he was, I don't know if he felt like dorky for doing it or something like that, but he didn't want his teammates to see him working to this level for some reason.
Yeah, I think honestly too, there's something about South Florida there where so many of those guys, like, look, there's plenty of for a stretch there were so many like freakishly awesome players that come out of South Florida. There was kind of a culture of like some of those great players like Michael Irvin. Michael Irvin was a workaholic too, and I think they kind of set that template for a lot of those guys when they're working out with other people in the off season or working out with the guys that come back from the NFL back to school. They started to see that, and like Andre, just even when he was in high school, probably understood that part of it.
Yeah. It's a good piece. Go find it. Jonathan did a really good job.
The defensive backs and the wide receivers, it's been fun, just like this year especially, because we've been watching Stephon Diggs work with everybody. They're the most like basketball players in terms of the way that they are just constantly working on all the finer aspects of their game and the tricks of their trade. And what you don't see with defensive backs is like defensive backs in the offseason will get together for 4 hours on a hot July afternoon and just do agility drills and backpedal and everything in the workout. And because I would run with the defensive backs just to try to, by osmosis, maybe get a little bit faster. I would go to some of those workouts and I'd be just looking around like, I gotta go. I can't do this anymore. I'm gonna die.
Yep. Speaking of great receivers, Mike Evans was on the radar for a lot of Texan fans in the offseason. He wound up re-signing with Tampa Bay for 2 years, a little over $40 million. But I know a lot of Texan fans wanted Mike Evans here. Did Mike Evans want to be in Houston? Here's Mike Evans doing an interview at Buccaneers training camp earlier this week where he actually, by name, mentions a couple of teams he was interested in before going back to Tampa Bay.
I've been here my whole career, and that was a goal of mine, obviously. I mean, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking Houston, Kansas City. I love Pat Mahomes' game. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking those two teams, obviously, and I'm obviously thinking Bucs. So it would have been extremely hard if I hit free agency to leave here. Right. But this is where my family knows my kids were born here. Yeah. My wife's been here a long time. She doesn't want to pack up and move everything. Right. So it was really her decision is the reason why I decided to stay. And she loves this place, and I obviously love this place. But when she gave me the go-ahead, like, we should stay here, no-brainer.
So Bucs fans should be thinking Ashley Evans is what you're getting
always
to.
The wife. I'm trying to tell you. I'm not saying that I would have chose somewhere else, but I was going to hit free agency. And then we were at dinner. She said, babe, I think we should stay in Tampa. Because she wasn't outspoken about it or nothing. She was letting me do the decision. And she said, I think we should stay in Tampa.
Come on, Mrs. Evans. Oh, man.
She wasn't outspoken about it. Until she spoke about it.
I think the difference...
Until she brought up at dinner, we should stay here.
With Mike Evans, when the talk of Mike Evans and, whether potentially they could or couldn't get him, remind me of the timeline. Diggs was traded for before the draft.
Diggs was traded for on April the 3rd. Evans re-signed with the Buccaneers in late February.
Right. So we were all of our conversation about Mike Evans. I think the difference would be, so it was never an either or with that, obviously. No. I think the difference with Evans would be you probably would have gotten him on a 3-year deal or something. I think we've established that Nick's not afraid to pay older players. Danielle Hunter's an older guy, and they gave him a very lucrative 2-year deal.
Sure.
So I think that I think they probably, if Stephon Diggs wasn't in the equation, would they have gone after Mike Evans in free agency?
If he had hit free agency, would they have gone after him? For sure, I think they would have gone after him. Yeah, they were clearly in the market for a receiver, and they're willing to give up something to get a receiver.
Especially a veteran workaholic.
Absolutely.
Guy that's, and man, like Evans is everything you want. Like swarm mentality, that's Mike Evans. Yeah.
Big time. All right, John Harris, Mark Vandermeer, they are up next. Seth, antibodies to you. Oh, yeah,
antibodies to you, bro.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Antibodies to all of you out there as well. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris, they're up next in the loop after that. Keep it tuned here to Sports Radio 610 all day long. But before we get out, I got to tell you about the Men's Tea Clinic.
Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
It's time.
Here we go!
To get back to the grind.
Let's go to work, baby!
And prepare for the 2024 season.
Go, 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 go!
It's Texans Training Camp Live, presented by Community Coffee. Here's Mark Vandermeer and John Harris.
Day 10 in the books. It's a travel day for the Houston Texans. Hall of Fame game tomorrow night in Canton against the Chicago Bears. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris with you. This is our last training camp show, so we'll be done with these. Texans Monday. I'm not even sure if Ben knows this back at the studio. Texans Monday does not start this Monday. It starts the following Monday. We're going to start at the following Monday.
Oh, okay.
So we're not on 8 to 10 on Monday following the Hall of Fame game.
But we'll
Hall
be
of
on
Fame game is
8
kind
to-
of like a bonus.
So we'll be on 8 to 10 after the Steelers game.
After the Steelers game
Okay,
and
cool.
after the open practice the night
I like
before on
that.
August 11th. A lot going on with your Texans and a huge week in the history of this organization. So much to cover. And Texans at the Astros last night with Cal McNair, Hannah McNair, Andre Johnson being honored. That was the big reason why everybody was there. And it was a tremendous tribute that organization paid to Andre. We will have some of that for you in a little bit here in this segment. But let's start off with the hot reads. Game tomorrow. Here we are, all of a sudden thrown into the fire.
Gosh.
What?
So there's so many things that we had to do to get ready to go on this trip.
Yeah.
So many things.
Like
because,
internal things, external things, all
just
of it.
internal things, personal things, just getting everything ready to go. And there were certain times where I'd be like, okay, well, we play in 2 days, or, we play in 3 days, or whatever it is. And when I woke up this morning at like dark 30, I was like, we play tomorrow.
Yeah.
But for some reason, with all these moving parts,
it always felt distant.
When you said, yeah, we play tomorrow, game tomorrow, I'm like,
yeah, here we go.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah,
we're here. Okay, let's go.
Do I have some prep to do on the Bears still? The answer is yes. Okay, little bit on the Bears,
Yes.
but we know who you really care about. You care about, among other things, the Texans rookies. How many will play? What are the expectations for the rookies who do play, whoever they are, in this game? And here's the head coach on that subject.
Yeah, I'm excited about the extra game. I think it really helps us. It helps the younger guys who normally probably wouldn't have got as many reps. So I think this fourth game really helps them this time around. And if they take advantage of it and they do it the right way, but they can get that first game jitters out of the way. And it's exciting, man, to be the only game on, right, the first game of the 2024 season, the Hall of Fame game. It's an honor for us to be playing in this game. Credit to Andre getting us in there, but it's an honor for our guys, and it's definitely an advantage for us to be able to start early and to bank as many reps as possible.
Andre got us in there, says the head coach. Very nice. And he's right. National window, this is one of 7 on the season. Now, I'll give you the quiz again. We went over this yesterday. There are 6 in the regular season.
How the league season.
How the league season.
Right.
Week 2 Bears. You've got before Detroit. You've got the Jets on Halloween.
Lions, Cowboys.
Jets, Lions, Cowboys. The 3 in a row in prime time. That's 4 in the regular season.
Right.
You have the Chiefs on a Saturday, which is a national standalone window, and that's how they look at it.
Right.
And
That's
then
fine.
you have the Ravens on Christmas.
Right. That's 6.
Because there's not more than one game going on at that time.
Plus the Hall of Fame game makes 7.
That's 7
opportunities.
Yeah, that does not include possible flex and, of course, postseason, but you have to get there first. Anyway, there's the head coach on some of the younger players. What about team goals for this one? Chemistry created. He was asked about that sort of thing.
What I want from our team, I want our team to create a tight bond where we know we're competing. Everybody's competing to make the team, but we never lose sight of helping the man next to you, right? And creating that positive energy, right? Encouraging one another, uplifting each other. That's what we're all about here. That's what our team is all about. So I love to hear the communication on the sideline from our veterans to our younger players. Like, that means everything to me because I know they truly care about the man next to them and they care about their success.
Well, we'll have our exclusive Texans Radio pregame interview with D'Amico coming up at 8:30. So the coach, I asked him about, because this next comment will tell you, I'm not going to ask him who's playing and who's not. That's not going to happen, even though the Bears have come out and said no Caleb Williams. Eberflus was very forward about what's going to happen with the Chicago lineup. But I get it, Coach. Hey, he wants to reserve his decision for, and it's probably made, but if he wants to make changes, he's not on the record with anything. So let's get into it. As he was asked once again, who might be playing, who might not be playing, what did he have to say?
You guys all see who play on Thursday. I'm not going through a list of who's playing, who's not playing. I'm not going through that list. You guys will see on Thursday who steps out there.
Okay.
There you go.
Now, Sean, about an hour or two ago, said that sounds like Coach getting a little salty for him, a little salty relative to the way he normally is. I don't know about that, but I thought he handled that very well because he knows he's being peppered with all sorts of different trickeration ways to ask who might be in and who might be out. Everybody wants the headline of so-and-so's in, so-and-so's out, whatever the case may be.
Yeah. I feel like for a regular season game, I don't know, maybe it's just because, what talking points do you have in the preseason? I feel like there are plenty of them in the preseason if you're paying attention enough. But that said, I guess you want to know. It'd be nice to know, but I don't know that it
Think media. What do you want? Clicks. I want clicks. I want people to click on this. I want engagement.
But it makes more sense when last year when CJ was a rookie, like knowing when he was going to start, when he was going to take over. That made sense to me. But I don't know, all the others doesn't really make a whole ton of sense to me of like who's going to play, who's not going to play. It's fun to talk about, I guess. But if he's gone up to the podium once and said, "Look, you'll find out Thursday." Like asking the question in like a third different way. Okay, hold on. Let me ask it this way. You're not going to, and I could see Coach kind of like deciphering, all right, you're basically asking me who's going to play for like the third time. So if he's getting salty, I got no problem with that. I kind of like Salty D'Amico.
You do?
Yeah.
Salty D'Amico, is that a new thing?
I remember there was one game we were, I can't remember what game it was. Maybe it was the Colts game, the first Colts game. And defense did not play well in the first half.
Yeah.
And I'm like, God dang it. First game at home.
Right.
Defense didn't look good.
Anthony
Team
Richardson
didn't look good. Richardson's kind of had his way. And I'm like, oh, man, this is the first time I really have to interview him with a little bit of adversity in the first half.
Yeah.
And I remember.
You've never had any issues with interviewing coaches at the half with adversity occurring in that half? No? Never.
I know more football. Anyways. But it was funny because his reaction to me, and I was glad the next day we kind of talked about it, and he's like, John, and he said on the radio, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna vent to you and vent and get it out and then get positive when I get with the players. And I was like, I appreciate that wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But you don't really get to see him.
He didn't vent, though.
Salty. Right. What he thought was venting was him just being very adamant about having to play better, tackling better.
Yeah.
And I could just see it. And you've seen D'Amico, like, when he's in kind of player mode.
Yeah.
Like, you've seen that, like, kind of head down. A lot of times he's looking at me when he's doing the interview, but then I could see that head go down, and, like, he's just really gesturing. And I'm like, okay, he's not happy. But you don't get that often. But I kind of like it. I kind of like Salty D'Amico.
Well, when you talk to him going into the locker room, there's no cooling off period.
No. I get him as soon as it's over.
Yeah.
As soon as that first half is over.
Right. So anybody you've caught up with over the years, no cooling off period.
Well,
and sometimes
there was a couple of years where it was after halftime.
I know, but it's so funny because what the untold story of Texans radio is we hear Johnny and Q all the time. So if something bad happens before the half to the Texans,
yes,
I hear this, and I know what that is. I got to get the coach right before he goes to the locker room and addresses the team.
There was like
on
one year,
no cool off situation.
There was 1 year where there was nothing happening positive in the first half. And
how about preseason game 1 of 2014?
Oh yeah. Coach, but I got to do bit, and I'm like, I got to remember. So we're telling stories. So my first game down in the sidelines, I remember you were at breakfast, and I came down after I'd kind of walked around and got a breakfast, and I was talking to you, and I was like, okay, it's first game, like, and you're like, look, it'll be fine. You're in queue with me, and like, good to go. Well, I didn't realize I was in queue with everybody.
Yeah.
So I was chatterboxing and just chat in your ear the whole time.
Just talking,
just like, hey, watch, I'm just doing everything. So I don't realize, I think I'm in your ear. I don't realize I'm in everybody's ear. And so we get to a break, and Andre's like, basically, Johnny, shut up. up, and I'm like, oh, God. So, like, this is my first game with everybody, and I'm just like, oh, my God, I can't believe this. So then we get to halftime, and we are just getting drugged. It is terrible. I think we had maybe 18 yards of total offense at half. Fitzy had thrown a pick right at the end of the half, and I'm like, this is going to be awful. So Drew gets in for 2 questions, and then I got to get like something. And so I get a quick question in. It's short, the typical short answer, and I'm like, I got to let him go.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, thanks, Coach, go. And so then Dre goes, Johnny, that was great. You didn't belabor. You didn't stick around. That was awesome. I was like, okay. I kind of redeemed myself at halftime with that one, but I was like, I got 10
He wasn't bad. He was just gesturing to me like, why is he talking so much? Anyway.
It was like, I didn't realize I'm in queue with both y'all. So, yeah, I've learned. So I've tried to economy of words. But I like getting D'Amico right, because you get raw answers from him, but you also get good ones. Remember when we we stopped the Jaguars at the goal line.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that was awesome.
12.
Des King?
Like, I couldn't get him to come over for the interview. Like, usually, he'll just, he's with Everett, and Everett will wave at me, and I'm like ready to go.
He's from PR, Everett, yeah.
Everett from PR, and so we're ready to go. Like, that thing hits 0. All right, going to halftime. Let's go down to Johnny, and so I've got it. I couldn't get him on the air.
Why? He was too fired up?
Yeah, he's too fired up. He was celebrating with everybody in the field.
Well, that was
he's all
awesome.
the way in the end zone. So I'm kind of tracking him, trailing him. And then, of course, I was so happy because it was not a great first half, but I had like something to talk about. Coach, that was such a great stop. What does that mean for your defense? And he was fired up. So I love salty D'Amico. I love fired up D'Amico. But I just love getting a shot to talk to him at halftime because he gives you something.
Yeah.
It's not just, hey, we got to coach better, we got to play better. It is, he gives you something like, hey, our tackling in the first half wasn't good. Hey, our third down offense wasn't good. Like, he'll give me something, which I absolutely I love. But I do love salty D'Amico. And I don't know that was salty D'Amico, but
no, he just handled it. He just handled it. You're peppering him with questions.
Thursday.
There's so much to talk about with this team. There's so many different stories, players, developing players, so many things to ask about, to wonder about. You're going to see it on display tomorrow night, and you will catch up with him before the half tomorrow night.
Yes.
I think D'Amico, he's always been good on the mic. He was great on the mic as a player. Loved doing the Tuesday shows with him back in the day. He's getting even better on the mic. Getting even better, and look, that's just one of the elements of this whole thing. The most important thing is how you're playing on the field. But who's playing, who's not, we'll get into that in a bit. We're going to have John McClain on in an hour, by the way, to talk about the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Andre Johnson getting in and his expectations for this preseason premiere. John Mechie played last year after having to sit out the first year of his career here with leukemia. My gosh, a form of it, and recovering from that. Got out there last year, made plays. How's it going now? How has last year transitioned into this year? Here's Mechie.
Yeah, to be quite honest with you, I don't think about last season at all, and not in a good or a bad way. I just continue to keep moving forward, right? Like, this practice, I'm going to go from it, I'm going to learn from it. Every practice I have, I learn from it as much as I can, but once it's done, and now I'm looking forward, and I'm trying to take whatever I can and whatever I learned onto the next day, just as more experience for more looks and whatever other looks I get.
That is the way to do it, right? Yep. Don't dwell on the past. Keep moving forward. This is good life advice for everybody.
Remember when Brevin Jordan came in the offseason, the spring? We did media days, and I asked him about
the play.
I basically did the Chris Farley. Remember when you caught that ball and you ran like really, really fast and scored a touchdown against the Browns? It was like really, really cool.
That was awesome.
That was awesome. Dude, he said, you remember what he said? Yeah, I really don't want to talk about that. I really don't want.
In a very polite way.
He did it very politely.
Yes.
But he also knew he could say that to us without us taking it the wrong way because we knew exactly what he meant, and that was, hey, 2023 is behind us. That's history. We can look back at that when our careers are over. We can look back at that 5-7 years from now. We can look back at it 50 years from now. It was a great play, but that's in the past. I got more plays I got to make. I got more things I got to do, and that's exactly what John is saying there, which I love. I love that. Like, 2023 is over. Whatever happened last year's done. I got to move on from that, and I got to make plays in 2024 because I can make all the plays I want in 2023.
Yeah.
But if I'm not making those same plays in 2024, especially in a receiver room like they've got right now.
Oh, yeah. I like the way Sean described it during their show this morning. You got 3 freaks going over the numbers. And then you got, it's true, they got this 3 amigos thing going on. And it's not like everybody else, because everybody else is really good. They have 4, 5, 6 guys really good on top of that, and other guys who want to be heard from and are making plays as well. So, again, preseason, that's what this is for, as you evaluate the depth of the team. But the message about flushing last year, I mean, that's coming from the head coach, too.
Yep.
No question. Hey, everybody's been telling you how great you are.
Yeah, exactly.
Guess what? We're 0-0. We're tied with the Titans right now, and tied with the Patriots, and tied with everybody else who wants to go somewhere in 2024. One more from Mechie here. I don't know where this came from. I haven't even listened to this yet, but I just saw it on the sheet. So I said, let's listen, and you can evaluate this. The Bama receiver room versus what the Texans have.
Oh, my.
All right, let's listen to this cut.
It's very, very similar. It's very, very similar. Like, we're always critiquing each other, and not in a bad way. Like, if I run a route, I'm going to come back. Everybody going to tell me what they think. I'm going to tell them what I thought. They're going to tell me what they think. And you want to hear that. It's not like, oh, guys is getting on you, or you're going to be embarrassed to go up and run a route, because you're just going to go out there and do your best and try and kill them. And then you have more feedback, because everybody wants you to be your best, too. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to see something you didn't see. Tank going to maybe have ran the route a little differently. Diggs got experience that he going to be like, okay, maybe do this. And he going to teach you a little something. And that's kind of how it is with the whole room. When somebody runs a route and one of the wideouts come back, we all just, helping each other. We're just trying to be great. That's it.
I will verify that. You see them talking all the time.
All the time.
Somebody does something, they're having a conversation about it, and I don't know what they're saying. I doubt it's dinner plans. They're talking about, how did that route go? How did that play go? And it's great to see it, because they're kind of coaching each other up.
Can I read you something real fast?
The Alabama receiver room talent?
No, well,
back in the day? So
2018 Alabama, they end up losing to Clemson, to Trevor Lawrence, your guy.
Yeah, my guy.
In the national championship game. Just listen to the skill player roster just real quick.
Bama in 2018.
2018. Quarterback Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, I've heard of him.
Defensive back Patrick Surtain.
Mm-hmm.
Wide receiver Jerry Jeudy.
Yeah.
Devontae Smith, wide receiver.
Yeah.
Trayvon Diggs, defensive back.
Oh, my gosh.
Josh Jacobs, running back.
Yep.
Mac Jones, quarterback.
Jeez.
Henry Ruggs is one we forget about, because I think he's in jail at this point, unfortunately. Tua Tagovailoa, quarterback.
So they had Hurts, Jones, and Tua on the same team.
That's right. Those are the three quarterbacks.
That's some reasonable quarterback talent.
Yeah, exactly. Xavier McKinney, who just got paid this offseason at safety. Jalen Waddle, wide receiver. I mean, this is all Najee Harris, running back. I mean, this is Brian Robinson, running back. Those three guys. Jerome Ford, who we faced in the playoff game with the Browns.
Yep.
This was their roster in 2018.
And they lost.
Yeah, and they lost. But those receivers, I mean, it's incredible. I think Mechie was on this squad, too. I don't know that he may have had an 80s number at that point. But either way, Quinnen Williams was the defensive tackle. Good Lord, that roster's unbelievable.
You know, we talk about that Miami team that I did games for back in the early O's, but Alabama, for a stretch, was Miami every year.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
Crazy talent.
It's incredible just going down this roster. Irv Smith was at tight end. He's in the league. Man, they had studs. I thought John was on this roster, but maybe it was 2019. But the point being, John gets there in, I'm assuming 2019. I think 2019. May have been there in 2018, just got redshirt. But either way, those are the players he's in that huddle with. He's in there. Then Jamison Williams comes from Ohio State. So Jamison is in there with Mechie. I mean, are you kidding me? I mean, Devontae Smith wins a Heisman in the COVID year in 2020. That's how good that group was, and you heard the quarterbacks that were throwing to him.
Yep.
So Mechie's point, I think, is one very well taken. Like, even in college, maybe you didn't go 9 deep with, like maybe you have here, but I guess maybe it's like there. You definitely had a big 3. I mean, each year you had Jeudy, Devontae, Jamison Williams, Mechie. I mean, those guys all kind of cross paths at some point.
There's another lesson here. All that talent in 18, and you still don't win the national championship because you're facing generational talent. Trevor Lawrence. Just kidding. Okay, let's, but, he was awesome in college, too. So let's get to the next ones here with the Astros hosting the Pirates last night. Ooh. They were hosting Andre Johnson on Hall of Fame week. They honored him. Andre Gear. It was great. Cal McNair, Hannah McNair out there, and Cal joined the Astros broadcast. Here's Cal talking about all three Houston sports teams. I'll get to you in a moment, Dynamo. All three Houston sports teams really supporting each other when big things happen.
We enjoy that. We enjoy the Cranes, and we have some of their players, Astros, come to our games, and we enjoy having them, and our guys like to come to their games, and same with the Rockets back and forth. So all three sports groups work together, and we do it on the charity side as well. So it's really a good dynamic in the city. And I don't think many cities have that, so it's something that we're really excited and proud to have with them.
I thought it was really cool what they did for Andre Johnson.
That was very cool. I didn't know that was happening. I don't know. I just must have missed it and all the communication.
We've been a little busy.
But, yeah. But I saw that last night. He went out with his mom for her first pitch. I thought that was really, really cool. I love that his mom, is being feted as well and celebrated as well.
Karen's got to be involved.
So cool.
It's awesome.
She's been fantastic. And to see somebody had posted a picture. I guess Cal was up he was doing the interview, and I guess he had a hat backwards, and so everybody was talking about hat backwards Cal. I was like, it kind of looked cool. I didn't mind it, but I love the fact that the Astros have reached out and have celebrated Andre the way that they have, and celebrated the moment of going to Hall of Fame the way that they have. I think it's been really, really cool.
Moment. I mean, this does not happen. This is the first time in the history of this franchise. It'll happen again with Watt,
because we brought them.
We don't know when the next one is going to be.
Right. Yeah, and we've brought that. I know the Astros will come over. I know we did. Pregame interviews with Jose Altuve back in the day, Alex Bregman. So there's always been kind of this, Springer. There's always been kind of this synergy between the two. And I would imagine with the Olympic years, with this being an Olympic year, maybe we'll get some of the Houstonian Olympians. Maybe, because I know in 2016 we had a number of them that were there at our different events.
Does Simone still factor into the equation with J.O. a Bear? A Bear.
But
so he's over there, right?
Don't bring her to a Bears game, yeah.
He's over there.
Yeah, I don't think we'll see him at the Hall of Fame game.
We won't see J.O. because he's in Paris.
He was going to be over there for a week or 7 days.
We never talked about this. You know my feelings on this. But I know she needs him. It's a touchy situation.
I know it is.
Part of me feels like, your career is more important than mine. Now, a lot of people listening would say, yes.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the right response is. But with all that happened to her in the COVID year, or the make-good COVID year.
At Tokyo,
the support is obviously valuable and fruitful, as you see what happened yesterday. So, I don't know. I've got opinions on it, but it's all subjective.
Yeah.
And, good for him. But I do think that, he's not a lock for anything in this league right now.
That's the thing. He's not a lock for anything. And they went out and signed Kevin Byard this year. They just gave DJ Moore a bunch of money yesterday, signed him to a big extension. And I think that's the thing that would make me worried as a player, especially, and J.O. and I have talked about this over the years, like where he came from and how he got to the league and what he had to do to get in the league, what he's had to do to stay in the league.
Yep.
And not to say that going to see his wife in Paris is gonna ruin all of that, but I know as a player, I would be, they're going to play a Hall of Fame game. They're going to be some young dudes that get an opportunity.
I don't think it's about seeing her, by the way. Sorry to interject here, but I don't think it's about seeing her. This is my opinion. It's about being with her.
Yeah.
It's the support.
Yeah. Right. I should have said that. Either way, it's just you're not there while things are moving forward with your team. You're going to have a game, and a game that probably J.O. would have started in, or at least played a significant amount. Well, those reps are going to go to somebody else.
Yeah, and they had a pretty good defense last year.
Their defense, and this is a sneaky hot one. We'll talk about this, obviously, when we get to the game in week 2. Obviously, Caleb Williams and those 3 receivers are going to get all the accolades, et cetera. But I was watching the NFL Top 100 players, and Montez Sweat is on there, and I was glad he was. He was dominant the last 8 to 10 games of the year after that trade to Chicago. I mean, dominant. But I remember listening to the little vignette, and they talked about how the Bears' defense over the last 10 games, last 8 or 9 games, with Sweat, was one of the better defensive units in the entire league. All these different key categories, they were at the top. In that stretch.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, you got to reset, but you add Byard to the mix. You still got Sweat. You sign him to an extension. You keep him there. I think that Bears defense is going to be sneaky
and
hot.
This is a team that the year before traded Roquan Smith. Can you imagine having him? Now, you get draft capital. I don't have all what they got from those from that return. But
it's not Roquan.
I was surprised they did that at the time. I'm on the record saying that. But look, defensively, overall, it's working out pretty well for them right now. It's weird that they jettison Roquan, who they had to pay, but they jettison Roquan, and then they bring in Sweat the next year. It's like, okay, but it's working out on that side of the football for them now. They got to build the offense, and we'll talk about them more tomorrow night. One more here. Andre Johnson, last night in the broadcast with the Astros, and he threw out the first pitch. What was the whole thing like for him?
Yeah, it was amazing, man. Just the relationships you build, throughout your career. They're just not with athletes. 50 Cent was out there. Some of the local guys, Bun B, Slim Thug, Paul, all those guys. It was just great, man, just to see. We all try to support each other in what we have going on, and for them to come out to, be a part of this with me, man, it was special.
They got those good baseball announcer mics to pick up the low tones in Dre's voice. Yeah. He goes low.
He does. He does go low. He does go low, but
Earl Mitchell and he should have a contest. Who can go lower?
No, I haven't tracked or done this and listened to a bunch of Hall of Famers that have gotten in, but whenever Andre speaks about the Hall of Fame, one of the things that he said at the end was us, not me, and I thought that was really cool. Mm-hmm. He's included everybody.
He's doing a hell of a job.
He's so
how many
gracious.
Times he's had to answer the same questions in front of different groups, different media, and he's doing a great job.
But he's been so gracious. The gratitude that you can hear in his voice, thanks for the city, for the fans, for Bun B and Paul Wall and all the guys that have been around and the teammates that have supported him. I mean, it just goes to show whenever we have Trap J or we have, had Fred Weary on yesterday, you just hear in their voice. D'Amico, the other day at the podium, starts talking about Andre, and it's like, man, the reverence that people have. And, obviously you and I have had him, numerous times in studio and, chat with him about various things. And he just always seems so thankful to just spend a few minutes with us. And maybe he's not. Maybe he's just trying to cruise through it and get to the other side. But yet it comes across as very thankful and gracious for this opportunity, to the Hall of Fame, to the Texans, to the McNairs, to all of us for having some small part in it. It's just really cool to see how he has reacted to that. When I know a lot of Hall of Famers probably have been like, well, I love me some me.
Yeah, no, he's not like that at all. And you know what I love about this? His last year was, 2016, right?
Right. Correct.
And so it's been a while, and he gets to bathe in this.
Yeah.
We get to celebrate him. He gets to enjoy the celebration. It's been a while, and it happens a little bit later on in your life. I mean, he's not old, but you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Some water has passed under the bridge. This is why I hate it when somebody retires and they put up a statue right away or something like that. Wait a little bit. Let them enjoy the moment more a few years down the line, because one of the examples was, when the Longhorns, they did something for Colt McCoy. What did they do? Retire his jersey or something? Like the next year or something. You know what? Do it now. He'd probably really love that now as opposed to when you did it, because now, again, he's lived some life. I think you enjoy the celebration more. That's just my opinion. Okay, coming up, our exclusive with D'Amico Ryans. Pregame with the Bears up tomorrow night. Can you believe it? Texans in Canton against Chicago. Can't wait for it. Also, John McClain joins us at 9. We've got Jarrett Patterson coming on the show as well. It's going to be a fun morning here on Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates the uniting power of fandom, especially for Texans fans in Houston and beyond. We're grateful to be part of the Houston Texans family on game day and every day. Community Coffee, strong as our roots.
The Texas Lottery presents Now That's What I Call Hits, with hit songs like Give Me That Money,
Give me that money, give me that money, give me that money, give me that money.
And Winner Winner Chicken Dinner.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
That's right. With hit scratch tickets from the Texas Lottery, you can have an instant hit on your hands. Like the old classic, Ain't That Some Luck?
Well, ain't that some luck?
You could hit it big with big cash prizes.
So play today. Must be 18 or older. Play responsibly.
Rooting for the family team has become quite the tradition at Amegy Bank. It's something we grew up doing, and it's something that defines who we are. We're also big fans of rooting for family businesses. Because in all of our years of banking, we found that when we treat every business like family, they tend to prosper. So, if you're a family business and you need a bank, come see us today. Amity Bank. Here you grow. A division of Zions Bank Corporation, N.A., member FDIC.
Texans owner Cal McNair is not worried about outside expectations this year.
I just want to win our next game. Whatever's on the schedule, I want to win the next game. But I think you really have to keep your focus that way as a team, or you'll kind of get lost in the expectations and forget what got you there and what's going to give you your best chance to win.
Cue the full conversation with The Drive now on the free Odyssey app.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Each home game, nonprofit groups are given the opportunity to staff concession stands at NRG Stadium with members from their organizations. In partnership with Aramark, the Houston Texans donate a portion of each game's
few feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go with a game tomorrow night against the Chicago Bears in Canton. The Houston Texans preseason game 1. It's week 0 of the preseason, with week 1 the following week at Pittsburgh. Then the 2 home dates with the Giants and the Rams. Well, let's check in with the head coach prior to the Bears matchup as the Texans kick off the preseason. Coach, for the listeners, how has it been so far? 10 practices into camp as you get ready for preseason game 1.
It's been a very exciting camp, very competitive camp, offense, defense. You see different people making plays every single day, so I'm very excited where our team is going into this first preseason game, and very excited to see our guys go out and compete against someone else.
How difficult is it to decide who plays, who doesn't? I don't even ask who's going to play, but that decision process, how does that go?
Yeah, when I look at the decision-making process on who's playing, right, first thing first, we have an extra game, right? Mm-hmm. So don't want many of our starters out there playing. Want this time to be a really good evaluation of our younger guys. So our second, our third groups, you'll see those guys out getting most of the reps. Our starters will not be out there playing.
All right, let's start with the offense. I know you want to win the game, but what's important within the game about the attack?
Yeah, within this game, I want to see us run the football, right? And that's the main thing. I want to see how gritty, how tough our O-line, how we're finishing. I want to see the young backs run the ball. I want to see how physical can we be, first and foremost, of running the football. And main thing is protecting the football as well. Right? Now it's live action. The first time guys will be on the ground. So I just want to see guys really protecting the football, playing tough, finishing, playing physical.
They say this time of year it's harder to create offensively than it is to destroy, which is what the defense is trying to do, which is what I imagine you want to see in this game one.
Yeah, we definitely want to see the defense destroy, but offense, we just want to see the offense be efficient, right? Take what's there, right? Get the ball out quickly, right? Make sure we're doing a great job in protection, being firm, protecting the quarterback, allow him to make quick, decisive decisions.
How valuable is it to work on situations within the game when you have 2 minutes or whatever else comes up?
Yeah, that's very valuable, right? You don't get, though. You try to practice them, you try to simulate those in practice, but it's nothing like being in a real live action and getting a situation that you probably hadn't worked or hadn't covered yet, and it's always great teaching opportunities when you can get those looks in preseason.
What have you thought of the new kickoff rule in practice, and what are you expecting in this game?
I'm expecting an exciting play. I was a little apprehensive to start with the new rule and how different it's going to look for the entire NFL. But as I continue to watch the play, you'll see, I think it's going to be very exciting for fans. Everyone's going to be locked in. The ball has to be returned.
Right.
And now you'll see, I think, many more explosive plays where the ball is getting out, say, past the 30, past the 40-yard line, and it's going to hit very, very quickly. So hopefully we can do a great job of making those plays on the kick return unit and finding a way to make some big tackles on the kickoff team.
After this game is over, you stay in the area. You're bringing the entire team to Andre Johnson's induction. How valuable is that? What is the value to the team as they'll all see it together?
It was very important to me for our team to understand the history, right, of this organization, how much this means to the history of a Texans organization, of having our first-time Hall of Famer, our first and only guy, Andre Johnson, who is most deserving of this. And for us to be there supporting him, a former teammate of mine, a great friend of mine, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else but here supporting him at such a huge moment in his life. So I'm happy that our team is able to go and we can show Andre that love, show him that support, show him what he means to everyone here in the Houston, Texas organization.
Great stuff, Coach. Thanks a lot. Good luck.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, there's Coach D'Amico Ryan's pregame interview. Chicago Bears tomorrow night. And I didn't ask him who was playing. I just asked him, how do you decide who's going to play? See? The decision-making process.
Well, that always has to be fluid, too, because you get guys banged up.
There was a report that Charlie Heck got hurt.
Yeah, that Charlie Heck was hurt, that he'll be out. He missed yesterday's practice, so that would make some sense. But the team does not have to report on injuries.
Right. But that affects
preseason.
I mean, Laramie's not playing. Heck was going to play a lot in this game.
Yeah,
right.
I would imagine. Blake Fisher is going to have to play a lot in this game. I don't know what the reps will be for Titus, but I know there would be a lot of reps for Blake Fisher, Killian Zier. Say it, Zir.
Zir.
Yeah, you can roll the R.
No, I rolled the R too many times, but it's fun to do that. So
it is definitely
went
fun.
For it.
Nick Broker actually stepped in at right tackle when Titus kind of went out with a little bit of a ding on Tuesday, whatever day that was.
You don't play Titus in this game, right?
Well, that's the question. I mean, Titus hasn't played since that Jaguars game, week 12.
Yeah.
So maybe you give him a few reps, maybe you give him a series.
And you're a little thin at tackle right now.
Right, exactly. That's again, my point. So,
do they have to get another guard? Well, Broker, okay.
Brokers can play tackle.
In the flow. Who else could possibly slide over?
Fisher, Sharp, Zier, Broker. Those are the four if you don't have Heck and you don't play Titus or Laramie.
All right, so you're
definitely not playing Laramie, but I don't know what you do with Titus. I think maybe you play him, get him a series just to get it back to game speed. I don't know.
Let's do this now. What guys who are getting first-team reps at camp are likely to play, in our opinion?
Okay.
We don't know, but in our opinion.
Let's buzz through this.
So, Lassiter, rookie, corner, doing great by all reports, by all accounts, by your observations, terrific.
Yeah.
Probably starting opening day.
Yes.
Do you play him in this game? With 4 preseason games on your slate, do you play him in the Hall of Fame game?
I might get him a series just to kind of get the jitters out and just kind of play a little bit. So, yeah, I think with rookies, I think all the rookies should probably play some. But Lassiter has gotten to a point where, I mean, you said it. I mean, there's nothing set in stone, but he looks right now like a rock-solid lock to be the starting corner opposite Stingley when we go play the Colts week 1. But I think you probably play him a little bit. Just do it. Get it done. Get it out. Get like, ooh, okay. So then when you get to Pittsburgh, And I think you'll probably play the starters a little bit. Now he's getting in the flow, but he's already kind of gotten that first NFL game, jitters out, and away you go.
It's a great point. Even a few snaps gets you through that threshold. So the following week, okay,
anxiety's gone. You're kind of past that kind of thing. So I think offensively, the big three, I think they'll all sit. Laramie, we know, has not been working out. Kenyon Green, I think he plays. I think you got to get Kenyon reps for sure.
Not a rookie, obviously year 3, but he's missed a lot of time, and it would be good to get him in there.
I think he needs juice at center. I think needs some reps. Shaq will sit.
No.
Titus, question mark. Just because you are banged up at tackle, and Titus probably needs a few reps. But it's just.
I'll wait. He's played a lot of football anyway.
Yeah,
he drafted in 2019. If I'm Coach Vandermeer says sit him.
Schultz sit. Stroud sit. Mixon's been banged up. Beck has been banged up, so they'll be out. Will bubble wrap that dude. Daniil Hunter, bubble wrap him. What do you do with Mario Edwards and Foley?
I don't know about Foley. Edwards is going to play a little bit.
I think both of them actually played just a little bit.
Okay.
I think they played just a little bit.
All right.
You know what? I give Khalil a little bit. I think Khalil
really. Well, you almost have to because you only have so many tackles.
Do not be surprised if Khalil Davis is starting week 1 against the Colts. I'm just saying.
You know what the Colts like to do.
I know.
So you're okay with that.
Well, I'm okay with it because Khalil is one of the better interior players we have against the run.
Okay.
He's tremendous against the run.
I'm glad you said that.
I mean, he's not the biggest dude in the world, but he's the quickest and the most explosive.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Keep going. Heinisch?
I think Heinisch will play. Sosa, McTelvin, Ajim, smash Sosa. Sosa will be on the field for a lot. Marcus will be on the field for a lot.
Marcus Harris, number 59.
Ali Gay will be on the field for a lot. Malik Fisher, Solomon Bird. Those guys are going to get a bunch of reps on the edge.
Yep. All right, so let's go secondary. No Stingley.
No Stingley.
Maybe
no Ward.
Lassiter.
Maybe Lassiter.
No way, Jimmy. What about Petrie at the nickel?
Maybe, but some things you want to do with Petrie and the nickel, you might want to keep under wraps.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
you're going to line up in a 4-3?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
I'm just asking, though, do you think you start out in base? Have they done any base?
Yeah, they have. They've had some run periods where they've been in base, and when they do that, it's been the last few days. It's been Henry To'oTo'o and Deshaun Phillips next to Azeez. So they've done that. So there will be more of that than they'll have during the season because they'll just keep it. Yeah, they'll keep it very vanilla. So if Petrie does play, I think it's going to be a series, and that's that.
Okay.
Beyond that, I think everybody else will get reps. Derek Barnett will probably get, even though he's a vet, I think he'll get a few reps. Jerry Hughes will get a few reps. I think those young guys on the outside will get a bunch of reps. After that, I think everybody goes.
Okay.
I think everybody's
did we do tight ends?
Healthy.
Tight ends. Stover, yes.
Stover, yes.
Okay.
Stover, yes. And that's greedily. I'm very greedy in this. I think that's going to be fun to watch because my not so hot take is that Stover is going to do something in this Hall of Fame game. Like he's either going to make a catch and a run.
Oh yeah.
He's going to make a block.
He's going to go viral.
Yes.
Viral in Ohio.
He's going to pancake somebody, or he's going to run over. He's going to pie face somebody. He's going to have a viral kind of Shockey-like moment coming out of this Hall of Fame game.
Shockey-like moment. I love it.
Yeah.
That happened to us the last time.
Exactly. Cade, Teagan. Now, Dalton's been banged up, so I don't know how deep they'll go to tight ends.
Dalton Keene, it's too bad because he's missed a bunch of practice. There's a bunch, safe to say. It's been a few days, and he missed yesterday. And it's too bad because I think he would have played 3/4 of this game.
Yeah.
And at a variety of spots, fullback, tight end. So that's too bad for him.
I think of the tight end, Schultz would be the only one that doesn't play, and hopefully Brevin
a little bit
will play. But he might have to because you only have, if Keene can't go,
you have 3.
Then you have 3.
And your fullback is Hairston. Thank goodness he's back after missing a couple of days or whatever it was.
And Andrew's been back, but they've been slowly ramping him up.
Oh, yeah, he's not playing.
He's not. No,
I saw him and Mixon working out yesterday, and I thought.
Dr. Vandermeer said what?
Dr. Vandermeer says that if we're playing this weekend in a regular season situation, they're out there.
Yeah, they play.
But they're not out there right now, and you got 5 weeks to go from Sunday. That's when you play.
Given all those that you think are going to start, I'm on record as saying the player that I'm probably most excited about watching is Cade Stover because I honestly do think that something is going to happen. He's going to make a catch and a run. He's going to run somebody over. He is going to make a viral statement on Thursday, and everybody's just going to go crazy about it. So I'm going Cade Stover for me.
All right. Before I answer, what about Pierce?
Ooh.
This is a tough one because you want to see him in this system after he had the full offseason.
One series.
One series, and then you go to
Then you go
JJ?
You go Dare, Jawar, Cam, JJ Taylor, Bridge Brooks. I mean, you got to get all those guys some carries. So you don't want too much with Damian. And the more I think about it, with and even Dare,
I don't know if I need to see Dare carry the ball.
That's
He's good, but I want to see the other guys.
You know what I might do with Dare? I might pull him aside and say, look, we know what you can do. We know what you can do on third downs. We got to give these young dudes an opportunity. However, we got to get you a look on the special team stuff. You got to be able. I know that sounds weird.
That's another category. In fact, let's do that next segment because the kickoff does bring up a good point, and I think it was ND who brought it up on one of our shows. And he said, are you going to play special team starters? I'll put that in air quotes. In this game to have a look. But let's talk about that and get to the receivers because there's one in particular I want to know about.
Okay.
And John McClain joins us at 9 here on Texans Training Camp Live.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
How can we help the body?
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
All right, the General's going to join us at 9 to talk Pro Football Hall of Fame, to talk about the preseason opener against the Bears tomorrow night. But we were going over who might be in, who might be out, in our opinion. So you thought Pierce maybe a little bit, first series. I would say Dare, third downs for a series or two, and then I want to see the other backs. But keep them handy. But the special teams factor, we'll get to the receivers in a second here. The special teams factor of the new kickoff rule, does that change who you might play on special teams in this game? Mm-hmm. You want to get a good look, but you have 3 other games, so I'm not sure how they handle that.
Yeah, I think that part of it's going to be really interesting who they start off with, especially in the kickoff situation.
Opening kickoff is the new kickoff rule, and we're all going to see it together.
Because obviously in years past, you didn't have to play the guys that are your core 4 special teamers because everybody does punt team. You did it during practice. You probably did it during joint practice. You can just jump back in week 1. But you got to give these guys that are fighting for a roster spot a look. But now, you play some of these guys to get them used to these kickoff rules.
Yeah.
You don't want the first live kickoff that they're a part of to be week 1 against the Colts.
No.
I mean, I don't.
No way.
You're right, though. There are 3 other games that I can get a look. So maybe with the Hall of Fame game, what I do is I give an opportunity to some of my young dudes, and then week 1, I kind of factor back in some of the guys that are going to be my core 4 special teamers. I put them out there and then kind of ramp them up, make sure that they get a rep in a game on kickoff for the next 3 games. If they didn't get them in week 1, for sure. But you've got to get used to that kickoff rule. I mean, you have to. You don't want to give up a cheap 7 to the Colts just because you got a couple guys in there that have never done it because you're trying to save them and all that kind of stuff. So that's a tricky one. Because I still think when you watch the kickoff now, there's still going to be some high-speed collisions, man. You can't get rid of them. So you're still going to have that collision factor. I know you're lessening it a little bit by the distance between the 2 groups, but I'm just so curious to see it. I'm curious to see how the Bears have approached it, what kind of blocking schemes they've come up with on the returns.
I'll give you a collision. Justin Reed kicking off of the Chiefs, running downfield and just knocking somebody's block off. There's a collision.
That's absolutely
going to happen. When you have a kicker who's a player, I know you're a player, Kayuni. I know you're a player.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
Right.
I hope he makes some good business decisions if he needs to.
Well, I can't remember who maybe you and I were just talking about that, but that was one of the things that, maybe it's Dave Taub from the Chiefs who said that they're going to, and Justin Tucker from the Ravens had talked about in the offseason, he's put on some weight because he's going to have to make some tackles.
Yeah.
So you're gonna have that situation. And with Kaimi, though, what you get is kind of the magic of the unknown kickoff. Or what's the right way of saying this? Like, he's got a fastball, changeup, cutter, sweeper.
Different clubs in the bag.
Yeah, he's got different clubs in the bag.
Golf metaphors here, Johnny.
Right. He could
choke up on the 7-iron, doink it down there.
That's right. If he needs to pull out the big dog and let that eat in a whatever situation, he can do that. I think when you go to Justin Reed or even with Dare, you're not going to have quite that. Now, those guys might hit a really good 7-iron, but that might be what they hit all the time.
Yeah.
If you do that. But
I think it's going to be so much harder for a Reed or a Dare or whoever is not an actual place kicker.
Yeah.
To place the ball where you want it, between the 10 and the goal line.
Right.
That's really where you want it.
That's exactly right.
You want it between the 5 and the goal line.
And if they mishit it and it hits before the landing zone, again, the landing zone is from the 20 to the goal line. If it hits, say it bounces at the 22-yard line, that ball's down, it goes out to the 40.
Right.
So you've got to be a little bit more exact. So wait
a minute. If it bounces, this is one clarification I need, and you probably know this. If it bounces at the 22 but rolls into the landing zone,
that doesn't matter.
It's still you're going to jump on it and get it at the 40.
I think that's right. No, you're right. I got to get clarification on that. But I remember hearing if the ball does not get to the landing zone, the touchback spot would be the 40.
Okay. All right, I'll have this down by the broadcast tomorrow night, I promise, folks.
Oh, did you see the onside kick rules? Oh, I saw this.
But you have to declare it, right?
There were a couple things. You have to declare it. It can only be if you're losing.
Right, and in the
fourth quarter.
In the fourth quarter.
Just like you have to announce, we are onside kicking.
Again, I can tell you right now who is not going to like this. And we're about to get on the plane with him in a little while here, and we're going to be doing the broadcast with him tomorrow night. And he won the Heisman Trophy in 1989. When I explained he knows already, but when I go over this on the air, by the way, in the fourth quarter, that's the only time that you can declare. You have to declare it because otherwise everybody else is downfield. It's ridiculous. Otherwise, the kicker could do a Pat McAfee all day long. That's not going to happen. Pat McAfee opens his show with the frickin' onside kick that he did by himself at NRG Stadium. That's part of the opening credits of the most popular sports talk show right now is that moment that happened in 2014 here at NRG Stadium. Stop me.
So here are the 3 rules. All onside kicks will be announced in advance, since the onside kick will entail an entirely different formation. Onside kicks can't happen until the fourth quarter, and only the team that is trailing can perform them. That's it. Those are the 3 rules.
Okay. Well, you would never do it if you were leading unless it was a surprise, and it can't be a surprise if you declare it.
And you can't do it. You can't do it outside you can only do it in the fourth quarter.
There's no Sean Payton in the Super Bowl here happening.
The thing about it is the onside kick really had died anyways.
Yeah. Because it was a low, I mean, you want to talk low percentage. That's why they've been discussing the 4th and 15 option, which
I think the more I think about that, man, I think it's good.
I hate it, but I think it's coming.
I like it.
I think it's coming.
Let it happen. Bring it on. I mean, I think keep the same rules.
You can only say this until we're playing Mahomes, December, and you're up there.
We have the great equalizer, too.
I know
we have
do.
A guy who can get 4th and 15.
Yeah, I shouldn't run scared here, but I don't think they deserve to have the ball given to them. And if they do, put them at the 15-yard line. Make them get out to the...
They'll be tweaking that once that rule comes around. Keep in mind, too, and you know this, this is a one-year deal with the kickoffs. It's not set in stone forever. It's a one-year deal. They may hate it and be like, no, get rid of that thing.
And they've done stuff like that before. Yep. Remember challenging pass interference?
That's right.
So they got rid of that instantly. Receivers. So none of the big 3, or the freaks, as Sean called them, they're out.
I think the healthy, non-big 3.
The healthy, everybody else.
Yes, everybody else.
Now, Mechie.
Yes.
I want to see him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got to play, right?
He's got to play 25 snaps or more.
He's got to play.
Yeah,
he's got to play. Mills has been throwing to him. You're going to see some of that. That'll be good.
Bobby Trees. I think he should get some reps. Not a ton, but some reps. Mechie, everybody that's not the big 3. Absolutely.
Duronic, I want to see how he looks.
Incredible. I want to see Jade Yankee. I want to see Quintez Cephas. There's some dudes that are very, very interesting on this roster. Johnny Johnson getting more opportunities in preseason. I'm telling you, Jade Yankee's got he's got vice grips for hands. He made a couple of snatches. He snatched the ball.
He can catch the ball.
He's a really good, polished receiver.
Is his twin brother still in town, I wonder? How do they handle that? These guys have been together their whole lives.
I know. They've every football game together ever.
That's so strange.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it's wild. But they knew this could happen. All right, the general, John McClain, is coming up. Let's talk quarterbacks with him, how they're going to handle the quarterbacks tomorrow night, because Case was back at practice yesterday, which was awesome to see. So let's dig in here on Texans Radio.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're back with a front row seat.
Let's have a day.
On Texans Training Camp Live, presented by Community Coffee.
It's our final training camp show, as we'll have Texans Monday starting after the Steelers game. That'll be August 12th. There's an open practice the night of August 11th at the Houston Methodist Training Center. And we've got John McClain right now, the general, joining us, Pro Football Hall of Famer, as we venture to the Pro Football Hall of Fame for the Texans Bears. General, good morning. Exciting week for sure. Set the stage for us as the Texans play in the game, and they have their first ever player going in on Saturday.
Well, the big deal is on Saturday. You know, the game itself is going to be a bunch of backups the coaches need to evaluate for depth, and they do have starting competition on defensive positions. Danico Autry's a big loss, and the offense still, I think, is left guards, Kenyon Green's to lose, but they're much more solidified on offense than defense because, you know, when Nick Caserio brought in 15 defensive free agents and drafted 5 of the 9 defensive players, including Kamari Lassiter, who's been outstanding. I wrote about him on HoustonTexans.com this week. That's where you want to watch most, and it'll be a lot of backup defensive linemen, but everybody wants to know who are going to be the starting defensive tackles. And, of course, everybody's fired up about Andre. There's thousands of people going up there, a lot of former teammates, coaches. Danico had the team there up in the stands cheering him on. I just wish he wasn't last. The guy that goes last gets a lot of prodding from the Hall of Famers on the stage. Hurry up, get it over with. We're hot. But we didn't expect Andre Johnson to stay up there and do a filibuster. You know, I thought his would probably be the shortest speech. And so I'm fired up about it. I wrote for HoustonTexans.com yesterday how he ended up here. First time I ever saw him was as a sophomore in Miami, watching a game on TV against Florida State when he stood out, and how he came to be drafted here. And, boy, what a mistake the Lions made with Charles Rogers. Charlie Cashley, the general manager at the time, used to tell me off the record what they were going to do. And he had told me for a while, I knew they were going to, I'm sure y'all did too, that they were going to draft David Carr months before they drafted him. And Andre was at the top of their board because he was such a great prospect. But the Lions had the second pick, and Charles Rogers had a great year. He was consensus All-American. He was fantastic, great size, great speed. And he had baggage coming in. Everybody knew about it. But the Lions, because he won the Biletnikoff Award, he was invited to New York. Andre Johnson was not, which I knew Andre was going to go third. And I tried to tell the league, you better get him up here. And they didn't believe me that he was going third for whatever reason. Then, of course, he went third. And I asked Cashley, what if the Lions take Andre Johnson? He said they're not. My sources tell me that they're going with Rodgers under a lot of pressure to keep the kid at home. And Charlie knew about all his baggage. And I said, well, let's just say Detroit takes Andre Johnson. Would you take Charles Rodgers? Absolutely not. I never asked him who he would take because he was adamant Andre was going to be there and they were going to take him. Bob McNair was fired up about it. Cal McNair was fired up about it, and then they got him. Rodgers played 3 years, started 9 games, had 2 broken clavicles and all kind of drug problems, and then he died, I think, at 38 in 2019, one of the biggest busts in NFL history.
General, we're going to redial because we're having a little popping on the line, but it's good stuff, and we want to get you on to talk about this game and talk about Andre Johnson getting in because it is a massive weekend in this organization's history. And, you know, he's right, Johnny. You could say the game, backups, whatever. Hey, backups play a lot of snaps in this league. And about the defensive tackles, you're looking at, okay, whoever starts, but when you look at the snap counts at the end of the game, they're going to be relatively even. You're going to have a flow.
I think so.
I mean, that is a revolving door there because you got to keep guys fresh. Obviously, game situation factors and how many plays you're on the field, because if you're getting off on third down a lot, that decreases the amount of snaps you're going to play on defense.
Does that not strike you as something that won't just be a preseason week one thing? I feel like that's going to be a thing throughout the year. I feel like when
the revolving door?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a revolving door at defensive tackle, and the general is back. And, John, we were just talking about this. One of the things Mark just said was that defensive tackle doesn't matter really who starts, because when you look up at the end of the game, the snaps are going to be pretty similar. I think it might be that way through the season with what you've seen from Mario Edwards, Khalil Davis. They've all played pretty well. I don't know that I can make a case of one guy over the others. I don't know if that's really going to be it, but it feels like the defensive line, in particular the interior defensive line, is going to be, it doesn't matter who starts, because they're all pretty much going to get 25 to 30 reps during that particular game. How do you see it?
They got some big shoes to fill. Mario Edwards has bounced around like a pinball. Hopefully this will be the place where he finally sticks, and they'll need him to be inside, especially for the first 6 games. You mentioned Khalil Davis. Based on what Davis did last year, when just about every time he played, he made a big play, if he's ready to take the next step, and I'm guessing that D'Amico Ryans and Matt Burke think that he is ready. Otherwise, they would have spent money or draft choice to sign a free agent or to draft a tackle. We all thought they were going to do that, and they didn't. And the reason they didn't is they got somebody on here that they think is ready to take the next step. And when Nico Autry comes back, he can slide inside and tackle in passing situations. And I can't imagine there's a lot of team with 3 better rushers than Daniil Hunter, Will Anderson Jr., and Nico Autry. But I'm looking for Khalil Davis to make an impact this season.
General, with Case Keenum back at practice yesterday, that was great to see. You have 3 quarterbacks likely to go, I would expect. Obviously, C.J. Stroud likely to sit this one out. So what do you think of the quarterback reps in preseason game 1 for the Texans?
Well, I think since they signed Boyle, they'll give him some reps. I think Case will get the fewest. Case doesn't need them. And I think Davis will start. Davis will get a few, but I'm guessing Boyle's going to play the 4th quarter, maybe half or all the second half. You don't know, but just we know that people want to see C.J. Stroud and Caleb Williams. They do it at NRG Stadium in the second game of the season. And so D'Amico loves having this extra game, and I'm sure Matt Eberflus does too. But when you have so many new players on defense that we talked about earlier, you need all the opportunities you get to evaluate them. Now, they got that joint practice coming up with the Rams as well. So this is a good time to have a lot of new players on one side of the ball.
General, I just mentioned earlier one of the players I'm extremely excited to see that I'll have my eyes on a lot, and I think he's going to do something that really gets the Texans fans fired up, and that's Cade Stover, the rookie tight end out of Ohio State. Do you have a player or two that you are really curious, that you know for a fact, just in your mind, you know for a fact that they're going to play on Thursday against the Bears, that you're like, I want to see these guys, or this guy in particular, these guys stand out, and I want to see what they do?
I'm glad you brought up Stover because as an advance on each of the preseason games, I'm going to single out one position, and it's tight end. That people are paying so much attention to the wide receivers, and rightfully so, because they may have the best group in the NFL. They better not overlook the tight end, starting with Dalton Schultz, who's not going to play. And Cade Stover, of course. And, you know, what a big deal it'd be if Brevin Jordan can play a full season like he ended last season. But I'm watching Keegan Quitoriano.
There we go.
Watching him in practice, Quitoriano's about 6'6", weighs 260. He looks like a tight end. He's huge, and he makes a lot of plays, but he's been hurt. And I'm thinking, okay, he's probably going to be gone. But I remember this time last year, Nico Collins, we were all wondering about him. Could he stay healthy? So Quitoriano is I'm eager to see him, eager to see Kate Stover. Some of those defensive backs like Jeffrey Okuda, Bullock is a big deal. You know, Bullock is so thin, he looks like a basketball player, but he's supposed to be a center fielder. And I'm really interested to see him and any of the other rookies, the defensive linemen too. And the running back, George Jordan. You know, they drafted guys and signed guys that either have experience in Bobby Slowick's system or he believes they can make the adjustment to the system. So running backs, tight ends, and defensive backs, and any young or new defensive linemen.
General, sell the Hall of Fame for me. People who are going, what they can expect, being there. People have never been to the actual facility. How is it? Your thoughts. It's your turn to be Convention and Visitors Bureau.
I've been going to the Hall of Fame since 1985 when the class was Roger Staubach, Pete Rozelle, O.J. Simpson, a guy named Frank Gadsky, and, another famous one that I forgot. And that was as good as there's ever been. And it's changed a lot since then. The Hall of Fame has bought up a lot of homes around the property, and it's all Hall of Fame property now. I'll be there. I've told everybody, go, be prepared to stay a while. The crowds are going to be enormous. I try to go before the inductions start at 11, and since Andre is the last one, they got tents set up all over the property where you can buy things. And as you can imagine, people are just lined up to buy things, even though you can get them online. But it's a great experience, and the place that I like to go the most, and not the room with the bus. The bus are fine. Some of them actually look like the player. But to go into the theater where you can push a button and see every run Earl Campbell made, every great catch Andre Johnson made, Walter Payton, Johnny Unitas, Joe Montana, Peyton Manning, you can see every Hall of Famer over and over. And I've been in the Hall of Fame. I wrote about this. This must have been 15 years ago. They let me go in the middle of the night, like 2 a.m. Nobody had ever done that. I went in. I spent a couple hours walking around by myself. You know, all the alarms were turned on. And when I wanted to leave, I called security, and I wrote about it from that perspective. And they told me nobody had ever done that. And so it was really, really cool. But it's gotten so much bigger now. And the best thing in there, in the Hall of Fame, despite all the bust in the theater, is the William P. Nunn Award. And look who went in 2006, and let me know when you see it.
2006.
Yeah, I think we know the guy.
I think we know who that is. He's a pretty good guy from what I know, but when we talk to him, we'll let him know that. General, for Andre getting in, the fact that it took a couple years for him to get in, yet he's the first one. And every time I've heard Andre talk about going in, he's like, we're in, we made it, we're in. And there's never this thought of who the collective we is he's talking about, but it feels like he's taking all of us in with him. He's taking the city of Houston in with him. For you, seeing a Texan go into the Hall of Fame that played here, Baselli and Ed Reed have gone in, but Texans that played their entire career or most of their career here in Houston, what's it going to be like for you seeing Andre get in, having presented his case the last few years to the committee and talking about the greatness of Andre Johnson? What's it like for you seeing Andre get in after a couple of years? What do you think that'll be like for you?
One of the things that I did when I presented him all 3 years, I told him ahead of time what I was doing, what my presentation would be, and then afterward he made the cut from 15 to 10 both years, but he didn't make the cut to 5, which means you're in. And he was going up against Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt, the numbers. And, I'm going up against Bill Polian and Tony Dungy, who are presenting Reggie Wayne. And so this year, I kind of changed my presentation a little. I told him what I was going to do. A lot of the voters say they don't care about quotes about a player because anybody you ask is going to say great things. But I thought Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel were really hot now as head coaches. They're in the news a lot and in the consciousness. So I got in touch with them and asked them, because they both coached him, and a lot of people probably didn't realize that. So I used quotes from them as well as stats and stuff from Gary Kubiak and others and opponents. And and it worked. When he got to the Final 10 and then they announced to us the 5, I got my toes crossed, I got my fingers crossed, and when they called them in alphabetical order, I wanted to show some emotion, but I couldn't. You act like you've been in the end zone. And that was the 9th player I presented that made it, but I've never been happier for a fan base or a player himself than Andre, because he is first. I didn't want it to be that he kept getting canceled out because of the other receivers and have JJ go in before him. I'm writing a column on Monday for HoustonTexans.com about JJ's next. I'm going to talk to JJ this weekend and see what he thinks about it. But I'm so glad he got in. First in the Ring of Honor, first star, first in the Ring of Honor, and first in the Hall of Fame, and that'll always be, he's immortal. Long after Andre's gone, people will know he was the first Texan in the Hall of Fame.
General, the Texans camp is active, productive, busy, but we don't have players and radio talk show hosts talking to each other in the manner of what's going on in Nashville with Buck Reising and Jeffrey Simmons on 104.5 The Zone. Is that the station you're on in Nashville?
No, that's the station I used to be on, and I left and went to Outkick, and now I'm on Outkick once a week, and then I'm on their rival station. And Paul Kaharski, who wrote, and I tweeted this yesterday, I told Paul his best thing he's ever written. He wrote about Simmons and where he is in his career and basically how Bush League that was. And he's supposed to be a leader for a guy like Andre Sweat, the second-round pick. And PR can't do anything with him anymore, so it's up to coach, the general manager, and the owner, because he's out of control. Simmons is one of those players that doesn't know what he doesn't know, thinks he knows everything, and he knows very little, and he attacks the media in general because he's mad at a guy, and then he tells people he wants to be accountable, and then when they give him a chance to respond, he won't, said he won't talk to the media. And when he gets accused of doing something like spitting on a player at one point, and the media asked him about it, he got mad. He didn't think they should be asking him about it, even though the player claimed he did. So Paul Kaharski has his own website. He wrote a thing that was great about what's going on with them and Simmons and how it can be a detriment. And so, yeah, that's been a dominant topic up there this week for him, going after a guy who was doing a talk show on the air when he started screaming at him.
Okay, General, I kind of know, I have a feeling I know where you are on this one, but it was reported over the weekend, maybe Monday, that the NFLPA is looking at reporters in the locker room and potentially looking at a different solution for something like that. I don't know if it's to eliminate the media in there completely or not. But I know over the years we've talked about just getting access in the locker room and just a little nugget of story you can get by being in a locker room as a reporter, as somebody who covers a team, somebody like you throughout the years who has done it so very well. What are your thoughts if the NFLPA does get its way and reporters are out of the locker room or they're limited in the locker room going forward?
The reason you have the media is it can do it for the fans who pay the freight. If it wasn't for the fans, there'd be no teams. And so the way you do it now, teams have websites, and that would include, I'm sure, that the guys who work for the websites would not be allowed in there either. If you ask every player in the league, would you like to clear the locker room of the media and have a thing like they have in the Olympics where the media is lined up outside and you have to ask the same questions over and over, which the Pro Football Writers of America, they were able to keep this from happening this year. And I'm not exactly sure where it's come from. You know, Reeves Maben, who used to be here, he's the new president. And so if it's not as important to me as it used to. If I was still covering the Texans for the Chronicle, I'd be all over this. You talk to the NFL, you know, like, what's the point? Now, when it comes to the 18th game, they say, okay, we'll agree to this, but we don't want to have off-season program. We'll come to training camp on June the 1st or June the 15th, and we don't want the media allowed in the locker room anymore. We'll send players out to talk to them outside, and they might do that. The league might do it because it's no sweat off them. You know, they just want to get the money from that 18th game. And another thing, if the media is not where they can talk to players and build relationships and all that, the public doesn't get as much information. And sometimes I used to talk to players, you know, all these former players, they wouldn't get that access either that are in the media. But anyway, I think eventually it's coming. It won't happen without a fight. And Roger Goodell, who used to be a PR guy, he understands the importance of the media, but I would hate to be younger and involved in that fight.
Boy, I'm going to ask both of you this. If I were a player, and I'm clearly not, but if I were, I think I'd rather have the 9-week off-season conditioning program and the way they do it now, because that's voluntary. And if I had to go somewhere and miss a week here and there for whatever reason, a family event or clearly an emergency, but whatever reason, I think they'd let you go, obviously, because they have to. It's voluntary, except for minicamp. I'd rather have that than the break and then a 2-week training camp and we're off and running. I don't want 6 weeks of mandatory have to be there after I have an entire off season of not being around the building. I would not like that. I don't think it's even good for them as people. It's good to have somewhere to go, be around your guys. This is what all the veterans miss when they retire. The first thing they say is, I miss being around the guys in the locker room. So, I don't know. What do you think, General?
You give them 4 months off. Think about the guys that would come in out of shape.
Oh, boy.
The rookies would be behind because they wouldn't have that rookie mini camp and then jumping into OTAs. And OTAs is all about the mental aspect anyway. And so I don't know anybody that likes it. And another thing is kids are out of school and sometimes vacations are planned. So I just, it's radical. It's never been done. No, that's not true. Hell, when I started covering, they didn't have an off-season program. They just reported training camp, and they made them do immediately, the first day, full pads, full contact, 2 2-hour practices in which they used those to get in shape because they hadn't stayed in shape in that long off-season program. You know, there was no free agency back then. You had to draft, and that was it. And veteran players are not involved in that. So if guys could stay in shape, get in shape or stay in shape on their own, then the facility should be open with 3 meals a day and all that to give them every opportunity. But there's a lot of players, you don't want to turn them loose for 4 or 5 months and leave them on their own.
You know what would have been a great show back then? Off-season Hard Knocks with Kenny Stabler.
Oh,
off-season Hard Knocks with Dan Pastorini. That's a show I want to watch.
Let me tell you what. You didn't need off-season with those guys. They were fun. They made sure they enjoyed their training camp and their off-season, whatever they were doing. But those were 2 fun guys to cover.
Yeah, no doubt. General, talking about the kickoff rule is going to be something that everybody's been talking about for a while. But now the NFL is going to test optical tracking to measure first downs during the preseason. The death of the sticks. Could it be happening in the NFL? What do you think?
Sticks.
Yeah, it's coming. I don't think it'll be this year, maybe next year, just like robo-umpiring's coming to baseball. And another thing about the kickoff rule, no team's going to give away strategy. You think Frank Ross is going to put something out there he's going to do in regular season? I think in preseason, I'd just kick it out of the end zone every time and let him come start the drive 30. Don't show anything.
Hot take. That's a special teams hot take, which is in its own category.
That's like a 3.5 to 4 sizzle fire hot take from the General.
Yeah, that is. General, we know you have to depart right now, but we really appreciate the visit. HoustonTexans.com for your stuff as always, right?
Always, guys. Thank you very much. I'll see you in Canton.
Okay, we'll see you in Canton. Can't wait.
I love saying that. Finally going to Canton. 52 years of my life. Love the game of football. Never been to Canton.
Gosh, the General had a hot take there, Johnny.
I know.
We got to delve into that a little bit. And I really do want to see retroactively off-season Hard Knocks with Dan Pastorini. That would be the greatest show ever. All right, coming up, a couple of things we want to get to around the league. Dan Orlovsky ranked the NFC quarterbacks, and it's eye-opening for maybe all the wrong reasons. And what was the other one? Will Brinson had a story on teams that could miss the playoffs, and he gives the reasons. Let's go over it because a team you love is on that list. What? It's Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Community Coffee is proud to be the official coffee of the Houston Texans. For over 100 years, we've served communities like yours with rich, smooth coffee crafted right here in the USA. And as a company that's worked to bring people together since 1919, Community Coffee celebrates.
few feet away from your Texans.
Nice way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
All right, a couple of things here. The General's hot take, it's a special teams hot take, meaning It's not as sexy as offense hot take, defense hot take. Special teams hot take is in another category. But he said, I'm going to do the quote. We're not going to play the audio. I'll give you what it sounded like, okay?
Yeah.
I'd just kick it out of the back of the end zone, not bother with it in the preseason. Doesn't want to see it. Doesn't think Frank Ross is going to, quote, reveal anything. That was my quote.
I just saw Frank in the hallway, but he was meeting with his specialist, so I didn't want to interrupt him. But
you should have said, "Hey, Frank,
listen,
I'm on the air right now, and I need to know this. Forget about your little meeting."
Yeah, we need you on the air right now. Like, are you going to show it? Are you going to not? I mean,
well, he's going to show some things. I think he's going to work on some things here.
Yeah, I would think he's had.
If they kick it out of the back of the end zone, though, I will give the general major props because guess what? You kick it out of the back of the end zone, they get it at the 20, which is the old way.
He might do that once.
Yeah. I don't want to see it anymore.
Depending on injuries, if you got a bunch of guys banged up.
How about if you're kicking off a lot? They're scoring a lot. You're kicking off a lot. Like, we've seen enough. We don't need to see this anymore.
I mean, I think that is – it's hard to know where the preseason games – talking to ND yesterday, and we've talked about this a lot, talking to the general. We've all seen a lot of preseason games over the years, and we've all seen – how it's evolved. When there used to be 4, the first game, you get the starters a little bit. Mm-hmm. Then the starters would get more in the second game. They played almost a half or more in the third game. And the fourth game, nobody played.
But that was changing. The second and third games were changing.
They were starting to change. And then we go to 3.
Yeah.
And then it was like, man, you got Sean McVay doesn't play his guys at all in the preseason.
Yeah.
Like, didn't play him at all.
But did last year.
But then did last year because he had a younger team and he let them play. And Puka Nacua shows up, and it's like, oh, my gosh.
And they have a terrific season, relatively.
But every team attacks it differently. Last year with the Ravens, Lamar's coming off the injury, but they've got a whole new offense. I would have wanted Lamar to get like 25 plays during the preseason just to have a little bit. I mean, that's almost a half of football. Just get 25 plays so that you have some experience in it in a live game speed situation. But
Seth talked about that this morning.
They chose not to do that.
He would like to see some game speed,
just absolutely
get a taste of it so it's not the first time on opening day regular season.
Yep.
So we've talked about it. It takes a while for offensive lines to develop in the regular season.
That's exactly right.
Sometimes you look at that first 4-game stretch as a sort of preseason. You want the record to be good, but you also know that your team should be better in the second quarter than it was in the first of the regular season. And we don't have quarters anymore with the 17 games. It's all clunky. 16 was so perfect, Johnny.
So
for your OCD.
For my OCD, it was just perfect. You had the rotation amongst the teams that you were playing, and it was 16. You could divide it in half. Oh,
all right, give me the Will Brinson story. Brinson wrote about teams that might not make the postseason this year.
So here's the headline.
Okay.
Will Brinson, CBS Sports. 2020. Now, again, a lot of times, and I know this because this has happened to me, a lot of times the writers don't write the headlines.
Yeah.
So
it's true.
The headline doesn't always go with the article a lot of times, so just keep that in mind.
Headlines are like the meaning of life in this article, and then it's about something else. Like
but the headline here is when it grabs you, especially in Texas, because he says 2024 NFL playoff predictions: Cowboys, Texans among 7 teams that could miss the cut after getting in last year. So okay. And I've said this to you. I've said this to other people. Like, I can see people thinking the Texans aren't going to be what they were last year. I mean, we've talked about all the reasons why. Schedule's really, really difficult. You could have some guys banged up. What if CJ doesn't take that first year to second year massive leap that some people expect him to take? What happens if injuries strike? And, going back to the schedule. And the division's gotten stronger.
Yeah.
You look what the Colts did in the draft. Some interesting stuff came out of that, too. What they did in the draft, what the Titans have done with Calvin Ridley. Jeffrey Simmons is still creating problems in Tennessee for everybody, opponents too. I'm okay with all that. If you say it, I get that. Like when people say to me, I'm a little worried about this year. Like I get it. I totally get it. But you also have to acknowledge that the team has done things to make this year's team that much better. So Will Brinson talks about C.J. Stroud's got a lot of expectation. He's now the second biggest favorite to win the MVP at DraftKings behind only Mahomes. But then he starts talking about last year. And he was like, remember where they were halfway through the season last year? They were 3-4. They had just lost to Bryce Young. They lost to the Jags. And then the Jags had an epic meltdown, and that's really the reason why the Texans won a division. Like, okay, that's last year.
Yeah.
That's last year. It's a team that's coming off 4-13, 3-13-1. Like, yeah, they were going to struggle early on until they kind of found first-year head coach, first-year coordinator, first-year defensive coordinator. Like, all of that was new. Rookie quarterback, rookie center.
Right.
All that was new.
And they managed to be around 500 anyway.
Absolutely. And then he was like, well, you could draw some parallels to the Jags, too. This team and the Jags team were totally different.
What kind of parallels can you draw to the Jags? The Jags blame their problems on Trevor Lawrence getting hurt and playing injured.
So here's what he says.
That's number one on the Jaguar excuse list for 2023. Are you projecting a C.J. Stroud injury?
That Jacksonville team played well down the stretch, stole the division from the Titans, and won a home playoff game to set up massive expectations for 2023. Trevor Lawrence was a top-tier MVP candidate by preseason odds, and the Jags were a Super Bowl sleeper who ultimately ended up missing the playoffs. And, mind you, the Jags were 8-3. The Jags were 8-3 after they beat us here. They were 8-3. They melted down. And they melted down for a number of reasons that I don't think will happen to this team. If this team is 8-3, now they might get beat by the Ravens and the Chiefs in those big games at the end of the year, but they're not going to melt down the way the Jaguars did. I don't anticipate
if this team's 8-3, I project, because you have those tough games down the stretch. You know, you have the big three coming up with Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore in that final 6-game stretch. But I would say this, all right, 500 the rest of the way.
Okay.
I mean, that's not worst case scenario, but that's like a really ultra conservative. You win 11 games.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sign me up for that.
He goes on to say, I don't feel good about this, and I'm not really even predicting the Texans will miss the postseason, but you can find a path in your mind where Stroud takes a step back. Maybe the Jags return to form, or the Colts are really good, or the Titans surprise people, or maybe all three happen at once and make the AFC a tough division. Houston dealt with a ton of injuries last year. So there's some positive regression possible there, and it played within 0.8 of its expected wins. But Houston did go 7-3 in one-score games last year. Move that to 500, and the team doesn't even make the playoffs last year. No mention of Danielle Hunter, Joe Mixon, Azeez Al-Shire, Stephon Diggs. No mention of any of those, of the upgrades they've made there. None of that. Did address the injury situation from last year. Did address that. But everything was last year. It's like, wait a second.
Yeah.
This whole thing is flipped on its head.
And he knows you can't do that in this league, really, in a football sense, go year to year. We do it because it's fun, and that's the story, but the roster changes and everything else.
Absolutely.
Did he say positive regression? Isn't that sort of an oxymoron?
That's oxymoron. It's exactly. It's oxymoron for sure. Positive regression possible. But my point in that is, if you're going to say the Texans aren't going to, the Texans could be a team that doesn't make the playoffs, I listen to you. Hey, that schedule is really tough. Yeah, you got it. That schedule is really tough. You're facing all these quarterbacks that you didn't face last year.
I've been sounding the alarm on this one.
Primetime games, you got a bunch of them. The schedule last year was easy. It was noon games all the way throughout.
Easy from a routine standpoint.
Right. Now you got 6 primetime games. You're under the spotlight that much more. How does a young team handle the spotlight this year? That's the thing. Talk about this year. Last year's last year. But there's all this, you won a bunch of close games last year, so you're not going to win them this year. Okay, maybe. Maybe that's the case. Maybe you win more. Maybe you go 6-2.
Maybe you don't have the close games. Maybe you're in command.
Maybe last year, a couple of those close games, the Broncos game. Everybody calls that a close game, right?
Yeah.
But what if Des King's fumble recovery that should have been a touchdown is a touchdown? It's 23-6 or 30-6 or whatever it is. At that point, the game's over.
Yeah.
But they get the ball back to the Broncos, they're going to score a touchdown. Now it's 17-14 instead of being 24-6 or whatever it was.
Look, they won the close games. It was a different team. It was a younger team. This is a more mature team. Yep. It's 1 year more mature with the younger players, the guys who were rookies last year, who were high-impact players, of course. What if Tank Dell stays healthy for the whole season, Johnny?
Exactly.
All right, you get the 3 freaks. I'm stealing Sean's nickname.
Yeah, 3 freaks. I like that.
I don't know. I'll have to think about that one, whether I want to use that a lot. I do like Tommy Rockets. I've incorporated some things here that I've picked up from you and stolen. Borrowed.
Ben Skoranek, the janitor. I like that. He called himself the janitor. I like that. The janitor is a good one.
That's going to stick. Okay, so about the schedule. You play 5 NFC teams, NFC North, and the Dallas Cowboys.
That's correct.
Dan Orlovsky ranks the NFC quarterbacks. So this is interesting because you realize oh my gosh, the NFC is certainly not the AFC when it comes to quarterbacks. Now, we know this, but just to see the rankings the way former Texan Dan Orlovsky lays them out, give them to me.
So, number one is a guy, and Andre and I have talked about, Andre, you and me have talked about this guy for a long time. And Andre likes, I like him too. I mean, if Matthew Stafford was the quarterback for the Texans and CJ wasn't, I feel really good about what this team could do.
Well, sure.
He's a great quarterback. He's a stud. Dan Orlovsky has him number one. Number one in the NFC is Matt Stafford.
All right. Now, when you hear the rest of them, you'll say, oh, yeah, that's right. He has to be.
Yeah.
He has to be number one. Now, you might love Jalen Hurts. You might love Dak Prescott. Would you really, though? You might love somebody else.
You might love Love.
And Love is number two.
Jordan Love is number two.
Now, that alone, right there. Jordan Love had half a really great season, and he just got paid, and Orlovsky ranks him number two in the NFC. Yeah. That shows you something about the NFC quarterbacking versus the AFC, where the real, I don't want to say the real quarterbacks, these are good guys too. Yeah. But you know what I mean, where a lot of the quarterback talent is, most of it.
I'm going to tell you a quick Jordan Love, C.J. Stroud story. So when I was at Big 12 Media Days, I ran into a guy named Mike Sanford Jr., and Mike Sanford had been the OC for Urban Meyer at Florida for a while and been around for a while. And so Sanford Jr. was a coach as well, so he's at Utah State. So goes into a meeting after Jordan Love is declared for the NFL draft, and Gary Anderson says to him, hey, go find me the next Jordan Love. Mike Sanford's like, what? I got to go find the next Jordan Love. He happened to stumble on Rancho Cucamonga tape and started watching this skinny right-handed gunslinger, like, boy, this guy throws it pretty well. Who's this? C.J. Stroud. So he started recruiting C.J. Stroud because at that time, C.J. did not have a bunch of big offers, and so he had started recruiting him, really, really liked him, was thinking this guy is our next guy. He had found the next Jordan Love. And then all of a sudden, C.J. goes to Elite 11, and all that was all
the
that
rest
was
is
blown
history.
Up at that point.
All right, so Love is number two.
So Love is two. Number three, San Francisco, 49ers quarterback Brock Purdy.
Yep. And I think Brock Purdy gets overlooked on a lot of these lists overall because of where he was drafted.
Yep.
It's draft discrimination.
Number four, Kirk Cousins, which is going to be really interesting because it's funny because we all talk about Aaron Rodgers. And I know Aaron Rodgers is going to 40, whereas Cousins is at 35. They're both 35-plus-year-old quarterbacks coming off Achilles injuries.
Yeah. We'll see who does better.
That is not,
right,
that's not easy. And four is Cousins. 5 is also somebody we play, Jared Goff.
Okay, so Hurts is not even in Orlovsky's top 5 of NFC quarterbacks.
Dak Prescott is not even in the top 5 of NFC quarterbacks.
So does he have the rest of them, though?
That's the 5 he has. Those are he just ranked those 5.
He doesn't give 6, 7,
He may
8.
have, but those are just the 5 that I see.
Okay.
That's it.
Wow, you play 2 of those top 5 in Goff and Love. And Goff scares me more than even a Stafford might, in that the offense he operates is more frightening to me than what Stafford has with the Rams currently, although this year might be better. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Rams offense found something last year with Kyron Williams and giving Stafford a balance, a run-pass balance. They got Jonah Jackson. He's got Puka and Kupp. He's got Higbee at tight end still.
Maybe I should shut up then.
But I fear Detroit's offense more. I think the offensive line for Detroit is better, even though one of their players went to the Rams.
The running game is
incredible. Those running backs are unbelievable with Gibbs and Montgomery.
Hell of a battle red night at NRG Stadium this year. All right, coming up, the Colts tried to do what on draft night? It was revealed during Hard Knocks last night. How it applies to the Texans. We'll wrap it up next here on Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
Something amazing is happening.
a few feet away from your Texans.
Nice! Way to run!
On Texans Training Camp Live.
Well, we're a few feet away because they're in the locker room getting ready for the trip to Canton, and this is our final training camp show segment. All right, a couple of things we need to get to before we wrap it up for good and hand off to In the Loop. Johnny, the Colts.
Yes.
So Giants offseason Hard Knocks, we've talked about this. So much has come out of this that we doubt the show's going to be the same next year. The access will be the same. At least the reveal will be the same. But what did you find out about the Colts, what they were trying to do on draft night?
So I haven't seen episode 5 yet. I've actually got it downloaded. I'm going to watch it on a plane. But in episode 4, you saw Joe Shane calling Elliott Wolf to move up from 6 to 3. Presumably, one of those 3 quarterbacks, Dable and Shane they were going to go up and go get one of those quarterbacks at 3. They couldn't get that deal done. We're sticking at 6. But Chris Ballard apparently called and said, we'll offer you 15. The Colts were at 15.
Yeah.
Offer you 15, a second-round pick, number 46, and a 2025 second-rounder.
Jeez.
To move up 9 spots.
9 spots? That's a hefty price.
Apparently, the Colts wanted their pick of Rome Odunze, Malik Neighbors, Brock Bowers.
They were going to give up all that for one of those guys.
That would have been Laiatu Latu at 15.
Mm-hmm.
Second-round pick at 46. I actually think they moved down. That was Adonai Mitchell.
Jeez.
So they were going to give up Latu Mitchell, and they were going to take one of those 3 Odunze, Neighbors. My guess is Neighbors because Ballard is he's a traits freak, and Neighbors is a traits freak. It would have probably been Neighbors at that point. Ballard's offer was revealed in a scene from HBO's Hard Knocks. Now, what was revealed in Roku's Pick Is In was after the Giants turned them down, the Colts, I don't know if they inquired to get up again. I don't know. But they got a call when they were at 15 from the Rams. The Rams wanted to move up from 19 to 15. The Rams offered number 19, third rounder number 99, and fifth rounder 154 for number 15 and his sixth rounder.
And who'd they want?
My guess is that the Rams were thinking the Colts might look at Verse. My guess is the Rams had Verse and Fiske in their sights the entire. They wanted that combination for some reason.
Right.
They were hot on that combination. So I think they were going up to get Verse. The Colts told them no. Colts end up taking Latu. The Rams were like, okay, we don't have to give up that. We'll just stick, and we'll end up. And so it makes sense because then they get Verse, right? Well, then they ended up making a big deal to get back up to get Fiske. So this whatever lanyap they put in this draft trade, they used that later to move up in the second round and go get Fiske. So my guess is, or Fisk, they wanted Verse, and they thought the Colts might take him. Then the Colts ended up taking Latu.
Level of surprise the Colts were trying to move up to take a receiver with that much draft capital.
Really not surprised. I really was not
After
surprised.
Paying Pittman, they had already paid Pittman.
Yes.
And I know they just drafted Mitchell, but that makes more sense to me, Laiatu and Mitchell.
I think so too, but Neighbors is a freak. And my guess is they thought he could change things because he's got deep ball abilities, he's got size, he's got everything you're looking for in a wide receiver, and his traits are off the board. And if you we've talked about Ballard for years. He loves traits guys. Neighbors, a traits guy. And we've seen a bunch of Neighbors on this Hard Knocks, and we've seen what he's like, and you're like, yeah, I could see Ballard liking that.
Okay.
I could really see him liking that. So to me, it would have been Neighbors, but he would have his pick of all 3. Could you imagine them with Brock Bowers with those receivers?
Oh, jeez.
Now, they wouldn't have had Adonai Mitchell, but they would have had Brock Bowers. So, all things considered, them getting Latu, I hate to say it this way because I love Latu. I got a chance to meet him at the Senior Bowl, a sweetheart of a guy.
Lombardi Award winner,
really, really good football player, really good pass rusher. But when the Texans play them week 1, with Samson Ebukam out, he's going to have to start. I run right at that sucker. I run right at him.
Yep.
I make him. Now, he was really good against the run because he slips blocks. He does some of those things. He doesn't play well off of blocks. I would just hammer and hammer and hammer.
Well, it's his rookie debut.
Exactly. Just make him slow down.
What side do they put him on?
Mike?
They got Kwity Paye, right?
He played both sides at UCLA. Like, he would flip-flop. He would play both sides. So I don't know that he had one over the other. He's so skilled. Like, as a pass rusher, he's so skilled, long. I just remember talking to him. As I'm talking to him at the Senior Bowl, I'm like, at the time, we were at 23. And I'm like, he's not getting to 23. He's not getting to 23. Yeah. But just a really interesting guy to talk to. But week one, snap one, he's going to be in there.
Yeah.
And he's going to face the best there is in the league against Laramie Tunsil. He's going to face Titus Howard. I run right at him. I run split zone. I'm running people at him all day long and make him slow down. Like, you're going to play the run that day. You're not just going to be able to pin your ears back and go. So all things considered, them getting Lazio, I'm kind of okay with that.
These revelations from these shows, the Pickens and offseason Hard Knocks, really interesting stuff for the New York Giants, but we heard about the Colts stuff. I wonder if the Colts have sign-off ability, because whatever team is the subject of Hard Knocks, they have some approval, final cut say.
Right.
O'Brien had it here in 2015, but I'm wondering with this offseason show, if you're the other end of a deal like that or a prospective deal, if you have some say in it. Anyway, that's going to do it for these training camp shows. As Sean and Seth back for the full 4 tomorrow. In the Loop coming up next. We're back at 6 with Texans All Access tonight on the eve of the opener in the preseason. Texans, Bears, tomorrow. Can't wait. Thank you, Ben Gary, for producing these shows. Thanks, Aaron, for engineering our shows outside. Have a great night, great day, great time in Canton. If you're going or following us, please do. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
When it's your turn to pick up the tab, do it in style with the Texans.
Odyssey Sports Station. Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. Hey, Sam.
Sports Radio 610.
I'm not going to let the news of the day dim my light.
Yep.
I'm not going to let the news of the day ruin my energy. It is game day eve. I don't care, Lopez, that none of the starters are going to play in the Hall of Fame game. I don't care, Lopez, that the Astros have lost back-to-back games at home to the Pittsburgh Pirates. I am not going to allow the news of the day to bring me down, Lopez. I feel good. I feel energized. It's game day eve. We will see football very, very, very soon, and I can't wait, dog.
Yeah, I'm not either. It is a great day. And you know, maybe I'm going to start off with a little bit of a confession here, Figgy. Just a little bit of a confession. I'm more excited. These are my confessions. I'm more excited about this preseason game than any preseason game deserves to be excited about.
Don't downplay the significance of this moment.
And not only is it a meaningless preseason game, it's the freaking Hall of Fame game.
Hey, deserve ain't got nothing to do with it.
It's the freaking Hall of Fame. Are y'all in that boat? I'm like, at least it's start. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm figuring it out as I'm talking here. So it's starting.
Yeah.
It's real.
I used to be like that all the time, man. Like even living up in Cleveland, just knowing a game is on. Like it was a couple times where it was like a Thursday. I'm flipping around. I'm like, oh yeah, the Hall of Fame game is on. And even though I don't know a lick of whoever's on the field, it's just football being back.
I think
man.
that's
like real football.
But it's not just that, because that's every year. Like the whole country's going to be watching this for no reason other than
it's a game, man.
Yeah,
it's a football game.
I mean, you're not going to see anybody of note. You might see a couple, but the whole country will be watching. But locally, for me personally, it's because this Texan season that we have anticipated, that we are looking forward to, that we have such high expectations and hopes for. Very few of these guys we're going to see tomorrow are going to be like having a big impact on how it turns out, but it's them and it's starting.
Yeah, for me, I think there is something to be said for being first. That's where I'm at. I just think there is something to be said for being first, and this thing kicks off with the Texans, with their storylines. Like the key figures, the guys that we want to see play are obviously not going to play, but you're going to have a moment and a time to talk about all of these things. Like these storylines will still be front and center. Like think about what the broadcast is going to be talking about toward the end of the game when not just the backups are in, but the backups of the backups are in, guys that are not going to be on the team, maybe not on any team.
Yeah.
So like by the time you get to that point, like you will have talked so much about these teams. And both of the teams, by the way, the Texans and the Bears, the parallels are just interesting as hell. Like you got one team that was on the rise, that arrived last year, and another team that's basically trying to replicate that with its own version of it.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. You're not going to get to see those guys, but you're going to get to hear those storylines discussed. And again, there is something to be said for being first. I felt similar to this way, what was it now, 4 years ago when they opened the season against Kansas City in the COVID year?
Yeah.
Remember, they're coming off of losing to Kansas City in the playoff game in embarrassing fashion, but there was something about opening the season. I know it was a regular season game, but being the first and the only at that time to me is significant, and it says a lot about obviously where the Texans are, but where both of these teams are projected to be this year, how the league views both teams.
Yeah, and again, you know, just the fact that you're going to see those uniforms, add to it Andre Johnson, you know, and just kind of the aura of that, and a first ever for the Texans. It's just like I'm like really weirdly excited for the Hall of Fame game.
So I'm glad you mentioned Dre.
Yeah,
because if we're just keeping it a buck, especially given the fact that these guys aren't going to play, the key figures are not going to play, that's probably the biggest local story. I would say not probably. Let me take that off. That is the biggest local story of the day, or of the, I'm sorry, of the week.
Yeah.
Right? Like of the weekend, of the week that is the Hall of Fame game. to hell with the game itself, because the game is just going to kind of be a throwaway. We'll have fun with it because we're trying to figure out what this roster is going to look like. I want to get into this as well, like what the coaches. You're not going to rest the coaches.
No, you don't rest
so
the
the coaching is going to be the real coaching, right? I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
But the big story is Dre, man. And I'm really excited about that, really happy for him, happy for the team to be able to experience that. How about Dre Day last night?
Yeah, I was looking at that.
Andre Johnson Day at Minute Maid Park. What'd you think about that yesterday? Kind of this coronation of Andre Johnson at Minute Maid Park. Even had him in the booth for a little bit.
Little cross-pollination there.
I didn't mind it.
With the Astros and the Texans.
We both know we could have seen a day where that would have been
no.
Less
It could have been like, nah, we're busy.
We're good.
We're booked.
We're 8 games in front.
I'm gonna be honest, man. It warmed my soul a little bit.
Yeah, it did. And seeing him in the booth, as you talked about, throw out the first pitch. A lot of celebrities there. Cal and Hannah were there, which I guess they're celebrities too. But
man, what are you doing?
What am I doing?
They might as well get their own TV show, man.
Reality show.
Cal in the booth with the hat back. Now that was, I think,
the Astros colors on the H-Town logo.
Yeah, I think that was obviously promotional, but also
that was super smart too.
Yeah,
how far we've come. Like, think about how many years ago it would have been where you would have laughed at the idea of Cal in the booth, but certainly Cal in the booth with a backwards hat.
Yeah.
and in 2024, it was pretty damn cool.
And in a weird way, even though they're, now they're in second place, but they're back in the hunt and all that. What a turn of events. The Astros kind of need the Texans, to raise the.
Oh, come on.
No. Look, like, how many more eyes were on that?
Hey, look.
How many more eyes were on that?
So, big picture, I don't think that's necessarily the case.
But last night.
Yeah. And like right now, let's call it this week.
Yeah.
With all of the news.
It's been rough for the Astros this week, man.
It has not been a particularly redeeming week for them.
Oh, we will get to that.
Between the trade deadline and losing and all of that, blowing leads.
Yeah.
I mean, how about that? I don't know if we gave enough attention to this yesterday because we were at training camp and we got a lot of football to talk about. But how about, like, in a one-day span, Dana Brown makes that trade, right? The one that we've all widely panned for different reasons. We got different objections for it, but none of us like it.
Yeah.
And then on that same day, his biggest signing gives up a 3-run shot to cough up the lead in the 9th. On a bullpen day, by the way.
Yeah.
What's a bullpen day supposed to be?
Yeah.
Like, if you can get through the first part of the bullpen and you got a strong second or back end of the bullpen, you're supposed to be good.
You're good.
They did that. They handed the game off to what was supposed to be the strength of the team on the same day in which they made a trade that was widely panned.
Yeah.
Getting Andre Johnson and the McNairs in the booth the next day was a good look. I got to agree with you.
It helped, but it was also just like Andre, I guess he's flying out this morning. He'll be there today, and it's pretty damn cool. That's the biggest part of the Hall of Fame game, as you mentioned, but also like the people who are going to be there for Andre. Like, they're going to be talking to D'Amico during the game probably about Andre. They're going to be talking to C.J. Stroud on the sideline about Andre. You're going to see what I feel is, I mean, I've looked at the Traveling Texans website, looked all over social media. Dude, there could be 10,000 Texan fans there. More.
Yeah, including Sports Radio 610.
Including Sports Radio 610.
We will be there tomorrow.
Yeah.
We will be holding it down.
Figgy Fig in the building.
Yes.
Like, Texans fans are going en masse, as they say. Like, it is going to be a huge, sort of visual.
We talk about how timing is everything. Like, so much of life just has to do with time and being at the right place at the right time, or vice versa, unfortunately. Like, being in the wrong place at the wrong time. It happens. In this case, in this sports context, with Andre Johnson, how about the timing of all of this?
Yeah.
Because this did not marry up on purpose. This was not, the Hall of Fame committee or the voters voting Andre Johnson into the Hall of Fame in a year that the Texans now are finally relevant again.
Yeah.
Or when they've got a lot of, like, new pieces and like new things to introduce to the NFL or to the NFL audience. Like, the timing of this is the best part of it. It's like Andre Johnson, you could argue a bunch of different ways here that he should have been a first ballot Hall of Famer, and then you could hold some of the things that really didn't have anything to do with him.
When he retired
against him, and then say, hey, maybe he could have waited. Like, you can straddle whatever side of the fence that you want to with Andre Johnson, but that it would happen this year in this moment at this time with this kind of buzz around the team, to me, the timing could not be any better. I think that is a part of it that has me most excited. You were talking, Lopez, earlier about being more excited for a preseason game than you ever should be. Well, I think this is just flat out different.
Yeah.
This is different than any other preseason experience that I can remember following the Texans in the last 20-plus years.
Yeah, yeah, and that's part of the excitement. That's part of the reason that that it's going to be so interesting to watch. And, oh, by the way, interesting to watch on the field.
Yes.
Like we know the starters are not going to play, and you brought up this point, and it's right on. Like the Bears have already announced, ain't no starters playing.
That's the news. To me, that's the news of the day.
Yeah.
In terms of on the field.
Yeah.
The news of the day is that ain't no Bears starters playing.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't make a lot of sense in turn for the Texans to play. Now, the Texans have been a little bit more coy about it. D'Amico Ryan's kind of in just like, we'll see, when asked about C.J. Stroud. So they haven't really tipped their hand. But I feel like it is.
Except they have. Davis Mills goes to the tent yesterday.
Yeah, okay. So that's fair. That's fair.
And by the way, you know this. If our listeners do not, every preseason game, the coaches talk to each other before the game.
Yeah.
They talk to each other before the game. Hey, what are you thinking about running? I'd like to see this. Hey, can you run this a couple of times for us? We're working on this offense or defense versus that look or whatever. So they always talk to each other. So D'Amico Ryans has talked to Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus said, we ain't playing any of our starters. There's no way that D'Amico said we are.
Yeah. let me let C.J. Stroud get some run against your second-string defensive line that's trying to make the league and would gladly rip his leg off the socket.
I was a little disappointed that Caleb Williams wasn't going to play, but then I remembered our season opener here is against Caleb Williams.
Yeah. We will have time to revisit that.
I know.
So it's all good.
So I'm good.
Put a pin in it. Now, again, I told y'all yesterday, if I ruled the world, we would just change the rules. They'd play, but you wouldn't be able to hit them.
No.
Because I do.
That's called practice.
Hey, that's called regular season.
That's called practice. Yeah.
You already can't hit them.
Fine. Hey, joint practice, whatever.
Put a dress on them.
Hey, fine. If they'll wear them. Whatever the case may be. So I know we're not expecting much, or really I should say anything. We're not expecting anything from the starters, the true players on these teams. But I do have something that I want to see from this game. I do have an outcome that I want. It doesn't have nothing to do with the final score or even the box score itself necessarily. But I do want to see an offense. And look, it's the backups. I get it. But the story of training camp so far has been how much the defense has had an edge over the offense, like to a man. That's been a pretty consistent takeaway from training camp. The defense ahead of the offense. The offense at times sloppy. We've seen some highlights, like outside of the highlights. Oh, check out this throw to Stephon Diggs.
Yeah.
Check out this to Tank Dell, to Nico Collins. Hey, John Mechie's out there making some plays. We saw Noah Brown with a one-handed catch that was amazing.
Yep.
We've seen highlights, but the overall story consistently has been the defense playing better than the offense. One of the things that I do want to see from this preseason game, no matter who's out there, is an offense that at least runs better, like the way it's run, flows better, and just is more cohesive and crisp than they have been and they have shown themselves to be during training camp. That's one of the things that I really want to see from this game, Lopez.
It's also kind of weird that I'm feeling this because normally you see a defense pretty much control training camp, not dominate. I would say, I think I said this yesterday, 60-40. If you have, like, when they go 11-on-11 or they go full bore, whether it's 7-7 or 11-on-11, I'd say about 60% of the time the defense has had the edge. And normally I'd be like, ooh, but I think it's just because the defense is really playing that well. I think they're ready. I mean, they obviously there's still a couple of weeks of camp left at least. But I think they're really going to surprise with how good. It's not about the offense. It's about how good the defense is playing.
Yeah, so to be clear here, I'm not mad at the defense for being good. Like, go out there, ball out, compete, make it challenging for this offense that we've talked so much about during the offseason. But to my point earlier about the coaches not resting, like to me, you could even argue that this is a D'Amico Ryans Bobby Slowick moment, D'Amico Ryans Bobby Slowick game. It'll be more so about them getting some practice in or game reps in for how they're managing the game, how they're managing personnel. And really, like from a nerd standpoint, it's like, okay, I get that they're not going to show everything in a preseason game, but it's not like they're going to show stuff. Like very little of what they show is going to be stuff that they throw away and you never see again.
Yeah.
Like a lot of it is going to be stuff that you see again. You want to see how it looks. I want to imagine, hey, what does this play look like when the proper players are out there? How do they run it? Is it communicated well? Those sorts of things. Can't wait to hear what Clint has to say about the film after the fact. Like all of that I'm looking forward to. But I do like your point, Lopez, about the defense. Because I feel really good about this defense, and I wonder if, with them being the story of training camp, if possibly we've just underplayed or downplayed how good they can actually be, or maybe just taken for granted how good this D'Amico Ryans-led defense can be with the added pieces that they've got.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it's funny because I'm doing this on the fly because I thought this was the case, and I'm going to ask you and Figgy, y'all have been out there a lot. We've been out there every day. As much as the defense has dominated, I started thinking about dominated, 60-40, like I said. But
they've been good.
As much as the defense has been good, in my mind, I'm trying to think of like the best plays I've seen at training camp. I started writing a list. I said top 5, and I'm at 4. 3 of the 4 were on offense.
Your top, wait a minute.
Top plays that I've seen in training camp.
Hold on a second.
Yeah, top plays I've seen in training camp.
Wait, stop. Lopez has top plays that he's seen from training camp and has not shared them with us?
Yes.
Like, what is this?
You want me to share them with you?
Yes. Let's do this. John Lopez, the OG's top plays that he's seen from training camp. I want to hear these, man.
Let's go. We need a bet or something. Let's get some football music.
Not on this, Lopez.
Let's get some.
Bury the damn lead, dog. Let me hear these, man. The people want to know these. Come on, give them to me. Your top plays from training camp.
Oh, this is where we're going. Top plays. This is where we are.
How many plays you got? 5?
5.
Number 5.
I think it was the second day of training camp. C.J. Stroud drops it in the bucket on a cut to Tank Dell. It was like an out cut, dropped it right over his shoulder, touchdown. It was going into the, I guess, north end zone. Absolutely, like, that's where you go, okay.
I wish you could do these in, like, play-by-play voice, too.
I'm not Mark Vandermeer. So that's number 5.
Número 4.
First play of pads, 11 on 11, full go, number 1 offense versus number 1 defense. C.J. Stroud drops back, red zone play, drops it over, I believe it was Lassiter, into Stephon Diggs, diving catch in the corner of the end zone, and that's when I said, all right, that's a statement.
There you go.
That's the Stephon Diggs' first play, 11 on 11, touchdown.
And the crowd
went
freaking wild.
Nuts.
Número 3.
Yesterday, they're running drills. It wasn't even 11 on 11. Running drills with defense.
No crowd?
No crowd, no nothing. John Mechie put Kalen Bullock. I mean, it was spin cycle. It was like whoop, whoop, whoop. It was the old Chris Berman. Whoop,
hey, if y'all have not seen that video, please go check out Jonathan Alexander's Twitter, man. That is worth seeing if you have not caught it already.
Yes.
Número 2.
All right, Noah Brown has had a good camp. Does a little up and out down the sideline. Looks like he's got a step on Kamari Lassiter. Kamari Lassiter makes up the ground, spins to the inside, has a hand on Noah Brown, puts his right hand up, knocks it away. It was a perfectly thrown ball. It would have been a touchdown. Kamari Lassiter is ball skills.
Hey, that's a dude.
Yeah.
That's a dude. Watch out for him.
Número 1.
We all know what number 1 was. I think it was the second or third day of camp. Noah Brown's one-handed reverse catch.
A beauty.
He did an inside spin, reverse catch, one-handed for a touchdown in red zone play. How about that? We got top 5 plays of training camp.
Listen, I'm going to tell you straight up.
You got any others?
Hey, look.
Those were the 5 that jumped in my mind.
Look, I think that was nicely done. since we're doing top 5, I felt like that was worth blowing through the break a little bit. I'm glad to do it. And so coming up next on In the Loop, 5 players who might surprise and begin to win a job on this roster at the Hall of Fame game. That is next on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
How much does Andre Johnson Houston, let's get in the loop.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
You know what I'm bringing today. You know what I'm bringing today. Let's go. Go to work. Let's go. A-Town.
Sports Radio 610.
Who is going to be the Texans' preseason surprise? We'll get our first look at it tomorrow night at the Hall of Fame game. We've got a few players for you to key in on as you watch this game tomorrow. The Chicago Bears and the Houston Texans in the Hall of Fame game. They are going to kick off NFL action. This is significant, even if the actually significant players are not going to be taking part. I opened the show letting y'all know I am not going to let that news dim my light or kill my energy for this moment. I cannot wait to watch some football. So we got players for y'all to watch, for y'all to pay attention to, who could be preseason surprises, because what this is going to be about is guys competing for jobs, for spots, for positioning, for roles. Who do we think some of the key guys will be in that realm? Some guys to watch in this game, Lopez.
Yeah, look, every year it happens. Somebody wins a job or somebody wins a starting position.
Yeah.
You know, that you didn't expect.
We were being a little hyperbolic about it yesterday, and I think Indy Kalu was as well when he called it his Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But you understand what we're getting at here. When they say this is their Super Bowl, they're saying this is my moment. This is how I get to at least establish myself for this season.
You could play 2 or 3 quarters.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, what better audition do you have than that? Now, some of these guys, well, one for sure, but some of these guys, they're on the squad. And I'm going to start with that one.
Yeah.
I mean, they're on the squad. They're going to be on the squad for years. But
I got a feeling the one that you're going to lead off with, even though we know he's on the squad, this is a fine showcase for him, given who's not going to play.
What if Blake Fisher is really good? Like, really good. And look, he's and I want you and Figgy to think about, like, some of these other guys that you think either might make the roster or might climb the depth chart a little bit with the opportunities they're getting here. Because we're all saying, well, Laramie Tunsil, yeah, of course, he's only there because of Laramie Tunsil, but he's getting every rep with the first squad because Laramie Tunsil is doing, you know, he's 29 going on 54. You know, he's like... He's got that.
My man's got an old soul.
He's got that rocking chair mentality, man.
Got an old soul that Laramie Tunsil does, man.
Shoot, honestly, the way he play, he probably like, man, I see y'all on game day.
Yeah,
I see y'all when it matter.
Hey, that limp that he had last year, he limped like your uncle that got a hip replacement.
Yes.
How he looked
walking like Phil Jackson.
He looks like he should have a white towel over one shoulder and standing behind a barrel pit. You know, with some slides on.
But then they snap the ball and my man is moving.
Yeah,
like where'd that come from?
Okay, but he's out.
I mean, moving early sometimes.
Yeah, he's target on his back. But he's out. Blake Fisher's going to get a ton of reps with not the first team tomorrow, but he has with the first team. Ton of reps. He's a rookie. He's going to play. What if he's just real good?
It is a question that I don't feel like I have asked since they drafted him, or certainly not since training camp, or since we got the feeling that Titus Howard would be out there.
Yeah.
You know, Blake Fisher played right tackle at Notre Dame.
Well, I'm talking more about that position than nobody's going to replace Laramie Tunsil.
Well, I'm
talking about what if, like, Titus, injured, whatever.
What I'm saying is just more so what we've seen him do at training camp. We've seen him play at left tackle in place of Laramie Tunsil. So, like, to me, the conversation has just changed a little bit, and I had not revisited the fundamental question of what if this dude that they a Notre Dame guy that started basically since the moment he got there.
Started at left tackle there.
Yeah, no, he's the entire time essentially.
Yeah.
And then was drafted in the second round by this team. What if that dude is good?
Yeah.
Like, I think that is something to definitely think about. And who knows how long it will be before the answer to that question is relevant.
Yeah.
And you hope that at the very least it's not this year. You know, but you would like to have a feel for it. Like, I would like to have a feel for it. And I feel like, you know, trial by fire a little bit going up against Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson in practice. Blake Fisher has, like, his early NFL experience has been a unique one because of the quality of talent he's going up against in practice. But this will be our first time to see him in a game. I'm excited about it.
Now, this dude is going to play a lot as well. and we've mentioned his name exactly once that I can remember during training camp. 10 days of camp so far, we've mentioned his name once, and that was when Titus Howard went to the tent for about 10 or 12 minutes because of whatever happened to him. So they had to put in a new starting right tackle with the first team. It was Nick Broker. Nick Broker went in with the first team.
Hey, look, he's so nondescript, Vicky. No disrespect, Nick. He's so nondescript. I don't think Lopez is saying that man's name right.
Is it Brecker?
I think it's Brocker.
Brocker?
I think.
Yeah. Broker?
But
Brecker?
But notice how I'm not.
Brocker?
Notice how I'm not correcting
You're not saying
you
it with
my
your chest. You're not saying it with your chest.
Because, like, why would either of us be sure? Am I wrong for that?
Anyhow,
Hey,
Nick.
This is very. Hey, while we playing, I know we joking
Nicky B.
around, but this is very important. This dude can.
They put him in with the first team.
He could end up on the first team if some stuff go wrong.
Like
Nicky B. This is like
Nicky B.
Something's got to be wrong with this, though. This has the vibes and the feels of. Who did they do this to? Not Austin Deculus. When they put Michael Dieter on an island at tackle.
Oh, man, that was rough.
They did that in a game.
They put him at tackle, man.
In a game.
In a game.
Oh, man. He found his groove at center eventually, but
in a live rep.
They put him on,
in a game.
Oh, man.
So I'm like, what if this was that? Like, because think about it. Nicky B was on the team last year, and they didn't even put him in he's supposed to be an interior lineman.
Yeah.
They didn't even put him in at guard.
They put him at tackle.
They had Titus out there with his broken hand and no guard playing self out there playing guard.
Regardless, like, I didn't even know if he was going to make the squad. You know?
I'm going to be worried.
And I know that Blake Fisher would be that guy. Let's say it's Laramie and Titus in a real game, and one of them gets dinged up. It would be Blake Fisher, but Nicky B got some good reps there.
All right, let's see what you got, Nicky B.
Next.
It's a little scary.
We mentioned this yesterday. Tim Boyle?
Podium game? I know Davis got the pre-podium, but does Tim Boyle get the podium game?
Yeah.
And is Tim Boyle on Davis Mills' heels?
I don't know.
I mean, that's the ultimate
It doesn't
question.
appear to be so because Davis Mills got the tent yesterday and has been getting second-team reps. But listen to our guy Clint Stoerner. Listen to watch some of the things that we've seen.
I was going to say trust your eyes.
Not so much with Tim Boyle. He hadn't been bad. He's been fine. But with Davis Mills, because Case Keenum ain't going nowhere. You know?
You have to question if the incumbent backup quarterback that they did not go to when it was time to go to the backup is somebody that they're still interested in having on the team. It feels like he's just somebody that's still under contract, and so is still on the team. But who knows? They brought in Tim Boyle. I feel like dude is on his heels.
A couple more. Actually, it's 3 players, but a couple more positions to keep an eye on tomorrow, and maybe it's an opportunity that these guys are going to really be able to capitalize on. Xavier Hutchinson / Ben Skoranek. One of these dudes has to do something. Flat out. Has to do something. Mechie's here.
Yeah.
Mechie's here.
We can get into this part later, but I've heard some uncertainty. Like Clint said this yesterday. He doesn't know how Mechie makes this team.
No, he's in.
I think he's in unless somebody say, hey, we'll trade for him or something. Unless they can get something for him. I think he's
Noah
in.
Brown is in. Mechie's in. I think Steven Sims is in because of the kickoffs. So Robert Woods probably in, maybe not, but probably.
We run out of room now, Lopez.
Yeah,
we run out of room.
I think it comes down to Skoranek and Hutchinson.
Yeah, no, the wide receiver competition goes without saying.
Yeah.
Fascinating. I think Mechie is in, but the numbers game on the back end of it, because you know the top 4, figure who the top 4 are going to be, and then I feel like Mechie's got just as good a chance as anybody to be that 5th guy.
Yeah. One more real quick here. Kurt Heinisch. Dude made some plays last year. He was on the field a lot. He did some things last year. Haven't seen a lot of old Kurt Heinisch this camp. And the defensive front interior pretty out.
Yeah, just that position is one that I'm going to be watching no matter who's out there. So Kurt Heinisch among them. And you got to figure a guy like that, undrafted, obviously has been on the team for a little while.
Yeah.
But as a depth piece, you got to figure he's going to get plenty of snaps. So that will be something to watch. Those are players who could surprise, players who are fighting for roles and positions this preseason as we get ready for the Texans to play the Bears tomorrow. Game day eve. I'm excited about it. All right, coming up next on In the Loop. Life came fast at the Astros over the past couple of days. We will talk about that next with Baseball Smoke.
All eyes will be on the Texans in the Hall of
Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Who they want, who they want, who they want. Who they want, who they want. Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo.
All right, Adam Spillane joining us here on In the Loop. The Astros at the trade deadline, they nab Yusei Kikuchi from the Toronto Blue Jays, a starter, and reliever Caleb Ferguson also nabbed by Dana Brown and the Astros. I'm just going to ask you off the top here, all right? Are the Astros a better baseball team with the additions of Yusei, the net addition and subtraction that these trades implicate? Bringing in Yusei Kikuchi and Ferguson into the bullpen. Do you feel like this is a better baseball team?
Oh, without question. I mean, I don't think there is any doubt that Kikuchi will probably start against Tampa Bay this weekend. Kikuchi gives them a better – he takes the rotation spot essentially of Jake Bloss, who he was traded for. Kikuchi gives the Astros a better chance of winning that game than Bloss would have. I mean, he's just an experienced major league starter as opposed to a guy who's in his second year of pro ball who has struggled in 3 major league starts and has not gotten through 4 innings or has not gotten past 4 innings in any of his 4 starts. So I don't think there is any doubt that they are, and Ferguson is better than what they have at the very back of their bullpen, and I think they believe Ferguson can come in and pitch in some high leverage spots. So there is no doubt that they are better today than they were 48 hours ago.
And I think in addition to that, I just want to give you a chance to speak to this because I feel like we're going to agree here, but also given what they gave up, because it wasn't just Bloss, it was Joey Loperfido, who has a fun name to say and make some fun plays in the outfield, and obviously Will Wagner, a prospect who I think we know his dad better than we actually know his game. But you think also the opportunity cost given up, they're still better.
I mean, clearly. I mean, the guys that they gave up were not going to help them win at a high level this year. Kikuchi might. Kikuchi has a much better chance than those 3 guys actually do. And listen, they gave up a lot. I'm not going to sit here and act like they didn't. Did they overpay? Yeah, probably they did. But this is the position that they're in. And the same people that are killing Dana Brown today for giving up too much in the Kikuchi trade are probably the same ones 48 hours ago that were killing them for not doing anything up to that point. So sometimes this is just what you have to do. And they are in a position where they are trying to win now. The window is open. It might not be open for a whole lot longer, so you have to take advantage of it now.
Lopez doesn't like the desperation.
Yeah, why are you doing this to me, man? Why are you doing this
Lopez
to me?
does not like the desperation. I already know.
Well, I don't, but I'm more like, okay, Kikuchi, what is he, 4-9? He's lost 6 of his last 9 starts. His team has lost 6 of his last 9 starts. Okay, so you say there's no doubt that they're better.
Yeah.
But this is marginal at best.
We'll see. I mean, we have to see. We have to wait and see.
They've lost 6 of his last 9 starts.
I understand.
Yeah.
The peripheral numbers are a lot better than the top line numbers, and that sort of stuff matters because when Ryan Presley was awful at the start of the year, his peripheral numbers would tell you otherwise.
I get that. Also Ryan Presley.
And also, like somebody like Ronel Blanco, his peripheral numbers were not as good as the top line numbers, and you've seen him come back to earth a little bit. So sometimes this happens, and I do know, the Astros have been, both Joe Espada on Monday and Dana Brown also, they said that there are a couple of pretty simple adjustments that they feel like Kikuchi can make that will make him more effective, mostly with pitch usage, which will make him a little bit more efficient. And because it's not like he's hurt. It's not like he's been pitching hurt or anything like that. Velocity is still really good. He's still striking out hitters at an incredibly high rate. So the stuff is still there. And they just saw him a few weeks ago. So they saw up close just what the stuff looks like. And I do think that he was higher on their list than I think some people would expect. And I think that Chandler Rome had some reporting on this today that they had him ranked higher on their list than somebody like Jack Flaherty. So I do think that they are higher.
Well, it's funny how that comes out after they don't get Flaherty.
Well, yes.
But then also we heard
that's like a draft. Yeah, we really had this guy number 1 on our board.
And Flaherty also might have
health concerns.
Yeah, there's a medical concern with Flaherty, which might be the reason why the Yankees backed out on him. So listen, this is what happens at this time of the year. And I think we talked about this, earlier in the year. It's like this is where they're at. Like they need to try and win now. And sometimes you just have to say F them prospects and go for it.
I will say, just real quick, you've talked about the margins. This is a margin player. This is not somebody like when you said, "Oh, no doubt they're better."
Maybe.
I'm like,
Kikuchi was an all-star a couple years ago. Like
he won 11 games once in his career,
but he's not that far removed from being an all-star. And I do think that's like there is a higher ceiling there than there is right now with the guys that they gave up. And listen, the guys, what is unique about this trade is that you don't usually see 3 guys traded for a rental who are like upper minor leaguers / big leaguers.
So this is what I was going to get at, because they needed to get a back of the rotation guy. They got a back of the rotation guy. I am underwhelmed by the trade, but I'm not killing Dana Brown for this trade. I'm more so would be frustrated about what they didn't do before now to get to this point. But to me, Adam, the trade and the exact point that you just made about what they had to give up is more of an indictment of what they have, the type of ammunition that they have to go get a guy that 3 prospects that have 2 of which now have some major league experience. It took 3 guys to go get, to Lopez's point, a marginal back end starter in Yusei Kikuchi. Like it took all of that to bring you back Yusei Kikuchi. And that is, I think, the frustrating part is that, hey, you didn't have enough ammo to go get something, and it feels like what you used didn't bring you a whole lot back.
Well, they haven't been a great drafting team. Remember, they lost a lot of picks in the scandal. They lost 2 first-round picks and 2 second-round picks in the scandal. So those are 4 like what you would consider to be high-level prospects that they did not have because of the scandal. Plus, that takes away draft pool money, which also impacts what you can do in other stages of the draft. They've also traded other prospects away. Like you look at the Verlander trade. I know people are upset about the Kikuchi trade. The Verlander trade, they gave up a whole lot more in that deal than they gave up in this deal. So and they were also able to avoid. I think the 3 guys that they gave up are 3 guys that they felt like it was palatable to give these guys up. I think that some of the guys that they kept, whether it's Melton or Bryce Matthews or Zach Cole or some of these other guys that they have in the system, I think they would much rather have kept those guys than the guys that they actually traded, just because I think Bloss is the guy that could hurt. I think Bloss is a guy who's got a higher ceiling compared to the other 2. Loperfito's 25 and in his 4th year in pro ball, and he played in the ACC. Like he kind of is, and he hasn't been productive as a big leaguer. He had a nice little run at the beginning, but he's got like a 5.62 ERA in his last 27 games, and he strikes out a ton. Will Wagner's not a prospect. Like he's 26. He's 26 and he plays the corners and he doesn't hit for power. Like that's not really a prospect at this point. So they gave up 3 guys who have ability, but I don't think Bloss might be the exception, but I don't think there's anybody in this trade that they gave up who they are like going to instantly regret giving up.
And Bloss was more about the urgency, right? Like, hey, Bloss, swing and miss stuff can maybe help you further down the line, but you need it now.
But it's not like he throws 98.
No, I get it.
He's throwing like 93. It's not like they traded what they thought Forrest Whitley was going to be 5 years ago.
Yeah,
they're in a tough. They were in a tough spot. They have this team that is primed to win now. This might be the last chance that they have, and so they had to go for it.
Yeah, what about Kyle Tucker being moved to the 60-day IL? Now, they say it's more procedural,
it's just a procedural thing.
Or whatever, but it is the Astros saying that.
No, but they needed to open up a spot on the 40-man roster.
Yeah.
And so to do that, they had to move Kyle Tucker over. So, like I said, it does not impact his time. And Dana Brown said this, or I think it was Dana Brown or a spot. I can't remember who said it yesterday. But it doesn't impact his timetable.
And the good news, we did see Luis Garcia and Justin Verlander off the mound actually facing batters.
Yes. And Garcia said he was up to 93, which is for him very good in a live BP. He said the last live BP he threw, he was at 92. So he feels really good. I think it was just, it was a scare. Like he said yesterday that he was just really sore after that last rehab start, and he stayed sore. But it seems like that has completely subsided, and I think he might be ready to go on a rehab maybe this weekend, maybe early next week. And then Verlander, he said he threw all his pitches and he felt really good and there were no issues with the neck or anything. So he might be getting close to a rehab assignment as well. And so listen, it's corny and it's, one of the things that you say when you don't do a ton at the deadline, but those are 2 additions, or really 3 additions that they could make to the roster at some point here down the stretch.
Yeah, no, I think it's important just to point out, like, They only got Yusei Kikuchi back, and the trade, I think, is underwhelming. But we've all been talking about the entire time the reinforcements, and it just feels like it's delayed, and it's just taking a little bit longer than you'd like for it to take. But I think that it's significant that Luis Garcia would be facing batters and could actually come back and contribute for you. All of a sudden, you figure how they've been playing these last 2 games notwithstanding, figure how they've been playing. It should be, things should be up for the Astros.
Yeah, they are a better team today, right now, than they were 48 hours ago. And that's what the trade deadline is for. And we'll have to wait and see when it comes to the future. But, this is a team that has gone to 7 straight ALCSs, and they think that they are good enough to get to an 8th straight, and they helped themselves do that. And if they would not have done anything, I think that everybody would have killed them for not doing anything. So I just think that if you're Dana Brown, you're in a position where you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
Baseball Spo checking in with us before the trip to Europe, man. Enjoy Europe, man. Appreciate you.
I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. I'm in here with Seth.
Oh, nice. That'll be fun. That'll be fun. All right, man. Appreciate you, Spo. Coming up next here on In the Loop, does this position group worry you at all on game day eve? That's next. Sports Radio 610.
to Canton. Getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's In the Loop.
So the Texans' offensive line is supposed to be a position of strength for this team. But is it, though? We asked that question and answer it in just a second. But we just had Baseball Spo on with us in the Localize It segment and his weekly hit with us here on In the Loop. And I asked him a simple question, and he answered it. Are the Astros a better baseball team today than they were before the trade deadline? Before these trade deadline moves that they made to acquire Yusei Kikuchi in the back end of their rotation and Ferguson as a reliever. Is this a better team given what they gave up and what they got back? Adam Spillane says they are. The text line would be one to disagree. And 713-572-4610 is how you reach said text line. You can also get involved with the show on YouTube and Twitch. But Lopez, what say you to the question that I posed to Adam?
Well, that's
Spillane?
why I pushed back. I was like, wait a minute. I mean, what's better? Like marginally better?
I felt like you pushed back more so to him saying, oh, yeah, for sure. Just being like matter of fact about it. Let me just ask, though, do you think they are better? Yes or no?
I will say this. Very, very slightly maybe.
But see,
I agree.
Very slightly maybe.
I don't mind that.
And see, that's where they get tricky. That's when you start comparing. Is the what's his Bloss?
Jake Bloss. Yeah.
Is he better than Kikuchi?
Yeah.
Then no, not today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So technically, yes, they are better.
That's why I said slightly maybe.
Yeah.
But I go back.
But that don't mean it's a good thing.
Yes, because Kikuchi, and also you have to also take it in the context of what they were reportedly, not rumored, but reportedly in on some of these other guys that they didn't get, and then what they gave up. Loper Fido, I mean, one of the strong takes that Adam has is, these guys were not going to help them, win a pennant or win a division or whatever this year. Well, they've helped them.
Yeah.
Bloss has helped them a little bit. Loper Fido's helped them a little more.
The whole, I understand where Adam is coming from with that.
No, I get it.
But I also think to just make that blanket statement is awfully presumptuous.
Yes.
Like it is a team, and he's pointed this part out as well. With Joe Espada, this is the type of team that uses its bench more than it had in the previous years with Dusty Baker. Joe Espada likes to go to the bench.
Yeah.
All the pieces eventually do matter for you on a team like this. And Joey Loperfido, I think, was supposed to play some type of role on this team one way or another, even if it did turn out that he couldn't hit his way out of a paper bag.
Look, man, Spo is getting cooked. He's getting cooked.
Yeah.
And to be fair, because we love him and his baseball knowledge is off the charts, we got to respect that. We can disagree, and I do. But hey, dude, are you on the Houston Astros public relations payroll? The Astros could spit in Spo's face, and he'd think it's a great move. Come on, that's harsh.
Nah, this is what I'll do. Let me do this as we check out what people are saying about our hit with Baseball Spo just a moment ago. The best part about it is that Spo doesn't go into this with any kind of emotion. And this is required a bit for us to do this show, for hours on the radio, and for obviously the fans and the audience that pays attention to the show. We are all operating with some level of emotion and passion with this, and I would say what's refreshing about Spo's perspective is it's just straight logic as he sees it.
Yeah.
Now you can disagree with the logic, and I will poke some holes in some of it, but it ain't because he loved the Astros so damn much.
Remember,
because he on somebody's.
No, it's not.
It ain't
that.
It's not. He thinks this. This is his opinion.
But remember, you said going into the trade deadline, or the Astros have $1 and it's costing $2. So let's use that same analogy. Like, they couldn't get some of these guys because they didn't have the assets, but they spent a lot, too much, if you ask me, and I know you agree with that. They spent too much. But like when you say, are the Astros better than they were 48 hours ago? Well, if they were $1 48 hours ago, I think maybe they're $1.25. They're not like appreciably better,
Yeah, and look, I agree that they spent too much. But I also, where you and I disagree, and I feel like I'm somewhere in the middle with Spo and you, is that while I agree that they spent too much, I do feel like it was something that they had to do. Like, you don't like the desperation.
Yeah.
You don't like the desperation that they showed by making this move that we agree was tipped to the scale toward the Blue Jays in the case of the Yusei Kikuchi trade.
Yeah.
Like, we agree on that part. But where we disagree is I do feel like they were in a position of rocking a hard place to where they had to do something drastic. They had to play on this desperation that none of us like, but that they had to do it. It's almost like, remember I told y'all the time where I was in line at Annie's Burgers and there was a lady in front of me. I needed to be on this show at 11 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
And there was a lady in front of me fumbling through her purse, trying to pay for her meal. And she couldn't get it figured out, and I did not have time to wait for her to find her card. I paid for her meal.
Yeah,
I did not go in there expecting to pay for my meal and some. And she had an extra. She had like 2 orders. I didn't plan on paying.
Man. You a good one.
To me,
you got to do it.
To me, that was better.
That was more valuable.
My time was more valuable than my money at the moment. And that was better than calling y'all saying, hey, I'm going to be late for my hit because I'm at Annie's.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, that to me was not acceptable.
Yeah.
So now I got to pay for this woman's meal. It's kind of like similar to that. Like, I'm desperate for this time.
Yes.
Or I'm against the gun. I got to make this happen.
Now, like, as we know, Adam Spillane, his baseball knowledge, he's one of the great experts, certainly in the city and anywhere, for my money. But let's check with some other respected baseball experts. I happen to say, all right, it's always a fun game to play. Let's check the grades on the Astros trades. So I went to The Athletic, and The Athletic has winners and losers of trade day. Houston Astros, losers. Went to ESPN.
The Athletic, by the way, let me point out, puts a lot of resources. There are questions about where The Athletic puts its resources, I think valid questions. They put a ton of resources into baseball.
Big time.
Major League Baseball.
So winners, losers, Astros, losers. ESPN. What grade did they give them? They gave them a letter grade. C. Okay. That sounds about right. The Score. It's one of the big apps that I use all the time. It's a national outlet. Does a little aggregating, does a little work on their own. Quote, Houston is accelerating its decline. Grade D.
Now that's drastic.
Well, okay. I'm just going through the grades from other baseball experts.
Let me just point out, and I respect it all. I'm just saying the accelerated their decline thing to me plays too much into acting like these prospects were the next best thing since Willie Mays, or Roger Clemens, or whatever it is, or I don't feel like they gave away stars or anything like that. I agree with Spo's point about Jake Bloss being the only one where I'm like, I could see where that could have turned into something eventually.
Yeah.
So
that's 5 years from now, too.
It's just the totality of it.
Yeah.
You gave up 3 dudes and you got back what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, my issue is with the person they got back.
Yes.
Because to me, y'all could have got him in June. Y'all could have got him in April or something.
Sure.
And with them trying to just get that person, it seemed like it's stopping the bleeding. And y'all focus more. It seemed like y'all hoping and praying on Garcia, McCullers, and Verlander to come. And it's like, man, I can't trust that.
Yeah.
I need somebody right now.
How do you feel about USA Today Odyssey insider Bob Nightingale?
It's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. Got a reputation.
Quote, this could be a disaster.
I think that's more co-sign Figgy's point that he just made, though. That, to me, is more about, and that's why it's an interesting question, did they get better? Because Yusei Kikuchi is a more accomplished player, and I think a better pitcher today than Jake Bloss is. But is that really enough? Did they do is bringing him in and adding him to your rotation enough to move the needle? We understand they were desperate for help.
Yeah.
Were they that desperate to where they had to bring in a guy who, I agree with you, Lopez, is a marginal upgrade to your overall rotation, especially once those other guys get back. Now, maybe that's the effect.
Yeah.
You add Verlander
and that's big.
Luis Garcia to the mix, and let's say now you say Kikuchi is your
push him.
5th or 6th starter.
You can push him.
Or he's your bullpen guy when you have to have a bullpen game, or if you want to go to the 6-man rotation.
Yeah.
And it's the depth that you so desperately needed. To me, I think that is that could be the remedy as opposed to just you say Kikuchi in a vacuum, how good he is. So
yeah, I'm just worried of the whole. This trade. Oh yeah, they're way better now, and it's like, man, I mean,
no, they're not. They're
like,
they're
okay,
just not,
he can last what 4 to 5 innings. Is that much better?
Yeah.
And Gloss maybe can last what 2 or 3 innings.
Well, again, that's why I said like flat out. It's my legit answer. Are they better than they were 48 hours ago? Slightly, maybe.
Agreed.
Slightly, maybe.
Here's what else we'll agree on to put a bow on this one.
Yeah.
Here's what else we'll agree on. They got fleeced.
Oh, they did.
Like,
yeah, they did.
Like, I think that they are slightly marginally better. I understand the logic in it, why they did it, which is why I'm not as angry about the move itself. I'm more angry about the circumstance, the situation, because objectively, I don't think that there's any way around it. They got fleeced.
Yeah.
They absolutely got fleeced. Speaking of getting fleeced, the Houston Texans, y'all might remember this, they invested more money in the offensive line, in their offensive line, than any other team did last year. Now, I have not updated the numbers because more people have gotten contracts. Maybe the scale has been tipped. I could check that. But as of last year, the Texans had the most expensive offensive line in football. And in essence, they have brought those guys back, right? Like all of those guys are back. Like there's no change in said expensive offensive line. So to me, and I've been making this point throughout the offseason, it is time to get the payoff from that investment. It is time for the ROI on that, okay? Like just flat out, no bones about it. They need the offensive line to be a strength on this team. But I pose this question to you, Lopez, to you, Figgy, and to the audience, to the loopholes. Is it, though? Are we sure that it is? I feel better about it than I did going into camp, and I don't feel like I was as down on it as a lot of other people, just to be clear, but I do feel like it's worth discussing. Laramie Tunsil obviously hasn't practiced. We understand why. He's their best player on the offensive line.
Yeah.
We'll excuse it. Kenyon Green looks like he's winning that job, but we do need to see him in game action. Like when they say the starters aren't playing, does that include Kenyon Green?
I was just about to say that.
I was wondering that myself.
Is he going to play?
Because I think he's a starter.
Play, man.
He's a starter who I agree with Figgy should play.
This is something that we have to watch. I don't think he's going to play. I could see where he would. I could see where they would want him to. But if he's your starter and you're playing him in the Hall of Fame game, then is he really your starter?
The Hall of Fame game is super tricky, too, because a lot of people, they don't play a lot of people in the Hall of Fame game because that's an extra game.
Well, and maybe
now, game 2, then
for sure
we got to see.
Back to our earlier discussion about this, it's going to come down to more than likely the fact that the Bears aren't playing their guys, and so maybe you don't feel like Kenyon Green is actually getting the meaningful reps that you want him to get, that I want him to get in preseason, having been out the whole year last year. Maybe it doesn't feel consequential or any better than practice.
It's kind of like a NFL version of the tree falling in the woods thing. Does it make a sound? If your starting left guard plays in the Hall of Fame game, is he your starting left guard?
Well, he's uniquely situated. Your starting left guard didn't play football last year.
Yeah.
Your starting left guard
very interesting.
Had an up and down rookie season. Your starting left guard, it's like he's the polar opposite of your starting right guard. We can mention him, Shaq Mason.
He ain't playing.
The most. Not only is he not playing, but he is your steadiest, most consistent offensive lineman. It's low key, and I mentioned this or was thinking about this. Out of all of the former Patriots that Nick Caserio has brought in since he's been here, think about Danny Amendola, Rex Burkhead, Marcus Cannon was supposed to be an offensive lineman for them at one point. I feel like Shaq Mason might be, you can argue, might be the best of all of them that he's brought in that's a former Patriot way, Patriot South, whatever you want to call it. But it is the polar opposite in terms of like why they would or wouldn't play. Shaq Mason, multiple Super Bowl winning, played every snap for you last year, don't need to play.
Yeah.
But Kenyon Green, we feel good about what we're seeing from him in training camp.
Yeah.
But also, I feel like have to acknowledge that the reps could help him.
But he can't be playing in 4 preseason games or 3 preseason games if he's your starting left guard.
And maybe that's what it comes down to, Lopez.
You know?
Maybe he's not playing in this game. But
Titus Howard ain't playing. And what did he play, 7 games?
Yeah, it will probably be – we're probably going to see a lot of 3s and 4s in this game, to be honest. Now, the second game, I think we're going to see, the Kenyon Greens and stuff like that.
What about Juice Scruggs, the center, who we also feel good about, but if we're just being honest about it, keeping it a buck, seen a lot of good things at training camp, from Juice Scruggs. Really excited about the center position. I think it's good. But he ain't played. Not center. He's played guard, but didn't play a single snap at center last year. That is his natural position. That's the position that they drafted him to play. He has not played it in the NFL. Flat out, point blank, has not done it. I think that there are, that is one to continue to monitor until it actually happens. It's still a question mark, as good as I feel about it, projecting-wise. But back to that question, we think that's the starting center. But do we feel like these 2 lesser experienced interior offensive line need to play in the preseason more than the rest of these guys?
I wouldn't play Juice Scruggs. No, he's your starting center. We know the issues they had at the center position last year. It's really, I'm going to be really interested. You got me thinking about this because part of me was just accepting Kenyon Green was not going to play. But now you got me thinking, man, hell, he might play.
And maybe he doesn't, but does he need to?
And what does that mean?
Does he need to, though? That's another, that's
I don't think he needs to because he's going to get other preseason games.
Maybe not in this game.
Yeah.
If we isolate it to this game, I think the answer is no.
Yeah.
But the question I just asked a moment ago, does he specifically need to play more? Does he need more reps than your typical starter or more specifically than the rest of your starting unit on your offensive line? I do want yes. Do you think?
I think so. If let's say this wasn't the Texans wasn't in the Hall of Fame game, and this was just the first preseason game, I would say yes, he need to be out there. Even if they sit C.J. Stroud and all the other start, he need to be out there to get some reps.
No, I agree with that. But the Hall of Fame game is a throwaway for starters. You don't even consider it. And the fact that now I am, and I'm wondering if they are considering it, I think it says a lot about just his place in that role.
I don't think he plays.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't think he plays.
I don't think so either.
No way I'd play Juice Scruggs.
I'm not playing any starter.
I don't think any of the starters play.
Any starter. I don't care who. Yeah. I'm not playing John Weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a strength of the team? To the original question, do you feel confident in this Texans offensive line, which I think we just agreed we are not going to see tomorrow?
Yeah.
What is your confidence level in them as a unit right now?
I think it's the strength of the team. Now, maybe not a top 3 strength, but it's a place where they can be. I always call it plus or minus. They can be a plus position group. They're better than the median average, the mean. And I'm basing that on Titus Howard being some semblance of what we hope he is, and have seen him occasionally at right tackle, and Juice Scruggs. I'm very high on Juice Scruggs, at the center position. So it doesn't really have a lot to do with Kenyon Green, but they have options there with Kendrick Green and others.
C.J. Stroud and the Texans are getting heavy betting action. What's the Texans bet that you would make? That's next on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Texans owner
is Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
We're on the road to Canton, getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's In the Loop.
So not only is it the Hall of Fame game, not only is it our first look at football in a really long time,
get to bet,
but what the Texans and the Bears represent are two of the heaviest public betting favorites, or two of the league's most exciting young teams getting the most betting action, whether it be player awards or in future markets. And that, of course, includes C.J. Stroud. And I knew C.J. Stroud was a popular betting favorite, or there was a lot of action on C.J. Stroud. Awards, stats, the Texans overall based on C.J. Stroud's excellence. I get it. But apparently, across the sportsbooks marketplace, C.J. Stroud is the consensus most popular betting option to win MVP, and that's by number of tickets. And apparently he's drawn like at least 50% of the bets. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wrong number.
Action.
15% of the bets in certain places, which is still a fairly significant number. So, and the highest of any other player in the NFL. So this is not just hype. People are putting their money where their mouth is, their money where their imagination is, or where the projection is. And it's a cool spot to be in, where you got a guy at quarterback that so many folks across the marketplace are putting their money on. But it got me thinking, Lopez, what do you think? Well, first I want to hear from the audience, 713-572-4610. Also, get at us on YouTube and Twitch. What's the Texans bet that you are going to make, that you are most comfortable making? But I want to rework the question a little bit here.
Yeah.
What is their surest thing? What is the Texans' best bet going into this season? I feel like the easiest answer,
we know the easiest
is
answer,
probably C.J. Stroud. If you wanted to get cute, you could go to the coaching and say maybe DeMeco Ryans. But let's think outside the box a little bit and put C.J. and DeMeco to the side, since they're just the easiest and most obvious answers.
Yeah.
What is the Texans' surest bet, their surest thing to you going into this season?
Well, it's not a big payout, but I would say win the division. Win the division, I think, is probably the surest thing. And other teams in
this bold, Lopez. Win the division?
Yeah. No, other teams in the division certainly going to have something to say about it, and they're getting some hype. But they're the best team in the division. When I look at gambling like this, first of all, I look at it as a gambler, and then what is the most logical outcome? Not necessarily the odds-on favorite, but logical. Like there's a path to that. I think the easiest path, like some of the bets you have, or let's go over some of them. You have wins over 9.5 or under 9.5.
Yes.
I would stay away from that, not because I don't have confidence in the Texans winning 10 or 11 games, but it's a really tough schedule. And I've said this multiple times. I think they're going to play a lot of very close games this year. It's going to be an exciting year, and mostly because the opposing quarterbacks that they're going to be facing are studs and don't give up. They're capable of keeping their team in a game or coming back from a deficit or whatever. So I would kind of stay away of these bets over 9.5 or under 9.5 just because of that. Winning the division is plus 105 was what you said. Not a big payout, but I think that's the most logical thing. They don't know for sure. They think, but they don't know for sure about Anthony Richardson. They don't know for sure, even though they gave him a bleep ton of money, about Trevor Lawrence. The Titans are, whatever. They think awfully high of themselves. I think that's it. Now, win the conference? No, you can't say that. I think they got a shot, but they're still Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Win the Super Bowl? Same. And then you have some future bets on here. I actually like this one a lot.
All right.
And the logic is behind it. C.J. Stroud to win the MVP is plus 850.
Yeah.
Good payout. And the logic I'm using is if they are what we think they are, if they get really good, they get to an AFC champ. Well, I know it's a regular season award, but like they get in a position to get to an AFC championship game. Well, then C.J. Stroud by default is going to be an MVP favorite. Like who is it? Who's the star of the team? Who's going to lead this team? Who has the name recognition with voters and the respect of voters? Like if they win 12 games in the 11, let's say they win 11, 12 games in the regular season, and they're right there with the Chiefs for the best record in the AFC. He's going to be an MVP candidate, maybe the favorite.
So I like your take on the MVP.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm with you there. I'm trying to reconcile your wins versus divisions bet.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, do you think you can win this division without winning 10 games?
Yes.
You think so?
Didn't they do that last? No, they won 10 last year.
They won 10 last year.
They won 10 last year.
And I feel like the division is better this year.
Yeah.
So that's my struggle. I would flip-flop in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Flip-flop your division versus win logic. I think they could win 10 games and not win the division.
But I still think division is a safer bet, whether it's 9, 10, or 11.
Okay.
I think they're the better team in the division.
I can see that.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
whereas if you say over, under 9.5, let's say you say over, your logic is, well, if they win the division, they're going to be over 9.5 games. I get that. But the safer bet to me is winning the division.
You're going to have to talk me off the ledge, Lopez.
On what?
I like the one that I agree is the worst bet,
mm-hmm.
and that's the conference.
Yeah.
I just call it like hope trafficking or homerism. I don't really care. Maybe it's the training camp vibes, the off season that they had, the faith that I have in the guys that I said to set aside here, C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans, like at the top of things.
Yeah.
But really just liking the bones of this roster. Okay, like some of the concerns that we had going in.
Absolutely.
Interior defensive line. I'm like, you know what? I don't feel like I'm as concerned about that as I was.
I know I'm not.
When they traded for when they traded Malik Collins, I'm like, man, what are they doing?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's going on? Now I'm like, oh, okay. I feel like they do have a viable plan at that position. And we're just talking about interior defensive line.
Yeah.
Never mind the fact that Kamari Lassiter, the dude that was third in a run of quarterbacks taken in the draft in the second round, was the third out of 3 guys, is now somebody that we think is going to start for this team and contribute to this team. Like, there are a lot of questions that I had about the Texans that I feel like, if not answered, I feel better about what the answer could potentially be. And so that, for me, is why that conference bet is a little bit more intriguing to me than it was before.
Oh, it's intriguing. It is.
Just probably not the smartest.
But that's more like fingers crossed. I mean, until you beat the Chiefs, it's the Chiefs. You know, it's the Chiefs. It's just how I feel about it. So, no, I think I think the division to me would be the best one.
So I got a surest thing. This is not a bet. This is just a surest thing for me that I want to get your thoughts on. And this is going into or tying into our conversation earlier about how good can the defense be.
Mm-hmm.
Top 10 defense is the surest bet for me.
Oh.
Stars on every level, or at least a star or really, really, really good player at every level. On some levels, maybe more than one. Talking specifically edge rusher. If you got a healthy Will Anderson Jr. and a healthy Daniil Hunter for an extended period of time this season, as we're expecting them to have, and then I understand Christian Harris has not practiced at training camp, but if he's right and is going to be out there, and then this thing I just mentioned a moment ago about Kamari Lassiter, not just winning that position, but possibly being an actual dude with Derek Stingley, I feel like top 10 defense. I don't see how, if they're
is that even a bet you can make?
I don't think it's that's why I amended the point. Just surest thing.
Because I was actually considering it.
Hey, if you can find it, and if there are some dark holes that you can, like some dark places that you can find, okay, to make some bets. If you can find it, I'll take up this bet, because I'd be shocked. I'll put it to you this way: be shocked if the Texans do not have a top 10 defense, like across defensive categories, across the board, if they are not top 8, top 10 in that realm.
Speaking of dark places, I'm going to a dark place myself when it comes to gambling. I've said it multiple times, so I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. I am betting the over tomorrow night. And there's a lot of logic, from my kind of logic anyway, for what it's worth behind it. Number one, it's the first time teams are going to be using the new kickoff rules.
Yeah.
So there's going to be some breakdowns. There's going to be some breakdowns. There's going to be some field position about the 35 or 40-yard line, I think pretty consistently, because people are just going to be figuring it out in the real game for the first time. So that means short fields. That means more scoring. And then I have confidence in all the backups on this offense, on this Texas. We got guys, we just talked about it not too long ago today. Skoranek, Xavier Hutchinson, some of these guys, these running backs, Jawar Jordan, British Brooks. This offense.
I'm with you.
It's a dark place, admittedly.
This is a very dark place.
Admittedly, it's
because I like those guys in theory, but the way I let this show, I mentioned this. That offense has not been humming the way I'd like to see it hum.
Against this defense.
Again, I get it. Against this defense. And the Bears themselves got, I don't know what kind of depth they got. I know their starters aren't playing. The Bears got a decent defense as well. We'll see that play out more so in week 2. But I need to see something. I need to see something back up.
I'm just telling you, man. Over-under right now is 31.5.
You going to bet money on this preseason game?
I'm going to bet money on this preseason game.
This is.
If you're going to get into this season, go feet first, man.
I respect it.
Go feet first.
I respect it. Say
Jump
it with your
off the high dive.
Say it with your chest.
31.5 or 32. I'm going over. Over.
Astros lose 2 in a row. Underwhelm us at the trade deadline. Should we be worried? We play the hits next on In the Loop.
Yeah, guys. Speaking of.
complex cases. Choose MD Anderson first at mdanderson.org.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Figgy, Lopez placed that bet during the break, man.
It's in.
Oh, man, okay.
You could see it on YouTube. I had my feet on the table. I was doing my thing on the phone.
So what you bet? You bet the over?
I bet $50 on the over.
Okay. And how much would that cash? I don't
Another
know.
50.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, let the degenerate behavior officially begin. Right, Lopez?
Yes. If you're going to go in on this season, let's go feet first, baby. All in.
Davis Mills going to stink it up. Watch.
Oh, wow. I forgot about Davis Mills. Hey, as long as they score two.
Yeah, I don't even know who they quarterback
Pick six,
is.
baby. I'm not going to cheer for a pick six, but I won't complain.
It's going to be a stinky game, man.
Getting a few pretty good responses, too, from the 832 under on intercept. I didn't see an interceptions bet.
I didn't see that.
Is that one for C.J. Stroud or the interceptions that the Texans? That's one I'm more interested in because, look, I would stay away from C.J. Stroud and the interceptions. I feel like you're going to be, whatever that bet is, I feel like you're going to be overly influenced by the good fortune. And I'm not saying he was just lucky, but the good fortune that he had last year. He did a good job of taking care of the football. But also, I don't feel like you can rely on that low or that great of a touchdown-interception ratio or low of an interception output. So I would stay away from that just off of regressing to the mean, so to speak. Like, maybe that was more of a statistical anomaly as opposed to something that you would actually want to bet on.
Yeah.
But I would be intrigued by, like, what kind of prop bet, what kind of futures, what could you get on the Texans' interceptions, like their team interception total?
Hey, man, there's this little thing called the internet.
Yeah, man.
We can figure that out.
I'm just saying, when you talk about going into dark places, that's a dark place.
That's a dark place. I admittedly have gone into a dark place here with my gambling on the Hall of Fame game.
It's a dark place.
Yeah.
Speaking of dark places, as we play the hits here on In the Loop, we were in a dark place about an hour ago talking to Adam Spillane.
Yeah, we were.
And trying to figure out if the Astros are actually a better baseball team.
They're way better. Way better.
Way better?
Way better.
No, he's doing his Adam Spillane.
Yeah, no, I hear it. Not my money. I get it. I'm talking to him like Adam. You sure, Spo? Way better?
Way better. Way better. Goodness, way better.
Yeah, just
golly, way better.
Shake Blossom's not going to help you this year.
Oh, I love that man.
Hey, but with his chest, and he—that's
what I'm saying.
Again,
like you're an idiot if you don't think so.
He is not here to pander.
Yeah.
He is not here to pacify. He is not here to hold water or carry some kind of party line. Because if it's time to crush, if he feels like it's time to crush him, he'll crush him. I understand where he's coming from, even if I just come to a different conclusion.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think they got fleeced.
I agree.
I think that this deal is underwhelming. Now, I think it's less about what they gave up and more about what they got back.
Yeah.
But it don't matter. When it comes down to it, it just does not make you feel good. It does not inspire confidence.
Are they better, Figgy?
Oh, 100%. Yes, better. So much better. Oh, so much better.
I wish I could. I wish I could say it with my chest the way Figgy / Adam Spillane just did.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I can, man.
Well, I mentioned this.
As a matter of fact, I know I cannot.
I know I can. I mentioned this to you guys before the show. To me, these last few days have been like just a perfect example of life comes at you fast, man. Life comes at you fast. Just a few days ago, we were like, oh, maybe Jack Flaherty, maybe this. Hey, what about Blake Snell? Oh, they need a bat, too. By the way, we didn't even ask him about it. They didn't get a bat at all.
Gave up one.
They gave up one.
Not a great one, but they gave up one.
And then all of a sudden, in a matter of 2-3 days, you get just an awful showing by Dana Brown. The Astros got fleeced in the deal. I agree with you. Wound up with a couple of players that, all respect to Adam Spillane, I would more describe as meh, as the kids like to say. They are now in second place, by the way, because of the 3-game losing streak and the 2 to the Pirates. And yesterday they played maybe their sloppiest game of the year. Not maybe. That was their sloppiest game.
That's pretty bad.
That was their sloppiest game of the year. And the offense all of a sudden is a little stagnant. 2 runs, 3 runs, 2 runs in their last 3 games. Oh, by the way, Kyle Tucker has been moved to the 60-day IL. because it's a procedural air quote thing. And I think it is, but you can't, who knows with the Astros. Like, life came at the Astros fast these last 3 days.
Oh, yeah, by the way, one of those med guys we got back is a rental.
Yes, and 33 years old. And his team has lost 6 of the last 9 games.
So he probably going to be gone next year.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that Adam Spillane did not try to sell you on Kyle Tucker as being the bat that they're missing. Like that's why they didn't get a bat, because Kyle Tucker's coming back. Man, I don't know when Kyle Tucker's coming back.
I don't know.
I don't know when that man's coming back. I suspect that he is coming back. But, man, I mean, it has been a while.
Good news, though, Verlander and Luis Garcia looking like they're making progress.
Those, and we talked about those.
Yeah.
Those feel like real and actual things that you can hang your hat on. Verlander.
Not McCullers.
You couldn't even say it with a straight face.
I know, man.
I had to give Figgy the silent treatment. I know that's not good for radio. I had to give him the blank stare. Word.
Yeah.
McCullers.
Yeah.
Word. But yeah, man, this is underwhelming, man. They are not better. They are not better, and I feel like we are. They are not noticeably better. I should admit that.
Appreciably.
They are marginally better, and it doesn't make you feel good for what it costs to get there. But I'll make this point again. This is my whole thing. The situation is worse than anything. The fact that you don't have enough prospects, you don't have enough good players in your minor league system to trade for Yusei Kikuchi and not feel like you gave up an arm and a leg.
Yeah.
Like, it should take nothing to get him for a team that's got a real viable farm system.
Yeah.
They don't have that.
And by the way, Baseball Talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch.
Andre Johnson. It was Andre Johnson Day. I told you this earlier, Lopez. It just warmed my soul.
It really did.
Warmed my soul to see Dre up there, to see the McNairs up there, to see, like, Dre Day included a hat, like a customized or a special hat for Dre Day that included, some Texans and Astros crossover, if you will. 50 Cent was out there.
Oh, a lot of people, man.
With a dope-ass H-Town sports chain.
Yeah.
This whole, like, transformation from Queens to H-Town for 50 is still fascinating for me.
It's complete, though.
But he was dead serious. It was during COVID, too.
It's complete.
He's wearing it.
It was in 2020 when he mentioned he was moving here. I thought he was kind of trolling a little bit.
No, he's H-Town.
Doesn't feel like a bit anymore.
You see that chain?
Does not feel like a bit anymore. It almost, I'm not going to say natural. I feel like that term maybe is overused.
Mm-hmm.
I won't say it feels natural, but it does not feel wrong.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's real too, because like even like outside of the social media stuff, you see him rubbing elbows with some big names.
Mm-hmm.
Like this dude was talking to the McNairs at one point. This dude was talking to Jim Crane at one point.
Yeah,
he's doing the right thing for himself and his brand.
Cal had that hat on backwards in the booth. Andre was in the booth. Oh, by the way, I don't even know if we mentioned this. The first pitch that he threw was to Craig Biggio.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty dang cool. This was Andre actually talking about it all.
Yeah, it was amazing, man. Just the relationships you build, throughout your career. They're just not with, athletes. 50 Cent was out there. Some of the local guys, 1B, Slim Thug, Paul, all those guys. It was just great, man, just to see. We all try to support each other and what we have going on, and for them to come out to, be a part of this with me, man, it was special.
Very special. Sounds like he might need to save his voice a little bit. Sounded a little hoarse there, a little laryngitis kicking in.
Oh, man, hey, look.
He needs to save that. Play the first part of that again.
Yeah, it was amazing, man. Just the relationships.
Yeah, save your voice.
Oh, he's fine.
Save your voice.
He's fine. How long you think that speech going to be?
Oh, it's going to be long. No, I guarantee you.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
What's long?
I would say it'll be, some of them go over an hour. Some of them go close to an hour. I'm going to say 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Well, that's not long then, Lopez.
That's a pretty good speech.
You said some go over to an hour.
No, but a lot of people think Andre is understated, quiet, reserved. I think he's going to get in on this. I think he's going to get in on it.
So
I mean, not as long as some of the longest speeches.
I more so think that whatever he says is going to pack a punch.
Yes.
If that makes sense. Like, he ain't going to talk for a long time, but I don't feel like he's going to waste a lot of time with his words.
Yes.
If that makes sense.
Looking forward to Kubiak as well.
Oh, man, I cannot wait. They had no idea until he did that roast for John McClain a few years ago that Kubiak had that in him. I know y'all going to be watching this.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out for Kubiak.
He called us some a-holes.
Year before last, they set a time limit, the Hall of Fame, because after Brett Favre spoke for 46 minutes, they decided to set a time limit a few years later. So
Brett Favre messing things up for people?
Yeah, well, this is back in the day, but they used that as an example. Tony Gonzalez went 40 minutes in 2019. As I was saying 20 minutes, it rang a bell that this might have happened, and it did. So it's
what's the time limit?
8 minutes.
That's it.
He got to get longer than that. Most of them go over it.
8 minutes.
I'm fine with 8 minutes. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like the Hall of Fame is something. This ain't just like a Grammy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, nobody is happier about that time limit than Andre Johnson.
Adam Spillane.
Or an Adam Spillane.
Adam Spillane is thrilled.
One of the things that I really appreciate about Dre, and this is what I was thinking about watching him yesterday, is how I can't tell you how many times I've seen him at an Astros game, but just nondescript. And y'all know this about him.
He just goes.
He is the most regular guy for somebody of that stature and of that status. He is somebody that will be anywhere with the people as if he ain't who he is. You know, like he's just there.
Yeah.
And so, like, you're not going to see Andre, not to say he never does this, but at an Astros game, he ain't going to be up on the club level and in a suite or normally even behind home plate like a lot of the, big timers will. He going to be out there in the concession stands over there by the Shake Shack just like you. Like, that's where I see him when I'm out there. I enjoy that.
Not only that, this dude be all over the place. I probably run into Andre Johnson more than anybody, man.
Oh, yeah, he's Johnny on the spot.
I will run into Andre Johnson at the gas station. I run into him at Grace's all the time.
Yeah,
like, man,
he loves Grace's.
Yeah, no, every time, man. One day he held the door open for me. I'm like, damn, that's Andre Johnson.
This is a nerdy question to ask y'all on the spot, but I got an answer in mind, so that's why I'm asking. Do you have a memorable, and I'm thinking really negative, so if it's a positive one, I would say maybe keep it to yourself. But do you have a memorable Hall of Fame speech, one that sticks out to you? Let's say uncomfortable, one that you reflect on and you're like, ooh, man, I could have done without that Hall of Fame speech. I have two in mind.
Yeah, it can hit me because I'm drawing a blank here.
My first one, I don't remember the year, I just remember the player. Curtis Martin. Curtis Martin, and this is impromptu, that's why we don't have any audio here. But Curtis Martin, basically, his entire Hall of Fame speech was talking about how he don't like football. You know how this is supposed to the Hall of Fame is supposed to be like a love letter to the game, so to speak, especially your induction ceremony and your speech. And it's supposed to be about how much you loved it and how much the blood, sweat, and tears and how you almost died for the game.
Yeah.
And the honor in that. Curtis Martin was not here for that. He's like, man, I played this game for the money, to get my
at least he's honest,
to get my people out of where they was at.
Yeah. Now we got to get Bobby Fino in the Hall of Fame. Now, Arian Foster, man.
Oh, he will be. He's close. He's in the discussion.
I want to get him in the Hall of Fame, so we could get a speech. I feel like he will give a speech like that.
This one was awkward though.
Yeah, that
gotta say. The other one. I don't want to sound like a hater here, but it was Deion Sanders, and it was all of the if you go back and check that out.
I will.
All of the references to mama. It was both touching and uncomfortable at the same time. It was like I respect and appreciate your love for your mama, but this feel like a speech that should have been less public. Like it's
a little personal.
Yeah, a little too much.
Like an awkward personal.
You had that? You ever had a conversation with somebody where it gets a little too personal and you're like, whoa, you know what? I could have done without some of that.
Yeah, I didn't need to know all that.
I feel like you could keep that to yourself. I don't feel like you needed to say all of that. Those are the hits here on In the Loop. Coming up next, which Texans are going to have a breakout season? We talk about that next here on Sports Radio 610.
How much does We're on the road to Canton, getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's In the Loop.
So you can't have the type of season that we're all anticipating and expecting the Texans to have in 2024. You cannot do that without having a few players break out for you.
Yeah.
It happened for the Texans last year when they got the double-digit wins and the playoff win, the magical season that was.
Yeah.
They didn't do that without having a number of breakout players. Some of them are obvious, of course. C.J. Stroud, Tank Dell, Nico Collins, a lot of the guys that are returning, Will Anderson, a lot of the guys that are returning, Christian Harris. But even some of the guys that are gone, I think about Jonathan Grenard is having the type of year that got him paid. Blake Cashman, both of them. Jonathan Grenard, Blake Cashman, two guys that got paid with the Minnesota Vikings. Guys somewhat underrated maybe going in that had breakout seasons and absolutely contributed to what the Texans were able to accomplish this year. So this year, who are those candidates? Who are your biggest breakout candidates for the Houston Texans?
Yeah, it's the formula, right? The formula that we've talked about on this show for any sport. If you're going to win a championship, let's start with the division championship and then contend for the AFC championship or baseball or basketball. Your star players have to play at a star level. That's the first part of the formula. So we think that's going to happen with C.J. Stroud.
Damn sure better.
Daniil Hunter, Derek Stingley, the Stephon Diggs. That's step one of the formula is your star players have to play at that star level. Number two, and the biggest part of the formula, is you have to stay largely healthy. You have to be healthy for an entire season. And the third part of the formula for winning any championship is, I think, the most crucial part. You have to have guys that you expect to play at a certain level, and they exceed that. They're better than what the scouting report says they're going to be.
That was Blake Cashman last year.
Blake Cashman last year. I think you could argue Jonathan Grenard last year. Some other players last year.
Turned into Nico Collins, honestly.
Maybe Nico. Well, for sure Nico. Maybe Devin Singletary. He stepped in, was supposed to be like the 2 on a 1-2 punch and was the number 1. So if you're going to win a championship, you have to have players that you have a certain expectation for exceed that expectation. So let me give you and Figgy some candidates. I'm not gonna really give mine. I have a couple of thoughts on this, but I'm curious what yours are and if they all kind of jibe with each other. First candidate is Mario Edwards. I know we've had some fun with it, but the dude is there, and he's been a consistent veteran NFL player. Is he going to exceed your expectations?
Yeah, and see, this is where I would differentiate a little bit, and I don't want to split hairs here in the definition of breakout, but I think he is going to at once exceed the expectation because maybe the expectation should have just been higher. Mm-hmm. Maybe we didn't do enough work on what they were getting in Mario Edwards. It's possible that that's the case, but I also would not consider him a breakout candidate just because he's played for too long.
But again, play at a higher level than you expect.
Yeah,
we know what we would expect.
What's a high level for him? Is it like what Jerry Hughes was last year or a couple years ago?
Because he's going to play inside. He's a known commodity. If he gives you what Malik Collins gave you, to me, that's not breakout, but I'll take it.
Yeah.
In terms of just production and how you feel about it. And I'm sure.
Well, I think the simple way to put it, has a better year than you thought he would. He has a better year than you thought he would.
I mean, he's already more of a factor into things than I thought he would be. Yes. From that standpoint, I wouldn't call it breakout because I think he's older, but he is going to be better than I thought he would be when they signed him. Yes.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a lot better too because I remember when they signed him, and I was just like, Mario Edwards, all right, cool, but being out there at training camp and watching him talk to other players and coaches and how active he is, I'm like, oh, he's something special.
Yeah,
he might I don't know if special as far as stat wise and all that stuff, but as far as that locker room, he's very important.
I love how I said I wouldn't split hairs with you, and then I did exactly that. I split hairs about it. But let me say this. Will Anderson endorsing you somewhat unprompted. Like, I didn't say, hey, how about that Mario Edwards?
Yeah.
I said, who's the guy you like to watch work?
Mm-hmm.
And Will Anderson volunteered Mario Edwards.
He said Rio.
Yeah.
Rio, baby.
Rio, as you would.
And I was back here thinking, who?
Well, we were over there thinking, who?
Well, as he kept talking, because you saw, I ended up saying, oh, you're talking about Mario Edwards.
Yeah.
I heard him talk for long enough, I was able to put it together.
Yeah.
But no, on the first Rio reference, I was like,
okay.
I'm thinking like Rio.
Rio Grande Valley.
Rio Grande Valley. Who's from the Valley?
What are we talking about?
Yeah.
Who was Rio?
I got some more for you here. John Mechie.
That's the one.
That's the one to me, too.
He's the one.
That's the one I was thinking.
He's at the top of my list. Like, I understand what Clint was getting at yesterday about the numbers game.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the morning show was talking this morning about Cody Stootz's early 53-man roster that he has on his site.
Yeah.
And he's got John Mechie as like barely making it. It's like the 7th receiver.
Yeah.
Respectfully. And I respect the eye of Clint and Cody Stoots, man. I really love the work that they do. But I don't see how he's like on the fringe there. Like unless like Ben Skoranek, unless I'm missing something about Ben Skoranek, Xavier Hutchinson, and if y'all are seeing something out of Robert Woods that I'm not seeing out there at training camp, like he is the clear leader in the clubhouse to be among the top 4 or 5 guys right there outside of the 3 with Noah Brown. Like it's the top 3 we know, and then Noah Brown and John Mechie right there right after that, and then everybody else is competing after that to me.
Yeah, I would say he's number one. He's number one on the list out of everybody as far as like a breakout season. We've been waiting on we was kind of waiting on it last year and it didn't work out right, but this year I think he got to have a breakout season. And I know Clint was saying he probably won't make this team and all that stuff, but I do think him being a second round pick do matter. I think they trying to give him every chance he can, man.
Not only that, but he's my, let's make it unanimous, he's my number one as well, because I think he's got the greatest upside. Like I think he's got the highest upside. I think Mario Edwards, if he's just better, that's going to help them win a championship. Some of these other guys that I'm going to mention here in a second, if they're just a better, they're going to help them win a championship. But if John Mechie is a lot better, all of a sudden everything opens up, and you've got a guy that
it's kind of like found money at this point.
Exactly.
Because you got the 3.
Yeah.
And Mechie is pretty much found money.
Mm-hmm. See, so let me co-sign what Lopez just said and then split some hairs with what you said, Figgy. I don't think it's just second-round pick they're going to give him all of the chances in the world. Mm-hmm. I think that he was a second-round pick more so for a reason.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not just, hey, let's save face on the second-round pick. It's, hey, this is a guy we like so much in the second round. Mm-hmm. And so, like, we believe in the talent that we drafted here. And so, to Lopez's point about the high upside, they're not giving up on the second-round pick because I don't think that they view the second-round pick as a bad pick. They just feel like, we had some unfortunate situations come up, obviously, with the health and everything, but they still view him in that realm. And now he's finally starting to look more like that kind of player.
As he said when he joined us yesterday, even a year after the year of his cancer, and then we all gave examples about it. Like all of a sudden he's starting to feel better. He just wasn't feeling right. He was healthy, he was running, but he wasn't feeling right. Now he's better. All right, these next 3, I'm not predicting it. I'm asking the question. Kenyon Green.
I don't need no breakout season for Kenyon Green. I'm gonna say just temper the expectation. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say no, but also with the caveat that I don't need no breakout season. I need a healthy season and be like Shaq Mason, where we sometimes forget that you're there.
That's all you need.
Because you're doing your job.
That's all you need.
And sometimes that job can be very unsung and hard to notice when you're not mucking it up.
Yeah.
So start there. All right?
That's all we ask. Yeah. That's all we ask.
All I'm asking is maybe 14 games.
Yeah.
Give me 14 to 15 games.
Yeah, man. Play the games.
Just be decent.
Play the games. Be decent. Yeah. Don't be overwhelmed. Be decent.
But if he does, Again, this is the formula. If you get guys,
dude, if Kenyon Green has a breakout year, turns out to be like a good, really good to great player.
Yeah,
that's found money.
Yeah,
right. We talked about found money earlier.
Yeah,
that's it. Like I know Mechie is included there, but Kenyon Green specifically, dude found money.
If he have a breakout year, then I think that changes everything, even for like a Blake Fisher, man, because now if somebody get hurt, you ain't got to worry about
moving everybody around.
You ain't got to worry about Titus Howard moving into Kenyon Green's spot and then Blake Fisher playing right. You ain't got to worry about all that.
Yeah.
If Kenyon Green is doing this thing, everything is cool, man.
All right, 2 more. And I'm not saying they are, but if they do, Jalen Petrie.
This one hurts.
Yeah.
This one hurts. Yeah, I am not shy or like I'm very transparent about my bias in favor of Jalen Petrie. Rooting for the guy, think the world of him, want the best. I cannot call him right now a viable breakout candidate based off of a position change that I think is still valid questions out there as to, if he's even going to be good at said position change. And then them making the position change says a lot about how they thought of him at his previous position. So my earlier point this week about being a man without a country right now, I am fearful for a guy that I'm rooting for in Jalen Petrie that he could turn out to be a man without a country. I hope he has a breakout season. If I'm being honest with you right now as we talk about it, I cannot predict that. I cannot do it.
Yeah, I can't either, man. I said it, I want to say last week, it got a real Lonnie Johnson feel to it, man, where they just trying to they're trying to play somewhere. They're trying to like you said, they're trying to find a country for him, man.
Yeah.
They're trying to find the right home for him, man.
I'm not even sure he's going to start. He's been with the first team defense, but I feel like they're sort of like, let's throw him out there. Let's see what happens. Dude, Desmond King is pretty good. He's pretty dang good.
Let me ask you this, especially since you coined the term. Does D'Amico have some dust for this?
Pixie dust?
Is there D'Amico pixie
I think that's what
dust?
they're counting on.
For Petrie?
Yeah. I think that's what they're counting on.
I thought we would have seen it last season.
But a different position now.
It might take a little longer sometimes. Or maybe it took some time to figure out exactly what dust to deploy.
Yeah.
Like what version of it? Like what is it supposed to look like? I'm hopeful.
Now, speaking of pixie dust, this is one that I'm not saying he's starred or anything, but I've seen a couple things from him, and I started thinking pixie dust, and it would be a huge, huge add to have his best season. Jeff Okudah. You get another cornerback like that, man?
So that would have, if you had asked me this question a month ago, I'd have been on this one. Because I thought we were overplaying the whole bust thing. It's like, I get it. He didn't live up to the draft spot. I got it. He's on his 3rd team now. I understand. But they not asking him to be the number 3 overall pick, the top corner, a savior, the guy. We just want you to go opposite Derek Stingley and to hold your own. Can you do that? I absolutely felt like he could. Now, we didn't got to camp. Like, we got to OTAs, we got to camp, and the rookie didn't beat him out the position, it looks like. So I feel like Jeff Okudah has an opportunity to start in some kind of role, but I'd have a tough time viewing him as a breakout candidate considering.
But what if?
The what if is
you get 3 cornerbacks? You get 3 cornerbacks?
It's fascinating because then it really makes you think about the whole man without a country for Petrie, for Desmond King. Because you figure, hey, at least one of those guys, probably Lassiter, could play inside. If Jeff Okudah can give you what he's supposed to give you on the outside, you're set at corner. Yeah, man, it presents some other questions, but yeah, man, like three corners that can play. I can't tell you
that's a top 10 defense to me.
That ties in with what you were talking about.
My safest bet.
Yeah.
Yep.
My safest bet. I like it. Let me give you one for me. Breakout candidate. This ties into the Danico Autry suspension. Khalil Davis?
Yeah.
Khalil Davis, and I think, here's what I'm thinking. He's going to get more snaps because of this Danico Autry thing. I think that's just going to happen. The math of it is going to say so. He's a player, man. Like, I'm not trying to say he's a superstar or oversell you on him, but, you know, we talk about who are some of the best players that we don't talk about. He's on the list somewhere of guys who can absolutely play the game, and it's just someone that we don't really think a whole hell of a lot about now.
No, not really at all.
Now, you'd listen to John Harris. John Harris will cover everybody on the roster on Texans radio, but on our shows and just kind of the collective general thinking, that's not somebody that we think about a lot. I think he has a chance to break out, especially with Danico Autry missing time.
And I think that's a good candidate for the D'Amico Pixie Dust, too.
Oh, good.
I think that's somebody that could have that breakout year where we like, man, I wasn't expecting him to
Where did that come from?
Yeah, it could kind of be like this year's Blake Cashman.
Yeah.
100%. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Scott. That is Figgy Fig holding it down for us. Coming up next on In the Loop, we confess our sins, lunchtime confessions.
Yes, sir. Let's get take care of the guys here. We're talking about the low T.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It is time for lunchtime confessions. Sometimes they're about sports, sometimes they ain't, but it is where we let them hang a little bit lower, and the OG gets us started.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I legitimately feel bad for all the other gymnasts on the USA women's gymnastics team. Like, they're studs. Like, they are nothing against Simone Biles. She's earned where she is. But I'm watching this last night. I was texting with you guys during it all, mostly about your girl.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say I don't feel bad at all. I noticed them.
Yeah, but like, we get it and we love it. But Suni Lee had 2 of the highest scores of the night. Some of these other gymnasts, absolutely, they won by 6 full points.
Suni got the highest score from me.
Yeah, she did on all 4 apparatus.
I don't know nothing about scoring.
She's the real winner
on all 4. But I just kind of feel like it's like Simone Biles this, Simone Biles that. Again, she's Houston's own, and it's something to be proud of. But like, these other girls were pretty freaking good. Like, I guess they're going to do all right for themselves. But man, it was. I'm feeling kind of bad for them.
Shoot, one got to go back to high school.
Yeah.
One was 16 years old.
Yeah.
So I'm not talking down to you here because we're all media people. But this is just what I think.
No, that's how the game is played.
I think this is more so about. It is saying more about our media
What's
game
the headline?
Today. Yes, the headline, the search engine optimization.
Yeah.
Simone Biles.
Yeah.
Simone. If make it Michael Phelps. Like, just give me the big name, whatever that big name is that you can gravitate toward. And for us locally, it works because there's that local tie.
Yeah.
But
no, I totally get it.
Simone Biles.
I just feel bad for them.
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
I do feel bad that their names don't show up in search the way that Simone Biles is doing.
Yes, exactly.
Or at least, Suni's does maybe in mine, but in normal searches.
Hell, she's bookmarked.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This is actually a confession about our segment Confessions itself. Now,
it's a confession within the confession.
Hear me out here. I know that y'all don't like the thing where you allude to something or tease something for the audience that you can't really tell them about, and so you're kind of like letting them know, hey, there's a secret here, inside jokes for the audience. But my confession is, I've got confessions that I think of throughout the day that I'm like,
oh yeah,
I can't freaking bring that to the radio.
Always.
Like, whether it is just a little embarrassing or just TMI, too personal. And so my confession is, I got confessions that I can't confess.
All day long, right, Figgy?
Yeah, all day long.
All day long.
Specifically, it happens every day.
Yeah.
But specifically today, and I hate to do this because I know how much we hate to do this on this show.
There was one.
There are at least 2 in my mind that I'm sorry to not be able to share with you. And it's probably better that I don't. But that is the confession.
Yeah.
That I got confessions that I can't confess.
I like when listeners or whatever come up and start doing they sing the song and all that stuff.
I hate it though, because I do love this concept. I love confessing the sins, but I also know that there is a line.
So what are you nervous? Are you nervous about getting in trouble, or is it, or you want to put yourself out there too much?
Yeah, one of them is definitely TMI. The other one is a little bit embarrassing. Okay. If I'm being honest with you, it's a little bit embarrassing and it's TMI.
Well, we got to get the embarrassing one out.
Obviously, and I'm sorry to do this to the loopholes. I hope y'all still love me, but I'll tell y'all later.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be scared to get canceled. That'd be my worst.
Well, yeah,
I got some of those.
I got some of those too.
Got some of those too.
I keep it to myself.
Got some of those. Those come up every day. Every day.
Yeah. Leave it for dark Twitter.
Yes.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So we mentioned earlier, I was watching Team USA 2 last night with Simone Biles and the girls. And look, man, I was watching this and I wasn't sure if I was watching them or the 96 Bulls because they were whooping ass, man.
They were whooping.
Like, it wasn't even close. And the funny part is at the very end, you know how the commentators be like, yeah, it was a close match. the commentator was like, "Yeah, this wasn't even close."
They were start talking about like other stuff.
Yeah, this reminded me of whenever you play Madden or college football, 2K25, and it's a blowout, and at the very end, the commentator's like, "Yeah, this been a blowout since the beginning." That's what it sounded like, but. Man, but my confession is, man, watching Simone, actually watching her at the very end, I was kind of in shock how high she jumped. She jumped 12 feet in the air.
Yeah. She is phenomenal.
So right after I was watching it live, I'm like, oh bleep. And then she did something else. I'm like, oh bleep. I'm like, dang, how she jumped that high? So I had to go to Twitter to actually watch the video again and slow it down to see her. It looked like a magic trick, man.
Yeah. Like it was doctored or something.
Yeah. I think I forgot who was talking about it, but they tried to compare it to like another sport or how good she did, and they couldn't even do it.
So I'm going to mention this again, and Internet Going Nuts later on in the show. But she absolutely validated, Simone Biles did, validated the Bears' decision to allow her husband to go. Because what is going on at training camp?
He was into it,
that's better than that.
Yeah, he was taking
notes and all this, like comparing them and all that. Like, you're winning 50-0.
So I know the NFL is king, but like that's this woman out there being the most impressive.
Yeah,
in the moment, the most impressive, arguably human.
Yeah.
That we see.
Yeah.
Like it's incredible.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of embarrassing, this is a little embarrassing for me, but who cares? So, got up today, didn't drive to NRG, and we've been there for 10 days, whatever it's been, of rain, heat, sweating, stinking. I've been taking 3 showers a day, man.
Yeah.
Like,
been funky.
My confession is like, I'm not gonna lie, I love training camp.
Well, I like being in the studio.
Sure is not. No, screw that. Sure is nice being in some AC, man.
We would be just fine out there again if they gave us that same AC setup that the rest of the media gets on the other side.
Yeah,
because you go into that tent, it's cool in there.
Yeah, this is look. They're gonna be back August 12th or 11th. I think it's August 11th. They're not gonna be back. I'll be out there. But sure is nice to be in some AC. This is I think this is like 28, 29 NFL training camps that I've done now, and it never gets better. It gets hot. I don't care if you're not running around on the field.
Yeah, it's warm out there for sure, 100%.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think I'm more interested in the Olympic Village right now because I'm more into the track and obviously basketball, and I love watching Simone Biles and the swimming. There was a water polo game the other day, or a match, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I hope water polo guys not listening. And
whatever. That's fine.
There was water polo the other day.
Matches, games.
And the U.S. just like stomped the bleep out of Greece, I think it was. And it was fun to watch. I'm having a good time. But I'm more interested in what's going on in that Olympic Village than anything. Maybe it's because I got a crush. Maybe it's because I want to be in the Olympic Village myself, shooting my shot. All right. But that to me is the most fascinating part about the Olympics or one of the more fascinating parts is all of the best athletes in the world getting together in a village and whatever goes. And they in Paris. Just a kind of a place that is, I don't know.
It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a vibe.
Yeah.
It feels like a vibe. And so right now, I am more interested in the imagination of what that must be like, what it would be like to be in the Olympic Village right now.
It's awesome.
Than the actual
really
Olympics
awesome.
themselves.
You're right.
Until we get to track, that's how I feel.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So this dude posted something on Twitter. I want to say it was a couple days ago, and I felt so bad for him, man. So he posted a picture of him drinking a wine cooler. So it was a guy posted a picture drinking a wine cooler, and he tweeted, "I don't even drink like that, but drinking one of these on a hot day feels good." Man, they jumped on his ass so bad in the comments to the point. My man had to delete the whole
Oh, he had to delete it?
He deleted the whole tweet, man. Let me share some of the things people were saying about him. People were saying, delete this king. Somebody else said, damn, son, they cooking you. Somebody else said, man, that's juice.
That's juice.
Somebody else said, man, that's a spicy water.
Oh, wow.
Somebody said, these are for the aunties and kids under 19. Somebody else said, you sleep on your stomach and make the number 4 with your legs.
Oh, God. Where did that come from?
Somebody else said, that's a pink Sprite, my man. I felt so bad for this dude.
That's cruel, man.
And look, he was trying to fight back, too, because a lot of times when stuff go viral, I just let it be. I don't respond to nobody. But he was trying to respond to everybody and say, hey, say it to my face. I'll beat your...
Oh, God.
He was doing all that, but ended up deleting the tweet, man. But I love stuff like that, but I felt so bad for my man. Look, man, I'm not about to drink a wine cooler like that, or at least post it. But my man, don't drink like that, man. Nothing wrong with a little wine cooler, man.
Stand on business. Why you deleting the tweet?
Exactly.
Why you deleting the tweet,
exactly.
dog? Hey, I got to find out. As we do our lunchtime confession, somebody mentioned on the 832 here that Vandy did a confession on Texans radio yesterday.
So I saw that, yeah.
I did not
and
catch
he sang.
this. And he sang. I've got to find that audio.
He sang the little song.
Tell me the day and time.
Yes, if not to bring to the radio and possibly to bring to the radio for my own edification, I would like to hear that.
Yeah, that's their favorite segment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they say they love this segment.
Oh, yeah.
Bruh. I'm with it. I'm with Vandy singing Usher's confession.
Oh, he'll do it. Yeah, for sure.
I'm with it. Those are the lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop. Coming up next, life came at the Astros fast, and I mean fast, man. We'll talk about it next on In the Loop.
The Astros made a big move, but
Should we be worried about the Astros not just losing back-to-back games against the Pirates? After all, it is just back-to-back games. But it did happen, and it happens on the heels of these deals, these trades that they make at the deadline that none of us, no matter how we slice the conversation up, none of us reach the conclusion that we feel great about it.
Right.
That the Astros did something to, like, significantly elevate. We don't feel like this team is elevated based off of what they've done, and then they lose these games on top of it. You mentioned this earlier, Lopez. Yesterday's game was just...
That might have been their sloppiest game of the year.
Just flat out uninspiring.
Yeah.
And then the game before that, Monday, it seemed to be setting up perfectly for them to win it. A bullpen day where the early guys in the bullpen do their job. They hand it off to what's supposed to be your best guys. And instead of it being secured, it just only got worse from there. Like, think about it. Brian Abreu threw the first walk of the game for the Astros.
Yeah.
And we saw how things ended by the end of it with Hader giving up the three-run shot. So how fast does it seem like life has come at the Astros in these moments? Or am I doing a bad job here of living in the moment too much?
No. I mean, how long ago was Sunday morning? Not that long ago. I woke up Sunday morning, and I was like, damn, the Astros just may walk away with this thing. Just for clarity's sake, I had something Saturday, so I was just kind of keeping up with the Astros score, not the entirety of the game. And they ended up beating the Dodgers. And so they had won 2 straight against the Dodgers. The Dodgers, but mind you, who are one of the favorites
Real deal.
in the National League. I wake up Sunday morning thinking, damn, man, the Astros just might walk away with this thing. Well, then what happened Sunday? They lose 6-2 to the Dodgers. Monday, they lose 5-3 to the Pirates. When Skeens didn't get a decision, now he pitched well. Not his best, but he pitched well. Didn't get a decision. And then yesterday they play their sloppiest game, I feel, in the year. So they've lost 3 straight.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
Because I've been talking about losing the 2 straight to Pittsburgh as if they did not lose that last game.
No, I woke up Sunday morning thinking, damn, man, Astros might just walk away with this thing. Well, 3 days later, not only that they've lost 3 straight, awful showing by Dana Brown. By the way, all the confidence not confidence, but I guess slack that we've been giving him, like it's not his fault, it just looks worse now because he gave up so much more for a guy that has lost 6 of his last 9. His team has lost 6 of his last 9 starts, and it's 4-9. And people are thinking, he might be marginally a smidge better than what you'd get out of Jake Bloss, but he's not the answer, man. So there's that. You've lost any slack that Dana Brown had. They are now in second place in the division, which they're still in it, obviously, but that has changed.
They'll win this division. The team that they're competing with, they're better than. So they'll win the division.
The team that they're competing with has made additions as well.
They did add Randy Arozarena.
Yes,
it did happen.
The Rangers, who you were in your rearview mirror, have guys getting healthy, and made a couple of small moves. And then Kyle Tucker, again, it's just procedural, but still, he's on the 60-day IL. He'll come off of it, but he hadn't played with this bruise, the mother of all bruises. And then altogether, you didn't get a bat either. You wanted to get 2 pitchers and a bat. Well, you did do that with the 2 pitchers, but you didn't get a bat. They are in it. They have a very clear path to win it. But, boy, life, as you put it, man, life came at the Astros fast since Sunday morning.
Would you have rathered – we've widely panned these deals that they made, particularly the Kikuchi deal. Would you have rathered the Astros had done nothing? Like, just stand pat, don't get – even just for the sake of saving face and showing, hey, I ain't no punk. You're not about to just fleece me because I'm desperate. Like, would you have rather they have, on principle alone – forget being marginally better or whatever the case is. Y'all prefer they just didn't do nothing as opposed to let's give up these 3 prospects for a guy that nobody believes in?
I have the answer.
A rental that nobody believes in?
Yes, Figgy, you're an absolute yes.
Absolutely yes, in all caps. Yes.
All right.
I have yes with a proviso, with a qualifier. Are Luis Garcia and Justin Verlander going to pitch? Because if and they know it, we don't. But they know if Luis Garcia and Justin Verlander
I don't know if they know.
Well, maybe
so
not, but they know more.
Situation. Yeah, they know more.
They know more. So if they're of the belief, these two guys are going to pitch. They're going to come back. They've had the two. They were both on the mound yesterday and pitched, seemingly well. If they feel in their hearts that they know those two guys are going to pitch, then I wouldn't have done anything. I wouldn't get hijacked like that.
Yeah, see, that's my thing. Y'all got.
Yeah.
So I'm like, no, we not about to do that. We not about to do business like that. I'd rather stick with who I got and just, take it on the chin at that point. I ain't about to get fleeced just to try to save face, just to barely make the playoffs or something like that.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, to me, if you don't think that Kikuchi is a significant enough, it comes down to how desperate of a need was it to get a guy. And Lopez, you make a good point here. Like, are you getting those guys back or not? And, also you're trying to create some depth. You cannot have too many pitchers. I agree with that. Like, that's a cliche, but I think it's one of the ones that ring true. You cannot have too many pitchers.
Yeah.
Go check, and we had front row seats to this last year.
Mm-hmm.
Go check out the Rangers last year, who had a bad bullpen, but by the end of it, they traded for Scherzer, traded for Montgomery. And so by the end of the season,
now those are moves.
By the time they got to the Astros, in the ALCS, they had a surplus of starters and were able to use those guys in different ways in the bullpen on their way to winning the World Series. So I get the value in that. But like what you just said, those are moves.
Yeah.
Those are dudes that make a difference. You say Kikuchi, I'm like, man, I don't know. Like, I remember I made the comparison earlier about me being in line at Annie's, and I had to get out of there because I had more at that point had more money than time.
Priorities, yeah.
But that was desperately needing to get out of there in a certain amount of time. I don't feel like the Astros were as desperate in this moment as I was in that one, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, they could have still withstood with, say, a leak in the starting rotation and hoping that they can get those other guys back, those reinforcements back as soon as possible.
Yeah, this seemed like this was just putting a Band-Aid over a gunshot wound, man.
Yeah.
Like, to me, this could have been done a couple months ago to me. And now this is the trade deadline. This is the desperation right here. And we need this guy. It's not like he coming in to be the fifth starter and, just give us 4 or 5 innings, you'll be all right. We actually kind of need him.
Yeah.
I almost would have preferred, too, like this thing with Jake Bloss. Clearly the pitching prospect that they felt the best about, because that's the one that they brought up, right?
Yeah.
I would have almost preferred to just keep chugging them along. Like, okay, Bloss doesn't work. Blair Henley didn't work. Bloss doesn't work. Who's the next guy?
Yeah.
Like that to me would have felt better than just simply feeling like you did a deal that didn't
for
help
a rental.
And we keep glossing over that. And 33-year-old rental.
33-year-old rental who is not seemingly a serious difference maker.
Yeah. And unless they're going to go on this magical run where they get to the ALCS and this guy's pitching his ass off.
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't see that happening, but I'd rather just keep the prospects. And I wasn't even that crazy over the prospects. I mean, I'm just not crazy about the guy they got for the prospects.
Yeah, I said this earlier. Are the Astros better than they were 48 hours ago when it comes to pitching? Slightly.
Yeah, of course.
Maybe.
Yes, 100%. Yes. Much better.
Okay, Adam.
He giving us the peripherals. Like the peripherals, for those who don't know, are the advanced numbers, which are honestly more intelligent numbers to go by. I'll give him that. And those are kinder to, you say, Kikuchi than some of the more traditional ones that we look at, like ERA and that sort of thing. So I'll give him that. But that is rough to instill confidence. Like, oh, he's been unlucky. Well, hell, who been more unlucky than the Astros throughout the year?
Yeah.
Ask Hunter Brown about being unlucky last night. He had a couple of soft hit, bad pitches around the zone, some soft hit, some soft contact that he gave up. Like, bad luck happens in baseball.
Yeah.
So, like, I get that it's a more intelligent way to look at it, to say, okay, well, there's some bad luck involved. Maybe things will regress to the mean. Maybe he'll come through eventually. But in the moment, it doesn't really make you feel that much better. And again, perhaps you would rather than bring me a guy and say, hey, I know these traditional stats don't wow you, but the peripheral numbers are better.
Yeah.
That doesn't do a lot for me. I almost would prefer, as opposed to getting fleeced, just bring me. Jake Bloss not ready. Bring me who is?
Yeah.
Who is?
Next guy.
Yeah. Next. As opposed to giving up more than I absolutely thought that I needed to. As far as these last couple of games have gone, they're going to have to pick it up, man. I understand the Pirates are not like the Pirates.
They're okay. They're pretty good.
That's a decent team.
Yeah.
That's a decent team. And so, for all of the celebrating that I did for them over the weekend, Bregman's walk-off, beating the Dodgers, winning the series against the Dodgers, talking crap with Joe Kelly, as great as that felt, you gotta keep this going.
Yeah.
I don't.
They gotta get going again.
Yeah. To me, there is not enough margin for error to me to start losing home series to the Dodgers. Framber Valdez on the mound for them. I'm sorry, to the Pirates, I should say. Framber Valdez on the mound for them tonight.
Framber on the mound. I guess we'll find out. The next two probables have not been announced. Maybe Kikuchi is going to be in the mix at some point. But they face the Rays after tonight. And I know you kind of think Rays, they were sellers, at the trade deadline. They're kind of out of it. Well, they have the exact same record as the Astros. They're 55 and 52. So there's not a lot of gimmies right now either.
Well, and they're in the opposite sort of situation, whereas the Astros are in the weakest division in the American League.
Yeah.
You could argue that the other two are clearly the better ones, and perhaps the East is the best.
They would be one game out here.
As it has been for some time now,
Yeah.
the better team in the American League. He's John Lopez. I'm Brandon Sky, rolling along with Figgy Fig on In the Loop. Coming up next, the NFL has an update to its top 100 list, and C.J. Stroud is on it. Where does he fall? We'll talk about that next on Sports Radio 610.
Texans owner Cal McNair. Houston, insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
The NFL has released numbers 20 through 11 on its top 100 players list. Y'all are familiar with this. We got a few Texans on the list already. Well, we were waiting to get further down the list to find out where is one C.J. Stroud, and 11 through 20, where does he rank, Lopez? In fact, on this list, he ranks last.
That's not
because
nice.
he's 20th, man.
That's not nice.
They released 11 through 20 and decided that from 11 to 20, C.J. Stroud ranks last.
Man, that's just mean.
Because he's isn't it?
That's just mean.
Isn't it fun how you can position a thing like phrasing and wording? Like he's last.
Yeah.
Actually, he's 20th.
Yeah.
On a list of 100, but on this list, I ain't lying.
Yeah, you're
Top
not.
20? Yeah, he's 20.
He's 20, but 11 through 20, he last.
Yeah.
We got some objections, I feel like, Lopez, to some of the folks that are listed ahead of him. Did C.J. Stroud get hosed on this list? Was he slighted a little bit on this list, on this top 100 being ranked 20th?
So this is an annual thing, and it's become a pretty big thing among players. I mean, forget us and fans. It's always cool for us. But players, like when Laramie Tunsil was ranked, what was he ranked? 71?
I think it was 71.
So 66, right in that area.
You can go find Titus Howard's tweet because he was
Titus Howard went off.
Hey, ain't 70 players better than bruh?
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah,
so
it might have been 72. Something like that.
I think it was 71. But
Yeah,
either way,
but either way,
it was too far back for Titus Howard's.
That is a big honor for a left tackle. Out of 1,696 players come the regular season, there's 1,696 players in the NFL. Top 100 is a big thing for players. So there's that. Player, it matters with players. So for C.J. Stroud, second year in the league, to be 20, that's incredibly impressive.
Hey, so I've been around C.J. a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
I can guarantee you he don't think he's 20.
Oh, no, I think he's flattered, but he doesn't think he's 20.
No, he's like, all right, cool.
Remember last year he was mad about his Madden rating?
Oh, yeah.
So I think this sounds crazy now, but he was like 73.
Yeah.
And he was just Madden. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
He was pissed.
But the reality is...
Lost some credibility there, Madden.
But the reality is it's a great honor.
It is.
To be number 20. That said, I'm kind of with C.J. Stroud. Well, we're projecting what C.J. Stroud is thinking. But
I'm projecting, but I know, dude.
Yeah, nah.
For real. He does not think he's 20th. I can promise you that.
I'm with him with respect to a couple of quarterbacks. By the way, the top 10 is going to come out tomorrow. 1 through 10 is going to come out tomorrow. They've been releasing.
Who's the quarterbacks ahead of him in this?
That's where I'm going.
Okay.
He's 20. 19, Roquan Smith. 18, Justin Jefferson. 17, Micah Parsons. 16.
Oh, look who's on the TV screen right now.
16 is Dak Prescott.
Man.
Mad respect. The guy has done the job. I don't think he's better than C.J. Stroud.
He's not.
Yeah.
Not you don't think. He's flat out not.
Yeah.
Lopez. Now, I know that Bron Hughley's going to be here in the next hour. He does think so. Like, he thinks that it's 1 year is not enough to put C.J. Stroud over Dak Prescott, who's got a body of work that is pretty damn good. And I can respect that, but just based off of what I've seen, just same way Ron was able to look at Davis Mills for 5 minutes and decide that was not the guy.
Yeah, trusting your eyes.
I'm able to do the opposite with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
The same thing, but the opposite conclusion with C.J. Stroud and say, oh, you know what? I did it with Justin Herbert. I know that hasn't panned out. But you can just look at certain dudes, watch them play for enough amount of time and say, no, that guy is better than that guy.
We always say trust your eyes, or I do anyway. Frankly, you mentioned Justin Herbert. I'd put Justin Herbert ahead of Dak Prescott. Hadn't done a bit of what Dak's done.
Without blinking.
But I think, trusting my eyes, he's a better quarterback.
No, trusting my eyes without blinking, stuttering, or hesitating for a single second.
Yeah.
I would take Justin Herbert over Dak. That being said, though, you do have to be somewhat deferential and considerate to the results. So, like the things that have actually happened on the field. And while C.J. Stroud had an incredible rookie season, one of the best that we've ever seen, if not the best we've ever seen, Dak did finish second in MVP voting.
Mm-hmm.
The way they ended the season, the Cowboys did, was so unflattering that I think it's been real easy to forget how good he was, how well he bounced back from the season he had before that. He was excellent, objectively excellent last year. I cannot take anything away from him, but I don't watch him. I don't watch him and C.J. Stroud and feel like I'm watching the better quarterback play for the Cowboys.
I'd take that number 16 from the side of his name, and I'd put C.J. Stroud there. That's the only thing I'd take from him because I think C.J. Stroud's better. Now, you bring up number 15.
Yeah, so this is going to be local upon local interest. C.J. Stroud obviously being the quarterback of the Houston Texans. But I would say right now the best quarterback from the Houston area is one Jalen Hurts. Like the best quarterback rep in Houston is probably Jalen Hurts. Which one would I prefer? Jalen Hurts is 15th on this list. C.J. Stroud is number 20. I'd flip-flop those. Because, look, as much as I love Jalen, and I was wrong about Jalen Hurts. I did not think he projected to be a very good NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
And early on in his career, his first year or two, I wasn't seeing it, Lopez.
Yeah.
I'm just going to be real with you. As much as I was rooting for it, dudes from Channel View, rooting for Channel View. Shout out to the East Side. But I didn't see it. Was wrong about it. He improved. He's a lot better. I don't think he's better than Dak Prescott.
Now, that one's an arguable one, right?
I don't think he played well in the Super Bowl, took a team to the Super Bowl, and played well in defeat. I get it. And I just said you can't argue with the results that you've seen on the field, but there also is an eye test. There also is a just, hey, is that dude better than the other? I don't watch him and think he's better than Dak Prescott, and he's ahead of Dak Prescott on this list. I damn sure don't think he's better than C.J. Stroud. I do not.
That one is arguable because of the results and what he's done.
Can't take it away from him.
But you can also easily argue the other side because his regular season numbers have not looked like what C.J.'s looked like last year.
He is not as good as C.J. Stroud.
You know, and
he's
he's been surrounded by a much better team than C.J. Stroud has been until this year anyway. So I'm not saying you're wrong. You know, I think it's arguable. But, yeah, you know, so they got 20 through 11. I think it's great. He's number 20. That's incredible for a second-year quarterback. But you could easily argue 16, maybe 15.
Yeah, I would. I would just really based off of – I don't think you can argue it based off of what they've done. Like the results argument is in favor of really the way that they have it.
Yeah.
Hurts ahead of Prescott, Prescott ahead of C.J. Stroud. Like based off of accomplishment, you get to a Super Bowl. But, no, I would not do it.
Here's one little more observation because my mind goes in weird places on stuff like this.
Let's do it.
What do you think about number 17 and number 20 on this list and the conversations they've been having via text this week or today? Micah Parsons is number 17, 3 spots ahead of C.J. Stroud.
That is a fun – I would love to be a fly on the wall or a bug in the phone conversation to hear that because, like,
Micah's talking mad crap.
No matter what, both of them.
Yeah, both of them.
Oh, you know, it is fun fodder. I had not thought about that.
Yeah,
but also, and I am curious. I don't know where CJ will fall on this. I think that part is fair. You know, like based off of what Micah's done, and I know there's some question about how he played toward the end of the year.
Justin Jefferson's 18. Hell yes, he's better than C.J. Stroud right now.
Justin Jefferson should be higher on this list.
What he does.
No.
He may well be.
I'm shocked that.
Yeah, he might be higher.
Time out for a second, actually, since you mentioned it.
Yeah.
I know we're talking about C.J. Stroud, and we were kind of making this look, but as we go around the NFL.
Yeah, you're right.
What do we think about Justin Jefferson being this many spots lower than CeeDee Lamb? CeeDee Lamb is 13, and look, CeeDee Lamb also from the town. Shout out to CeeDee Lamb. Okay, another local kid. Hope he gets his money and all of that. He's not better than Justin Jefferson.
No.
What are we doing?
How is Justin Jefferson not in the top 10?
How is he not? What are we doing?
I'm sure CeeDee Lamb looking at that like, hey, y'all got to pay me more than Justin Jefferson. Look at this list.
Well, and how could you blame him?
Yeah.
How could you blame him?
Who's in the top 10, for God's sakes? We know Mahomes. George Kittle is 14.
He's the – oh, yeah.
And he's had a better – look, not the results. but he's had a better couple of years
than Travis Kelce.
Yeah, George Kittle's going to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
George Kittle's that guy.
Yeah.
So here's where I look at it.
Mm-hmm.
I understand Devontae Adams. Let's just put Devontae Adams to the side for a second because I think until he shows significant drop-off, he's probably going to just be the best receiver in the league to me.
Yeah.
Just on GP alone. Justin Jefferson, other than Devontae Adams, is the best wide receiver in football.
Mm-hmm.
George Kittle is the best tight end in football, for my money right now.
Yeah.
How does the best tight end in football be this many spots higher than the best wide receiver in football?
This is true.
I'm having a hard time reconciling with that. And this is who votes on these again? These are the executives and players.
This is the NFL.
These are actual people who know what they're talking about even more so than we do. I would like for them to explain this part of the list.
Yeah.
Why do you think Dak Prescott is better than C.J. Stroud? Do you football, bro? And how is who are the 17 players better than Justin Jefferson? I'm looking at a handful of them that you got on the list now, and I got a hard time. Fred Warner being 11th, man, shout out to him because that is a credit to his greatness. A linebacker is the 11th best player in the league. I'm not bleeping on Fred Warner.
Yeah.
Like, objectively great. Better than Justin Jefferson?
Yeah.
Better than C.J. Stroud?
Yeah.
Better than Micah Parsons?
I'm kind of curious how they did this list because when I look at a list like this, I kind of think of being on a basketball court and just picking the best player.
Yeah.
And who was number 1, number 2, number 3.
You're a bad boy now. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Boy, that's a good way to describe how you should do this list, Figgy.
Yeah. Because
who's the first pick on this? Let's say these are the 10 guys. We're picking two squads. I'm picking Justin Jefferson first.
Yeah, or at least top 5.
Or if we're drafting,
like
list,
we're playing a pickup basketball game, but it's football. Best in the position. The way Figgy described how he looks at it.
I'll do it like this. My top 3 picks would be C.J. Stroud first, Josh Allen second, Justin Jefferson number 3, and they're all over the place on this list.
Yeah,
but that would be how I would draft. If I'm give me where I give you my draft board from this list: Stroud, Allen, Jefferson.
I'd go Stroud, Jefferson, Kittle.
Ooh, I did just kind of bypass Kittle.
No, but again, that's a good way to look at
quarterback.
it. Those 3 guys, none of them are the highest one is 14, and we have them all picked first.
I just don't see how Justin Jefferson is 17?
No, bro.
18.
So you got past all 17 different people to finally get to him.
Yeah,
I get positional value, and so you can make this argument.
It's a little different, especially with like fantasy football and all that stuff. I won't get into all that, but the top 100 players.
What if they started to do this? And I mean, who cares what I think? But what if they started to do this just without the quarterbacks? Because that complicates things a lot for me. You know what I mean? Like, Dak Prescott is better than Justin Jefferson. Go sit down somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, we're not talking. We're not having a conversation about that. But I get it because of the positional value thing. Yeah, Dak Prescott is an above,
more valuable than
as an above average quarterback. He's more valuable than Justin Jefferson, so you would probably put him higher on this list.
Yeah.
But he ain't no better than no Justin Jefferson.
No.
What are we doing here? Speaking of the Cowboys, as we go around the NFL, y'all notice how they can't get anybody to show up to their training camp?
This is wild.
That energy at Cowboys training camp is not matching that energy that we experienced at Texans training camp. Would you agree?
Yeah, this was Mike Florio. He put together some reports from the Cowboys training camp. Apparently, it's like embarrassingly sparse is how Mike Leslie put it from WFAA in Dallas. The attendance at training camp. Dude, this is the Cowboys. Like
they haven't camp in L.A. though, right?
Oxnard. They do it every year though.
Every year.
Like Cowboys fans come from all over the country.
Cowboy fans are all over the place.
They come from all over the country.
That's why it's a non-issue.
Like you can't find a seat at Cowboys camp generally.
Yeah.
And right now there's like entire areas of the bleachers and around the field that are just empty.
Well, they travel and exist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Their
it's
fans
Cowboy
travel.
fans in Cali.
Yes.
Like this is, first of all, it's a cautionary tale to everyone. Because if this can happen to the Cowboys, it can happen to anyone.
It kind of show you how their offseason was. This is exactly how their offseason was.
Two things, actually. the way they ended the season and their offseason combined.
Yeah.
Like, end the season with a whimper.
Yeah.
And that's kind of almost putting it kindly. End the season with a whimper. And then
Kept the head coach.
Yep.
Which
really,
we all thought
not
was
signing
was
contracts.
Oh,
no free agency.
No free agency. Yeah, it was dead silent.
You talk about a whimper. They kept that same energy throughout the offseason. Like, oh, we're going to be underwhelming to end the season, and we just going to stay that way throughout the rest of it.
Hey, in this town, we know about indifference, and we know about how awful it is. I never in a million years thought that there would be daily pictures and reports from Cowboys training camp of just empty seats, of people not showing up. Like, that's they always say the opposite of love is not hate, it's indifference. That is scary because it's the Cowboys that this is happening to.
They let Zeke go a couple of years ago in favor of Tony Pollard, and then just a year later, let Tony Pollard go in favor basically of Zeke. What are they doing?
Yeah.
And I'm not just all the way down on Zeke per se, but, I mean, come on. That's not
absolutely.
That is not, to me, adequately addressing your running back position. And the Cowboys fans got to be looking like, hey, we love Zeke or whatever, but what are we doing here? We are a team that ultimately underachieved at the end and did absolutely nothing. Zero to make it different. Like, what about the Cowboys is going to make them different in 2024 than they were in 2023? I don't see it.
Yeah, it seemed like their fans are finally tired and finally say, you know what, this season ain't worth it. They ain't do nothing this all season. I'm gonna sit this one out.
Yeah.
Coming up next on In the Loop, the internet is going nuts. That's next on Sports Radio 610.
It's safe to say.
There hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, Lopez, I need your help in understanding how this is even possible. The very best, I would say, the very best athletes in the world, triathletes, Olympic triathletes, have to swim in this kind of water, man. When I saw this video, I thought, would I rather just not be an Olympian, even if it's doing the triathlon? Would I just rather not be an Olympian than perhaps subject myself to flesh-eating bacteria?
I'd like to, and makes you violently sick. I would rather be an Olympic athlete, but I would rather that when I go to the Olympics, there's a little bit of a backup plan.
What is this?
So the Seine River, first of all, on the day after the opening ceremonies, they said, oh yeah, the E. coli bacteria levels are off the charts still, or not safe or whatever. So then they were supposed to do the triathlon. The women were the first ones. They were supposed to do it yesterday. They postponed it because the tests, still were showing, dangerous levels or whatever, potentially dangerous levels of E. coli. Apparently there's a lot of excrement and feces that has been washed into it because of all the rain from sewers and such.
Man, I am not swimming in no excrement and feces, dog.
Well,
you can have your damn gold medal.
You lucky to get me to get in the Galveston water, man.
Well, okay, remember that because they did end up doing this today.
As the racers are now set to dive into the Seine to start this triathlon here at these Olympic Games.
Wow. That was interesting. I did not hear that starting whistle, the starting horn, but several of the athletes went, like the whole left side of the field went in before I heard the horn go.
They did, by the way.
So we got to start
see
again?
if there's going to be a penalty assessed. That's going to be for half the
penalize
field.
or whatever. But, dude, they did it. They swam in the sand. The levels of bacteria are still not, quote-unquote, healthy. What is going on? How can you do this?
So if you're participating in this, I might
hold your breath.
I might ruffle some feathers.
Hold your breath.
I might ruffle some feathers. This is patriotism going too far.
Yeah, it might be.
I'm sorry. Look,
it might be.
Hey, would you swim in some dirty water for your country?
Not just dirty.
Not for no damn America. I love America.
Come on, you gotta get that.
I love Texas.
Get that gold medal.
I
man.
love Houston. I love Hiram Clark. I ain't swimming in no flesh-eating bacteria, no E. coli, or no feces or excrement for none of y'all. Uncle Sam.
It's supposed to be about America.
So the answer is you wouldn't do this for a medal.
Hell no.
Biggie?
Hell no. No. Absolutely not.
I'm like Charles Barkley when it comes to Galveston.
Yeah.
To the water.
Yeah.
and then you got to win.
Yeah.
Like, think about it.
Yeah.
This is just to compete.
Go back home. Just imagine you losing and going back home with nothing.
So
a lot of these people
you're on that plane,
and these people are not millionaires. A lot of these people are, pretty normal people.
I want to know tomorrow. I'm going to update this. I guarantee some of these swimmers are going to be sick.
Man, listen, I go out there and lose and swim and bleep. My partners will be like, hey, B. Scott, we seen you out there on the TV. We got NBC. We saw you out there on TV swimming and bleep. And you ain't even win.
Do me a favor. Don't use none of my forks.
Hey, I know you're not
my silverware.
I know you're not finna sit on my couch.
All right,
smelling like that.
So here's the best part, and it's not going to make you feel any better, B. Scott, because the best part of the whole video is as they're lining up to jump into the Seine, the water is brown.
Yeah,
the water is brown. It looks worse than Buffalo Bayou. Like it is. Look at this thing. It's brown.
Somebody say hop in that doo-doo water for your country. Absolutely not. Man, how much would they have to pay? Like, no, wouldn't do it for a medal. How much is the medal worth?
Yeah.
Can I melt the? Ooh, I shouldn't say that. That's really unpatriotic. Hey, scratch that. Scratch that. Dump that figure. I was just kidding.
But how much would it be worth?
Don't melt the Olympic medal. I did not talk like that here in America. I know that will ruffle some feathers.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Rugby. I am. This is one of the things that I do love about the Olympic season. It allows you to watch a sport that you more than likely just would not normally watch, and you can analogize them to sports that you do.
Yeah.
I mentioned the water polo earlier. Water polo is like basically a combination of like 5 or 6 or 7 sports.
Yeah.
Essentially. Well, the rugby. You mentioned this, Lopez.
Oh, yeah.
Equivalent to the Alabama-Auburn kick 6 from, oh, my God, damn near a decade ago or plus.
Yeah, remember, isn't the returner's son was in the draft or something?
Bruh, I am getting
I was in the car listening to that game, man.
Old.
I was leaving the event. I had that game was on in the car.
The most remarkable kick return ever, the kick 6. Dude, let me just set for, I'm no rugby expert, but I know what last second play 100 meters.
Yeah, you don't have to be an expert to appreciate it.
So that's
like a 95-yard run.
It's the last play. USA is losing to Australia. This happened.
Alona Ma. Ramsey. Cedric. Spiff. Cedric's away.
Cedric's away.
Up over the 50, the 40. She's
see how the energy
take
changes.
it all the way. Cedric for the USA.
And I am so beside myself right now.
It is level at 12 apiece. The conversion will win the bronze medal for Team USA. Yes, Sammy, we got you. Calm down. It's all down to the kick.
This is going to be the easier kick right down the middle.
There it is.
Oh
it is. Cedric with the conversion, and Team USA make history in Paris.
I got to get into rugby a little more.
That's pretty badass.
Hey, look, I did so last year, right before Mother's Day. I'll never forget it. I did the PA announcing for the
SaberCat?
For the SaberCat.
Oh, nice. Yeah, okay.
Just solid. Couldn't pronounce none of the names.
Oh, I'm sure.
And they tried to help me. They gave me audible versions, like, hey, but they didn't have all the names.
Yeah.
So inevitably, I would reach one. I was like, I didn't get this one. So it's like, like, just try to throw a name out there together. So aside from the embarrassment of trying to announce the names that I could not pronounce, watching it was entertaining. I was like, I know he's not going to hit him like that, is he?
Yeah, no pads.
And they're just like, I mean, gangster with it.
Yeah. And them legs, man, tree trunks,
Oh,
man.
my gosh, yeah.
God, dog it,
but
man.
that was an incredible play. By the way, getting back to funny text from the 0061, we love him, on the E. coli and the what do they call it? Poop water or what? Doo-doo water.
Doo-doo water.
He said, I don't even drink my tap water at home.
Hey, I want me too.
Yeah.
I do not drink tap water.
Oh, I used to, but recently I had to put a filter on that thing.
I used to back in '96.
Somebody told me, hey, no, we got to get filters in here. All right, all right, bet. Or if you got the right kind of refrigerator, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that has it in it.
Yeah, with a filter and everything, then that's cool. So but out the sink. Yeah,
man.
We're so first world. We ain't even drinking out the sink no more. Now, I grew up drinking out the side of the
hose.
The hose on the side of the house.
That water is elite. That's a different type of water. That water is elite.
I just tapped into Biggie's childhood.
Yeah.
But no, not jumping in this. Absolutely not. I would say this, though, about the rugby. Simone Biles, the biggest American story, I think. And then, of course, obviously, the women's gymnastics team winning gold and all of that. Biggest story, United States story at the Olympics, but I feel like this is the moment.
Oh, yeah.
This is
far.
This is the USA moment.
This is their first time in it, right?
In 100 years.
Yeah.
They haven't. They've been in it.
The
women's
women's?
their first medal in 100 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Speaking of, do have to shout her out. Simone Biles, I mentioned this earlier. She validated the decision that the Bears made by going out there and being the very best at what she do. You know what I mean? Like, we expected them to win gold, but some of the stuff Figgy was talking about earlier in the show, about how high she jumps, and just what a marvel she is to watch.
Yeah.
Okay? I am not a fanboy. I am not a gymnastics nerd. I am not a Simone Biles stan by any means, to be clear. But she is sensational. Sensational.
I did say I feel bad for the other ones on the team, but we all know what the story is. So the story is what she can do. And she actually came up, spilled the beans a little bit on what their self-proclaimed team name is.
Oh, she went back and forth on this.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Allie Raisman. Congratulations to you all. So happy for you guys.
They know Allie.
Okay,
Yeah,
I would
okay,
like to
Allie.
know, what is your team name?
What's your team name?
Don't say it. I'm not going to say it.
Abbreviate it. Just abbreviate it.
F-A.
They dumb. Oh, my God. What's going on?
They whisper in their ear now.
Around and find out. Oh, yeah.
They couldn't even
That's not
abbreviate.
even abbreviating.
Oh, man. Stick to flipping, girls. Stick to turning flips.
What school she go to?
None, apparently. Gymnastics school.
Yeah.
Flipping school.
Yeah.
That was bad. But, you know, I saw Simone Biles mention this on Twitter that they changing the name to Golden Girls because of
I like it.
Because of winning the gold and being the more experienced team or whatever it is. So they went with Golden Girls as well. See, but I didn't like this. Like, stand on business.
Yeah.
Stick with F
that
around and
been
find
the
out.
name. That should have been the name too. Stand on business.
Yeah, stand on business, F around. Or if Golden Girls had actually been it from the beginning.
Yeah.
Because I don't have a problem with that. But yeah, don't change it around because people didn't like F around and find out. Or because y'all embarrassed because y'all don't know how to abbreviate. That was bad, bro. That was terrible.
Yes.
My goodness, girls. That is Internet Going Nuts.
Yeah, it is.
Coming up on In the Loop, we got more Texans preseason coverage for you. Don't miss it at Sports Radio 610.
How much does Andre Johnson? Canton, getting you ready for Thursday. Ray Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's In the Loop.
All right, Lopez, Brandon Scott here with John Lopez and Figgy Fig on In the Loop. It turns out we have some notable names that will be participating in tomorrow night's preseason opener, Hall of Fame game, Texans and Bears. What do we have, OG?
All right, so obviously C.J. Stroud is not playing. This is quarterback Darren Wilson in the Hall of Hall of Fame game, obviously.
Because I'm not in charge.
Davis Mills, quote, set to play extensively, whatever that means. So I'm guessing at least a half, maybe more. Also, and this is where I found it interesting, Dameon Pierce and John Mechie are among those that are slated to play for the Texans in the Hall of Fame game. Dameon Pierce is a little interesting.
Need the reps, man.
Yeah.
Need the reps. So I want to hear why it's interesting to you, because it's interesting just because we know the name. It's Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
So I'll just, give you that. But obviously Joe Mixon's not playing.
Yeah. Nor would he if he were healthy.
Nor would he if he were healthy. Mm-hmm. And eventually you do have to give the ball to some of these other backs.
Yeah.
It makes sense to me to start off with Dameon Pierce, maybe the first series or two, maybe a quarter, and then see what else you have. But it's not like, and we understand this, it's not like Dameon Pierce doesn't have anything to prove. He is one of those bounce-back candidates. He's one of those people that I feel like we're rooting for. But he and John Mechie both are absolutely dudes that need to get out there and show what they got. I am somewhat, I would say only mildly surprised by this, because he needs to be out there.
I think it's interesting. It's intriguing. It sort of makes you think, put it that way, because there are 5 other running backs behind Dameon Pierce, quote unquote, behind Dameon Pierce. There's Jordan, of course, obviously British Brooks, J.J. Taylor, Cam Akers, Dare, Ogunbowale. So that's why I find it intriguing, because yes, he needs reps in the preseason, but there are 4 preseason games this year. He is technically a veteran in his third year.
That's true.
In his third year. So the reason it intrigues me is, like, clearly he's playing for something, not necessarily for position on the depth chart. Like, he's playing for something. Yeah, and that's what is intriguing to me.
Wait. Something other than position on the depth chart? Like, I figured that they're trying to get a look at him. Like, the storyline. Dameon Pierce took all year to get used to the system. It never really worked out. Got to the point to where the end of the season, he wasn't even really playable. Okay, is he now?
No, here's what I mean by for something. Okay. Everybody's talked about the same thing. Is this offensive fit for Dameon Pierce? Is it a fit for Dameon Pierce? Well, there's no real way of telling when they're taking you all the way to the ground in training camp. So the something that I think he's playing for is this a fit in a real game? Let's see what how he hits those holes, how he makes those cuts in a real game when they're taking you to the ground.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's why I think it is important, though. Mm-hmm. I think it is important for him to be out there, because it is somewhat of an experiment.
Yeah,
like we talked about this, man. It's real key for us to focus in on these third-year guys. Like, outside of Stingley, who even Stingley himself, because of the health thing, everybody's got something to prove. But especially once you get past that, bro, it's really literally all of them, from Kenyon Green to John Mechie to Jalen Petrie to Dameon Pierce. Is Tiki Quatoriano in that class too? Like, it's funny.
He needs to get out there.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, the guys from that draft class, all of them have a lot to showcase for the Texans.
You know what? I just thought of something. It just occurred to me. Maybe we're wrong on this. Maybe he's not even going to play in the backfield. Maybe.
You mean just his kickoff return?
Maybe they want to get a good look at these kickoff returns.
I had not thought about that
with Steven Sims and Dameon Pierce. Okay, so I'm gonna keep an eye on that. Now, if he's in the backfield a lot, then it's the first thing I said.
I don't because of the crowded room, like you just mentioned. You listed the names off. I don't think he needs more than a series or two.
Yeah.
You know, like
Pierce?
It would.
I think he going to play maybe like 2 series.
Yeah, it would shock me if he plays the whole quarter, unless there's only 2 series in the quarter.
Yeah.
Like, it would shock me if he played past that.
But I do think they want to see him, like, in a real game with this offense.
And they should.
Mm-hmm.
They should. You got a numbers game to me that dictates you need to get them in and get them out.
Yeah.
Because you want to get a look at as many of them for as long as you possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, let's just be honest about it. Dameon Pierce is included in this. Outside of Joe Mixon, that room is a complete question mark.
Yes.
It is a total question mark.
Yes.
Can feel good
And
about
we haven't
it.
even seen Cam Akers do much at all.
No, other than those first couple of days when he was there, I have not really saw him.
Yeah.
Like, really, like, noticed. Not that I haven't seen him, but I haven't noticed him. He has not done a thing at camp yet to stand out.
Yes, and the John Mechie thing, I totally get and endorse. I totally think that he needs to be out there. He wants to get out there, and it's going to be good for him to get out there. So Mechie for sure.
Well, I was saying this yesterday, Lopez. I feel like this is maybe not the whole game, but to start the game, like it should be a heavy dose of Davis Mills to Mechie.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like they should be. Obviously, Davis is playing quarterback, but Mechie should be easily the best wide receiver that they have that plays. Like, I don't expect.
Yeah.
Obviously, those top 3, I'd be shocked if they're not playing.
No.
And then Noah Brown doesn't need to play.
I don't think he's playing.
And so once you get Robert Woods, even if he
ain't playing.
even if he doesn't make the team, he don't need to
ain't
play.
playing in this game.
So now what are we talking about?
Xavier Hutchinson, Mechie, and Skoranek.
And Mechie, I would expect to be the best among them.
Yeah.
So I know we talked to him yesterday. I am just as excited to watch him tomorrow night as I was for us to chat with him yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it could be a moment for him for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. So, dude, we are this close. This close,
tomorrow, man.
This close.
Tomorrow.
Game day eve.
Yeah.
Game day eve. Who are 5 players who might surprise and start to win a job based off of how they play in this game? We got a couple.
Yeah. What did Indy call it? Indy Kalu?
The Super Bowl.
It is for players, man.
The Super Bowl for, not to be disrespectful, Indy, you know I love you.
But for their personal Super Bowl.
Hey, I was just going to call it what it is, the Scrub Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like, maybe you're not a scrub, but this is your time to solidify that.
Yeah.
Like, this will delineate or differentiate whether you are one or not. Like, do you make a team, do you not? Are you on the depth chart? Are you practice squad, whatever the case may be? One of these guys we anticipate not just being on the team, but being, like, high on the depth chart, like the first guy they go to if something happens to either Laramie Tunsil or Titus Howard, and that's the rookie Blake Fisher, obviously.
Yeah, no, he's on the squad. He's going to be integral in the offensive line plans. My thing that we need to watch during the preseason, and I think it starts tomorrow, obviously, because he'll play, is what if all these reps that Blake Fisher is almost getting because of good fortune, because Laramie Tunsil is an old guy in a young man's body, and is getting all these days off. He's getting every rep just about with the first team. And, Titus Howard as well. What if all these reps that Blake Fisher is getting, it turns out that he really raises some eyebrows and the Texans start realizing, dude, this guy's really, really good.
Yeah, I think it's totally possible. Now, he's had a rough trial by fire because –
but look who he's going against.
Exactly. Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson are out there kicking ass, but they are known and certified as kickers.
And he's holding his own.
Right.
So what if he's really good? What if the Texans coaches watch these films and watch these practices and go, man.
Well, does not look overwhelmed. Does not look overwhelmed. The thing is, let's say they do, then what? Because as long as they're healthy, your tackles are solidified, at least for this season.
Yeah.
But after this year, if you wanted to start making some business decisions, if you wanted to start thinking about, okay, how am I building this team? What money am I going to have to pay eventually?
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud is going to come up first, not after this year, but next year. But we've also got Derek Stingley Jr. to pay eventually. In the same draft class as C.J. Stroud, they'll probably get paid later because they're not quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But we're probably gonna want to keep Tank Dell. we're probably going to want to keep Will Anderson Jr. You know what I mean? Like, these things are going to come up eventually, and it does make you wonder, okay, not this year, but could it be the offseason? Could it be the following offseason? Like, it makes you think, or at least makes me think, that the days are numbered, at least for a tackle on the Texans, and the obvious candidate between the two would be Titus Howard.
Yeah, and you just heard, it appears that Davis Mills is going to get significant playing time tomorrow. You know who else is getting significant playing time tomorrow?
Man, I want to see the other guy.
Tim Boyle.
Give me Tim Boyle.
We're not on the Tim Boyle train. I think we're both in the same boat of we're wondering. We're wondering. We're asking. Could Tim Boyle be like in the mix?
Listen, we pride ourselves on being Houston's sports leader, and obviously we are the home of the Texans. But we ain't going to be on no backup quarterback train ever.
No.
I hope not.
But it's worth watching.
But it is worth watching, I think. And even though we're not on the train, I would just point this out, sort of the obvious. We've seen Davis Mills movies already.
We know we read the book.
We already know what's going on with that, man. Yeah. And how do we unsee what happened last year? Maybe this was a little bit underplayed as far as, okay, what does this mean about the future of Davis Mills, the future of the backup quarterback position for the Texans? But what are we to make of the fact that he was bypassed on the depth chart? We're supposed to just say, okay, that no big deal. Now he's the backup quarterback. I understand that they put him, at the podium yesterday. Yeah. He's going to start tomorrow. He's going to play all of that. I get it. Like, functionally, he is second on the depth chart. But is he?
That's what we're intrigued by.
Is he really?
The backup quarterback in my book, and I think the Texans, if we're being honest, is Case Keenum. I think if they had to in a pinch start a quarterback other than C.J. Stroud, I don't think it would be Davis Mills. That said, Case Keenum is older. He's not going to play tomorrow. I mean, he's getting the veteran treatment for sure. So it's going to be Davis Mills it's going to be Davis Mills and Tim Boyle. So it's going to be interesting to watch that. And then there's this, B. Scott. We're going to be talking about it. We've talked about it. We're going to be talking about it today, tomorrow, throughout training camp, throughout the preseason, and that is what the heck are the Texans going to do at the wide receiver position? I think two guys to watch tomorrow that are going to play, and frankly, it looks like they're playing for a job this preseason with such a deep group is Xavier Hutchinson and Ben Skoranek, and so. Yeah, there are going to be some jobs to be had, some opportunities to be won.
I like to see some of these people that are really in the sticks with us, and shout out to y'all for being so. Real Treat Hell, somebody on YouTube says, kind of want to see Cephas. Remember Cephas out
just
there?
Just because we mentioned him.
Number 81. And he is at least impressive looking. I don't know if that means he's a player or not, but these are the type of players that we're going to be seeing out there, man. Heavy dosage of Cephas. Heavy dosage of John Mechie.
How about Jaden Janke?
Feed Xavier Hutchinson. Yeah. Jaden Janke.
How about my guy, Broker?
Oh, man,
the tackle that stepped in for Titus the other day. I thought that was interesting.
Man, we got like y'all earlier because we said his name at least 3 different ways.
Yeah.
And came to the conclusion, why would we have my man's name committed to memory?
Yeah.
His name or the pronunciation. Like, why would we?
Yeah.
I just don't know. But that's what the Hall of Fame game is going to be.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's the situation.
Texans over.
You're damn right. I already made the bet.
Did you really?
Oh, hell yeah. He's my witness.
Right here with his feet up on the
I put
counter.
my feet up on the table. I was on my phone. And I put $50 on the Texans on the over.
A million reasons why to make Davis Mills look good, other than the obvious he's going to play extended time, and you'd love for him to improve his stock. And then Case, you got to believe Case at some point is going to get some run, or they wouldn't be practicing him as hard as they are.
Yeah.
And I liked it. Hell,
I don't think Case is playing tomorrow.
You don't think he'll play tomorrow?
No,
I don't think he should.
He's getting the veteran treatment tomorrow.
He's getting a lot of damn reps.
No, he is. I bet you it's going to, unless he'll suit up. But I bet you it's just going to be
Mills
Davis
and
Mills and Boyle.
I still like it. I still like them slinging the ball. Now, as B. Scott has said multiple times, Boyce may throw 4 interceptions, but he's going to give you 2 touchdowns.
Hey, so y'all show went in a direction yesterday that I was not expecting it to go, and it was because of you, Clint. I did not know you were going here. You don't think John Mechie has a great chance of making this team. Like you think it's going to be hard for him to find a spot on this team. I find that a little bit surprising.
Yeah. And look, unless the Texans completely change course. I mean, there were times in the last 2 years where Nick Caserio had 4 and 5 receivers on the active roster, and we're sitting here having conversations like they're all of a sudden going to have 7. Like I just don't know how I don't know how he makes with playing no special teams. I mean, look, we can say we saw him catching kickoffs and whatever punts or whatever, but I mean, there's going to be a specialist at the wide receiver position.
Steven Sims.
I would say the returner is going to be Sims, but the specialist I would say was more like Skoranek, who's going to be able to do
you're talking
all
like
the
special teams receiver,
the tackling skill set, if you will, and then Sims. I don't know how. And then even with that said, you look at it. I mean, he's not done anything to separate himself from Xavier Hutchinson. He's not done anything to separate himself from.
So I think Mechie has.
Yeah, Mechie.
Mechie ain't got 5 catches all camp.
No, he's got at least 5 catches all camp.
It may be 6 or 7. We're talking about 10 practices, guys.
But also, Clint, they have separated them.
Well, no, but wait.
He's been in CJ's hut.
No, I understand they're going to give the benefit of the doubt. But what have y'all seen that separates Mechie from Xavier Hutchinson and Sims and these guys?
I think Mechie has been. I mean, what do I say? I think he's just been better. Like yesterday, he put a dude in a blender. He put Kalen Bullock in a flat
he put
blender.
a rookie safety that is never going to be asked to cover anybody in a blender.
No, I get it. But I think he's just been better. I mean, this is just true opinion.
I just feel like he's smack dab appropriately in the middle of what they got,
in the middle of
behind the top 4 guys.
He seems to be the 5th one,
but after Robert Woods, who's expensive and probably would be better for them to let go of, and then Xavier Hutchinson,
another guy that hasn't done anything.
No, I agree on that.
I mean,
I'm pouring him out. For Robert Woods
I'm agreeing on that one.
I mean, other than the fight, I haven't seen anything from Skoranek. I understand why they are intrigued. But I've seen much more from John Mechie than I've seen from the rest of those guys. By the way, you are listening to KIOT HD2, and Odyssey Sports Station, and The Drive is live. I just had fun with that discussion. I enjoyed hearing y'all because it was a different perspective.
All right, well,
I respect it.
I had fun with Adam Spollane's ass. Adam ought to be ashamed.
We lost Figgy. Figgy had the impression down earlier.
Adam ought to be ashamed of himself. He really ought. Now what he's doing.
It's not my money.
First off, he was a little confident on they're a much better team. 100%.
I asked him straight up, Clint. I asked him straight up. I say, are the Astros a better team
100%.
today than they were going into that trade deadline? 100%, no question.
But he could be.
Like it was a silly question.
And now he's going, and we got Roflo coming up at 3:40. And Roflo's being over the top too.
I'm faded
we'll hear from him. But now he's going on social media. Now he's going to go through every one of Joey Loperfito's at bats. Now he's breaking down his first at bat that he struck out on. Like his video.
Was this John Boy?
He is a messy ass son of a gun. I pull up. I'm on the toilet. Shout out to the toilet in my office, and I see Adam Spillane video form. I don't know why Adam Spillane is getting video footage of Orioles Blue Jays day game today, but he got in. Here's Joey. Here's Joey's at bat.
Better than watching another kind of Jays in the bathroom.
And I just responded. I said, Adam, what are we doing here, man? Well, come on, man. I know you in the camp of the Kikuchi is a positive thing, but then we ain't got to do that.
Kikuchi is always a positive
thing. Adam, keep doing your thing, Adam. Keep doing your thing, man.
I just said, come on, man. Now Joey got Adam Spillane on his ass for every at bat, and now he's videoing that thing. All right, the drive is live. A lot to get to today as the fellas at NRG were off today. Obviously, they are preparing and probably headed to Cleveland, as we will tomorrow. We will be out to Canton as well, to the Cleveland area, to give you the best coverage of the Hall of Fame game and the best coverage of the first Houston Texan player to go into the Hall of Fame, Andre Johnson. So we'll be there and joining the team as well. So a lot to get there as well. But, fellas, the deadline is now over. Dana Brown had some comments and things to say after the deadline. And like, to me, it's yes, we talked a lot about the moves and what happened yesterday and what didn't happen yesterday and how much it cost and the price. And if we can kind of get to it, I think it's now the space to move forward. And here is Dana Brown as he is moves made. Now this is where he thinks and feels comfortable about the Astros moving forward and trying to get to the postseason.
I think that the way we've been playing since June 1st, we've been getting after it, and the guys have showed the grit that they needed to show, and so we wanted to make sure that we would get some reinforcements, and I think that we really added some reinforcements, and I think this team is ready to go. I think JV, if he gets back sooner rather than later, that's going to be another shot in the arm, and so would Garcia. And so I think our deadline is very strong. We feel very confident that we stabilized the rotation. We added to the back half of the pen where we had rode those guys real hard early in the season. And so we feel very confident that we did what we needed to do at this deadline.
Multiple pauses in there for Dana Brown. I'll beat you to the punch, Tyler. Okay, I've just accepted that I just have to get out in front of Tyler on these. I didn't even look over there at him. I could hear him when he said, "We've rode those guys pretty good, Tyler."
He gave me a giggle.
But that's where he feels. And I think he's going to say that. I think these guys are like lawyers. They have to lie. It's a part of the job. I don't believe he thinks they had a strong deadline, but they did what they felt they had to do and made the moves that they had to make. And it's just simply this from you, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, I'd love to hear your thoughts. Jump in on this as well as we discuss this. Now that this deadline is passed, and you as a fan base are as unique as anybody to understand and know this, does this team feel like an ALCS level team? Does this team fully healthy? I'll give you that caveat, fully healthy. JV comes back, like he said, maybe another boost with Garcia and the moves they've added. You've watched this team all year, and you as a fan base have had the opportunity for 7 straight years to see what an ALCS team looks like. And I don't mean this from the anything can happen or, hey, let's, baseball is fickle and the postseason is fickle.
7 times.
When you watch this group, now that everything has happened, does this feel like an ALCS level team?
Absolutely.
Does it?
Absolutely. I mean, you're talking about. Look, the last couple of series has been that they haven't swung the bat as well, but you're talking about a 6-week, 2-month run where they were scoring as many points as many runs as anybody in Major League Baseball per game. You're talking about a rotation that when Verlander's back, you did say when healthy. When Verlander's back, you got JV, you got Hunter Brown, you got Ronel Blanco, you got Framber Valdez, and now you got Kikuchi. Luis Garcia's back. You got the chance to go 6-man rotation. Hell, you can go 6-man rotation with Eric Getty as it is now. You put Kyle Tucker smack dab in the middle of this lineup. Diaz is swinging the stick really, really, really well right now. This is a team that I feel very confident about that. Yes.
Text line coming through. Hell no, but thanks for asking. Absolutely, it doesn't. But did the Nationals a few years ago look like a World Series team that beat the Astros? Anything can happen. Yes. But that's why I said, not from the anything can happen standpoint.
I'm not. I don't need to go there.
You know what I mean? Not from the, wow. Like right now, I don't think in Seattle they see this as an ALCS type of team, the way they're up and down. I don't think they sense that. I think they got a chance, right? I think they see this as like right now in Texas. I don't think the Rangers fans probably view them that way. But do you get the sense that what you've watched all season seeing this team? Do you feel that Tyler? He's in a hell yeah. Are you in the same? You're in the same boat, Tyler. I know you are as optimistic as a fan for the Astros. Do you get the feel? This feels like what you've seen before. This team is rounding into an ALCS level team.
So if you're asking me if the Astros feel or seem or look like an ALCS ready team right now, my short answer to that one would be yes. But at the same time, something you just said there, this is not like years past. This is not like the Astros we've seen for the last 7 years, like a 2019 team where it was like, holy hell, who's going to stop this freight train? It doesn't feel like that at all. Very, very, very different, but capable of becoming a healthy ALCS team, yes.
Yeah, it's capable. It's weird. I know I should have an answer, and I guess if I had to, I would just say from what we've watched, I would say this doesn't look like what we've seen the past 7 years, and especially what we've seen the past 3-4 years up close. I guess though it's weird though when you say it out loud. I think you kind of did it, Clint. If I'm gonna tell you, hey man, you got Abreu, Presley, and Hader in the back end, and you have Alvarez, who I think is the best hitter in baseball. And I said, when healthy, you have Tucker, who was playing at an MVP level candidate way. You have Altuve, obviously, who has a history of coming up big. And then you have Verlander, and you have Hunter Brown, who looks like he is starting to come into his own. And Framber, like you say it out loud, it feels like yes. But when I think of the Guardians, the Orioles, and even the Yankees up to this point, it's like, boy, that it is hard to see them in that range. I think they can. I'm with Tyler. I can see it happening, but right now, even when you say those names and what they have out loud, it just doesn't seem to consistently match what's on the field. They've had that stretch, but it doesn't seem to match. Like last night, how sloppy they were yesterday in that game with errors and things leading to the Pirates scoring runs. It's just weird. It just doesn't, I don't know if it's age or whatever. It just when you watch this team every day, it doesn't feel like they're on the level of these other teams that we've seen. I wouldn't be shocked. I wouldn't be like.
Well, look, I think there's been a handful of years in the 7 where they've made the run where I think your point you're making has been valid.
Were you like a couple of times where you've been surprised? I could say
I just think there's times. Yeah. I think there's times in the Astros 7 year where they've made 7 straight runs to an ALCS where you could look at the Yankees, or you could look at the Braves, or you could look at the Dodgers, or now it's clearly never been the Mariners that you're bumping heads with like you are now, but like you could look around the league and I think on paper, and a lot of times to the eye you go, hey man, they're a rung below this lineup or that lineup or this guy or that guy or this rotation and that rotation. I think there's been times when you can say, hey, man, it's neck and neck, man. They're not necessarily I know a lot of the times in Vegas, they're the favorite. You start the season, they're the favorite to make a run to the World Series. But I'll argue that has as much to do with just, hell, you can't deny it now. They've been there 7 times. As it does, because they're not out there signing guys and improving their roster the way that the Dodgers do, the way that the Yankees do year in, year out. I could see why Vegas looks at the Yankees or the Dodgers. Dodgers add Ohtani. Well, yeah, I mean, okay, obviously that's a major boost towards being the favorite to win a World Series or the favorite to win the National League, the NLCS, right, or be in the NLCS. The Astros haven't typically made those kind of moves in the offseason, and so. I don't know. I don't know that I've ever. I know some people have. I don't know that I've ever going into it looked at and said, "Boy, this roster is just flat better than what the Dodgers just put together. This lineup's flat better than the Yankees what they just put together." But they continue to last to beat those guys.
I don't know. I would say for me, Tyler, especially since covering them, and you too, Clint, the COVID year where I think they were actually under 500 in them like 60 games, where they actually made it to the ALCS, and Correa had the big home run that forced it to like a game 6 or 7. When they were actually that team, I didn't look at and was like, yo, that's gonna be the vintage Astros team. I was a bit surprised that they were able to make a run and get to that point. But outside of that, like last year, this team, when they got in there, I was like, yep, they got the Twins. the Twins to get to the ALCS? Yeah. They got the 2 seed. Yeah, I expect them to go through a team like the Twins. I didn't look up and think like these other teams were head and shoulders above them. This year, I don't know, it just has a different feel. Kind of like I think the tester is. To be honest, they just seem to not pass the eye test right now, even when healthy. Gus, Tyler's new friend, Gus and Katie.
Look, I mean, I and that's a bold statement. I appreciate Gus for keeping that energy right there, because a lot of people, when they hunted down the Mariners the way that they did, which, look, the Mariners had just as much to do with that as the Astros did. Let's be honest. But what would you say? They're 23-10 in their last 33 games. I know before this series, which has obviously changed it.
Yeah.
I mean,
still 23-15 or 23-12.
Yeah, I mean, you've won 23 of the last 35 games. I mean, you're playing some really, really, really good baseball. And again, I think the sexiness of all these other teams, and I know you're talking about the fact that, like, the Orioles are in the mix now. We're not always talking the Dodgers and the Yankees. You're talking about some middle-of-the-pack teams that typically aren't.
Orioles, Guardians, and Yankees are kind of separating themselves in the.
Yeah, look, I agree they're not as sexy, but I don't.
The names are. It's just when they get in the game, it's weird.
I have no problem with it. Healthy's the key. Healthy's the key. I mean, you get Tucker back in this thing, it lengthens it out a little bit. I mean, now you get. Well, I mean, I've been trying to lengthen it out for 46 years, and it just it linked just ain't the strong point, brother.
Well said. I really think the both of you play the card of, you know what?
I mean, it's all about the
I'll just keep pushing this down, and then, you know, when I get a chance, maybe I surprise a few.
Yeah, see, you get to get. Well, I mean, you can't relate, but you clearly you can't relate, but you get the point.
You get it. I mean, like there's a thought of like it's got to be up the way he crushes himself. It's got to be up from here.
I'll tone the nasty down. That was my fault.
I bet you Megan and Lauren probably like, how did you say? I mean, these two probably are just making everybody in Houston think that I'm dealing with a pinky.
Just pay the old light switch.
Pink.
Oh man, they called Tyler light switch in college.
Not true.
So Tyler, right now with this team, you wouldn't be surprised. Like you wouldn't be surprised at all if they got to the ALCS. You wouldn't be surprised.
No.
Clearly Clint wouldn't.
No,
you wouldn't be surprised. I would say I'd be a little surprised.
Who do you think they got to go through this year to get there, to the ALCS?
Would look like if they were to win if they were to come back and win this division, they are now trailing a game. They win this division, they'd be looking at right now like either a matchup with like the Twins, Royals, or Red Sox. Those would be the three teams that are kind of vying in that wild card area that they would have to face. So yeah, it's just I don't know, just the way what we've watched all year long. I'm not saying they're not on the level with those teams.
Yeah,
but it's just what we've watched.
They haven't been all year. They have been the last 2 months, but they haven't been all year.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's that ugly ass start that the Astros had, and all these injuries that the Astros have had that make you question and make it, like, what is this team? I mean, the question you asked to start the whole segment is it? I mean,
does it feel? Yeah, does this feel like an ALCS?
I'm absolutely there. No. I mean, the way they hunted down the Mariners and the way that they've dealt with Tucker not being in the lineup and still been one of the most productive offenses in the game, and the way and look, we've made a big deal about this starting pitching, and right now after watching Presley give up the lead and then
just got
a big boy go in there and give up the home run by Hader, you know, I mean, it's but those guys up to that point were on some serious runs.
Pitching well.
I mean, they were on serious runs, really good extended runs, like 19 outing type runs for Hader, and I can't remember how many it was for Presley. I mean, they had been really impressive. So, you give me a healthy group, and you gonna slide Luis Garcia, maybe even Kikuchi into that bullpen, and you got the 4 starters that we can lean into right now. With those 3 those three guys coming out of the bullpen, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I feel confident in these guys.
There could be no, man. You could see it. You could see it. Big bullpen, starters down, timely hitting. You could see it happening. It's just, this hasn't been a consistent thing throughout the year. That is our baseball talk presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Coming up, 3:40, we'll get our guy Roflo, Robert Flores, MLB Network, get his thoughts on the Astros moving forward and what they did at the deadline. He's got some strong thoughts about you all who don't like the trade because of Joey Loperfido. So we'll get his thoughts there. But the Texans play the Bears, and who should play and who shouldn't. We'll go through that coming up next.
All right, Lewis Flory over to Bill.
Sports leader. Sports Radio 610. We're on the road to Canton, getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. We see a lot of people roll through here with comments here on YouTube and Twitch, and we encourage you to go there. As we're on Sports Radio 610 on YouTube and Twitch. We have a good time. Your guy James shouted you out. Shout out to Clint Stoerner. Dude was busting his ass this morning doing cardio, and now he's on radio giving us great content. Salute to you from your mailman.
I passed him about 4 times. I appreciate you listening, James. I didn't know. He didn't look. He just.
You never know who's watching you.
Hey, through that window that Jeep you driving, he got a B. Scott look to him.
Oh, do he?
Yeah, dreads and everything, and look real cool with that throwing up the deuces too on like B. Scott is.
Oh yeah.
I mean, real cool with it.
Shout out.
I thought he was going to be. I ran past him so many times today, Ron, because the way
you talked to him before.
No, but I see him all the time. But I thought, I thought, man, he's going. I came up on him one time. He was stopped, putting some mail in one of the boxes, and it was one of them like I knew I was going to surprise running up next to him.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I'm gonna be careful, man, because he's
yelling out, "Hey, behind you!"
Look, if he punches the gas, he's gonna clip me, man.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was getting that cardio in, man.
Ooh-wee. Shout out to Curtis, my man Curtis. I saw him on the way getting the kids breakfast this morning. He walked in, grabbed the door, he said, "Listen to you every day." Shout out to Curtis. My man was out there getting.
Hey, Ron, I was so dialed in this morning on this cardio, T. So dialed in. Locked in, boys. I crawled my ass in the shower with my AirPods on.
Damn.
If I'm lying, I'm sitting there. Hey, no. They must be waterproof because they were still working.
As much as you sweating, I'm sure they are.
Look, I'm sitting there and I'm banging. It's Lil Wayne. I'm banging Lil Wayne. And all of a sudden, that water hits me in my face.
Interesting. Wayne's playing right now.
Good call. That water hits me in the face, and I close my eyes, and it dawned on me like, I don't think I'm supposed to be hearing Lil Wayne in the shower with me. Like this.
You were well in there.
I was in that joint.
Why do I hear Mrs. Officer?
I was in that joint.
I figured.
Hey, how'd you know, Chief?
Hold on.
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
Yes, absolutely.
Damn it. 100%.
The Matrix
100%.
713-572-4610. What do you think?
I love it when there's
a glitch. What Wayne song do you think he was listening to? Man, I miss my dogs.
Hey, that water hit me in the face, and I thought, well, that ain't normal. And I didn't. I'm thinking, where is that music coming from? Like I done forgot that I got my pods in. And I'm gonna redo our bathroom for my bride. I'm gonna have to put a couple speakers in the ceiling, but I ain't done it yet.
You like that shower?
Well, I liked it until I realized that Lil Wayne was in the shower with me. I thought, what the hell's going on here?
Used to shower.
And then I yanked them damn things out of my ear and I thought I ruined them.
I used to shower with music.
Oh, I still do. I got a Bluetooth speaker.
No. I would.
You do that? Oh man, I used to have a CD player in there.
You gotta set the mood, man.
I got my man done.
You screaming my name, I can't hear her ass.
Ron, I got my audio guy done put. Chris done put speakers in the new patio we got on each end. You know, we extended we had a pergola on. We got an L-shaped house on both legs of the L. We had a pergola, so we extended the roof line and put a true covered patio, speakers all up underneath there and everything. Chris knows what he's doing. He put them in that patio. Now I'm gonna want them in the kitchen, living room, bathroom. We finna just fill the whole house up with them. It's gonna be it's beautiful, man. Me and the bride sat on the back patio the last 2 nights after them kids go to bed. Man, my mosquito system is taking care of business. My speakers out there and that breeze coming off that bay, Ron. Come on now, I drank a little wine last night with the bride.
You drank a little wine, huh?
Oh yeah,
You should have bought some cheese from Specs yesterday. That's what
I had that cheese that I did buy, and I left it in my bag. And boy, when I found it this morning, man, my bag was in the car. That cheese was melted, son. Woo-wee. Luckily, it was in a plastic bag. But yeah, little Elk Cove, man. Before I left Specs last night, I went over and got in that wine. If I told you how much money I spent in wine last night, I got me about 15 bottles. When I showed up at home last night,
15 bottles of wine.
Yeah, man. I'm tired. I'm sick and tired of getting them damn kids down, Ron. And I want to have a glass of wine with my bride, and she ain't got the good stuff.
Do you have like a wine cellar or something to store? Like
we gotta
have a wine fridge.
We got a wine fridge where she keeps her rosés and her Grigiots.
So you have something. I'm about to say you going out banging out 15. I need to do something.
Well, we got a wine cabinet where we keep the room temp stuff. She got a little cooler that holds about 12 bottles.
That's an endorsement I need. Somebody who can build me some sort of a wine thing.
Well, you buy it. You don't build it. You buy it. You just need you need somebody to build you a bar area with a wine cooler in that piece.
Endorsement. Yeah.
Yeah, you need the endorsement, not the person to build it. You need the endorsement.
Endorsement, and they come out.
I got you.
We can do this on the house.
Hey,
I've got a spotted area where we can.
I got a guy for you. But
right
he's
now,
not an endorsement.
All our liquor and wine stuff is high in the pantry.
Yeah, and y'all got plenty of square foot too. Okay. You could do some things with it now.
I would say
you probably can't wait for an endorsement. Now I don't know if anybody on the station's got a contractor that's out there.
I'm just saying, and anybody in our sales department's listening right now. I know you do.
I got a guy. You want to build your little bar, custom bar area over there?
No, I know you got a guy.
You got to come off some of that money you got over at Tightwad.
Let's wait on. I'm just saying, let's take advantage of all.
I'm fixing to build one. I got the perfect spot for it, Ron. About 6 foot wide, little nook. And right now we got our wine cabinet in there that we bought and put it in there. But it's perfect setup for a bar with a little fridge up underneath, little drink fridge up underneath it. A little rack with the wine glasses slide in up top, all that kind of jive. Oh yeah, it's gonna be nice. I'm gonna get that done too.
Go ahead and do that.
I got a money tree at the house. I got to water that thing, get it growing. You know what I mean?
I don't have that. Tyler doesn't either. Somebody texted in earlier. Tyler, thanks for the heads up on the Hunter Brown strikeouts.
You're welcome, friend. We can end the discussion there.
I mean, that was a huge win for you yesterday, Tyler, because that was the only win, right? But I mean, you did say
like, I don't
it's
need,
the lock of the day.
You're right.
Anytime you put them on the table and you say, this is my lock.
Everything else?
I put them on up there.
Everything else?
It did not sound like that when you put him up there, though.
They had a key to everything else.
Yeah,
I don't need you to put the number on there, but how would you describe yesterday's performance?
My betting performance on yesterday's slate of baseball games was...
You say it's the worst?
The worst in at least 3 months. It was disasterly. Yeah, it was.
It's a bit of a bloodbath, but hey, look, everybody, it happens when you're up 3 G's after that run of June, July baseball with the Astros. It happens, man. I told you this August schedule with the Astros is going to be a bitch. Now you just need to pull the reins back.
You did tell me.
No, it's not July. It's not August yet.
He doesn't do that.
It's not August yet.
We're winning it back tonight, baby.
See, you hear him?
Winning it back tonight.
I think tonight's a good one. I think betting here's the bet is that because you've had back-to-back bloodbaths. Let's be honest. I mean,
he's had a couple.
To think
his last 5 days, he's had a couple.
No way in hell is Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, and Bregman all three going to be cold ass turkey for 3 straight games.
Right.
I think you should.
That's what I'm betting on.
That's what I was telling myself last night when I was staring at that red number.
Just take the night off.
I don't think you should.
Nah,
No,
man.
It's the last night of July, man. Hit them sunbucks hard because August is going to be woo.
Mama Judy ain't raised no quitter, man.
Do you think I could get, like, honest to God, do you think I could get this wine deal built for what he paid, what he lost last night?
No.
So it's not that bad?
A wine, I mean, a drink. I mean, a drink, chest or whatever, like icebox or whatever, a small one.
You talking about? I thought you were talking about.
Or a wine chiller. Either way, those things are fairly expensive. That alone, before you ever build anything, before you ever buy a nail, is going to hit you for a good chunk of that.
I'm just trying to be real particular on how much money he lost last night without saying how much money he lost last night.
I mean, I would say for what I mean, I'd say you could get a top end wine chiller for what he lost the last 2 days combined.
It felt like it ripped my nuts
I mean, you could get and probably one that fits about 24 bottles.
Just trying to get.
I mean, you could get a real good
one right now.
I mean,
look. I'm not talking about the 6 foot tall ones now. I'm talking about them. I'm talking about them shorties. Those under what do they call them? My mind just went blank. The
like a wine cooler?
The cabinet height drink.
I'm not a big wine guy. I'm the wrong guy to ask.
No,
all right, coming up next, C.J. Stroud. He's out, and a few other starters are out. You'll figure this out coming up. Are out, but there's some others that may be up in the air. We got to go through this. Guys like Kenyon Green, guys like Tank Dell, guys like Kamari Laster. Should they play? Should they play tomorrow? We'll go through that and discuss that for real coming up next right here live on The Drive. But before we get that, guys out there, we have a lot of fun, but some serious thought needs.
TMS.com/JOY.
We're on the road to Canton, getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we know C.J. Stroud isn't going to play in the game coming up on tomorrow.
God bless, brother.
Oh, it's football tomorrow.
It's on top of us, boys.
I mean, that'll just
Football, Tyler.
He wasn't even there yet.
No, I'm just straight football horny, man.
Just not regular this time. Just straight football.
Usually regular. This time, football.
But thank you, Tyler. But yeah, we know CJ and company, many of the starters, and it's been reported by Aaron Wilson that Davis Mills, Damian Pierce, and John Mechie, among others who are personnel who are slated to play a lot for the Texans in the game on Thursday. But it says C.J. Stroud many starters not playing against the Bears, and not a surprise. The hell, the Bears have come out and said that they aren't having their starters play, including their rookie quarterback Caleb Williams. But Clint, I mean, when you look at this thing, there's going to have to be some guys that are going to play. And, Clint, I just flat think that there are guys that should be playing and guys that are either starters or potential to starters. So I do just want to kind of go through your thoughts on the offensive line, right? Like, listen, Tunsil's not going to play. We got that. Should Titus Howard? Would you? No. You don't need to see Titus Howard in this game.
Nope.
And I'd imagine you don't need to see Shaq Mason in this game.
No, sir.
What about Scruggs and Kendrick and Kenyon Green?
Absolutely. I've seen a couple of bad snaps this camp from Scruggs. He's played very little center at the NFL level. I definitely think it would be in his best interest to get some live action in training camp in 2024 NFL football. The one thing that it's healthier. But boy, there is nowhere near anything remotely live action for a guy that's, whether you're quarterbacking or you're playing center, that's handling the ball every single snap. So I think with Scruggs, it is significantly important for him to get reps snapping the football and literally, truly, with a sack on the line, executing a blocking scheme.
Like you said, it's a completely different set of intensity, you just
can't replicate. There's just no,
even in practice.
I mean, and D'Amico is as good as any coach in the league in terms of trying to overcome how soft camp ultimately is in 2024 and getting the best work that he possibly can. I think D'Amico does that as well as anybody. I don't think he takes his foot off the gas, but there is a lack of contact in football in the NFL game right now, other than on Sundays, and so or game days in Thursday in this instance. Yeah, I think Juice Scruggs plays. I think he needs to play, whether you're talking about the inexperience at center in the NFL or you're talking about some of the snap issues that we've had. If they're going to throw the football as much as it looks like they're going to have to throw it, then this needs that center snap. CJ needs to catch the damn laces on his right hip or on his right pec, wherever CJ wants it, his belly button, whatever. Wherever he wants it, he needs to catch it with the laces in that particular spot, whether it's run or pass, every single snap. And so I think I think it's smart to play Juice and get him some reps. Yeah.
And clearly, to me, I'll be very disappointed if Kenyon Green doesn't play.
Agree wholeheartedly, without a doubt.
And I, for many reasons. One, I still think there is some, hey, man, you got to keep taking these next steps. There's not a, hey, you've made it to a certain spot here. You got to keep taking these next steps. And I think those two in real game action probably need to play together.
Yeah.
Those two, and not to say the other guys don't, but those other guys are at least veterans. These two, I think, need to combo block, they need to do all of those things.
Absolutely, Ron. You're nail on the head, man. And let me go back to Scruggs real quick. Just the communication. Yep. And I know the defenses are going to be very vanilla. You're not going to see a ton of different looks. You're going to see some different looks in what you've seen in camp, but you're going to know what you're going to see going into this thing. But the execution of the communication, Juice Scruggs is in charge of that, and the more confident he can be, the quicker, more crisp he can be with that communication, again, which he hadn't done much of at the NFL level, that needs to happen. That communication bleeds right over into what you just said with Kenyon Green. He just flat-ass ain't done it. Let's talk about just playing guard. He just has not done it at the NFL level, right? And he's positioned himself to put some good film out there, hopefully, and put his best foot forward. We'll see if that happens. From a communication standpoint, right, he needs to hear the calls. He needs to be able to echo it to the tackle. He also needs to be able to, if he doesn't like the call Juice is making for some reason in a run scheme, there's some communication from guard to center, guard to tackle that needs to happen as well. So absolutely, Kenyon Green needs to play. There is, to me, this is one of those deals with all the guys we're talking about right now. You play week 1, and if you show everybody that you check all these boxes, then we'll ease this thing off of you as we move forward. Ones. That's it. You'll play 10 snaps in preseason game 3.
Real quick,
right?
I think I know the answers to the rest of the offense on this. Tank and Schultz. Any need for them to be in?
I don't think there's any need. No, I would not play. I would not play either one of them at this point in time.
So the only starters for you right now, obviously, like Joe Mixon's not going to play. Obviously,
correct.
Would be those two. The center and left tackle, left guard, excuse me.
That's it. Right. Center, left guard. Those are the only two starters that I need to see on this offense at this point in time.
Defensively, I think it's obvious. Don't need to see any Derek Stingley. Don't need to see any Will Anderson. Don't need to see any Daniil Hunter. Don't need to see any Alshire. I don't think so. Don't need to see those guys. What about Jimmy Ward? That's maybe another one. Don't need to see. What about those interior guys like Mario Edwards, Foley? Those guys are slated as starters. You think we need to see those guys, or those veteran enough guys where you really make this Kurt Hinish and Khalil Davis and the other guys back there?
Well, look, I think they are veteran enough guys, so if he just wants to sit veterans, that's fine. But if this is a starters, guys that have positions locked up are going to sit, and everybody else, the competition continues, I think those guys have to. I think those guys have to play.
It don't feel the same way like saying, "Oh, Titus and Tunsil sit."
No, not at all.
By the way, look, somebody said you guys are crazy. Titus needs to play all 4 quarters.
Well, you done lost your damn mind. That new Kikuchi in town done got you lost your mind. You thinking crazy.
Which end was he looking from?
I mean, there ain't no way in hell, man. I mean, look, there's some work needs to be done with Titus at tackle. I wholeheartedly agree, but I mean, we've seen this guy. We've seen this guy keep one of the best defensive players in the game out of the box score in T.J. Watt. So there's a level of let's keep this guy healthy and let's let him play tackle this year. I'm not real worried about what he's capable of doing at the tackle position. Now, at some point you got to get that physicality involved, and he can't wait till week 1. But I don't know that Hall of Fame weekend, July the 31st or August the 1st, whenever the hell it is the time to do that with a guy like Howard.
Yeah, defensively, I can understand Foley and Edwards. For me, it's just Lassiter and probably Jalen Petrie because of the positions they're playing. I could see those guys. To me, I think those guys should get some run. I think Kamari Lassiter and Jalen Petrie kind of playing new positions, getting out there, getting them in spots, maybe in some coverage.
Absolutely.
Against guys. I think those two, outside of that, man, I don't know how many other guys in terms of starters defensively should be out there playing.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you hit those two guys right there, which I think Petrie's a starter. I don't know. I'm not leaning too much into what the depth chart said there. I think Petrie will end up being a starter, and I think Lassiter will end up being a starter. But yeah, I'm with you. Those guys need some work. I think both of those guys need to get their feet wet at the respective position. Obviously, with Lassiter, it's just simply in the league, and then with Petrie, it's at that different position. And look, I bet Petrie probably plays more than you would expect. Petrie needs that run.
I'd be all right if D'Amico went over and said, "Hey man, you think you could run some pass stuff in the slot?" Like they do in some like joint practice. Hey man,
to the
Bears.
Bears.
You get some run in the slot.
You think you can put the best receiver available in the slot and let me see what he's got?
Or just let's run something here, man. Let's pound pound 5 in there in the slot. No, I do. I think because of the new positions and what it is that you want to see from those guys, I think it would make a lot of sense for those dudes to play. It'll be interesting because, Clint, I think Friday after tomorrow's game, I'm betting there are going to be some disagreements that we'll have with some of the guys that won't play. Because I'm guessing of the 4 that we really talked about that we think, Green, Scruggs, Petrie, and Lassiter, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them don't play. I wouldn't be surprised if 2 or 3 of them don't play.
If the guys you just named?
I could see. I could see. That's why I said Friday. I think we may be disappointed when we come in Friday.
I tell you, man, it's going to be hard to sell. Boy, this thing's a competition if all them guys ain't playing.
Yeah, they'd be penciled in as starters.
It's hard. It's going to be hard to sell if them cats right there ain't playing. I mean, it's hard to sell Petrie at the nickel defender position on the 2 deep right now if he ain't in there playing.
I hear you.
And I know year to year things change, and ultimately the less competition. I've been preaching this for 2-3 years now. This fake competition stuff, I hate it. Right. I mean, it's even crazier now, for being completely honest, with the Texans. I mean, you've got guys got positions locked up all over the field, and they ain't competing. Hell, you can forget about creating this fake ass competition stuff. So I don't believe half the competition talk as it is, but you do have a group that preaches that very, very strongly. Hard to preach competition if a couple of guys have to play.
Yeah,
a couple of young guys have to play, and all the other ones don't.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there, but I'd imagine I could see a scenario where all the starters sit. I could see that scenario. Anybody who's on the ones could sit. Coming up, Big Three will get you caught up to last night's ball game and what happened, and we saw, I'd say maybe the sloppiest version of the Astros we've seen in a long time. Maybe this year we'll get caught up there as things have changed in the standings. Also, we talked a little bit about tomorrow's game. Who are you excited to see? Who are you excited to see? We've talked about some guys that may play or shouldn't play, but who are you excited to see? And some injury news, good news on one of the major pieces for the Texans. All of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Ron, I told you I sat on that patio last.
with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I've been thinking about this all afternoon.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
10 hits for the Astros tonight with that infield hit by Jazz. That one was a strike. 2-0 pitch kind of changed the whole at bat, and the Astros go down to the Pirates tonight 6-2. They've dropped the last 3 here at home. They are out of first place for the first time since prior to the All-Star break.
Damn. Callis just really swung that. I mean, he knocked it out quick, didn't he?
Well, this is not good.
They've lost 3 straight. Yeah,
I like it. Rip that Band-Aid off.
Yeah, he does. Tough one last night, and they've lost the first 2 games of this series. Like you said, losing the finale to the Dodgers. That's 3 in a row. And I think last night was just, you have baseball happens moments. You get a team that's playing well. Yesterday just felt like sloppy from the Astros. Just how many errors they have? At least 3. 3? Yeah, 3 errors last night. I mean, Hunter Brown. Like you talk about somebody carrying it with him when he threw that ball away at first. I mean, I am glad it finally hit him to go cover third because he looked like you throw it. Oh my God! He threw his hand up in the air. Then he finally got a hold of himself and went cover third. But that was what last night was very disappointing. Really sloppy. Like they hit the ball hard at times, but many times there was soft contact that they was getting through. I mean, they set up 1 inning on a chopper, 2 choppers that just found the right spot to set up a first and third, and then you helped them out with errors. So last night was just kind of frustrating because it felt like, the Pirates, they've been all right, but it felt like the Astros really shot themselves in the foot repeatedly last night.
Yeah, that's always a tough one to watch. And the Astros, whether it's errors in the field or Altuve on the bases, boy, it can get frustrating in a hurry. So, look, they need to right the ship tonight. They positioned themselves with that run at the end of the first half of the season. They positioned themselves to have a little bit of wiggle room in terms of you don't have to win every damn series and you don't have to make some crazy run to make this all make sense. But boy, getting swept at home can't be something that they allow to happen. Tonight's big.
Yeah, it is. You just right now, you've already, like he said, they're out of first place now. The Mariners have jumped.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Oh, we got some breaking news, Tyler. What's the latest?
Yes, the roster moving and shaking for the Astros, and Dana Brown isn't over after yesterday. There's been a roster move for the Houston Astros, headlined by this fact. The Astros, they have DFA'd relief pitcher Rafael Montero, a name we have grown to know quite well the last 2 seasons for the Astros. He's been DFA'd. The full move here, recently acquired pitcher Kikuchi. He's going to be made available later on this afternoon. The Astros go on to say that Seth Martinez is going to AAA Sugarland.
Damn.
And Houston has designated pitcher Rafael Montero to make room for Ferguson and Kikuchi over there at Minute Maid Park with the Strokes.
Yeah, Seth couldn't finish an inning yesterday, and he's going to Sugarland, and they had DFA'd Rafael Montero, and that is the other piece to the big moves they made 2 off seasons ago, giving Montero, what was it? What did he get, 11 a year? Giving Montero
more than he should.
Yeah, like 11 a year, and then Abreu in that same offseason. Well, both of them, they've decided to eat whatever's left on the contract, eat the money, and just move on from those guys. So Rafael Montero, a guy that has they've tried to make work, they've tried to find roles, they've tried to fit, just like they did with Abreu, and they finally had to let him go.
That's as I said before, every time we talk about Montero, that is one that just puzzles me, man.
He's DFA. I bet you somebody gonna pick him up. That's a team that's a contender that's gonna try to see if we can get him fixed a little bit.
Well, I'm telling you, if I were with the team, I damn sure would. I'm good with what the Astros did, by the way, but I'm just saying, like, every time he's on the bump, the stuff he has up there, I'm like, man, this is good. This is good. It's going to be a good outing. The next thing, I can't no more get it out of my mouth and somebody's hitting the ball out of the park. It's unbelievable, man. So, I understand how the Astros did it. It was just a hard one for me to wrap my head around, man. He had to be tipping his damn pitches the last 2 years. Not the last two outings, the last 2 years.
That's a lot of years. That's a long time to be tipping.
Not be able to figure it out, huh? It's unbelievable, man. I mean, because they don't just hit that dude. I can't remember the last time he went out there and didn't get – look, whether he got in and out of the inning or not is irrelevant, but I'm talking about every ball is hit on the damn button. Every single one, it seems like.
If he's a guy that if he goes in high leverage situations, like it's just cross your fingers and hope. Hope he gets out of it. There's not any confidence. There's a cross your fingers, hope he hits it to somebody. Or somebody gets wild.
Hit it right at somebody, please.
Or somebody gets wild and swings over it, whatever. Like that's – but to the point you made, this is something they probably had to do. You got to eat some of that contract. That's something they had to do. They had to move through here, and maybe this Caleb Ferguson kid, who they got from the Yankees, can give them a better shot down there. Because I think something that Dana Brown did say, I think that is very fair. Is they have been wearing those three out in the back end, and that was a concern. I remember Robert Flores, who's going to join us coming up in about 30 minutes or so, before the season said, well, you got to have other people so you don't just ride those guys and get their arms tired out and use them so much. Hopefully they get somebody to kind of run in front of them and they don't have to use them as much, because Rafael Montero damn sure wasn't trusted to be it. He couldn't be that. Kikuchi is going to, I think we'll hear more from him with the media, but he did say it's a championship team. First and foremost, his first thoughts of joining the Houston Astros. So he's ready to go. By the way, he's got some pressure on him. I don't know if he realizes it or knows it, but he's got some pressure on him.
Oh, I can't.
But I don't know if he understands how people in Houston feel about the move. I'll tell you, he might get booed out of Minute Maid if he slipped into a 3-run first inning.
Yeah, it could be rough. There ain't no doubt. It could be rough.
Or Dana might.
I haven't looked forward to a start in a long time like this. It's clearly the organization sees something that the majority of people in our industry, in the media world, don't see. Clearly, they see something that the back of the baseball card does not offer. Right? Clearly, there is. The anticipation of him taking the mound for the first time as an Astros got to be through the roof. Whether you hate watching or you think it's going to turn out good.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. His start, people are rocking and rolling for it. Yeah. That's going to be a big one. By the way, the lineup is out today, in which, as you said, they can't get swept today. Lineup is out today. Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez is in left field. Diaz is catching. Pena, Singleton, Myers, Caratini, who, by the way, side note, Caratini was taking grounders at first base yesterday.
Just a little sick.
And then coming off his 2-hit performance, don't look now, but Chas McCormick is hitting 215. So he is in the lineup in right field tonight. So we'll see if they can avoid getting swept by the Pirates.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, the Texans, as we talked about it, they're going to head to Canton. We're going to follow them. They're going to head to Canton, Cleveland area to face the Bears tomorrow night. By the way, it has been announced that the Bears aren't playing starters. Also, according to Aaron Wilson, he says that C.J. Stroud and most starters aren't going to be playing in the game. Davis Mills, Damian Pierce, John Mechie should get a lot of time. Who are you? We know who's not going to play for sure, but who are you looking at that you are really pumped and excited to see, even in a game that's not one where a lot of guys that are going to be on this team.
Look, I'm pumped and excited to see a bunch of guys. John Mechie's one of them, absolutely. A lot of talk about what we have and haven't seen. A lot of disagreement of what we have and haven't seen. He's going to get some run, and I think it's going. The proof is in the pudding. I'm anxious to see. I hope he does well. I hope his story ends well. But there ain't nobody out there that I'm more anxious to watch than Dameon Pierce. One, I think he could have a bigger role than one would think with this football team. I mean, Joe Mixon can't carry the load by himself. Dameon Pierce, a 2022 version of Dameon Pierce would be absolutely beautiful for this backfield in Houston and this running game in Houston this next year. So Dameon Pierce, for me, I think he's going to get a lot of run early on. I mean, it just makes too much sense. If you look at kind of what he went through last year and kind of what he's done with his body and supposedly he's got his head right and his body right and all this kind of stuff.
To see if he picks up the system better or whatever.
Well, with Dameon Pierce, you can't wait a month into camp. You can't wait another 2 weeks and go, oh, well, he just ain't picked it up. It's like last year, boy. He ain't really made any progress. Yeah, he's lost a couple pounds, but he ain't made no progress. He's still the same Dameon Pierce that nobody thinks can run outside zone. Right? I mean, you need to get him some run and make sure that he is a solid backup and really a guy that you can lean heavily on if something is to happen with Joe Mixon. Just like last year, Dameon Pierce was supposed to be the guy. Something happened. I think it's still a mystery. It didn't work out. So you look up Devin Singletary's right there. Boom, he's a guy that can carry the load for you. You got to have that in a backup running back. Is Dameon Pierce that guy? And I think he gets a lot of run tonight and could potentially show us some things.
I think for me, what I'm really intrigued to watch is a person who I think has a lot of pressure, and that's Davis Mills.
Oh,
Davis Mills and the Tim Boyle situation, the quarterback situation. I think that's maybe one of the battles in camp that's potentially up for grabs that can change. Right? They're gonna have 4 preseason games to play, and you know, I want to know who is going to – I'm interested to see who is clearly going to look like they are, you know, the better guy. Who is going to clearly look like, hey, this group looks – or this guy looks like he's the better one. Because, listen, that position is extremely important. The backup quarterback, it's not something worth talking about until most teams have to eventually start to talk about it because – more times than not, a quarterback has to miss a game or two. As we watch, the Texans have to have CJ out for 2+ games last year. So for me,
we don't like that.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued to see what that looks like. Do we come out of Friday's game when we get back on here and we do the show on Friday? Are we going to be sitting there saying, "Boy, it's clear, hey, Davis Mills is playing better than Tim Boyle," or Case Keenum, if he does play, is playing better? That quarterback situation is going to be something I'm really eager to watch coming up on.
Yeah, no, that's always the thing, right? I mean, especially when you got an undisputed starter who's not going to play much, if at all, in the preseason. And C.J. Stroud, I mean, hell, I'm the quarterback competition. To your point, I mean, it's not important until it is.
Yep.
And if the backup quarterback for the Houston Texans is going to be a guy that when they need him the most, they decide not because he played bad in a half of football. They decide that they're going to start the third stringer from jump. And last year, I can understand why you did it because we've seen some previous years where you thought, okay, knows the system. Clearly, he's got total command of the system where Davis Mills has just been introduced to it. But a year and a half in, if there's still it's highly likely that you just bypass Davis Mills and go to Case Keenum. If that's still the situation you're in, then, man, you've got to really, really evaluate this second string spot, and I don't know if Boyce is the guy or not. Boyle, I'm sorry. I don't know if Boyle's the guy or not, but I know it wouldn't take a whole hell of a lot to impress.
Yeah, and we should see. And to the point you're making, Davis Mills should be ahead of a Tim Boyle. In his years and his time in the system, he should be ahead of a Tim Boyle.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, some more concrete news on the injury. Joe Mixon, this has been reported by Aaron Wilson, Pro Bowl running back Joe Mixon, making steady progress in recovery from minor quad muscle injury and is on track to resume practicing during preseason as his activity continues to ramp up. So we saw him working out yesterday a lot. We heard it was soft tissue, didn't have a clear understanding of where it is. And so now it's a quad. It's a quad situation. I wonder if the next time we actually will see Joe Mixon again.
Yeah, well, look, I saw him sitting on the ground rubbing his quad the last time we saw him on the practice field before he did his media session, right? So I figured it had something to do with that quad, that hip flex or something. Given that, the way in which there were no trainers dealing with him or anything, I was pretty sure it wasn't too serious. And then I saw Joe Mixon run across the field yesterday to meet Jawar Jordan, a little rookie running back, after he had a nice little run for a touchdown. And if you're talking about a guy that the trainers and the team is worried about in terms of a leg injury, he damn sure didn't look like it. He ran his ass across that field, jumped up and down, and celebrated, and turned around and just jogged right back.
Yeah.
And he got a nice prance when he jogs too. It ain't to drag the feet, and it's a prance now. It's a full blown prance, and he's doing it all the way across that field. So yeah, Joe's good, man. I ain't worried about Joe.
Prance. I feel like I used to prance off the field, but I was tired.
You probably felt like you.
It felt like I was
felt like you were prancing.
But
I don't know.
But
I'm not sure it
may
looked
have looked like flat tires occurring.
Well, I mean, you have clearly, if you were once a prancer, you've clearly lost.
It was a slow moving prance.
The showman.
I mean, we've all probably pranced at some point.
I'm just saying.
I don't know that I've ever been a prancer, guys. I don't know that the stride's ever been pretty.
Dead tired, right off. It felt like, well, I'm not moving real fast here. I'm not moving.
I mean, he's up on the balls of his toes, man. Looks like old Clydesdale walking down the street. I don't know that any of us three have ever been that level of prancer.
Oh, I've pranced.
Get off the field! I'm trying.
Prancing as quick as I can.
Hughley, don't talk back. Get your ass off
I didn't
the
talk
field.
back. I said it.
You said it to yourself.
Yeah, I'm filled with style.
All right, coming up, man. These two guys, we talked about it already. We think two guys in the secondary should play, Kamari Lassiter and Jalen Petrie. But if they're going against the Bears 2s and 3s, what should be the expectation of how they look if they play tomorrow? We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, Our Vision Homes. We're talking about Houston's premier turnkey custom home builder, y'all. And here's the deal, man. If you're looking to build your dream home, whether you want to build on your
Astros all the time.
They haven't developed first baseman. Why do they have to go get Jose Abreu? Well, they didn't have a first baseman in their system. Why are we talking about Mauricio Dubon at first base? Because they don't have a first baseman in their system. So, it's
an ongoing problem for the Houston Astros during an era where there hasn't been many problems.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
We're on the road to Canton, getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Jags at the Houston 21. Beathard shotgun. Hasty to his left. Bunch formation right. Here's the snap. Beathard over the middle. And it's intercepted. Petrie with it across the 15 and down at the 19-yard line. Petrie dove for it and got the pick. And the Texans have the rock.
Go ahead, Mark. Get a lot of that, baby. Go ahead, Vandy. He dove for it.
Yes!
Yeah, had that thing. All right, listen, we both agreed that Lassiter and Petrie, we hope that they play tomorrow. We think that it'd be good for them as the roles they're going in. It looks like they're going to be the starters going into week one, but this is new for both of them. One, this is new for Petrie in the NFL to play exclusively nickel, which it looks like he's been practicing, and then obviously Kamari Lassiter coming from Georgia and into the NFL. But if they're playing against 2s and 3s, if they're playing against the Bears' second string, the Bears' third string, let's say they play the first couple series or so, understanding what they're going to be called and asked to do here and the roles they're going to be playing as starters, how should they look tomorrow? How should they look August 1st against a team like the Bears 2s and 3s? Should there be a certain expectation of how those two would look playing against those?
No, not really. I mean, look, I think you, as a defender, you can only deal with what comes at you. Now I do expect them obviously to look clean, look confident, play with a certain level of swagger. Not obviously not get whether it's man or zone, not get beat. Convincingly get beat, not even once against a bunch of 2s and 3s. You'd like to obviously win more battles than you lose. If they come out and throw the ball underneath you, okay, so be it. If Petrie, if a tight end or somebody beats Petrie to the flats and they get a little 3-4 yard gain, that's fine. But with Petrie, you can't have missed tackles. And really with Petrie, you just the missed opportunities. And I'm not talking about like opportunities to just make a play. We were watching that Baltimore game, the playoff game where the Texans looked rough
in the second half.
We were watching that game last Thursday in Buffalo Wild Wings, and you forget about some of the plays, but there's a bang play. I can't remember if it's the second quarter or third quarter, but it's a bang play where it's still a tight ball game, and Petrie gets two hands on the ball and damn near intercepts it. Yeah. I mean, you look back last year, there was probably 4 plays where Petrie is right in position to make the play and just didn't finish it, right? Which happens. I'm just explaining, like, he's got a knack and he's got these instincts that put him in place to make a ton of plays. And I'm talking like game-changing type plays. Big-time sacks, big-time tackles for loss, big-time turnovers in the red zone, and he just hasn't been able to finish. And so with Petrie, what I'm looking for, to be honest with you, is a good, clean, however long he plays, good, clean couple of drives, 2-3 drives. And if the opportunity presents itself, finish it, man. Finish it, right? And Lassiter, look, I think for Lassiter, for me, it's just, it is the be where you're supposed to be and be a dog. Is it enough, right? Is it enough to be confident in him starting, being the starting corner right now? Is it? And so what he's got to do is, like I said, go out there, keep everything in front of you. Go out there, keep everything in front of you, break down heel on everything like we've seen you do recently, and just don't get ran by.
Yeah, Clint, they have to clearly look like they're handling guys like Tyler Scott, DeAndre Carter, Velus Jones. These are the guys that are the backups for the Bears as receivers.
Yeah.
Dante Pettis, Colin Johnson. Like, they've gotta handle those guys to the point you said they can't get like, they have to look like, not that they are, to me, because if you're like, we're not just grading them as, as a rookie or something. We're grading them as guys that are going to be ready to cover.
Well, they're going to have to be put
starters.
They're going to have to be put in man situations with them for them to just dominate or manhandle. And I don't know if that's going to happen. I'd like to see it, but I just don't know that that's going to happen.
If it does happen, like wherever, if they're in coverage and they are playing those guys, they should be winning those battles. They should be winning those battles to me. And
there ain't no doubt they should win it. Whatever battle they're put in, they should win it.
Because of what the expectation is of their position. Right? Like, this is not they aren't going to be looking at covering twos right now.
Yeah.
More consistently. They are going to be starters, opposite corners, and they are going to be guys that are going to be targeted. Right now, teams, when they look at passing the football in their throat, Shane Steichen's probably going to try and test non-Derek Stingley.
I would imagine so.
I would imagine. And they were going to, and they're going to try to put certain matchups together. And so they should, against backups for 2s and 3s, they should be able to win those battles.
Agreed.
To me, that's the expectation.
Whatever win means, I agree. Whatever situation they're put in, win absolutely.
All right, let's get our guy, H-Town native. You hear him every morning on MLB Central. He has been with MLB TV for a long, long time. Robert Flores, he's going to join us. We'll get his thoughts on the Astros, and he's got some strong thoughts on the deadline, and in particular how some Astros fans are feeling about the loss of Joey Loperfido. We'll hear from our guy, Roflo, Robert Flores, coming up next.
All right, Robert Flores is not a candidate here. He's got some fabulous, fabulous hair. From one man with fabulous hair to another, man, he is not a candidate. But look, I know there are a lot of y'all out there that when you look in the mirror, you don't like what's staring back at you. You got some kind of hair loss issue with it, whether it's a receding hairline, just some basic thinning, or it's all out.
Canton. Getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. As a lot going on. As you heard there, we are headed to Cleveland, Canton tomorrow. We'll be covering not only the Hall of Fame game, but the Hall of Fame ceremony with Andre Johnson, the first player to go in for the Houston Texans. Nobody will cover it quite like Sports Radio 610, so we'll be there heading there. So a lot going on, and a lot going on with the Astros as the deadline ends, and a lot of conversation, a lot of people with thoughts, and I would say for the most part, the majority of it was they did not like what the Astros gave up, did not like the deadline quite as much as Dana Brown, the general manager, said, as he said he felt like we had a strong deadline, his words about what the Astros did. And no better to have our guy Robert Flores. You catch him every morning on MLB Central. And on MLB TV, you can catch him every single morning. And I know you've had some thoughts on this with the Astros. What's your feeling overall before you rip people about their feelings on Joey Loperfido? What's your feelings overall with what the Astros did at the deadline to help their team?
Well, my feeling overall is that I think it's important to look at maybe the work that wasn't done this past offseason. If we want to go back, yes, they signed Hader. I thought all along that they should have been all over the veteran starting pitching market. They should have been all over Seth Lugo. They should have been all over Michael Wacha. Because I think if you do that, it doesn't then put you in the position that they found themselves in. Yes, injuries are a big part of that. But in this nature of the state of Major League Baseball and MLB pitching, I feel like you almost have to expect injuries at this point, especially when one of your, quote unquote, or not quote unquote, he is, when healthy, one of your anchors of your rotation is a 40-something-year-old pitcher. No doubt Justin Verlander's headed to the Hall of Fame whenever he decides to hang it up. 5 years later, he's going into Cooperstown. But he's also 41 years old. So I just feel like if you go back a few months before the season started, it really put them behind the eight ball and found that's one of the reasons they were put in this position. That being said, I want to read you something here. Our research staff at MLB Network is among the best I've ever worked with. So they went back and looked from 2013 to 2023. So that's 11 seasons. They compiled prospects traded at the deadline who became impact players. Now, the term impact players was judged by Dan O'Dowd. Dan O'Dowd is one of our analysts. He's a former Rockies GM, led them to the NL pennant, was also part of the Guardians front office, and they were running hot in the 90s. 633 prospects were traded at the deadline during that time span, 11 seasons. 23 of them became impact players. What do I mean by impact players? Players such as Yordan Alvarez, Gleyber Torres, Josh Naylor, O'Neill Cruz, Pete Fairbanks, Andres Munoz, Cole Reagans, Tyler O'Neill, C.J. Abrams, Pablo Lopez. You get the idea. 23 of them went on to become impact players. That's less than 4%. 74 of them have become impact players or contributors, guys like on that list. So when I hear people, and I got one person, bless his heart, on Twitter telling me this was the worst trade in franchise history. I was like, they traded away Joe Morgan. They traded away Kenny Lofton for Ed Taubensee. So I understand. Look, we know about prospects more than ever. We know about the rankings. We're informed. We see their stats. Hell, their games are on TV now. But I think it's important to have a little bit of context and just wait. Of the three players, I like Luperfido. Athletic as hell, tough, gritty kid. The Wagner kid, Billy Wagner's son, he might be the best of them all. But again, we just don't know. I had someone else say, you say Kikuchi, you trade for him, you send 3 prospects, he's not going to even get a start in the postseason. And I'm thinking, really? Because right now the Astros are in second. If they were to be fortunate enough to win the division, they're in the wild card round because they would more than likely, things could change, but as it stands now, the West Division winner has the worst record of all the division leaders in the American League. They would be matched up against either the Yankees or the Orioles. If the Astros are fortunate enough to win that series, they go straight into the division series. You don't think you're going to need starts from your 4th and 5th starter? So in that next round? So like, again, I understand people's frustrations. I do think the price was a little steep, but I'm not ready to say that the Astros traded away Mickey Mantle, Tom Seaver, and another Hall of Famer. I just think we need a little time. As far as the Montero move and news, look, it had to be done. But you look at the 2 contracts that were signed when the Astros didn't have a GM. That's Montero for $34.5, and that's Abreu for $58.5. You're still on the hook for those 2 contracts next year. My guess is that hot dogs at Minute Maid Park are going to be $75 a piece.
They're going to go up. They're going to get it somewhere.
Better not be on Wednesdays, Roflo.
Yeah. Jim Crane's got to get. He's got to get a little get back there. So I just I reached out because I wanted to come on today because, like I said, hoping to add a little bit more context.
Damn.
I know that's not always popular.
Roflo, that's really good. I love context. I love it. When just to recap, the 600 number you threw out there, we're talking prospects that are traded.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying 4% of prospects that were traded over 11 years, which was 600 plus total, 4% of them actually turned into something. So let's just pump our brakes a little bit about getting all up in arms about prospects that are moving.
Yeah, and I'm not, and this is not to say that Joey Loperfido or Will Wagner or Blas couldn't turn into very productive major leaguers. Is there an all-star among the 3? I don't know. There's not one that.
Well, hell, based on the numbers you just threw out there, I wouldn't bet on it.
Yeah. So, hey, I tell you what, Astro fans would have a real problem if AJ Preller was the GM. Let me tell you, because the JJ Preller who runs the Padres, this dude, he doesn't even bother to shake the draft picks' hands because he's like, look, I'm eventually going to trade you, so let's not get to know one another here. But it's just unfortunately the cost of doing business these days. And the Astros, unfortunately, were in a desperate need for starting pitching. Is Yusei Kikuchi the answer? I don't know. I don't know. Is he enough to put them over the top for a playoff or a World Series or deep run? I don't know. But they had to have something because what they had, I don't think was the answer.
What are your thoughts on him specifically, though? I know there's a lot of unknown, Robert, but I think Ron made the point, which I think it can be not Ron's point, but overall the outlook of Kikuchi could be a little bit misleading. Is if you just look at the quote unquote back of the baseball card, which had Seth Payne just flipping out yesterday morning. Which I understand why, but then you go back and Ron did some digging and you find out his strikeout ability. He's one of the top strikeout guys in the league, and yada yada yada.
And that's the key.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on him, and what are your thoughts on him specifically joining an organization that in the past has some level of pixie dust that they sprinkle on these guys and somehow get the best out of them?
No, I think that's a great point, and I understand Seth and other fans looking at the numbers and going, what the heck is going on here? I understand all that, but you bring it up, Clint. It's the swing and the miss. It's the strikeout. I know that Astros front office coveted that, and also they coveted the fact that he's a lefty and that I believe he has the highest or second highest fastball velocity or average fastball velocity among left-handed starters. I know that's kind of a specific column there, but that matters. And swing and miss in the postseason is what you want. And you're right. I think the Astros should be commended for their track record of finding ways for guys to improve. And I'm sure that they're hoping that, hey, let's get him into our house. Let's get him into our clubhouse. Let's have him work with the people that we work with, and let's see what he can do. I will say, when one of our analysts, Steve Phillips, brought up a pretty good point. Yusei had trouble adjusting when he came over from Japan. He had a little trouble adjusting when he came over to Toronto. So now he's being thrust into a brand new team under very different circumstances. So there's certainly challenges there. But again, did they overpay slightly? Yes. But did they need it? Yeah, they did. Unfortunately, they were desperate.
Robert, before we get you out here, let me get your thoughts on this real quick. Sorry. Listen, you watch everybody a lot more than our listeners do. You've seen Cleveland. You've seen more of the Yankees, more of the Orioles, the top teams, the Royals, the Red Sox, those teams that are in hunt. Does this Astros team feel like a team that can get to another ALCS? Like, when you look and compare them to the other teams, do they feel like they can get there? And I'm curious, really, did they feel like they can get there before the trade deadline? And has that changed for you since the trade deadline?
Well, look, let me answer that two ways. One, I know Mark DeRosa, who I work with on MLB Central. He visited when the Astros were in New York, and they were really struggling. This is when they were facing the Yankees, and they looked bad in the two losses. And he had a conversation with a handful of their signature players, and at the time they were like, "We'll be fine. We'll be fine. We're going to be okay." So I think that, to answer your question, yes, that clubhouse believes that there's enough to get back to the ALCS, there's enough to get back to the World Series, and there's enough to win it. That being said, you guys know I'm a glass half empty guy to begin with. I would say I think they're a little shy in the rotation, and they're a little shy in the bullpen. And I don't know Kyle Tucker's situation. I just don't know. That being said, if you had asked me on July 31st, 2023, hey, do you think the Texas Rangers and Arizona Diamondbacks will make it to the World Series? I would have been like, heck no. I think it's what this expanded playoff format has done, and the way the games are managed now. I think it really we have to change the way we look at teams and kind of evaluate teams and seasons. It's not just about winning the division anymore. It's not about that.
Just getting in.
It's just get in, let's get hot, and let's get going. So who's not to say that this group of Astros, part of just some prideful dudes that have done a lot of winning on the game's biggest stages, who's not to say that they can't get on a run and win it all again? Do I think so? If I could bet, would I bet on them? No, I wouldn't, but I'm not going to totally count them out. It could happen, sure.
Nothing to get you. Get in, get hot, and get going.
That's it. That's a T-shirt right there.
Like some new Kikuchi in H-Town, baby. Hey, I don't know what T-shirt.
He's been ridiculous since the trade has happened.
I don't know what T-shirt they're gonna make with Kikuchi on it, but I'm buying that damn thing.
New Kikuchi in town.
H-Town Kikuchi, better than yours.
We 5 minutes, Roflo, into our segment yesterday, had to be informed by our boss to say his full name.
I can't say. I got to say his full name.
His full name because Clint wouldn't let it get away from it.
Yeah, I have not received that edict yet, so you can bet the first time that he makes a start for the Astros, I will try to do that. hey, one thing I want to make a quick announcement too. MLB Network is now offer available for direct to consumer. So if your cable or satellite system doesn't have MLB Network, you can subscribe to MLB Network and stream it for as little as $5.99 per month. So go to MLBnetwork.com. If you're a baseball fan, you need it. You need our network. And if you don't have it, you should try to get it. So go to MLBnetwork.com for more information.
MLBnetwork.com for more information. That's Robert Flores. You can follow him at RoFlo on social media. Robert, we sure appreciate you, brother, once again.
Hey, you got it. Safe travels and enjoy Canton.
Absolutely, well, hopefully we will. We plan on it. We plan on it. All right, coming up next, we've got a little bit more news from the head coach, the manager, if you will, on that new Kikuchi in Houston. And Ferg. Dana talks about Ferg as well. And I'm going to run down a list of players to watch Thursday night. Players that you have to watch Thursday night. More than likely going to get some good run. And these are guys that are going to get run, and assuming they play well, it's going to impact the Texans' regular season as well. We'll discuss all of that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet.
refrigerated nug, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
We're partying in H-Town, ain't no doubt about that, man. Trade deadline. Look, whether you love or hate it, I don't know if you got the same vibe that I got, but I cannot wait until Yusei Kikuchi takes a mound for the Astros. And look, we've had a lot of fun with all the new Kikuchi in Houston. I've had a lot of fun with that, but I'm dead serious here now, boys. I am
new Kikuchi gets everyone excited. You don't have to explain yourself.
Yes, but I'm literally excited about the new Kikuchi being on the bump and pitching for the Houston Astros. I'm stoked about it. Can't wait. It's whenever they announce it, it's appointment television for me, boys. We're going to be in Cleveland, so I'd imagine we're going to have to DVR it.
My man got some pressure on him.
There is some. I mean, yeah. Look, whether
on him.
Whether you're like I'm okay with the trade. I am anxious to see what this staff can do with a guy that has the kind of stuff that Kikuchi has. I know there's going to be a lot of people watching that don't believe this was the move that puts the Astros over the hump. There are a lot of fans that obviously hope that it is the move. They don't give a damn about what they gave up. They're casual fans. Hey, man, I just hope that this is the move. I heard two young cats talking about it in the specs yesterday when I was walking the store, talking about, man, did you hear about that trade? And one of them hadn't heard about it. The other one was disappointed. One of them didn't give a damn, and the other one did. I mean, it's either side you're on at this point in time. I mean, him wearing an Astros uniform, being on the bump, is going to move people, and for me, it's appointment television. I think what I'm leaning into, like I said, is the staff. Taylor Scott right now is a pitcher for the Astros and hadn't had a whole lot of success before, and he's been lights out here. I think he got taken yard the other day, but for the most part, big picture this year, he's been really good. Put up numbers that he's never even come remotely close to. It's happened for guys in the past, and I'm anxious to see what that looks like. Dana Brown spoke about some plan with Kikuchi yesterday. Well, here's Joe Espada talking about the pitch usage adjustment that they want Kikuchi to make, and it just seems like that pixie dust is getting at least talked about at this point.
His mechanics have been pretty good and pretty consistent throughout the years. It's more how he can, we know that he throws hard, he punches people out. How can he get much quicker at bats and be more efficient so he can stay in games longer? So we have a couple of things that we're going to show him, and that's something that we've done here really good for years. Make adjustments and make good pitchers even better pitchers.
All right, there you have it. I mean, so clearly Joe Espada has a plan. He's very aware of what the staff has been able to do in the past, and he has a plan with this particular pitcher. Ron, to me, that's the fascinating part of this is now, do we get the Kikuchi that the ERA is a tad inflated, but has some strikeout ability, and we have to convince ourselves that that's going to play in the playoffs, or do we get a guy that they tweak a little bit and all of a sudden this guy has a year or a second half of this season like he had in 2023, and we see more of that Kikuchi versus what we've seen the other 5 or 6 years he's been in the league.
Clearly they have had their own guys scout him. They've clearly had their own guys scout him, and it's a wonder if there is something they have in mind quickly that could kind of change the inconsistencies. I mean, that's clearly what it is. When you have the ability to get as many swings and misses as he has the ability to, like you just aren't executing pitches consistent to where it is, hey, I'm going to strike you. It's like a home run hitter who's hitting 200, but I'm gonna hit the ball out of the ballpark. But outside of those other 30 swings, like it's gonna be a lot of swing and misses. Gonna be a lot of strikeouts. Something is happening to where he doesn't execute his pitches well enough consistently. To where he has to be having a lot of 7 strikeout, 5 earned games, 4 earned games, and we'll see if they've kind of detected something with their scouts and what they've looked at to see if there could be some changes made. But it is August 1st tomorrow, so we'll see how much they can influence and impact change on him. But the one thing we do know, as he said, there could be a lot of ways to use him. One in the rotation, one in the bullpen with his swing and miss stuff. And hopefully for the Astros, they can find a way to get the best out of him that they can.
Stoked about it. Stoked about the new Kikuchi in H-Town. Can't wait to see him in an Astros uniform on the bump. The other move that the Astros made was adding a bullpen arm, Caleb Ferguson. And I have not seen much of Caleb Ferguson, if any. But Dana Brown, the Astros general manager, did give us a bit of a scouting report on Caleb Ferguson. Here it is.
Explosive fastball, really good deception, wicked slider, throws it from 89 to 91. And so, we're looking forward to him pitching some important innings.
Montero's been DFA'd. Make room for Caleb. Make room for Yusei. And we'll see. We'll see when those guys – I'm assuming at some point in time they'll announce when those guys will be in the dugout, when those guys will be available. I would imagine
will be activated.
What are we, Ron? Did we go? Who's had the last handful of starts? Was it Arrighetti?
Yesterday was Hunter Brown
and Arrighetti the night before.
Blanco the night before. Blanco, Hunter
That's
Brown
right.
Today. Framber. So we got to be Arrighetti, and maybe Kikuchi could get that. Maybe gets that next start.
So we got to be coming up on the next 2 or 3 starts of getting that one, and so I would imagine there's a similar time frame of being able to see Caleb Ferguson in the next 2 games, maybe 2 games from now. So we'll see. We'll keep you up on that announcement when those guys will be available for the Astros. On the other side of town, NRG Stadium, the Texans. We saw them for the last time, guys, yesterday at practice. We won't see them again until August the 11th. They're out of town, out of pocket, and we won't see them again until August the 11th if my schedule reads right here. So we caught 10 practices, and they got a game Thursday night against the Chicago Bears, a Hall of Fame game. And Ron, I made a quick list here of guys that I think Texans fans, if you're just tuning in, these are the guys that, one, I think are going to play and probably play significant time, and they are playing for they're playing for a spot, right? And they're playing for a spot that is more than likely going to impact the season in one way or another. My number one on my list, Ron, is Dameon Pierce. Can he get back to 2022 form? And if he can really help this team down the stretch with Joe Mixon as the other back.
I listen. He's got a special place in my heart.
Yes,
I'm a Dameon Pierce guy, and I do. I want to see whatever it was. To me, I felt like he lost confidence last year, and he wasn't doing what he has done since he was a little kid. That's just go and run and take the ball and run and go see where he needs to go and be aggressive. I think he was thinking about things a lot, almost overthinking, as if he'd never run any kind of inside or outside zone before in his life. I'm hoping to see, like you are, Clint, that he is, whatever it is, grasp whatever he needed to feel more comfortable in this system, to get to a place where the real Dameon Pierce takes over. We saw that rookie year. That wasn't a dude that was thinking a lot. That was a dude that was getting the ball, knowing where he was supposed to go, and then being decisive. And going off one cut and going. I want to see if that dude is more to the table, or the guy who I felt like just lost confidence and was in his head a ton.
Yeah, well, he should have a chance. I think he's going to get some run. He'll be going against 2s and 3s. I think he'll have a couple of the starting offensive linemen in there getting some run, and Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green. This is second year of this offense for this offensive line. That goes for the 2 deep and the 3 deep as well. You got some guys that that should know the terminology. This group should be gelling. If you look at what's going on at practice, I've been impressed with the second and third string units as it pertains to running the football. So I would imagine that DP Damian Pierce gets some opportunity there. We'll see what that looks like. The other one is John Mechie, boys. I mean, obviously I disagree with Brandon Scott and John Lopez, not only on the Lassiter front, but also on the John Mechie front. John Mechie has missed a handful of practices of the 10 that we've seen. The ones he has participated in. There have been a handful of catches. And you know, he has. I think he's flashed a couple of times. I remember sitting there talking to you once a couple of days ago. Like, this is a good day for John Mechie, man. But at the end of the day, you know, the 5th and 6th receiver on a football team typically, and we're talking about actively playing. I'm not talking about a guy that just is inactive or inactive all season long. The wide receiver 5 or 6 for this team is going to be a return specialist in Sims and probably a guy that can do a little bit of everything on special teams in Skoranek. That's not even taking Robert Woods into consideration, which again, he's expensive, but these guys over here that gave him that contract really like Robert Woods. And if you look at Robert Woods as an emergency receiver, I don't know that I don't like him. At that point in time, I think there's a spot there. Mechie being a third year pro, former second-round pick, I'm not, in my opinion, I don't put a lot of stock in 5 or 6 catches at training camp. You know, and not to mention just, hey, he's open and there's good throws being made and he's catching the ball. I mean, you expect a third-year pro that's a second-round pick to be able to do those things. In order to make this football team, it just is what it is with the Texans right now. They are deep, man. And John Mechie's going to get some run. And I personally believe he needs some big moments in preseason games in order to make a push into that top 5 or 6 on his team.
Yeah, to me, I think a couple of things. One, he is a cheap option comparative to a guy like a Robert Woods and a second-round pick that they moved up to get, who obviously his first year is just kind of shelved because of the cancer situation that he had to get through. So this is really kind of like a second-round pick they moved up to get in year 2 of his process. That's cheaper than a guy like Robert Woods. And whether, we think, 5 catches is enough, which I would agree with you, they clearly have him in a space where he has been running a lot with the 1s and the 2s, where he has been in those practices. He's been there. He has been in the huddle with C.J. Stroud, with the 1 offensive line, with Diggs at times, with Nico. When Nico has missed the rest of a practice, he's been in at times. So when I combine all of those things, him being cheaper, they moved up to get him in the second round, and he's been playing with the 1s. Like, I think they like him to a point where they're going to keep him.
Yeah, I think they like all those guys. I mean, I think they went and got Skoranek for a reason. I mean, you look at Robert Woods, although we disagree, they gave him a contract that was like, wait, what? So I think they like all of them. I can't look at a few catches throughout training camp, even if it was 10 catches throughout training camp. It's just I personally believe John Mechie has to do a lot more than that to make the 5 or 6 receivers on this football team. The last but not least, rookie Kalen Bullock at safety.
He's going to be exciting one to watch.
He's going to be fun to watch, man, because he's one of those long players that flashes all over the field and has the ability when he does make a play. He has that flash ability. When he does make a play, he's long, he's athletic, he closes fast. And I think he's the one to watch in terms of being an impact player sooner rather than later. And we'll see when the rubber meets the road on Thursday night.
All right, coming up, Dana Brown has sat down with the media and has addressed the move of moving on from Rafael Montero. We'll let you hear what he had to say coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, H-Town, what's good? Look, hopefully you're never in an accident. Hopefully one of your loved ones is never in an accident. But if you are,
That's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
We're on the road to Canton, getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the news of the day with the Astros, and this happened in the last hour, is Rafael Montero, who was in the second season of a 3-year, $34.5 million contract he received from Jim Creighton and the Astros in the winter of 2022, has been DFA'd. And it has been a struggle really since he got that contract last year and then this year as well. Dana Brown did speak on the matter prior to today's game. This is what he had to say about the move on Montero.
So just a quick update. I'm sure you guys have heard we DFA'd Montero today with hope and vision that he would accept the assignment and go to AAA and try to regain the status that he had, in 2022. Montero's been really good for this organization. He's got a lot of family in this clubhouse and friends, and a big part of it is like we hope that he goes down to AAA and kind of refines himself and get back to that status of being really good. So,
yeah, the hope nobody claims him and he can go back to Sugarland.
I mean, he's got to agree to do that, right?
Yeah.
That'd be a tough one, man.
That tough one to go down.
That'd be a tough one for me. I mean, you're looking at, all right, you going.
I'd go to somebody else's AAA.
Well, I mean, look, there's. I mean, I don't think he gets through he doesn't get claimed, right?
I don't think so. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, he has struggled, but
I mean, it's been ugly. But I mean, there's some
like what
teams
you see,
out there.
like what you see.
I mean, my trash gets picked up twice a week.
I mean, look at that. Look how he's got.
That's the kind of stuff that gets Jeffrey Simmons to walk over to people's tables.
Yes.
Well, Montero has never sniffed the skill and play level of a Jeffrey Simmons.
That's the kind of
and he's less scary physically.
He would work every last one of us over.
I don't know.
I do.
I mean, I'm not saying it's impossible.
I get to feel that's a gentleman. Maybe going out on a limb here. I get to feel that's a gentleman who probably had to be aggressive growing up.
Yeah, he probably brought up a little rougher.
Bruh, I was raised in the Dirty Bay.
On the north side, in a yellow Hummer.
I was down the road. Had a '98 Dodge Ram first, man.
You're not gonna fall on this, are you?
No, I'm not.
You're not gonna fall. Not gonna fall on this. All right. No, Ron. As I said, my man from the Dominican Republic. I would imagine that he probably worked it a little. Probably a little hard. I don't think you want any of those problems. But hell, maybe you do. Not sure. But he's gone, and this is appropriate music. I don't think he ever pitches for the Astros again, or the Space Cowboys, or Corpus. I don't think he pitches in the organization again. And damn it, pours one out to you.
Don't get too carried away over here. We got to piss the cleaning ladies off. Get messy.
It's not ideal.
For you.
Tough one for me to wrap my head around. Not the he is.
Are you
not the release?
Seriously, I know when he got the contract, it's like that's a little something. If you remember that World Series year, he was the 8th inning guy all year long until towards the end they kind of made a move and Brian Abreu started to kind of ease his way in.
I would have made this mistake.
You would have signed it. Maybe it was a little high.
He is very convincing for me. With
I didn't think he was going to fall off the map. He's completely fallen off.
Oh, I mean, he just gets crushed. Everything he throws gets crushed.
It will not be a good night.
I get why the Astros did what they did on both ends. I mean, I'm telling you, it wouldn't take much success with the way his ball, it's constantly moving, it's electric. I'm like, yeah, this plays. And if he had some success, I'd be like, hell yeah, I want to see this for multiple years. I would have made this deal. I know there was no general manager in place, and I guess Abreu and Montero, the two guys that were given big money, and both of them are gone. I would have made this mistake with this one.
You kept your dreads, though. You did the whole way through.
His are real.
You kept them.
His are real, right?
Yeah, he didn't alternate between them.
I think his are real, boys. There's no alternate.
No, he didn't. They're real.
Damn. Best to you, Raphael.
That was good. That's a good finish.
But yeah, their dismount is always.
Oh yeah,
always crazy. By the way, you were wanting to hear from your man and see when Kikuchi will start. He will start coming up on Friday. Coming up on Friday against the Tampa Bay Rays. He will.
We're getting some Kikuchi on a Friday.
Good team to start against a team that's
Friday.
Yeah.
Good point, man. It's got to be. I mean, if it's Friday, boy, it's got to be top notch.
I'm starting to legit feel bad.
I mean, if he
because I think Rod's getting legit annoyed.
If he was going to pitch on a Tuesday or something, he could stink a little bit.
Yeah.
But Friday, Saturday night, nah, man.
Nah.
You got to bring that A game, bub.
That calls for the bikini wax on a Friday.
Yeah.
You say
good perfume.
You say Kikuchi is going to start Friday against the Rays. I think this is a good opponent. They're trading away a lot of players as well. They don't have a great lineup. This would be a good one to get his feet wet. Shut up.
Dang.
Shut up.
Is there a chance of rain Friday
must
night?
Have been a solid performance.
Is Kikuchi
Friday,
a sweater?
Huh?
Is he a sweater like Framber and Rennell? Because in that case, it could get damp, could get a little moist down there at the
Friday,
juice box.
Huh?
Listen, I'm just saying, we talked about it a bit earlier. I'll drive through this. We talked about it a bit earlier. It's a home game.
That's what I was looking for. It's at home, Tampa Bay, like you said, they're sellers.
Yeah, they're selling. Yeah, they've unloaded a lot of players, but this seems like he needs to really, him and Dana need him to have a really good start. Like they really, the two of them together, Dana Brown and Kikuchi need Kikuchi to have a great start because, like as I said, you could see this thing. People are going to be out there, right? And they're not going to me. Tell me if I'm wrong. You've been there, Tyler, Clint. You've been out there. I don't feel like people are coming to the ballpark like the level of excitement they did the first time Greinke pitched after the trade, or the first time that Verlander after the trade. I think people are coming in with a sense of nervousness.
I think you're hitting that right on the head.
With a sense of like almost like, going in with your arms crossed, almost just waiting for him to mess up. Then maybe he'll give you a little clap, like almost wait for him to mess up. Like if he gives up a sack fly in the first inning, it's going to be people in there.
See?
Looking, trying to find Dana somewhere. You got to be kidding. So, he got a little pressure on him. And maybe they better if they open up on the road.
I think it is. It's fascinating, man, because I do think there are a lot of people that are watching, expecting the 5 ERA.
Oh, but Clint, the business we're in, Tyler and Clint. There are people in here who want him to be bad.
Oh, yeah.
So they can be right.
Yeah, that's the world we live in.
So they can be right.
Oh, that's the world we live in, no question. But I think you got a good chunk of fans that are going in there hoping that this move works out, and he is a guy that makes you think about who that 4-man rotation is going to be in the playoffs, and how does this guy contribute? Wanting to see good things from him. I know I am. The staff hadn't had. I'm more interested in what this pitching staff can do for him in terms of tweaking some things. We've heard Dana Brown talk about it. We've heard Joe Espada talk about it, tweaking some things and getting a better version of Kikuchi. But I'm more anxious about down the road, to be honest with you. But out of the gate, this is appointment television for me.
Yeah.
Where are we going to be Friday night?
Yeah.
We're going to do a show at Jersey's.
We're going to be at Jersey's. If you're out there, if you're going to be out there, I saw Larry and Stafford's already out there. If you're going to be out there in the Cleveland, Canton area, we're going to be at Jersey's Sports Bar in Canton. So come hang out with us, and maybe we catch Kikuchi on Friday.
Yeah.
Our over the top homer one of the greatest homers I've ever seen in all of Homer fandom on YouTube and Twitch throws out last 3 starts for Kikuchi, 14 innings, 16 earned runs. So you don't want to have that.
Must have had a rough one along the way, boys.
Get it out of your system now, Kikuchi.
No, we're not going to do a segment called Kikuchi's Corner.
There's an idea.
I like where your head's at.
Coming up, Brandon Scott, thank God. Texans report, somebody who will not go crazy on the Kikuchi stuff. Brandon Scott, we'll get his thoughts on camp and what's coming up tomorrow as the Texans play a little football tomorrow.
Texans Report.
We ain't laying down for nobody.
On the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, B. Scott's in the building. 4:40. That means Texans Report with Brandon Scott. You can catch all his work on SportsRadio610.com. And as well, he has been on In the Loop for weeks now. You can catch him there as well, leading up into this football season and leading up to the game tomorrow. We finally got football.
Yeah,
finally
man.
Got football. Even if CJ and the gang ain't playing, we finally got some football.
Yeah, man, I can't wait. And I know y'all gonna be out there, but tomorrow In the Loop runs from 12 to 4.
Yes.
Now I should have done a better job of knowing exactly what the programming is leading up to us. But In the Loop specifically, I know I'm supposed to be here for noon. We're running from 12 to 4, and we're leading you into
in front of that Area 45 will take over.
There you go.
They will be your lead-in. Area 45 will jump over. Obviously, you can hear the game right here on Sports Radio 610 and pregame. You guys are going to take it all the way up until pregame at 4 o'clock, and then you'll have Vandy and company.
I'm pumped about it, man. I even though
you're pumped. This ain't normally you.
I talked about this. It's more so I'm not a big preseason guy, especially we know that the main players are not going to be out there. But it's just that there's something about being the first. Like I think about 2020, it was the regular season, of course, so it was different. But opening the season against Kansas City. Now, a ton of more stuff coming off of that. The loss to Kansas City in the playoffs and all of it. A lot more to it. But it was the first game. You kicked this thing off. To me, just having football back is something worth being excited about, on top of the fact that you got all of the stuff happening with Andre Johnson, which I'm also excited about. So just really the next few days overall, and excited for y'all being out there. This is an exciting time.
Well, B. Scott, it's as fans or as media members that are covering the team, I mean, to cover a team that's going to throw a bunch of guys out there that we think are going to start, but we've never seen play, and they're going to play 2 series, it's almost a buzzkill, right? At least now you go, hey, we know the majority of the starters are not going to play. And we know those starters are legit starters. They're not just starting because there's nobody behind them. They're legit starters. You can win with them. We plan on winning a damn Super Bowl with them. And then you can look at the action on the field and go, okay, there's 3 or 4 guys that are playing spots, positions where, hey, it is a competition. We don't know exactly how the roster is going to shape out. So I think we as fans and media members, we can legitimately focus in on 3 or 4 players that are legitimately playing for a damn contract versus, a bunch of guys that we don't know who we know who they are, but we hadn't seen them play at the NFL level. We don't know if they're going to really be a starter. We don't know if they're going to be any good. I think it's just a different perspective going into this season too.
So I think on top of that, you also got to think about what it is you're evaluating, what preseason and training camp is supposed to be about, and how far the Texans have come in sort of that track, right? Like, so a couple of years ago, they just had a bunch of guys out there. We didn't necessarily know who the starters were going to be, had a good sense for it, but they just had dudes out there. Now they've got legitimate guys out there. You have a sense for the most part who the starters are going to be. You know what the kind of key camp competitions are. Yeah. But you get to do this exercise in this case, right, knowing that the main players are not going to play, where you get to actually talk about depth. All right, what does your depth actually look like? Who is your backup quarterback? I loved your point earlier in camp of, hey, man, don't sleep on Tim Boyle. Well, guess what? Now we finally get to put that in action. Is Tim Boyle a better backup quarterback option than Davis Mills? I don't know if I can confidently say one way or the other just based off of what I've seen at training camp.
Yep.
But based off of what I might see in the preseason game, I get a better sense for it.
Yeah, Brandon Scott with us, Texans Report every single Wednesday. He will join us at 4:40. And Brandon, I think the thing about this is there are a lot of guys that could play that are going to have significant roles on this team that we kind of want to get a look at. I know they're saying a lot of starters won't play. Are there any guys that you'd be disappointed potentially not seeing?
There are several that I just want to see play, but disappointed, you ask, it would be John Mechie. I want to see John Mechie out there.
Hell, he better be out there.
Well, I just think it is clearly he's not a starter. And it is an open question. We had a debate in Crosstalk earlier. I think he's going to make the team. You think he might not. Well, let's help settle the debate. Like, it all plays out on the – we can talk all we want.
Yep.
But let's let that play out on the field. I'd be disappointed if we don't get more answers to those questions so we can – the debate is fun, but we want an answer. To me, Dameon Pierce, I think, is going to play. I want to see, like we talked all offseason, and ever since he did that interview with y'all on the postgame show about, like, just his true – introspection and self-awareness of how much it took out of him to try to learn this offense and that he just didn't live up to it. He understood that.
Yep.
Okay, so what does that look like now? Do we see any progress in that? I think those are some of the small things that you can gather out of a meaningless preseason game where the starters are not out there. So Dameon Pierce, John Mechie, I wouldn't be disappointed. I thought you were going to go somewhere different with that question. I wouldn't be disappointed because I was understand why he wouldn't play, but I do want to see Kenyon Green play.
Well, they're good with it. I didn't want to put you in the box. I wanted you to say what you wanted to say.
I'm just saying.
I just don't think Kenyon Green has earned the, hey, man, I sit preseason games out. I'm sorry. I'm not in a position to disagree. I'll be honest with you. I don't know. I think that Kenyon Green has earned everything he has gotten thus far. Like, I'm talking about, bam, first depth chart. You're the starter.
That's
bam,
the part.
And just in dealing with how they handled a lot of people, like that dog and pony show they ran with Davis Mills and CJ. That's the one that really sticks out to me when a guy like Kenyon Green, all right, man, you got it. First day, you're the starter. Kamari Lassiter, you got it. First day, you started. That, like, I just.
But see, I'm gonna object to that though on both fronts.
And I'm sure I'm probably alone on that.
On Kenyon, no,
well, not alone.
I think if that were, like, respectfully, I think if that were actually the case, it would be strong. But I disagree that they just handed those jobs to those guys. I do feel like whether you want to say it's because of what they did or because of what's behind them not being all that impressive, I do think it's closer to them having earned those spots than them just being given to them on day one.
Handed is maybe strong, but at least it does not seem like they've been put through the same kind of
but see, you're not going to make the case for Kendrick Green over Kenyon Green, or you're not about to make the case for Jeff Okudah over Kamari Lassiter based off of what you've seen. Everybody's just been decent enough, and the tie probably does go to the higher draft pick or the higher upside guy.
I didn't think there was a case to be made for Davis Mills against C.J. Stroud last year, but they were making it.
They didn't do that. Y'all knew better.
They did.
Hold on. But I told y'all that was nonsense when they did it.
It was nonsense, but they stuck to the guns of nonsense. If they were going to stick to the guns of nonsense, I think it'd be with Kenyon Green. If they were going to stick to the guns of nonsense, like Jeff Okudah had been awful. Like,
I want to see him play.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm fine with him being the first string guy, but I would agree with you that he hasn't earned enough to be like, oh, this guy doesn't have to play in the preseason games.
Yeah.
Like, I do want to see him play
against the Patriots.
I want to see him play.
I mean, I think you can look at the Kenyon Green situation and the fact that they didn't bring in serious competition with him as a statement. And they are banking on him in a big way, especially when they go out there and say with their chest that, hey, look, we know Titus Howard is a better tackle than he is guard. I mean, I think I agree with Ron on this one on both fronts. I ain't seen, like, for a group that walks around preaching competition, to stick a second round drafted corner from jump OTAs all the way through with the first team, and we hadn't seen one rep with Jeff Okudah with the first team. Nobody else has been with the first team. For that is clearly not a competition.
But do you think? See, this is what I'm pushing back on, though. Do you think they would do that if they didn't really? I don't. This does not strike me as a staff that's just going to anoint a guy for the sake of anointing him. Going back to your point about C.J. Stroud, which I thought was nonsense last year, what they were doing. But I don't think that they just thrust a guy into a position that they don't think either is ready for it or has earned it or is not their best option to do it.
Look, I think they are very, very confident in the draft pick. Clearly they are. But to handle it the way it's been handled is, I mean, I for this staff, again, I mean, they go out of their way to preach competition.
But knowing the staff and everything you just said, it did not surprise you that Kenyon Green from OTAs has been the starting left guard.
No, not at all. I'm not about to sit here and say, hey, you know what? Who should have been Kendrick Green or Nick Brocker?
I
you know what I'm saying? Like there's just to Clint's earlier point, it's not like they brought in some kind of world beater to beat them out.
Yeah, that one should never be a competition. If that was a competition, it's because Kenyon Green
we watched the
is
BS
not handling his business.
We watched the BS competition with the most support.
Well, I'll come full circle on that. I like this way better. Don't get me wrong. Like I've told y'all before, I hate the fake competition stuff. Like I like it better. Hey, if you like that guy and you believe in him and you went out there and drafted him in the second round, bring Kamari Lassiter in here and make him the starter and give him all of those quality reps. I personally,
and maybe they've adjusted. Maybe they've adjusted from last year and said, all right, that was
right. It's the adjustment that seems to happen. I like it. You know how I am with first team reps. Hell, give them to him.
This whole conversation that we just had about Kenyon Green is all the more reason why I want to watch it.
Yes, absolutely.
This discussion was the case for him.
I will be disappointed Friday if we do the show in Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs to me as well. Who like the two of them in there, I'd be disappointed.
I would like to see it
if they don't play.
Although
I'm preparing myself that they won't. All right, that's Brandon Scott. Every single Wednesday, 4:40, he'll join us for Texans Report. This thing is about to get going. Coming up tomorrow, we got real football and real things to put our eyes on tomorrow with the Texans. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. Moves made by the Astros. You'll hear from Dana Brown as he has let go of one of their high-priced relievers. We'll let you know the latest with that, get you prepared for tonight's game as well, because the Astros, boy, do they need Framber, good Framber, to avoid a sweep tonight. That's all coming up, right here live on the Drive.
All right, Clint Stoerner here for
Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Down in Houston, it wasn't supposed to be like this.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the electric dilf. The big dilf.
now it's the electric dilf.
Well, what he's doing is trying to throw off my lip syncing. He's just throwing in freaking adverbs each day that throw me off.
I'm just feeling myself.
I liked it.
To a good one. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, a.k.a. Moneybags. We'll whisper that one. Not a good night. And when I say not a good night, I'm not going to give you his numbers. I'm not putting that man's business out there. When I say not a good night, it would for me. I don't know that I will go home. It's the kind of night that Tyler had. I don't know that I go home.
Well, he went home, but he tucked his tail and drug his feet.
Have you ever seen a house party? I'd be kind of like that, just staying out and just I'm gonna have a good ass time while I'm out. Then I'll just deal with it.
Are you sitting at home just taking this on the chin, or are you out somewhere watching these games?
Most of the time, I'm watching them somewhere.
He's usually here working.
Where are you watching them tonight?
Probably here, or possibly it is steak night at Kirby Ice House. I think I might head over there.
Oh, yeah, it is.
He's on it, ain't he?
He's on it. Wednesday. He got it now. Sometimes he don't have that day right.
I hear that whiskey.
He's got a day. Listen, a tough night, so he'll take the night off. No bets today for Tyler.
Wrong. No, but I only have 3 in. I only have 3 bets in today. They're just quite heavy.
See,
time to make it back today. What we lost yesterday, we make back today, people. Say it with your chest.
3 bets, but they're heavy.
They're all gonna hit, baby.
It's not been a good, I'd say, 5 days. I think it.
Can I ask what those bets are?
No, yeah.
You don't want to talk about
it?
I wasn't going to dig in.
No, let's hear the 3.
I was going to be windshield, not rearview mirror.
I got your 3. Okay, I got Yordan Alvarez over 1.5 total bases.
Okay, it's every game.
I have the Astros -1 run tonight, so winning this game by 1 or more.
Oh boy!
And the lock of the night, if you remember my lock of yesterday, that one hit over on strikeouts for Hunter Brown.
Yeah,
that baby hit. Lock of the night tonight, over 4.5 runs for your Houston Astros. Book it.
How do you feel about it, Ron?
I don't feel good about any of it.
Let's ride on it together, boys.
It's not just the Astro stuff. I just like right here. Let's take a break.
I think I want Bregman over 1.5 total bases.
All right. Put you down for a Benji?
Yep.
Did you have a good night last night, or
I pushed?
All right. Well, go ahead.
I got a little horny when I got home, and I had a little parlay that didn't quite hit with the Astros losing. I had the Astros winning as part of that.
I hope, man. I don't want you to have another bad night. When he says heavy, I'm concerned about what heavy means.
No, look, man, don't worry about it, man.
I am worried about it.
This is one of them games. What's wrong, Tyler?
Not gonna be able to lock that bet in for you, bro.
Yeah, because he's.
I went straight to it though. I was trying.
That's the kind of night he had, and that's what he has locked in already. That's the kind of night he had. He can't get you bets in.
I have a bunch of futures pending, Texans to win the AFC South, stuff like that.
I'll get it in one way or another. Don't worry about it.
Promise me that you don't make any bets on the Hall of Fame game.
No, I don't bet NFL preseason.
Good.
I do not.
Because Lopez sure as hell is. He's talking about with his feet.
Might have a problem, man.
I don't think you get to say that.
I need to talk to somebody, man.
I don't think you get to say that. All right. By the way, side note: Mariners and Red Sox are tied at 2 in the 7th. So the Mariners have a 1-game lead over your Astros right now. Here's Dana Brown because they had to go ahead and let it go. They released Rafael Montero. If you're just jumping into your car, he is no longer with the Astros, at least for now. They have DFA'd him. He was in his second season of a 3-year, $34.5 million contract, and they are moving on from him, and really it's been bad ever since he got the deal. Here's Nana Brown talking about the decision to go ahead and move on from him.
So just a quick update. I'm sure you guys have heard. We DFA'd Montero today with, hope and vision that he would accept the assignment and go to AAA and try to regain the status that he had, in 2022. Montero's been really good for this organization. He's got a lot of family in this clubhouse and friends, and a big part of it is that we hope that he goes down to AAA and kind of refines himself and get back to that status of being really good. So.
Well, all right. I guess he would hopefully accept that assignment. I would imagine he probably doesn't, but they're going to be on the hook for that contract. But I think it's the right move for some reason. If he's out there, they feel forced to have to use him, and you went out and got Caleb Ferguson from the Yankees. Yeah, you might as well move on from Montero.
Yeah, I mean, I think his time has passed. There's no doubt about it.
Definitely
time
here.
I'm surprised that it took this long, if we're being completely honest. I mean, as big as a fan as I am of like potential and watching him, it's like, man, how can it get this bad? How do so many hitters square up on a ball that's has that much movement with all the different pitches? And so I don't understand it, and I don't understand the struggles I'm talking about with Montero. I completely understand why the Astros would move on here. So I would be willing to bet you that somebody grabs him, though. I would think that somebody's going to scoop him up.
It's hard when you look at a guy who can push it from 95 to 97 and throws hard, and who's had success, who was just 2 years ago one of the better relievers in all of baseball. And there are, as you know, Clint, a lot of contenders when you get to the postseason. Hell, these games are no longer can you get to the to the sixth. These are, hey, I'll take it if you get 5. A lot of 3 innings, and then we're going to try to get to our bullpen. So a lot of teams are using getting their bullpen to get 4 or 5 innings instead of 2 or 3. So you could see him potentially trying to go to a contender, and they try to fix something to see if he's able to be used when the postseason comes. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, look, we just traded for a guy that's got an ERA north of 8 in his last 8 starts or whatever it was Pendergast threw out there. I mean, the hell, you look at Ferguson, the numbers aren't just absolutely tremendous.
No.
So I mean, it's hard for me to believe that some of these teams that aren't contenders, or that are right on the cusp and didn't get done what they wanted to get done, will at least take a flyer on Montero.
Yeah,
I don't know. I just it sure seems like somebody would scoop him up,
especially if it's a flyer. You gotta give up nothing to get him.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, let's look at today's game. The lineup's out: Altuve, Bregman, Alvarez. As normal, the top 3. Alvarez is in left field tonight with Yainer Diaz catching, Pena at shortstop, Singleton, Myers in center. Caratini is the DH tonight, and McCormick, who had 2 hits last night, is in right field. They are going to be behind Framber Valdez. And, fellas, the Astros need Framber Valdez to be ace-like tonight. Lord knows he can do it. His last start against the Dodgers, he was like that. And this is one of those moments, Clint. You need to stop the bleeding right now.
It feels huge.
You've lost 3 straight. Right now in the rotation, you're the most veteran guy who has been through and pitched in big moments and big games. And this is one where they need you to come out and give not just a performance that gives you a chance to win, but they need a performance very similar to what he did against the Dodgers and the good Framber. They need Framber big time tonight. You got a trade that happened where fans are kind of lukewarm on. You've lost 3 straight. Kyle Tucker went to the 60-day DL, although that doesn't mean a huge change, but it doesn't mean he's going to be ready next week. You just need some good energy and good feel, and they need good Framber tonight.
Yeah, you need to stop the bleeding performance. I mean, you've lost 3 in a row.
That's what they call him a stopper for.
And when it's all said and done, Framber needs to be that guy tonight for the Astros.
It's not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually when you get to a space like this, all right, here we go. We need this guy to be out here. We need this guy to be out. They need Framber. They need Framber to come through in a major, major way. And he can. And they need these bats, man. This offense, what is this, the last, I'd say 5-6 games outside of maybe one, they have just struggled. Struggled big time. Luckily for me, I'm seeing a familiar lineup to last night. There are some kind of differences there, but a familiar lineup to last night, I think that is helpful. I think we're maybe getting to a point, Clint, where Joe may need to try to settle down on a more daily lineup, because I honestly just don't think it helps that
I'm trying to do the best I can.
In and out at that bottom. The bottom 4 is just sometimes a crapshoot on what it's going to be, and I just don't think that's helpful to offense.
It's easy to sell. It's easy to sell when they're making that run like they made in June and July. But to your point, it's hard for guys to get into a rhythm, and you're seeing some of that. So I couldn't agree with you more. I would definitely love to see them settle in on a couple of guys like they did with Jake Myers, and let some guys get in a rhythm and see what can happen.
Yeah. So,
see if White Boy Chaz, or see if Chaz can earn his
Chaz can get going
his
now.
nickname and his music back.
Yeah, I mean we'll see. Tyler's ready to do it after one damn home run. You're ready to just roll through and just say it's
I got higher standards than that. I was just jacking with you.
You hear this, liar? I am
no liar. You know I'm hard on the players that I follow and the teams I love.
You just lied there. You were doing some major jacking with me.
Yes.
Major
as I tend to like to do. I enjoy it thoroughly.
You're being, you know what you're being?
What?
You're being like the pitcher that's pitching Friday.
You're being a Kikuchi, man.
Well, I'd rather be that than an Odorizzi.
5 o'clock fire.
Well played, sir. Well played.
What a comeback. What's an Odorizzi? I'm just curious.
Basically your everyday ass hat.
Just one rung below a Kikuchi, huh?
Yeah, just a PAB, another term I like to use for them.
All right, y'all been on these Olympics?
A little bit.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm trying, but every time I turn the TV on, it's a damn replay. I won't
yeah,
lie.
You got to be on it right now.
I caught. No, there's some live action. I caught the gymnastics live 2 nights ago.
You called it live?
It was live. It said live on the TV. Yes, it said live on the TV, Chief.
I've rewatched it. And it's stupid. I knew exactly what was going to happen, and I rewatched it anyway. It really was.
Yeah, if it don't say live, it's hard for me to watch, especially when I know it's already happened.
Yeah, USA basketball, I guess don't go watch this one.
Like Ledecky done won another gold medal. It's hard. I know it. It's hard for me to go watch it.
You know what I've been doing? I've been getting Nicholas good.
With what? Why are you picking? He's picking on his baby.
Oh, I've been getting Nicholas watching it, and he doesn't know that this is not live. And I'm like, oh man, I'll take the one in lane 4.
Sit out, damn. So
you get him to risk anything, wager anything?
No, we're not betting.
No, he's just building up daddy.
I mean,
he's
you might
just
as
building
well.
up daddy, like the myth of my daddy's so good. My daddy knows he picks all the winners.
Hey, I really got him with like
my dad's a psychic.
Hey, man, I just got a bad feeling about this. I think he's gonna mess up on this pommel horse. I got a bad feeling. Like,
how did you know?
I got a bad. And he.
How'd you know, Dad?
It's always good when you get somebody with that. You know, you get the push notifications for like a homer or something.
Oh yeah,
get one of them.
It's the worst.
I think I feel a homer here, boys.
I feel like I just I don't got a good. I do not have a good feeling at all about this. Like, man, I think Great Britain's going to win. I think the U.S. is going to take the silver in this relay. I'm not sure. Australia, if I had to guess, I'll go, and I'm getting all the lanes, and he just blows.
Dad knows sports good.
We had that situation one time. We had a little Astros watch party, and the TV inside was whatever cable, and outside was streaming. All the streaming stuff.
Oh yeah.
Well, clearly the cable was a couple seconds
behind.
Ahead. So the cable. I mean, the people that were watching inside, they're cheering their ass off, and we're out there waiting to see what Bregman does. You know. Golly, man, ruin it.
But Team USA basketball, you don't have to rewatch this. They won 103-86 against South Sudan. South Sudan, oddly enough, LeBron had to hit a game winner to beat them in the exhibition, but they beat them down. KD had 14 off the bench, but the thing leading into it is Jason Tatum. Jason Tatum somehow, who is 3 years in a row been first-team All-NBA, just won a championship, was the best player on the Celtics and won a championship, and it could have made a serious argument to be Finals MVP. He didn't play in the last game the entire way, and Steve Kerr wasn't going to let that happen again today. He started Jason Tatum. It's almost like a slap in the face if I'm Jason Tatum. All right, man, you ain't got to overcorrect this thing.
Well, I would imagine managing those, which that was crazy, right? But I would imagine managing those egos and personalities can get tough from time to time.
Talking about, he said, yeah, he understood it. Yeah, I bet he understood it. They got over that social media and started seeing that role. Bam was the big man today, led the team in scoring 8-7. So they are 2-0 and are rolling right now. All right, coming up tomorrow is we just talked about a little bit with Brandon Scott, the first action of football from the Texans. And who do you want to see? And who should you see? Who should we be seeing for the Texans tomorrow? We'll discuss that next.
All right, sleep better, live better. I firmly believe in it, y'all. If you need
Sports Radio 610.
We're on the road to Canton, getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. We are on the road to Canton, as we will be there tomorrow, and we'll cover that game as the Texans get going against the Bears to kick things off. As been reported from both sides, the Bears and the Texans, most starters won't play. The Bears said none of their starters, and it's starting to lean like most of the Texans starters won't play either. So that's one to keep up and watch as well. But Clint, just because some starters aren't going to play, and yes, it is, and I saw someone on YouTube and Twitch, we appreciate you joining us there, say it is normal that starters don't play in the Hall of Fame game. It's always an added one, and yes, that is normal. However, Clint, I think there are a couple of guys, at the very least, 3 to 4 guys, Clint, where I know if they are penciled in as starters right now, I still think that there should be a reason we should see them play, and they should play tomorrow to get reps.
It's getting more and more normal where starters don't play in a preseason at all, pretty much, until the last damn one. So I mean, I don't know what is normal, what isn't normal. I think you got so many teams at different levels of building a roster that, I think that there are some guys that play throughout the preseason that end up starting, and I can only speak to where the Texans are. There are, and these are valuable reps. The Texans are at a spot where the majority of their starting rotation, their starting lineup is set. I mean, there's not but probably 2 or 3, maybe 4 spots where, whether you agree with it or not, whether they don't have a really good, not a really good, hell, that there's not a lock, stock, and barrel starter at that position. And I think we're at a spot in camp where you've got some guys that just need to play football, and you're at a point in camp where it is in 2024 training camp in terms of physicality and creating physicality and seeing if guys can play with legit physicality and in the moment, can they communicate in the moment. It is just extremely difficult to duplicate that in a real game, an opportunity to play in a real game or joint practices. They're just few and far between. And while there's no question, there's no reason that the Texans play the majority of their starters, 90% of their starters. But there are a handful of guys that I think this is an opportunity to get them some run and for them to prove who they are.
And to me, all starters are not made equal.
Oh, I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Right, clearly. And I know that's obvious. Obviously, like, Juice Scruggs and C.J. Stroud aren't made equal, but also Juice Scruggs and Shaq Mason aren't made equal, and Dalton Schultz aren't made equal. And for me, I think 2 guys, especially on the offense, Clint, Juice Scruggs, and then I will be very disappointed with what they have kind of shown as an organization, and they have been run to damn near perfection the last year. They have the culture, everything has been set and has been ate, and what D'Amico has brought and put together here, you saw it not just in the wins and losses, but you could see they were a completely different team. He has knocked it out the park when it comes to that. But when it comes to that, I'll be disappointed if Kenyon Green has reached the level where, you ain't got to play a preseason game. You ain't got to get a couple of series in the preseason game. Yeah. I don't think he's. I'd be disappointed if he doesn't.
I agree. You're talking about a guy that they're dependent on heavily, but a guy that has played very little football in a competitive game at the NFL level. And look, let's be honest. I think they like what they've seen from Kenyon Green, but I mean, I think the jury's still out. I don't think they're 100% confident that he's going to be the starting guard and he's going to be the guy that's going to move the needle offensively with the offensive line. He's inching closer and closer to that, but he's got to play football, man.
I was going to say, when's the last time he's played football?
I mean, I guess last year in the preseason he got in a few of those games.
That's the Saints again in the preseason games.
Hell, he got shut down, and I think two. Yeah. So I think him, just because he hasn't played football, and you can't wait till week 3 of the preseason. You can't get 2 more weeks into the offseason here, into training camp, baby and Kenyon Green, and then find out he can't play or he can't stay healthy once again. So I think Kenyon Green's got to get run. I think Juice Scruggs has got to get run. When you talk about playing center at the NFL level, Juice Scruggs has not done it much at all. Definitely hasn't done it in a competitive situation much at all. And now he's being asked to be the center for this offensive line. The communication itself, we've seen some bad snaps in training camp already to this point. So he doesn't need C.J. Stroud back there to get live action with the snaps. He doesn't need C.J. Stroud back there to get reps with his communication. So I think Juice Scruggs, I think there's a real – like, you can justify, without a doubt, Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green getting run. The rest of the offensive line, you can't justify them playing. But to be honest with you, the rest of the starters offensively makes no sense.
Yeah, people
to play
text in about Titus. No, Titus to me is different than those two guys.
Agreed. Titus has played a lot of football. Titus has got some great tape at right tackle. Titus Howard's on a different plan than Kenyon Green and Juice Scruggs, and rightfully so.
You've invested big money in Titus.
Absolutely, yeah. There ain't no let's see if he can play. Hell, you've already put it in contract for him. I mean, there ain't no doubt. So I would say those two guys, it would be hard to explain, not that they would need to, but it would be hard to explain or justify those guys not getting this work that's coming up on Thursday.
Anybody else? Anybody else that could be on the starter in the starter range, offense, defense? Anybody else? That you feel like should at least get some snaps? Yeah,
I think Jalen Petrie should get snaps for sure. Playing a new position again, ended up on the sideline a lot last year. Hell, he's been the starting nickel defender all camp, and now all of a sudden, when the depth chart comes out, Des King is back to the starting nickel. So I don't really know exactly what's going on there, but I would think he needs some run. Playing that position, covering in particular, and I would think Kamari Lassiter, the starting corner opposite Derek Stingley Jr., has never played a snap in the NFL. We have no idea what he's going to look like in live action, and so I would imagine at the very least getting his feet wet.
Yeah, I definitely I would love to see Jalen Petrie in coverage in a real game scenario. With another team, and we're going to see it more in preseason. But I think any kind of game scenario things. I'm not saying he needs to play a quarter, but any kind of game scenario things. I think to see him in coverage, to see what kind of look he'll give when he's having to cover guys in the slot, which is going to be the big thing. I think he needs as many reps at that as possible. It's going to be the big thing that they're going to be looking at with him. So, yeah, I'm with you on that. That Kenyon Green, I get the feeling we're going to come in Friday, though, and be disappointed. Like, if I had to predict, fellas, I think none of them play.
Oh, wow. That'd be interesting. That leaves us up to watch.
I think Dameon Pierce
and the quarterbacks.
Dameon Pierce, the quarterbacks. John Mechie will play.
Yeah.
Maybe Noah Brown.
I'll tell you one thing, Ron, real quick. One thing about this game. This is the game. These are the opportunities where I thought the tight end they drafted, the Cade Stover kid out of Ohio State, had a pretty quiet camp, made a couple catches, and there's been a couple of moments where he's been physical at the point of attack. Right? He's just not the kind of guy that's going to. I mean, he could have a great practice by the coaches' accord, but we just never saw anything. Right? You can't hide it in a preseason game. This is a game where you're going to find out, I think, a lot about Cade Stover, his physicality. Does it really play at the NFL level? Is it really there? His playmaking ability in terms of how dependable is he in the pass game kind of deal, and what can he get done in the pass game? So I think he's one to watch as well.
Yeah,
he's not a starter to your point.
No, he'll play,
but definitely a guy to get you good and worked up.
Yeah, he'll definitely get some work. All right. Coming up, we'll look at the Astros and where they are right now. Dana, wait till you hear what Dana Brown has to say about where he sees this team now that the deadline is over. And yeah, we'll continue to get you ready and get you set up for this game coming up on Thursday. We'll be in Cleveland. What is there to do in Cleveland?
Get down.
Try to stay warm.
Get down like John Brown,
Hey,
Chief.
warm is it's August. What are you talking about? That's coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, we got to tell you about Low T Center, y'all. Guys, look, it's summertime. You've probably been outside quite a bit, moving and shaking. Maybe you've noticed a lack of energy. Maybe you've noticed
to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
We're on the road to Canton, getting you ready for Thursday's game and Andre Johnson's Hall of Fame induction on Saturday. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line coming through. Why y'all acting like there's not 3 more preseason games and they get a scrimmage with the Rams?
It's the first game of the year, a-hole. It's exciting.
No, I understand it. I just
who peed in your Cheerios, Buck?
I guess where we differ is, I get they got 3 more preseason games. I just think the likes of Kenyon Green and Drew Scruggs and Petrie and Lassiter and some of those guys should get the opportunity to play in all 4 of these puppies.
Well,
or at least the first 3.
Well, look, let's. To me, I mean, it's a hell of an approach to pass up opportunities to get for you to get tape on these guys and these guys to get reps so you can figure out who they are. If you're just looking for their strengths and weaknesses, take the competition out of the deal. They have not played football. I mean, you need them to get better. Let's not pass up opportunities now in the thick of camp so that we can find out week 3 or 4 of training camp that this guy doesn't communicate real well and we need him to be our center. Right? This guy doesn't pass protect real well. He's hell on wheels in the run game, but doesn't pass protect real well. Let's not wait until how about Dameon Pierce? Let's not wait until week 4 and everybody thinks Dameon Pierce can't run outside zone. And Dameon Pierce ends up on the sideline. Let's not wait until week 8 when you find out that Jalen Petrie can't play center field as a free safety. You know, I mean, those are, I don't know. I don't think you take risk with guys that you know who they are and you know what you're going to get, but you only have so many opportunities to learn the strengths and weaknesses of guys that you're going to depend on. And I would rather, like with Juice Scruggs, I'd rather say, hey, Juice, you know, week 4 when everybody else and all the starters are taking a break, I want to be real comfortable with you at center and make sure we've checked every box so that you can sit that whole game too. Yeah. You know, I'm not comfortable with Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green playing 4 to 5 series before the regular season starts.
Yeah,
you got to go get 2-3 tonight or Thursday night. You got to if you're those guys, right?
To me, I think you take advantage of them playing that because I think once we get to the final preseason game, I don't think the starters are definitely going to play in that one. I think there's a great chance that they don't play in that one just because it's the game before the season starts.
Well, yeah, no, I think that's they're preparing for week 1, right? That makes sense. What doesn't make sense is waiting till the 3rd preseason game when C.J. Stroud's going to play the first half and the starters are going to play the first half, and you learn that Juice Scruggs still has this problem snapping the football in gun situations. Right? He's missed a couple of snaps at practice, something they got to get figured out. Nothing drives an offensive coach crazier than that. Right? Nothing will kill a drive quicker than a bad snap. The quarterback takes his eyes off the safety. The quarterback potentially misses it. You get a huge loss. Right? I mean, why would you, with a guy that has not played center at the NFL level in real competition, why would you wait to find that out in the 3rd preseason game? Why wouldn't you give him a little run tonight or Thursday night? It just to me, it's very difficult to justify that. Guys that you know who they are, you know, you've seen them do it game in, game out. You've seen them do it rep in, rep out. Cool. I no problem with it. I agree. Set their ass until week 3. I don't even care. That's where this organization's at. But boy, you got a handful of guys that we got to at least stretch and get a series now.
I would think coming up behind us, Texans All Access. Stay tuned for that. The McNairs will join as well as Hall of Famer John McClain. They are live in Canton. So stay tuned for that. And Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton coming up behind them. And they will hopefully be talking about a good post-game show in which the Astros was able to salvage a game in this series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. By the way, as we will head and join these guys in Canton tomorrow. Like I don't, and I'm glad Figgy is going with us, because Figgy is a man from Cleveland, and he knows Cleveland.
Yeah.
But I just when I think, I'm sorry, I just, honest to God, I don't think like, all right, yes, we're going to Cleveland. This is gonna be cool. I've never been there. We're going to Cleveland. It is hard for me to come up with like what Cleveland, like when you're going to Cleveland, I think of outside of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, I don't have it.
The only thing I think of outside of that is Drew Carey. That's about it.
Drew Carey. Is there, like, are they known for food? Like, you go to Houston, you could think of, the NASA. You think of get close to the water. You think of
rodeo.
You think of Tex-Mex. You think of seafood. You could think of. There's a lot of things you go to. All right, I'm gonna give me some good seafood. I'm gonna give me some good Tex-Mex. I don't like. What is it in Cleveland?
I got it for you, food-wise.
Oh, you have it. Oh, I'm ready for this because
it's about what you would expect. It's pretty underwhelming.
Seems like a real cheese curd kind of place.
Milwaukee,
Cleveland, Ohio, is best known for many foods, but mostly sandwiches and dumplings.
Well, hell, you got me. I can get down with some dumplings now.
Sandwiches
and dumplings.
I mean,
the thing you're taught to make when you're 10 years old.
Is there a specific?
Hey, don't you?
No, I mean, is there a specific sandwich
on dumplings now?
A Polish boy.
A Polish boy. What's that? Give me that.
What'd you call
Because
it?
I'm eating that.
It's a local delicacy.
Let's hear it.
Made with kielbasa, coleslaw, and fries.
I'm not even remotely interested.
I'll try it.
Coleslaw, I'm out. As soon as I hear coleslaw, I'm out.
I'll give it a shot here. Why not?
That or sauerkraut. Ugh.
I'm out, boys.
You're out? You got to try it.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I mean,
no, you're going there. You're gonna try the damn thing.
It sounds like I've tried that before. Give me some news on the dumplings, man. What's?
No, you're trying that.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Pierogi?
A pierogi? What is a pierogi?
It's a pan-fried dumpling stuffed with cheese and whipped potatoes, served with sauerkraut, coleslaw, gross, onions, disgusting, and stuffed cabbage. Yeah, why do people live in Cleveland?
Easy now. I got some.
I just don't know why you. Now you have to calm down with
now. When I think Cleveland, I think of.
I mean, we're
of
asking
Uncle
what
Adrian.
What is there to do there? We
Uncle
can't
A's
think
no
of
longer
nothing.
here, but
yeah, I think,
Cleveland, Uncle A. That's it. Don't know nothing. And the Browns. That's it.
But that's what we're saying. I'm just saying it more bluntly than you are. There's nothing to do there. Their food sucks.
I'm not going to say that.
Deshaun Watson sucks.
I'm not going to say that until I've been there, and I'm glad we have somebody who is. We got to be better than that.
Figgy has said himself he is not going back to Cleveland. He is done with Cleveland.
Look, I'd imagine. I can't remember what do they call the downtown area. What do they call the downtown area where you get out and mix and mingle a bit? I'm sure they've got a couple.
I'm sure
of
they got a little something.
I'm sure they got a couple of local.
Yeah, we got to go to this Happy Dog. They really specialize in it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. It's hard to get real excited about going to the Happy Dog. That doesn't do it for me.
I do. I
mean, Tyler would want a T-shirt, but I'm not.
I definitely would.
I'd go if I was there with you.
Yeah, someone text in. That's a good thought. Check out where diners, drive-ins, and dives have been and see if they've got some good selections.
I bet there's got to be like a Drew Carey museum.
Oh, I bet you there's some good spots.
I used to love that show.
I bet you there's some good spots.
I bet there's some great spots. I bet there's some good underground spots.
Underground spots. I just don't know what like what they about. Like I just don't like.
Well, usually underground there's a tinge of filth.
Just be careful, guys. I mean, y'all don't know this place. You don't know this city. Like, stay together. Don't go wandering off into this city at night by yourself, all right? I don't want to be worried about you the whole time you're out there.
Tyler, I ain't been up past 10 o'clock in a month. You think I'm gonna wander off into downtown Cleveland?
Yeah, because you're going to be away from them kids.
I hear there's a casino.
Now the casino may happen.
Oh, now we're talking.
Hey, I got a Tyler, I don't know if you've heard our schedule. We got a solid 24-hour day ahead of us tomorrow.
Solid.
Well, I don't feel bad for you.
No, I'm talking a solid 24-hour day. Like
you're excited to go to Cleveland.
Not by choice.
I mean, I am.
Like we got just beginning to end madness. That's what you're saying?
Tyler. I've got to leave the house in the morning no later, and this is pushing it, 3:15.
Yeah.
Make sure you got gas, bro.
3:15, Chief.
In there.
There's an 8 o'clock game tomorrow night, and I got to do, and I'm doing the post game. You do the math. That post game ain't gonna be over till 1:30, 2 o'clock.
I'll rub some dirt on it.
Hey, and then there's an hour drive back to the hotel motel.
And then we got a party.
Yeah, and then we got to find a place
why
that's
don't
still
you
open.
just keep whining about your all expenses
every
paid
bit
trip
of
by
a
the company,
24-hour day for me. But look,
really
to
feel
cover the
bad
team, for the Texans fans, for all you loyal listeners out there, I'll do it, man.
What a guy.
I'll do it, yeah.
I don't know what
I'll
Ron's
glad to that one.
I don't know what Ron's going to do for the 3 hours while I'm doing the post-game show.
I'm going to have a blast, baby. Where's Cecil at? Where's Cecil Shorts at?
Oh, they're going to be gone.
Cecil.
Hell,